Morning.
Okay, I'm just gonna stick it in the truck whenever we get there.
Nope, it drops down to...
Should we check the phone? How about so? Not that bad. Okay. Do have a car here. More this front, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Plans for today. Oh, they're supposed to be open court about an hourish. Oh. What is that? Oops, me. Franklin. What the fuck? Franklin's here. Well, alright, I'm happy with that. I guess for those of you who don't know, Franklin is one of the lawyers that actually trained us. He also trained my other character right before I realized didn't realize how important separation was. Hmm. Yeah. Franklin, mouse please. Something like this. There you go. Let me see. Everything on me did not. Alright. Probably should have bought some. It's fine. Oh, oops. Let me hopefully change that. Has Franklin been playing on the server? That'd be interesting to see.
The boys, the girls, and the day dams.
The only team that I can...
Oh, Liz, how you doing, bud?
No, dude, he's one of the good ones.
Hey,
Yeah, see?
Yeah, good to see you.
A ticket.
Liz,
One.
before you
No.
walk up, I want you to look to your right.
yeah, so Franklin
Oh,
was not that
God.
you, Franklin?
Jesus. Hi, Liz.
How you doing?
I'm chilling, man. How you been?
Um,
Long time no
Might
see.
take a day or two before I get that.
I've been better, that's for sure. But
Alright.
good to see
The
you.
investigation.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to.
How you
know
doing?
what's going on with it.
Chilling.
Okay.
Taking in the sights and the sounds. You know how it is.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Gotta
Alright,
learn
let me
your
go
penal code.
Sit on the good side of the courthouse now.
What the fuck?
Okay.
Oh wait, he's right.
Yeah, you're on
Same.
the wrong side.
Let me get your number.
All right. Here you are, man.
Did you get the SOPs and all that?
Uh huh.
Okay.
Hmm.
Nice try.
Takes some getting used to.
Nice try.
He's strong. Very powerful.
Yeah, there we go. This feels right.
Yeah, I bet it
What
does.
the hell?
How's it going, Liz?
It's a little bit going. It's all right.
It is.
Who's that guy?
Which one?
Hey, Liz, you
Oh,
want the
walking
second
outside.
chair?
What was that?
Oh, I think
Do
that was a
you want
local.
the second chair?
Oh, sure.
All right, I'll talk to you when we leave this place.
Okay. Let me see.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, I haven't been around a bit, have I? Let's see.
Actually, give me a second. Sorry. Can I ask you-
Fucking cat ears don't work.
Hmm?
Can you attach Liz Bajek to investigation report 624?
Private attorney, okay.
Alongside me, he's gonna be second chairing the case.
They handle well?
Why don't your cat ears work?
It's
I
pretty.
don't know, man.
Oh, interesting.
I'm a dog
Jeez,
boy at heart, I
different colors
guess.
than I last saw it. That's weird.
Don't you have Gus? What the hell?
Yeah, he's back. He's back in the city.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's a
yeah,
cat.
That's it. That's it.
He is.
Do you
Yeah.
have anybody wanting to bring anything in front of the
Not
court?
cat.
Hmm.
Where's your park?
They come off anytime.
Oh,
I have a ticket I want to bring it.
You
This
have a
guy-
ticket you want to fight? All right, come
This
on.
guy has a
Yeah,
ticket.
yeah.
Come on down. Do you want legal representation? Oh wait, no, you're a lawyer.
Find 'em, let 'em know
Yeah,
where
I'm
we're at.
good on that.
Do you want to represent yourself, or do you want
Oh.
somebody to represent you?
I can do this,
Maybe
Your
I can
Honor.
talk to that.
A man
All
who
right,
represents himself
Naomi.
as a fool for a
Hey,
lawyer.
lawyer.
What am I doing?
I
No,
was
you can
about
just
to
tell me
say
the
that.
number. It's a traffic citation.
Yeah.
All right, what's the number for the citation?
It's gonna be ticket ID 3096.
Sorry, one more time.
You were attached to the investigation. If you look up 624
Okay.
on the investigation, you'll see what I'm talking about.
That's only I gave him the picture of it.
Perfect. Thank you, Taomi. All right, we will get this started then.
Jimmy Bones.
It'll be State v. Malvino in traffic court, fighting a citation for illegal parking. Once he sends you the photo, let me know when you're ready, Mr. Malvino.
What's the name
Get
of it?
case
AB
laws.
what?
Malvino for
This
traffic
is
court.
His associates.
Malvino.
Alright.
I'm gonna make this simple. He literally
Alright.
parked on the sidewalk and the red line.
What do they require for it to be murder? Pretty sure they require more than that. 'cause she was
3096.
Cops, right?
How quietly am I whispering? right now?
Not
quiet.
at all. You're
Okay.
pretty loud.
Perfect.
I'm responding with
And
pictures that
Hold on,
also,
Mr.
as
Taylor.
well.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Malvino.
I'm responding with the photos that I've taken as well. Before I begin my argument, to have them. Would you like me to send them
Okay.
over to the prosecution?
Yeah, if you
side
can
as
send them
well, or is
over
that
to
something you can do?
him, and then Taomi, if you can send them to me, please.
Yeah, let me find. Yeah.
Intentional killing. Okay.
Before we get into crazy arguments, why are you contesting the citation, Mr. Malvino?
Approximate cause.
Is it much
parked
easier
my
for this?
vehicle
I can't
legally.
tell.
My car was
We're not doing. This is
hit
not
by an
degrees.
erratic
This is
driver from behind, which
Okay,
pushed it
nice.
out of its legal parking spot that I had placed it in, slammed it into a pole on the sidewalk. The officer then walked up instead of pursuing the erratic driver and decided to ticket my vehicle. So that would be not a failure to park illegally park on my end, but due to unforeseen circumstances out of my control and a third party.
Gotcha.
And you can see by the photos the damage to the back of the vehicle, the way that it was lined up and slammed into the pole and where it was compared to where it initially started off. I'm just trying to find a
Be shots on the
prosecution's number
vents.
to send him
Come to-
these photos as well.
He just sent them to me.
Oh, okay, you have them. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, you got them right, Taomi?
yeah, I got
It's
him.
the two photos.
Yep, I gave it to you.
It's just two photos, right, Mr. Malvino?
Yeah. Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Taomi.
I'm looking at the pictures real quick. Did you take these pictures as soon as it got hit?
No, I was walking out of the hotel. I was in the hotel when I saw the car slam into the back of my car. And I was walking out to go and get my vehicle, and that's when the officer rolled up behind it. And I said, "What are you doing? You're ticketing my vehicle?" And he's like, "You're illegally parked." And then that's when me and him had a dispute on it. I said, "It was just hit. What are you talking about?" He said, "Well, I see it's illegally parked."
So at what point does
We had words, and that was it. He drove off.
Remember getting fired. Oh,
How do you know this guy in this picture is the one that hit it?
The guy in the picture is not the one that hit it.
Oh. I thought you said he's the
sure.
one that hit it, and instead of chasing him, he.
No, the officer didn't hit. The officer didn't hit the vehicle.
Okay. There's no limit for them though.
That's my only argument that I have. If it's considered illegal parking, with an unforeseen circumstance such as that, and it doesn't matter. I parked it legally. That's all. The best I can do. It's the same position that I park. I reside in the hotel.
Yeah, I suggest always taking a picture of your vehicle as soon as you park. Because even with these pictures, I still don't have proof that you're telling the truth or lying. Even with these, you're still like in a red line on the sidewalk. And I'd have no proof without you actually legally parked before then.
Let's do this. Mr. Malvino, where did you park it originally? Let's use the photos for reference.
All right, let me get back in here. Shit. Originally, it was like back from that. Let me see. Pull up the gallery. There it is. So it went quite. If you see the rear end, it's completely off. It was not in the red zone. It was
he'll probably eat
it
up
was
the
in the
level of documentation
zone
they've
right in the
got
front
so
where you
far.
would.
So it was back,
When he takes
heading
the
like
photo.
Yeah.
what
it
is
was
that?
back.
East, right?
Yeah, whichever way's back. It was definitely not red zoned or in any illegal
we're working on
position.
Okay. I mean, I can tell that there is damage to the rear of your vehicle, quite a bit. Your vehicle is rammed up against a pole. I mean, Taomi, do you really think he's lying?
Are we even able to park right in front of the mall?
It depends on the judge. Some judges say it's fine. Other judges want you to park in between the lines. I don't mind as long as you're not parked in the red or blocking a fire hydrant, and you're not blocking the road. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I
seeing
think it's
some
fine. Like, it's your decision. If you,
conflicting statements in the report.
I could see the damage myself,
There's a lot more from.
but I just don't know how hard the guy
You
hit.
notice that.
I don't know how far back that red line actually goes.
me.
More time.
Because all three
also
pictures had the
modified
red
the
line
report.
well out of the
Mhm.
pictures.
Without
That
stating
red
that they
line
added to
covers
it
just the
anything.
crosswalk area. If you can see
Just
the front of
the
the crosswalk,
crosswalk?
I'll explain
yeah.
it when we get out.
Okay.
here's what we'll
We're
do.
not yelling over
Um,
the guys.
Mr. Malvino, I will say, unfortunately, right, typically, what Mr. Taomi said, while it is cumbersome and frustrating, taking a photo of where you parked your vehicle is the easiest way to prove that you parked your vehicle legally, right? I ran into the same situation the other night. Somebody stole my vehicle. I got ticketed because the person dropped it off in an illegally parked area. Luckily, I had proof and a 911 call saying that somebody stole my vehicle, so that way I could fight the citation. What I will do, because I do believe that this happened, in lieu of you having to pay the fine, Taomi, would you and the state agree to him doing some small community service so he doesn't have to worry about paying the fine?
I'll pay the
I'm
fine
fine with
before I do
that.
community service. I'll pay the fine.
You want to pay the fine instead of community
yeah,
service?
Yeah, I'll pay the fine. I was just arguing precedent on it. It's just the issue with these park things. I haven't fought a ticket yet in this situation. It was the I just wanted to be on record that that the situation did happen in case it happened
can't
again.
be self-defense though if they
when
pull
it
gun
comes to these
first.
types of situations, where people would do hit cars and put cars in different positions. I would like to see more of an investigation from our troopers in those things, as opposed to this is where its final location is. It's
Although it
illegally
does sound like
parked.
Coster may be
There have
DM'd.
been, and this is just to be on record with, there have been situations where people have been injured in car accidents and then gotten tickets because of where their vehicles were while they were being seen by medical professionals. There have been issues where people have been taken against their will and their vehicles have been taken in these situations. This is more to set a precedent of maybe some sort of investigation or listening to those being ticketed in those scenarios before just issuing a citation based upon the end result of a vehicle.
While I understand the sentiment, I'm not going to set precedent over a traffic citation. I do understand why you want it brought forward. I do know that this does happen in the state. All judges are aware that this does happen. Did the troopers see the vehicle get hit?
I can't. That would be hearsay. I can't attest to where he was looking.
Okay, so you're not. Was he nearby when the vehicle got hit?
I was inside the hotel, walking when I saw my vehicle get hit, and then go into get smashed into the pole. And then as I was walking out to go and move my vehicle back, within a matter of 4 seconds, a trooper was rolling up the same direction that the car was coming from.
Sergeant, is Trooper Rhodes around?
Let me check, Your Honor. No, he's not.
No. Okay. Unfortunately, I do have to say there's not enough evidence for me to say that the situation occurred. I believe that it happened. Unfortunately, I have to have evidence for me to rule in your favor. So you will have to pay the citation. If you would like to do a short community service in lieu of that, we can talk about that if the states want to do it. But I just don't have enough to throw the citation out.
All right, very well, Your Honor. I appreciate your time and the court's time. I'll go pay the ticket immediately.
Yeah, so the court will order that you will be required to pay the
And so
citation.
Coster ran
What's up,
more
Taylor?
I
routes
suggest
for them.
not parking at the mall at all.
Yeah, I would never park. Just don't park at the mall. Just stay away.
Yeah, okay.
Anybody else want to bring anything in front of the court?
any takers?
Well, since nobody seems to be going, Your Honor, this is more of a legal question rather than a ticket or anything else. I would just like your opinion and the district attorney's opinion on this.
Is this
If
on
possible.
an active case?
It is not.
What's up?
So, a client of mine is looking to possibly take out a restraining order or a stay away order. I'm not sure if we implemented either of those in the state.
So we do. We have short order restraining orders and we have long order restraining orders. All you have to do is you can work with the DA's office to get one filed. There does need to be a police report and some kind of evidence of stalking or attacking or anything like that. Once you file it with that, the courts will send it over to a judge and will typically review those very quickly. You can request an emergency one, and the DA's office is usually pretty quick to bring those to us.
This is where it gets slightly complicated. Are these available for businesses as entities?
Yeah.
I mean, a business.
Trespassing.
if
That would be
it's-
more trespassing versus.
Yeah, that would be-
private business
Yes,
can get
a
a trespass order.
Yes. Would this be a criminal or a civil trespass order?
It would be civil, but you can work with the DA's office to get it.
You can
All right.
also get a
That's all I
lawyer
need
filled
from you.
out too, and they can give it to us if you're not available.
Well, he is a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer.
Oh, that's
I'm just
true.
asking so
Yeah.
that I know.
Yeah,
All right.
fine,
In
that's
that
fine.
case, I got to talk to the
Should
DA
not.
after this is all settled. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we do have those. They're pretty good with them too, and they're very quick about getting them to us. So
All right.
Sunday.
I mean, if you want to talk to him right now, I can review
There's
it
3 of
tonight.
us here right now, so.
Yep.
Sure, that works for me. All right. So which one wants it?
Well, I've more specifically worked on more restraining orders versus trespass orders. We've both kind of worked on a mixture. We've all worked on a mixture. I don't know if,
Oh, I
if
see.
Uriel has yet, but Tammy and I have been like helped with part of them before, but not actually filed. them,
Yeah,
to
I
my knowledge.
don't. I normally deal with the business ones.
I've actually had a restraining order against someone before, so
Okay. Well, either one of you works fine for me.
okay.
So which one of you wants it?
I'll take it. Tammy's got shit going on. There's my number.
All right.
You okay with that, Tammy?
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, if you guys get everything finished up before open court is over, then we can just hear it here, and I can decide on it.
Yep. All right. So what information do you need? I'm guessing the business name, the owner's name, who it's being
Has there
taken
been any
against,
kind
and
of
why.
police report or anything like that yet?
Yes, but give me a second. I gotta pull it.
If you want, we can like go talk in the back about it.
Oh, she was around yesterday.
Yeah, let's go.
Oof. We have our emergency contact. I'm pretty sure we do.
No worries.
Yeah, we do. Good. Oh, I'd gotten a new graphics card. But it looks like it's defective. So I spent a good long time. Oh yeah, that's right. I can ask VP real quick about that. You just requested it.
Taomi.
Yeah?
Yeah. Come here real quick.
Hey, Dora. Good to see you. Just read the message from Gwen. What happened during this time frame? I've been having trouble working up the motivation RP. Maybe working up the motivation is the wrong word. I've been kind of scared to RP. Alright, I don't know why. Yeah, I was like, oh, it's a good thing I'm... Wait, Gwen has Liz as her emergency contact. I didn't realize. I was like, oh wait, I've Gwen as this is emergency contact. Is that why I got the message? But no, it's the other way around. I don't know why I've been scared to RP, but I've been like avoiding it to the extent where I've been like doing everything but I'm like, all right, let me clean my room. Let me even exercise. I'm like exercising so I don't have to RP. Oh, that's back once. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, with the text or whatever. But I see. You're rolling for it. Liz hasn't been down in a long time. It feels like. Checks and Pierce.
The short terms are like a week.
Isn't it a lawyer? Oh no, he's spelled differently. What?
Yeah, if it's approved
What
by a
the?
judge, it can
I
be
overheard lawyers and paralegals making complaints about you to the judges.
But normally we just do 30.
What the fuck happened? Was there anything that the day before?
Anybody want to bring anything else in front of
Oh,
open
did
court?
you? Okay.
I'll do a last call.
We'll keep it open until they're done with their stuff in the back.
What? What's this?
And then if nobody comes up until they're done, then we'll call it at the end there.
Theodore? Theodore is a good DA. He's saw some merit in your case. I would think, or in your argument, absolutely, I think he would. Still, though, lawyers and paralegals making complaints. What happened the previous day? Let's see. The previous day, I had given the bar to 2 people. The goofy one? You kidding me, Goofy? Tenny, are you referring to... You mean the one that looks like a used car salesman?
Short terms don't require a hearing. A judge could just review it.
Yeah, you're talking about Theodore Lars.
Long terms do.
Still lawyers making complaints, huh? What lawyers been making complaints?
Yo, man, do you have a few minutes after this?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Where'd the other guys go?
I'm still looking.
I don't know.
I don't think there was anybody.
Still on duty. Oh, no. Spring and Lana are still on duty. Yakel probably went to bed.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello again.
So I'm assuming we're bringing forward the short term.
Yeah, this is going to be a
Yes.
short-term trespassing order for a business.
Okay. Do we have
Check no
a or anything? To
I
look
have
out
a
for?
report.
Perfect. What's the number?
This is going to be criminal report 1910.
Oh, that's old.
Mm-hmm. You'll see. I don't know. I'm assuming we're going to speak openly because it's open court, but I know this is also a trespassing order, so I didn't know if
What's
there
this
needs.
case called?
Which lawyers would have complained about it?
So
Seiko?
it'll be trespassing order against. Do you guys want to have this in private chambers?
I'm not really bothered.
I was gonna say it's up to him and his client. I just
It's
wanted to make
fine
sure
in
if there was
public.
needed discretion that it was. It's not really going to be a restraining order. So
Was there anything
I
complaint
think
worthy?
since it's just trespassing, it shouldn't be a huge deal.
Yeah, he wants it openly known, just in order to
I didn't
make
think there
sure
was any
that
issues
they're
that
aware.
people had.
Okay,
even before
so
they come to the property.
So
then
it's
this looks
against
like-
Finlay and
This
Leo
is new
Salvatore.
information.
Okay, so it'll be Hayes Auto versus Finlay and Leo Salvatore for the fact of a
Yes.
trespass order, short term.
Short and long of it, there was a, we'll say alleged, because I believe there's a not guilty plea, boost of a vehicle that was done within the business. They locked themselves inside of the business, and then the police waited outside. The officers pulled them over. Essentially, what he has explained to me is that the business owner fears for his life to a bit, but as well mostly concerned for the business because of what they did in the business. They have been the person who did work there has already been fired and relieved of
can't
their
think of
duties.
anybody.
However, the other person is a felon, so
right,
he
I'm
would just
checking
like to
vaults.
keep that stuff off of his business property.
Who did I interact with the previous day?
Okay. Reading through the report and looking at the evidence and everything, I do feel there is enough here to approve the short-term order. So I will go ahead and approve a short-term order from Hayes Auto against Finlay and Leo Salvatore for 7 days. That'll be starting right now. So what is that? It's the 8th. That'll put it out
15th.
till the 15th. Yeah. With that, if you would like to extend that, you will need to file for a long-term order on the civil docket, and there will need to be a hearing on it.
All right, I will.
See,
advise
there
the
was a
client
bunch of
on
people
that.
with complaints
And they would need to be present as well, correct?
today.
Yes.
Like the
Yeah.
defendants as well.
Yes,
And
they
I
will
would
need to be
assume
Okay.
we would need to bring further evidence, etc.
Yep.
So
I also
one more
kind of gave
time.
him the I kind of gave him the parameters as far as if it were to become a point of restraining order as well. So
Yep. Sorry, go ahead, Evelyn. What's up?
One more time for titling.
Yeah, there
this
was some complaints against Wrangler.
Hayes versus who?
What else had happened?
Hayes Auto versus Leo
I
Salvatore
think we helped
and
everybody the best
Finlay.
from voting.
you can just do last names, correct? Isn't that
That's right.
normally
Yeah, Salvatore and Lay.
just to shorten it a
We
little?
were not able to help.
Was it LAY or
LAY
Gotcha.
and then SALVATORE.
Gotcha.
No, we helped those two
So
lawyers.
with this trespass order, the individuals are not allowed to enter the property of Hayes Auto at all. If they do, it'll be considered failure to obey a court order. If the individuals do come onto the property, please reach out to 911. Don't take matters or don't have your clients take matters into their own hands. Have the police handle that situation, okay?
I'm gonna respell his last name for you. SALVATORRE.
Give Bargzim that guy. Passed him.
There's 2 R's at the end.
God.
Will there be any kind of documentation that needs to be served to them or anything?
Yes,
You
so they
hired on
will
a
be
paralegal?
they will need to be given notice. With that SCSP, would you guys be willing to handle that?
We gave the Bargzim that guy.
I don't know if the trooper's paying attention.
Sorry, Your Honor,
Possible.
I have radio going off in my ear.
You're fine. Would you guys be willing to handle the notification to Mr. Finlay and Leo Salvatore that they are trespassed from Hayes Auto for 7 days?
Yep. Are we going to provide just verbal?
I was gonna say, who should
notification?
provide the documentation for that?
For all they need is verbal.
Okay.
For the short
There
term.
was-
For the long term, a full order would be written up. Correct me, Emma.
Should it still be put at least
the
in
music
like an
that loud?
investigative report or
I had no
something like
idea this
that? So
was that
there's
loud. Oops.
documentation, and then that way, when it's served verbally, we can keep track of it
Watch
in
my
an
phone, no.
investigative report.
We can put it on the profiles.
Okay.
Yeah. Just if you guys can put out a
Would you like to
bolo
understand what
when
it's
you
about?
run into them, inform them that they do have a trespass order
Oops.
signed by the court, and then just put on there when you guys informed them of this trespass order. And then we'll put on there that they have one. So all your troopers have to do is just go in there and say, informed by a trooper so and so on this day.
These around your time?
I just want to make sure we had a way to document the actual serving of it to make sure it's in there.
No, yeah, completely understood.
Maybe. Possibly.
Are there any any more questions on
You'd
the
probably also
process
give
for
it to a
this?
court clerk.
I know we haven't done one in a while, so
Not from my side, no.
okay.
And we're good here as well.
Perfect. Just to let you know, sir, that if they haven't been served notice and they do come to the business, once you call the troopers, they'll probably come down and remove
They'll
it from
be
the property.
There was
and they'll be
served.
notified.
this guy. I think we talked
Yep,
to him.
that's fine.
Just ensure that your clients know to not try to get them to come down to the property, not to start anything with them or anything like that. If they see them at the property,
See, there was Blake, who we were going to
Will
be working
do.
together
I
with.
think
in
my
case.
client doesn't really want to see them ever again.
okay, I will get that put on their profiles so that way we can make sure that it is documented.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
I don't think there's anyone else coming for the open court.
Yeah, looks like it. So, okay. We give Tony Bargzim.
How come that one time I posted a joke open court, everyone showed up?
I don't know.
But then when we have a real one,
No, it wouldn't have been Hiko.
I'm unsure. I'm genuinely unsure.
also if anyone's interested in dispatching on the side, the dispatch is hiring.
So is the DA's office.
What? The
Anyone
DA's office is
interested in
hiring?
DAs, the DA is
Nobody
hiring.
wants to get hired into the DA's office.
Actually, a lot of people do.
Why?
Because it's actually going really well.
Oh God.
They've taken over the PD.
Great. Can I get DAs assigned to my cases then?
What?
Oh, sorry. Am I that quiet? my bad.
What do you mean a DA assigned to your
I can
case?
turn it up.
I got two open cases. One of them has a judge already, but neither have DAs on the docket.
Do
How
they both
long's
have
it
a
been on the
judge?
docket?
2 or 3 days.
I'm worried about the noise because I already have this up.
I really can't grab one right now. I have like 10 of them right now.
What's the are these appeals or civil?
These are appeals. State versus Gus Burgundy and State versus Connie Lingus.
That's a fucking name.
That should be a bit better. Okay.
Yeah, I seem to be catching only the people who want to appeal that have really weird names.
Which one? Do they both have a judge already?
The Gus Burgundy does, the Connie Lingus does not.
That's so weird. I guess this one fell under the radar for the judges. They've been so good about yoinking stuff almost
I
immediately.
like to make sure about schedules before I don't see oh, there's the availability.
The Connie Lingus one, the scheduling might change since there's gonna be a lot of witnesses. I'm honestly
Sorry, I was
from the
spacing out.
defense side 5 or 6 witnesses.
Oh, okay, 5 or 6. That's fine. Oh, I thought you meant
like, are they going to be redundant?
That's
or is there a reason?
They're gonna be redundant, but there is a reason, and there's
After the
gonna be
fucking governors-
several from the prosecution side, possibly as well.
Just so everybody knows, since we have nobody else coming up for open court, we're gonna go ahead and call open court closed.
Oof. Bad open court. Bad
closed court.
Hey, Falco!
Thank you, Trooper, for being here.
Can somebody fight your horrible fashion sense?
I have amazing
What are you
fashion
complaining
sense.
about
Thank
this,
you
though?
very
Who
much.
complained about this?
Sure.
If you go stand next to my car, I wouldn't be able to see you.
I'm really curious now.
I mean,
Alright,
to
so
be able to see
it
his
wasn't
arms.
just a damn thing.
There is one more case that is unclaimed currently.
I have 5.
Okay, I just wanted to offer it to you because I know
Do you want to have 6?
I don't want to make him do that.
I have 2
I'm
cases
actually
Friday.
not finding this case, by the way. This by the investigation number, Ulf.
Which one?
Connie.
The Connie Lingus one?
Oh, it's
Would
because
it
it's a
have been
criminal, not
first?
investigative. So there's a difference between criminal reports
I
and
know,
I
investigative.
can't see
I'm
her no more,
dyslexic,
but I don't think he.
dyslexic
I think he would have
and
brought
very smart,
something to
so-
us
Kind of
before he made a
important.
complaint about it.
Oh, how's this one? Oh, okay. This one was posted pretty much yesterday. Got it. Okay.
But it'd be a lawyer with a paralegal.
I'm not telling you
We
to
know
take
that.
it, mind you. I just wanted to offer. I didn't know how many cases you had on your plate, so I definitely don't want you to take that one.
So I have 3 civil, 2 criminal.
We could just ask.
4 scheduled right now. 1 about to be scheduled. I mean, as long as you can wait until next weekend, I can take it.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm not really sure she's gonna be fine with that since she
Yeah, I can take it.
work as EMS.
Excuse me, it's Mr. Bajek.
Well, it is what it is. Oh,
Yoink.
never mind, I mistaken it.
Told you I was gonna make you take it.
I'll look into them and I'll consider them. If I'm unable
Let's go
to
over
do
it.
it, I will make sure that we get people on it for you. Okay.
Howdy, sir. I'm Hunter. I've been trying to get through in the meantime, and while I'm waiting for Academy and be a junior ranger, I've been a paralegal under First and Hugo. Testa, they told me to get in touch with you. First is, I'm gonna tell you right now, First is swamped. He is really, really swamped. It sounds like, and really, really busy. Hugo's dealing with a hut charge. I'm just trying to take my bar exam so I can maybe get some, team up with some associate lawyers or maybe other lawyers and just get some cell reps in and really make some money. I've just been helping locals and want to also get some cell reps. I do have an agreement that First told me that I do have to resign myself of Saba once I become a full ranger.
This is the person he's talking about.
I do have academy schedule. I do finally have an academy. Looks like scheduled for the 13th of January. Where I would just go become a junior ranger at that point. I don't know if they would ask me to relieve myself then, but at least till then I'd be able to do that.
So you can be a private attorney and a ranger with permission from the state.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. But at least, I do have permission until I have academy and until the words were until I become a full ranger. So maybe I don't know if junior ranger counts, but then I can go ahead and be a PDO, work for the PDO's office. I've been over there at the Life Invader building and whatnot.
Okay.
But I just didn't want to. I didn't know if you had some time, maybe perhaps after this to administer the bar, or
I don't have the authority to administer the bar. So
they said they seem to believe that you do. So I would. You sure you don't? Maybe we can double check on that.
They may not have been aware, but I was. I recently lost my position, so.
So is it only Mr. First and Mr. Hugo who are able? Because they've been trying to pass it off to you. I'm gonna be honest.
Elwood should have the authority to do so.
Okay, he's rarely around. Let's see if he's around right now. No, there is Mr. Franklin DuPont. He is the first actual lawyer that I've seen. Everyone else is an associate lawyer. So.
Franklin is he's the guy who trained me actually. He's very good.
He doesn't have his number listed, unfortunately.
Oh, to shadow him, you're saying?
Right. I mean,
okay. Well, he's actually a good person to shadow.
Meantime.
Let me see. Doesn't have his number listed, does he? All right, let me.
I'm gonna ask him. Maybe I could get yours as well. I was about to call you. You do have yours listed, but I'm gonna just make it easier for you.
So. Fantastic. I'll try to keep it short.
So much.
How's your day going, first of all?
He almost flew out.
Well, yeah. So this is the second day that after that first said he would administer the bar, he's just been dragging it and dragging it on. He's been busy.
He might be with first right now.
Hugo said, "Hey, I can," and then all of a sudden he said, "Actually, I have no idea when I will be available." So.
Okay. Let me see.
Just trying to make it happen.
Sorry, I didn't say hi before when I said hi to Phoebe.
Well, he told me to tell him what you said, so I guess I'll just inform him that you said you is not able to.
We've been together for like a year.
Mr. the bar Sam this time.
Wait, who said that? Was it Hugo? You mean?
I believe this was first, and Hugo. They said anyone who is a quote unquote a lawyer mentor or a PDO head leader would be able to administer the bar. And on the MDT there, you have the rank of lawyer mentor.
Yeah, I'd asked first to lower me down to lawyer, but he said there'd been some issue with it. He wasn't able to.
Well, then he's over here saying that you're able to administer the bar exam. So
I specifically told him that I have no interest in doing the more administrative side of things like that, which is why I requested to be a lawyer.
I don't mean to run, but I can't let her be on her own right now.
Oh. Well, he may not be. He may not be respecting your wishes. I don't think it's that hard to lower you down. Maybe it is. Who knows?
I wish I could lower myself, but I can't even do that. So, all right. Let me see. Sorry, looking for Franklin. That's right.
We're at 73K. Only 200K to go.
What was your name, sir?
Hunter.
Okay.
Well, no,
Hunter Fisher.
200K. We're trying to buy a house. I don't even know if it's still for sale though. I mean, the fucking houses in the south side are like 200K and people are buying them.
That is Franklin's number there. So.
Well, thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
That's a great question. I am actually not sure.
Let me see if I can lower myself.
Oh, the price went down for the house that we wanted? Question mark? But it's still 300K? How do you do it? Wait.
Cannot lower myself down. Can you lower me, please? He goes mid. Okay, that's good.
Right on.
You know, I hope I don't turn into one of these lawyers that never answers the goddamn phone. God damn it.
The court order part?
Well, hopefully not. But yeah, I've high hopes for you. So.
You'll need to put it under court orders too.
Sorry, I'm just I've been going through a lot recently, but
Oh, okay. I'm sorry
yeah.
to hear that. I hope she gets better. I've just been, by myself, wandering around, running around, going through rental after rental, helping all the locals. I'm sorry. If you ever want to go and make some money, we can do that. Oh, hello, Mr. Temple. How you doing? I'm all right. I'm all right. I was just here at the open court at got a hand and wrapped up. I'm here with Mr. Bajek as well. He said he is actually in the role of lawyer. It's what he was asking. He is not able to do. And he said he was demoted from the position of administering the bar exam. So I think it's just you and Mr. Hugo. I don't know how busy he is. I was about to give him a ring as well if you didn't pick up. If you guys have a chance, just let me know whenever you're available.
I'd asked first.
Did
Did he specifically not change it? I wonder.
I just wanted to let you know that's what he said. He told me.
I've been a little pissed at first as well because he texted.
I'll be around all day, man. All sorts of throughout the day. At this time tomorrow, maybe sooner than this would be a lot. Would be preferred, but I don't know.
Can you make me a lawyer mentor for now? I keep having turned people away from becoming paralegals or taking the bar. I'll temporarily reinstate you. I will have to discuss it with Wagon when he gets back today to confirm keeping you as that. I've been a little bit offended by that. I was like, me of all people?
Oh, I
Not good enough.
see. Right. Well, I'd like to do that as well. Yep. Sure, let's do that. We can lock it in for tomorrow around this time, shall we? Happy to run the phone. That's good. I appreciate you, Mr. Temple.
But this is Benny, or the guy who plays Benny.
Yes, Hunter Fisher.
I've no interest in giving more though. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the wait. Yeah, let me head.
Yep. You good?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm assuming you read through it, right?
I read through the report.
What do you
Let's
think?
see.
I can't hear you. You got
Oh,
talk louder.
sorry. I was saying. Yeah, I read through the report.
So what do you think?
So I see that there's a conflicting statement between Coster and, what is her name's, statements?
His rookie or whatever. She was Bond, I think.
Yeah. That she says that he ran him over whenever he pulled out the gun, but he specifically states that he backed up whenever he pulled out the gun.
Hey, have you noticed anything else?
Regarding that, also that he says that they had been told to leave. And
Okay.
then the rookie says that they had been encouraged to leave, which is I think two very different things.
Okay. Anything else?
Let me see. It's lacking a lot of reports because or like a lot of statements. I only see statements from those two people, despite a lot of people being shot.
Yep. But there's something worse. Look at the evidence locker. Do you see anything there that
Do you
doesn't
guys have
look
the
right?
ability? Sorry to interrupt, boys.
Yeah,
Do y'all have
sure.
the ability to unlock that door that is locked?
We do not.
No. Did they lock it again?
Unfortunate. Yes, they do.
I'm sorry. Do you know where open court's at?
Just entered.
It's
Nobody
been
was.
closed, but it's over in that building.
Oh, she said it was still open about 10 minutes ago.
Was about 10
Not
minutes
really
ago,
sure.
but nobody was coming.
But
So
you could go and ask the judge if they still have time. There should still be a BA in there as well.
Okay, thank you.
That they're not looking at it. Yeah, there's only one casing. Or no, there's one casing with fingerprints from them.
With fingerprints that are not identified to a person, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of that, that's the forensic locker. The evidence locker. Math thermal contents, 1x positive GSR for math thermal. Trimmer T contents, 1x positive GSR for math thermal.
Yeah, I see that. What about that?
Yeah, Trimmer never shot. So he didn't get a positive GSR.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. I thought I just okay. Why'd the positive
You
GSR
don't want to
for?
be here when we're talking. We're talking about.
Oh.
I just want to give you my number.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
Hey, Mom.
I mean, you can
Yes,
be here, you
Falcone.
just cannot pick up the court case.
I have to go hear an expungement. Thank you.
An expungement?
Yeah.
Is it represented?
I don't think he is.
He should be.
I think we're the only ones on duty right now. Well, do you want to come to the courtroom? Because he's apparently in
No,
there.
for fuck's sakes, fine. Come on, let's go.
Let's see.
Yeah, there's insufficient evidence
brought
to
two
even
lawyers.
charge.
They're...
I'm sorry, Emma, I can't run because they don't pay us enough to afford
My name is
food.
Jebediah
don't feel too
McFarkin.
bad. I also got a pay cut.
I'm sorry. Can you flash your ID?
Yeah.
Have a good night, Falcon.
Right, so who's trying to get an expungement?
There we go.
Leave this gentleman. Why don't my mic thing keeps falling?
All right, I got it started in the Kanban. This your first time?
Yeah.
Be concerning if it was the third.
Well, it's pretty minor too.
You only have a misdemeanor on your record. Are you sure you want a
Well, that's what I was
expungement?
asking about because I was kind of led awry on it, and you know, and I tried to have a.
expungement. You have
Okay.
a misdemeanor. That's really not that serious. What's the misdemeanor for, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, it's Mr. I was cleaning up. I'm an environmentalist. So I was cleaning up some broken down cars, and I was over there, you know, cleaning up some oil off the bottom of one and stuff like that. And Mr. Randy Wrangler came over there and said I was doing theft.
Oh, that guy.
And you pled
And I
guilty.
tried. Well, I did. He told me that I needed to plead guilty, and he told me that it was only
What?
this time. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Did I not? My
He
whoops.
kind of let
Meant
me
to be
run. He
back there
didn't
with
even
that.
read me my rights. He didn't ask me if I wanted a lawyer or nothing.
Did he
Is
ask
that
you
right?
any
I was-
questions?
No, not really. He just asked, well, he asked me what I was doing, and I was telling him I was cleaning stuff up. But I was just so nervous because I don't ever get in trouble. Like,
I mean,
I was kind of
Emma-
scared.
All right, let's fix the
Emma,
mics.
he told him that he needed to plead guilty.
Yeah, I was just scared, so I was just trying to follow the law, and I was, you know,
What did he say?
I got tied up.
Can you tell me what he said exactly to you?
Oh, there was a lot that went on. He said a lot of things, but you know, it's been like a week or two.
Okay. Well, can you? What do you remember? That what he told you regarding the?
He told me that what I was doing was theft. It was a felony, was what he told me originally, and then he got me down there, and he was like looking through everything, and finally, I think he said it was a misdemeanor, and it was 5 months, and I needed to plead guilty.
That you needed to plead guilty. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Like for sure, he said you need to plead guilty. Those are his words that came out of his mouth.
That's what I remember, but I don't want to start any kind of trouble or anything like that. I'm a real real laid back guy.
You're fine. Defending your legal
I didn't
rights
think-
is not starting trouble. Those are your legal rights. You have them for a reason.
Usually, Wrangler doesn't do too
So,
much in the way of
searching
crazy stuff, right?
Bill?
Only if the client wants that.
So we're canceling.
I
the,
will represent you pro bono,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, you can throw out the
we go.
expungement. Mr. Jebediah, do you want to fight the charge?
Well, I mean, that sounds like a lot of work for myself to do. You know,
It is zero work for you. I will literally take care of all of the paperwork. All
Wrangler,
you need to
or
do
not
is
Wrangler,
show up.
Ulf really likes fucking
oh,
around
see,
there.
that's a lot of work for myself. I know it sounds kind of, but I don't want to get nobody in trouble, even though I was in trouble.
Well, think about it like this, right? You want to help the environment. You want to help other people, right?
Yeah.
This police officer might have violated your rights. Making sure that he's held accountable is helping other
Maybe we need to get rid of the scum from the environment.
violating
Is that what he's
other
telling me?
people's rights, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so.
So, would it not be your responsibility in that case to get
Yep.
involved in this?
But I tend to have really bad anxiety, so like going to the courtroom would kind of freak me out a little bit.
Do we have are we allowed to have cases where the appellant is not present?
You're allowed to
Gives the legal
request it for be like a private case, but
yeah, he gives the legal authority to his attorney to represent him without being present.
for that, I mean, I don't see an issue with it.
Well,
We would still probably deposition him though, because he's
you
the
know
one
what a
fighting.
deposition is?
I have no idea.
So a deposition is basically you, me, and a district attorney sit down in a nice, comfy room, and we just talk about everything that happened. They ask you some questions, you answer some questions, and that's it.
Well, that was a really good way. I
And
forgot.
probably a clerk to document everything.
Yes, and a clerk to document stuff. You
Oh,
just write it.
But there is absolutely no pressure to fight the charge if you don't want to.
I want to
that
make
is-
this clear. This needs to be your choice.
okay. Well, you said I didn't need to expunge it since it's just a misdemeanor.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
misdemeanor. And I can see that you've been just got a couple parking tickets otherwise, so
Parking tickets?
yeah, it looks like they were on rentals.
Oh, oops. Let me
Oh, I don't know anything about a parking ticket. I've never seen that.
I'm assuming he hasn't paid them in that case.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, where'd I pay? I need to pay him. I didn't even
I
know
can
there
print
was.
them off for you. Oh, that's the
Okay.
same one.
Yeah, but normally I just park
Okay.
my car back in the
Yeah,
thing, or I
that
park
seems
them in my
good.
thing,
Alright.
at my
Yeah,
my
it looks like
my
he
business.
parked at the
forgot when I turn it up. It also turns up.
the clothing store.
Oh,
and
I've
you
never
parked-
been to a
OBS works
clothing
weird.
store.
Not the clothing store, the furniture store. And you were parked in the red.
Oh, no, I've never been to
I
the
guess I can
furniture
actually
store.
just limit it a little bit.
Interesting.
Do you usually return your vehicles back to the rental place?
Oh, I leave them at my place of business in case
So
I
they might have
wake
been
up.
stolen in that
Yeah,
case, yeah.
but I mean, it is what it is, though.
See, I could turn down other people maybe to make it better in comparison. Wait, why did my music stop? Oh,
Yep.
oops,
Oh,
I forgot
oh.
actually.
One is for a car that was parked at the tow lot, and it wasn't parked at any of
That's
the
right.
lines.
Put it on repeat.
Oh, dang. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even know these existed. I'm glad I didn't get pulled over another time and they were warrants. That'd have been.
Oh, you
Oh,
wouldn't have
that-
gotten a warrant for that. What we do is if you get X amount of citations on your record without
Your
paying
license
them,
gets revoked.
yeah. But usually, as long as you agree to immediately pay those off and you show like a cop or the judge you're talking to that you paid them off, they won't revoke your license.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
sometimes
thought-
people
Yeah, I
just
can
miss
more
the
let people's
ticket.
voices down.
So
Yeah.
Have we fixed the stupidity of the owner of the
Hey,
business
Morpheus.
being responsible for the tickets on the business vehicle?
Apparently
I don't know
he said
what you
that
mean.
to
Yeah,
this
I have not
gentleman here
encountered that
the
personally.
you need
owner
to plead
of the
guilty.
business
That's apparently what he said to him.
any ticket issued
I
to the
don't know
business vehicle
why
is
Wrangler would
counted
say that to
against
him,
the
but
owner.
Interesting. Yeah, unsure.
Yeah, I came back after a long while before the flood and found out my driver's license was revoked because people kept driving the business cars and not paying the tickets.
Gotcha. Yeah,
wait, what?
But yeah, sir.
Just
If you want to pursue this through court, I'm more than willing to take your case. But if you'd rather not, then that's completely understandable.
I think I just get my anxiety just get too much out of me.
All right, that's
Well,
fair
sir, I
enough.
mean, scary things are good for you.
I mean, I try to be the most upstanding citizen. You go out there, look at my vehicle right now. It's got the meter. It's got cash in the meter and
It's
everything.
true, scary things are good for you.
So, but I just felt a little tarnished by everything that happened.
Well, yeah, I'm not surprised. If you do get arrested again, please ask for a lawyer.
Okay.
And if they insist that you plead guilty, definitely plead not guilty.
Okay. All right, will do. Thank y'all for this information.
No worries.
All right, y'all have a great day. I'm gonna go pay these tickets right now.
Yeah, you too.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Let me see.
God damn it, Nigma, I just came back. Am I gonna have another Wrangler incident soon?
I don't know. Please don't
I heard
though.
I already have a case against him.
Oh god.
Yeah, and I keep getting referred more of them.
He hasn't really been around much as of late though.
Well, considering
well, I
yeah,
mean-
I can't talk about anything. Yeah.
Oh, good bean.
I
Thank you for the
literally
raid. I
cannot talk
appreciate
about
you.
it because you're presiding it. God damn it.
Wait, I am?
Yep.
Is that the
Why-
Connie
why
one?
didn't
Yep.
Do I not have my?
Do you want me to back out?
So, it's your choice, but I cannot
No, no,
talk to you about it because it would be ex parte.
Hey.
No, I know. So just so
You
you
blame
know,
Purple?
if you don't agree with my judgment, or if you find that it was a mistrial or what have you, you can still appeal it, even though I'm part of the 13th Circuit.
Aren't you Mr.
It was
Streams?
just
Thank you for following.
correct. And the new head of the DOJ would be the one to oversee it more than likely.
Yep, that's perfectly fine. Honestly, even if you look into it, you can fully expect what's gonna happen as soon as the DA
Hello,
gets
hello.
signed.
Nice to meet you guys.
But yeah, I'm not gonna
I'm
talk to
assuming
you
we'll
about
be
it.
streams. Let me see.
And when
better
the DA
not.
gets assigned, then
Well, not
we
streams,
can,
but like a place on
all
Purple.
three of us can have a chat about the case.
I am so glad lawyers have stopped talking to me about cases
oh,
because
you're
they
that
think
guy.
it's funny.
Okay.
Well, that's the
There you go.
best way to get yourself
Yeah, I remember you
sanctioned,
for it was like 3 days ago. Yeah.
which I assume
Yeah, I was.
the judges have the ability.
I thought it was a pretty good experience.
Just
I was like, oh, this guy
fucking
kind
sanctioning
of knows his stuff.
1,000, 5,000, 10,000.
And I enjoy
100K.
teaching people. Thank you, thank you. Well, he was the
I gotta
chief
go talk to
of
Liz
public
about the
defenders,
other
but he got
Okay.
demoted
Come on, we gotta talk about
very
the other
very recently
bullshit.
for saying he was going on a strike.
Yeah. So.
So
Trimmer never shot a gun.
the fact that they put that there though makes it feels like they're trying to make it seem like he,
Imply it. Yes, I know.
because
In
I didn't.
fact, he's not even mentioned in their report. By name,
Have I-
by any identifying feature, by nothing.
I think it's probably
Jane
good. It's a
mentioned
good thing.
2
I'll make it a good
bullets.
thing. But it just I'm
So,
still trying to figure out
for
things.
the
I'm
case,
feeling a little
I'm
disoriented.
going to literally have both of them dressed in yellow and ask the officer that, you know, since they're dressed in yellow, obviously they're now vagos, right?
Yeah.
It's utter stupidity. The other issue with it, let's go sit in a car and drive somewhere where people won't listen in. Because you're gonna laugh your ass off when I tell you what happened.
But I'm trying to get back in the hang of things. I would say it's a little bit hard to get the motivation, but it's more than anytime I want to roleplay, I'm like, well, I could be doing everything else. You know, I could be, I don't know, I could be cleaning my room or like exercising right now and doing everything. To, oh, I don't know. I've been feeling very avoidant for some reason. Wait, this is locked. Okay, this is still locked. That is. You right? Even says please leave unlocked.
I got a fix for
All right. But we're having Ulf represent this for
Hey, can you unlock the doors between the city hall
for
and
the lawsuit against
they locked
the
them again.
DOJ for that.
I put up signs for a reason.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They probably locked the outside ones as well.
No.
Do they? It doesn't. And so, Ulf is a
These
very,
were
very good
unlocked.
attorney. He's actually like a real life attorney. So he's very, very
I'll
good.
see you around.
He was telling me about he has to nerve himself in order to be able to. What was that?
It's across the street. I
Oh, okay.
actually bought a car rather than relying on rentals.
Oh, it's a nice car.
It wasn't even expensive.
Oh yeah, go get some sleep. Appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. Now to check out your stream. Not sure if you've been doing any luring stuff yet, but yeah, I'd be happy to work with you. No, Wolf did a perjury. You know, sometimes it's just little
Alright,
oopsie
so
perjury.
listen to this. This is
Yeah, have a good night.
the chief
Appreciate
of
you.
police, right?
Yep.
So him and Pond were driving in a vehicle, no lights, no sirens.
Oh, what do I stream?
Drove wrong side of the road
Um,
onto someone's front yard because they said that they saw
I want to rant for this, but
a random person looking
Um,
through another person's window.
the reason I stream,
And guess who they had in the trunk of the vehicle?
who's that?
A ranger.
Oh, reason I
They
stream.
had a fucking ranger in the trunk of the
Oh,
vehicle.
the I had a feeling like that there was.
did admit to brandishing.
Wait a second. I had a feeling that there was like a higher power that was telling me I was supposed to stream, and I was like, "That's a really strange feeling. That's kind of weird." But I'm like, whatever. Sure, I'll give it a try. And so I started streaming, and right around the time GTA RP or what's called, there was a server coming out for Onyx. I'm like, oh, it feels like kind of like happenstance. I'm like, sure, I'd like to try that out. And I did, and I loved it. It was great. And there's been a lot of ups and downs, and I've learned a whole lot about what it means, I feel like, to be a person. Okay. Sorry, one more time. I can wait. Yeah, alright. That's the basics of it. Alright, I'll tell after I'm done talking with Wolf. This is the Wolf likes to talk for a while, so this is probably gonna be an hour. So I'm thinking.
So, Matt put his gun away when they first shot at him. He put his gun away because he wasn't aware that they were even shooting at him. Then they drove behind the buildings on Grove Street, continued shooting at him. That's when he pulled his gun back out and tried to hide. Essentially, just went to cover.
Oh, okay. That's really
and
cool.
that's when the shootout took place, right?
Yeah.
So they never
Well, if you feel
informed
called to,
them,
absolutely.
you know, put your hands up, police, etc.
One of the things I always ask for.
Started blasting them without lights, without sirens, without anything.
Huh.
Yeah. Now,
Didn't have any
Trimmer-
reason whatsoever.
So what they are saying that the reason that they started shooting at them is because Matt brandished his gun. The thing is, from what Matt told me, So the car was essentially parked like this, right?
Yeah.
And he stood next to the car and he pulled his legally licensed firearm out in order to check the safety on it. And then
What was
put
it
it
saying?
away as soon as the cop.
I was saying that if you're feeling called to it, then you should definitely try it out. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of ups and downs regarding it. But if you keep at it, good things will come to you. That's one of the reasons why I have the channel name Life is Sacred. Is that I'm trying to prove that. I'll give everything that I am to prove that life is sacred. How? See. Well, I mean, I think you understand as well as that, like, him pulling out the gun in that scenario was not exactly.
It's not good. No.
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't look good. I'm not even going to argue that. I already told him that, you know, it is brandishing, and he was a dumbass
For
doing
affiliate?
that.
Affiliate
whether
was
he
like
wanted to
2
check
weeks, I think.
safety or not. But
Yeah.
what they wrote in their statements doesn't add up. Additionally, they added the statements from suspect under. So here's the deal. They requested the lawyer. The cops kept pressuring them, essentially in the cells, that there was no lawyer available. I came on duty. I noticed that there was another lawyer available, and then I took the call and went down there. In between when they got down to MRPD cells and to when
Thank you
I
for the follow. I
arrived,
appreciate you. Angle.
the two of them requested a bench trial, right?
Yeah.
So we went to the bench
If you're-
trial,
if
which
you're
never
reminding me, follow
happened
you, Tom.
because I requested a continuance because I'm not dealing with this on a bench trial. Fuck that. And in between, so before the bench trial, the statements from suspects under Miranda did not exist in this document. And just because I knew that they would modify their statements after we got a continuance, I took pictures of it.
Okay. That's.
Yeah. Now, I can understand they have the right to modify investigative reports, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
But
Not when it's
this
in
was
continuance.
supposed to go to bench trial.
Yeah.
Without the statements from suspects under Miranda. And in this statements from suspects under Miranda, they essentially wrote down, yeah, they basically admitted to everything. Additionally to that, when you do get Mirandized and you request a lawyer, you enter into something essentially called the post-Miranda cooldown. Non-official naming, essentially.
Okay.
Which means that the police is not allowed to question you. The only way your statements under Miranda can be admitted under Miranda is if they're voluntary. If you continue talking to them voluntarily, essentially by waiving your Miranda rights. In which case, they have to again inform you of your Miranda rights and ask you whether you want to waive your Miranda rights. So all of these statements from suspects under Miranda is going to be not admissible.
Okay.
Additionally to that, there just isn't sufficient evidence to even charge Trimmer. He's not identified directly in either of the officer's statements.
They didn't mention.
They are also lying about the witness statements So, witness statements, non-pertinent bar LEO testimony. There is a third defendant who was charged separately. He should be listed here. So that's straight up a lie. That's a Brady violation if they don't correct that. I mean, this entire thing is a mess. What are your thoughts on it?
So I see them mention Skull Mask like as the individual of interest, but they don't say anything about the other people.
Yeah. Yeah. The only one who does say something about other people is Pond, who identifies 2 ballers. So they don't mention anyone in a spandex mask, which was in possession of Trimmer.
Okay. What is a spandex mask? What was that exactly?
It's a fucking, women's stockings that are made out of spandex. Yeah, he pulled that shit over his head.
Yeah, that's not. It doesn't mention as well how they were caught, which I thought was
They
very
were
strange.
shot down.
It doesn't say
All
that.
3 of them. They were shot. Nor does it mention that they took them to hospital either.
Because it says, okay, it says that there was 3 troopers incapacitated and that there was 2 LEOs injured. And I thought they were injured because they had left the area, like in the vehicle. But did they get out?
No. So they drove down the street, started shooting at them. The 3 of them didn't notice that they were being shot at. Then the police officers got back into the car, drove behind the buildings on Grove Street. So the buildings between, this would be Grove and Carson. You know where Mega Mall is?
Yeah.
So that alley between them, right?
Okay.
The cops drove behind there and got out of the car and started to shoot at them again.
Okay.
There's no mention that they gave them orders to, surrender, that they said, police, we will shoot if you do not put your weapons down. There's literally nothing. They're literally alleging, yeah, we ran them over and they started blasting at us.
Yeah. Or Coster saying that he ran someone behind the vehicle, despite that one's very strange.
He ran him directly over.
Yeah.
He backed up and then ran straight into him.
Yeah, I noticed during a lot of the statement he was giving, he was justifying himself, which means that he's insecure about it.
Yes. They honestly, fucking Coster, his comment to the defendants during the bench hearing was, well, Your Honor, I just want to say to everyone who's accused of a crime, when you go to the cells, always insist on a bench trial. And even the judge was like, no, don't do that.
Wait, he was saying that? Coster?
Coster quite literally said that criminals should always request bench trials.
Why would he say that?
Because he knows that in most cases, if they're actually complicated cases, the lawyer is not going to be able to prepare. The judge quite literally left the room once I explained why there was even a bench trial called. He left the room to deliberate, came back and asked me, have you prepared enough to take on this trial? I was like, no, one of the witnesses is currently in jail, and I did not have enough time to go through the evidence that they provided or to just get my hand wrapped around everything that happened. And then the judge decided, yeah, this is going to continuance because one of the witnesses is quite literally in jail and unavailable.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Does discovery reopen for that period? I don't think it does. That's not usually how it works, unless the judge orders it.
well, there wasn't even a discovery, right? It was essentially a pretrial hearing, but that pretrial hearing wasn't even a pretrial hearing. It was literally just to invalidate the request for a bench trial.
Okay.
So I don't like it. This is unstandard, right? So there's no standard for this in regular laws. In this case, I would honestly say that discovery was never opened in the first place.
How do you prove someone coerced a guilty plea? You have witnesses.
But
And you have the
I
person
will
themselves there.
definitely be asking them why there is no. Once discovery is
It
closed,
can be hard.
I am going to.
But you just need to. You don't need to prove it. You just need to have it more
I'm
likely
gonna
than
make a
not.
Brady motion. For them, essentially failing to.
If someone didn't have a
disclose
lawyer, then it's
a witness,
probably pretty likely that, or more likely, I should say, that a guilty
and
plea
for
was
the
coerced.
fact that Trimmer's GSR was negative, but they are trying to sneak through that it was positive despite only making a copy of Matt Thermal's GSR.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of issues with this. You're right.
There's also no identification to who the fingerprints belong to. I mean, OYX does not mean shit to me or to the judge.
I know from working as an ADA that they can look up that information to see who comes back to.
Sure, but that's not in discovery.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't have that information.
So I don't know why they listed it like that.
That's another Brady violation. It could be exculpatory evidence. I mean, this entire report is just a list of Brady violations.
Right. It's to the
Let's
guilt
not even mention that
or innocence,
so
right?
yeah, go on.
Or it's Brady violations are not just the innocence; it's to the guilt or innocence of the person, correct?
Yeah, they're for the both. So if the judge even thinks that there is a possibility that someone farted in the other room, which could have affected the DA's outcome of deciding to try and hide willingly or unwillingly some evidence that could result in a guilty or an innocent or not guilty conviction, it's a Brady violation. Brady's are extremely, extremely sensitive. Additionally to that, if you look at which one was it? Was it suspect's pockets, I think, or something like that?
Enlarged. Why do they have
It
it so
might have
small?
gotten removed. I have a picture of it. I downloaded all of their photographed evidence as well. There's also no evidence from the scene of the crime, so the casings are irrelevant. There's no evidence that those casings were on the scene of the crime.
They don't have even a picture of it, really?
So there is forensic evidence marker 1 times 45 casing with fingerprints, 1 times 45 casing with fingerprints.
They don't actually.
Etc.
Fuck.
etc. Marker 2, marker 3, marker 16. But there is no pictures of where this evidence was found. None that was provided. So, as far as I'm concerned, if they don't correct it in discovery, I'm just gonna be, those
No, wait, Nick
those
Valentino,
were
no, no,
obviously shot in police custody on a firing range to test the ballistics. There's no pictures.
Enhance. Oh yeah, I
otherwise.
can show you guys. Doesn't really show too much, but which pocket one were you talking about?
What did you say?
Which pocket one were you talking about? Which suspect pocket?
There was a picture of suspects' pockets, that actually showed one of the officer's pockets with the suspect's possession in it.
I guess this one.
It might have been removed already.
This
I gotta check it. I have pictures saved somewhere.
It's very big. Maybe smaller.
Oh yeah. Additionally, they warrantlessly raided multiple cars and multiple properties.
All right, so this that their radio
on
channel.
Grove Street as before they
Other
even
than
had
that,
them in
though-
cuffs, despite none of them ever coming into or going out of a vehicle or a building.
Wait, I'm looking at the one and they don't. Why didn't they? They didn't show the person's. It doesn't show that they have a gun on their person.
It doesn't show a lot of things.
I'm assuming that they took it off them, but they probably should have.
Taking pictures in their
Yeah.
possession,
Yeah.
yes. Like there is a gun on trimmer, but you cannot see the serial of that gun in the picture. This is just sloppy work, if I'm gonna be honest. There's a picture of
You can tell what they're-
Matt Thermal's
They were really looking for the radio channel because.
right, which has a
yeah.
combat pistol and a hunting rifle. But again, you cannot see the actual serial numbers from those
Why is there
in the
three?
pictures. You can only find the serial numbers. Do they even list them? No, they don't even list the serial numbers anywhere.
How are they trying to use this as? Oh, because fingerprints. But if the shouldn't the casing also come back to a gun though?
It should. But they haven't established the serial of the gun, right? In the evidence. They haven't established
The nice one.
that the gun was found in this person's property and that the serial number matches the gun in that person's
What is
property,
this?
right?
Yeah.
And there is no pictures of where the actual bullet casings were picked up from.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're supposed to get screenshots of everything, because how else can he know? Yeah, they're missing a lot. Why didn't they? They documented this horribly.
They have.
Oh, and maybe it was just like there are so many troopers that are like, oh, someone else will get that. Nobody got that.
It was allegedly written by Coster.
Hmm.
I mean, what the fuck?
They don't show the GSRK result either.
I honestly
not-
don't know what to say to this.
Yeah, let me see. Did they show? Cam injector and screw. That's money right there.
Like, the more I look at it, the worse it gets.
Oh, whoops. It's fine. I don't think I showed anything crazy. Just the stream is up.
Oh. Honestly, Coster is gonna perjure himself on the stand if he goes. So he's stating that the individual in the skull mask was stood in front of the vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Then he says that he attempted to withdraw, so he backed up, right?
He VDM'd that guy.
Striking one of the individuals with his vehicle. Boom. But Pond
That's why he's justifying it,
says,
because he VDM'd somebody. Pond says otherwise. Pond says...
Yeah, Pond says that he ran him
Right
over.
into him.
So how did he back up his vehicle and manage to hit him with the car if he was standing in front of him?
Yep.
He also says that they immediately started shooting at him as soon as he ran him over. All three of them. But Pond
One of
says
the
that
individuals.
Costner had enough time to say you shouldn't do that. And that then they started shooting.
Oh, maybe he's using the word withdrawal kind of like a little bit maliciously, where he's trying to say, I was trying to leave the situation, but he says the word withdraw as if he backed up.
That's
Yeah.
not gonna fly in court.
Yeah.
Withdrawing usually does not involve
Getting-
running someone over with a
Yep,
vehicle.
I agree. But I think that's why he put it like that, is he tried to make it seem like he had backed up, well, that was not the case.
I love the fact that that he tries to use essentially legalese wording in order to get case law implemented. Well, not implemented, case law admissible. So fear of imminent harm.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think that's the...
sure, we can't contest that, you know, they had reason to kill them in order to, you know, try to kill them in order to...
I don't think that's the
prevent
issue. The
them
issue is
from
that
harming
it's a rule break.
themselves or others.
This is a hard one, because
But
it's a rule break, but technically it would be
you're
legal if he was
still
defending himself.
driving down the road, shooting at them, getting back in the car without being shot at.
But that's why he's defending himself
driving
like this, because
behind
it's a rule break.
buildings and then starting to shoot at them again is mental.
I agree. The fact that he doesn't mention any of it feels
Additionally,
very strange.
having a fucking ranger in the trunk of your vehicle.
To be clear, the rule break is that you can't run somebody over with your vehicle.
Isn't that a crime?
The only time you can ever do that is if... what was that?
Isn't that a crime?
Yeah,
That
what-
is a crime. That is VC, endangering a passenger.
Well, police have the amazing superpower of qualified immunity.
No. He knows that that is a crime. So qualified immunity does not apply.
You think, what was the crime exactly? That the...
Endangering a passenger
Yeah, like-
permits a passenger to travel inside the trunk or storage space or in an otherwise unsafe manner of their vehicle.
Oh, well, that's right. You said the ranger was traveling inside the truck.
He was in the trunk.
Huh.
So Costner essentially was endangering his own passenger and
Knowingly
then
committing a
decided
crime.
to initiate a gunfight while there was another officer in the trunk of his car.
They have a duty to report, so he would be very knowingly committing crime. Okay.
Oh no, he doesn't state that that Jimmy Bones was actually in the trunk. This was told to me after I talked to the three of them by Nick, I believe. That the guy was in the goddamn trunk of the vehicle.
Give me 1 second. Got a text from Hugo. So,
Yeah, they're intentionally leaving out information.
I'm talking.
Which is, I mean, they're free to write in their report whatever they want, but it is kind of misconstruction of fact. Bond also says that it was mostly black clothing. Honestly, Bond is probably, if this goes to trial, they
You see
don't
the
drop
fight?
all of it. Bond is probably gonna be the one to actually grill. Because apparently these two were in a shootout with Ballas like 30 minutes before that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Further up the street. So they were probably still jumping.
Okay. Wait, you said they were 30 meters up the street?
No, so 30 minutes before this all happened, Costner and Pond were apparently in a shootout with Ballas up the street.
Okay.
Somewhere on, what is it? Forum Drive, I think. Forum Drive, Carson Avenue, somewhere around there.
Let me check the medical report.
Also, they are admitting to, I mean, illegal barking, technically.
Just showing 3 gunshot wounds. Injuries to kidney, low vitals. That's about it. To
I have
Connor
a feeling that they initiated this.
That is Wolf, yep.
In order to get reason to break into the properties and search them. Because they went down to the turnabout on Grove Street, all the way down where the Ballas have their fucking whatever the fuck it is. And they went into those houses.
Why? It looks, just looking based off this, there's nothing illegal in their possession.
No, so these guys were completely unrelated to that.
Okay.
But the cops decided to just, before they were even in cuffs completely, the cops started breaking into those houses and into the vehicles parked on the street next to those houses. They were, in my opinion, they were fishing for a reason to actually search the place.
There you go. It does say Ranger Jimmy Boone's were attended, yeah. Jimmy Boone's situation on Grove Street. Wait, I just realized as well, Jimmy is a ranger.
Yep.
Why was he riding with the troopers?
I don't know. Why was he in the trunk of the goddamn car in the first place? Regardless of it being a ranger. I mean,
I know Coster's been doing some pretty crazy stuff.
I don't know. There is so many questions in this case that it is amazing to me.
What does TFC stand for?
What?
TFC Adele de Pont. Assuming it's a rank, but I'm not sure what this stands for.
No fucking idea. TFC. Trooper First Class?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Also, how do you pull a firearm in a threatening manner? Is he trying to say that he pointed it at him?
It doesn't mention who was brought into custody. Why?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't even mention the third person. You'll notice that.
Or the person who had been the peeping Tom? Why aren't they mentioned as well?
Title is Matt Thermal, Trimmer T, and Nick Valentino, right?
Yeah.
But you'll notice that Nick Valentino is not present anywhere in the report.
What about the person
Also,
who had been
there is no peeping Tom.
Yeah, that I feel like that's a very pertinent witness, yet it says non-pertinent bar Leo testimony for witness statements.
Yeah. Of which Nick Valentino would be one, since he was charged separately. fucking mess, man. Like, this is gonna be... This could possibly be a precedent trial. Something that could get a precedent set. Not really sure what the precedent would be. Police acting like dumbasses don't have legal protections, maybe.
There's no evidence of the GSR kit either.
What?
There's no evidence of the GSR kit.
Yeah, that as well. I mean, the entire fucking report is a joke, let's be honest. If you were the chief of police and one of your officers wrote this report and showed it to you, you'd fucking fire their asses. Unless they were a rookie.
I've seen much worse reports, honestly. That's really.
I have as well, trust me. I have a report from Wrangler that states that Connie killed someone and a witness identified her as killing someone, but that witness is not mentioned by name. Connie was like 15 meters away from Wrangler while he was questioning this witness on the location. There is no bullet casings, no other evidence, literally nothing. So yeah, I'm fully aware.
I just realized they're charging attempted murder rather than aggravated battery just based on whether or not the person was heavily injured.
They just wanna up the fine.
Yeah.
It's literally all that it is. And Wrangler has been doing his
But
own
what I mean by that,
fucking bullshit of
Pond was in the car with Coster.
putting someone,
Yet it says
starting to
right
put
here,
someone in cuffs, then pushing them away, and claiming they're
aggravated
resisting.
battery against due to 2 LOs being shot and fired upon by the suspect and associate. Chief Coster and Ranger. Yeah, this guy was in the trunk.
So it's
this guy was driving.
Yeah.
Pond got attempted murder because she was shot down. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with this.
There's also only one medical report for only one trooper.
Well, it's not perjury unless you say it on the stand. But if he is going to do that. He says he withdrew. He attempted to withdraw by going directly and running nowhere. I don't think that's how you withdraw.
Yeah.
And they weren't holding him up as far as I understand it. The one guy was holding his gun, but he wasn't aiming it. So he was definitely threatening them, but he wasn't holding him up at that point in time. He was actually telling them to leave. Okay. Alright, well this seems like a pretty... a pretty easy
Stupid
case to go off of then, yeah.
It seems like a pretty stupid fucking case. My only concern is this is an investigation report. It's not an actual criminal record. And I have not seen their criminal records yet. But they're probably going to look worse than this.
I could see that being a concern, but just the fact that they changed it afterwards, though, is already...
Oh yeah, I mean, I will get those Miranda statements thrown out.
Link to rest. What, no cancel? Okay. Yep. Seems like a pretty open and shut case, though. Well, not open and shut exactly, but it seems like there's a lot of procedural errors by the...
Right, because, I mean, let's be honest. They definitely asked them questions after they Mirandized them, and after they requested a lawyer. Anything after they request a lawyer is essentially, unless it's a voluntary statement, it is coercion.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, it's not whether you would agree with that.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean by that. It's like, that's the strict, yeah.
Oh, I mean...
All right. Well, when I say it's an easy case, it's easy to say that there was Brady violations and misconduct by officers. Like, it almost might be better to, like, not do that and then have Coster get up in the stand just for the chance that he's going to perjure himself. But that would be kind of malicious as well, so probably best not to do that. But yeah, looking based off the case, though, it doesn't look like.
All right, give me a second. I gotta take care of something in my head.
Fun, yeah.
Can
you say
can
that
I
again?
waive my right to counsel or whatever it is? Can you tell him to go away?
I fucking love
Please.
Liz.
I don't want more charges.
Thank you for the sub, Bunny. I appreciate you. $8 months now. It has been a while, hasn't it? You even got the ethereal paint now. Good to see you, Bunny. Well, I don't like necessarily being malicious. Like, well, if this was, I should say, but I've been trying to not do things that are, I do like being malicious, but I've been trying not to, or not malicious per se, but like crafty with this kind of stuff. Crafty is a better word. But I've been trying not to do things that are more, sneaky. Um. So the wipe was like a true wipe, and that everything that had happened previously is gone. I mean, even the people who had thrown grenades that they'd stolen out of evidence, the cops that had done that are now troopers again. So
I'm
it's
back.
a full wipe. It was intended to be like a clean sleep. There was only one person, I think. There was only like a couple people that I know were, one person actually, who I believe was like permanently barred from being an attorney, and that was Andrew Bird because it had been very recently. Yeah, memory sting. So I think memory sting was because
Alright,
they can't
so
like make it so everybody like
how are we gonna
forgets
handle
everything.
this?
What was that?
How are we gonna go handle this? Do you think it would be a good idea to motion for dismissal of the charges against Rimmer?
I would say, have you subpoenaed the arrest report?
I haven't. They have not responded for either of the three people. Well, first of all, the first thing I'm possibly gonna do is I'm
We're essentially saying we
torn
lost all
between
records,
doing a
so there's no way to.
misjoiner of Matrimol and Trimmer so
Okay.
that they are separated at trial. Or a motion to dismiss the charges against Trimmer because there is insufficient evidence to charge in the first place. But that's going to be dependent on the actual record.
This person was. Doesn't even show anything for this picture. Doesn't even show. I'm sure Wrangler will. But we've lost all records of him being officially charged, so I mean we may remember that, but for legal purposes, it doesn't exist. Everybody's been expunged, quotations. Now, I don't know about like hiring people on who would like throw grenades and stuff in the past. Yeah, that's kind of crazy to me. And it's not like
Because,
Ulf plans on
even
testifying on the
from-
stand, so
just from
perjury
reading
doesn't
all
super
of
matter.
this, for Trimmer, there is no evidence, right?
Yeah, I don't
And
see any evidence.
there is nothing alleging a crime. He's not identified anywhere, aside from being arrested. If they, I mean, if they just wrote that one of the shooters was wearing a spandex mask, then I'd be like, okay, that is alleging that there was a crime that he was involved in. But
The only thing I might be worried about is the statements from suspects under Miranda. I feel like it might be possible he said something voluntarily.
I doubt it, considering that they added it after the bench trial was dismissed.
Huh, okay, that is strange.
Give me a second.
And there's zero mention of Valentino. I don't see it in this period. So. Why is he even in here? Is a suspect? Did he shoot?
Who?
Valentino.
I have no fucking idea. They're alleging that he was one of the people that shot, but he's not in this incident report. And when I actually arrived, he was not there. He was already processed as a not guilty plea. So they're essentially charging him separately, but they already listed him in the title. I mean, this entire document can just be dismissed based on that. Because it's prejudicial joinder. Since he's listed in the title, nothing in this document, legally speaking, could be used against either Trimmer or Matt.
I just realized something as well. Oh. Why would they do that? Look at marker 1 and the serial number or serial letters. And then look at that for marker 2 and 3.
Marker 2, 45 casing with no fingerprints from SASP.
Oh, and
Marker
one
3.
casing. Sorry, I misread that. I thought they were saying that it came from a SASP weapon.
Yes. However, if it's a marker 2 and it is close enough to marker 2 to be photographed in the same picture, right?
Yeah.
Then that reasonably, just by reasonable deduction, that casing did not come from a weapon that was in possession of either of them. It's from an SASP weapon.
You think maybe that's why they didn't list who it came back to, just the fingerprints?
Possibly.
What does it mean,
plus
unknown
2
fingerprints?
blood samples coming back to 03Z. Give me a second.
Police are all have their DNA taken and their fingerprints whenever they're. You notice that it says no fingerprints? Unknown fingerprints. And then fingerprints. So why are they alleging?
Yeah, I don't think that the OYXY and XBBL casings are from either Matt or Nick.
Yeah, because do you notice how in marker 1 it says unknown fingerprints?
Yeah.
Wouldn't they have fingerprinted them whenever they took them into custody?
Yes.
So then...
Unless they decided not to. They also would have taken their blood samples, considering that all 3 of them were transported to Pillbox.
Yeah. Now, I really don't understand what the unknown fingerprints from SASP that they should be. They should be documenting that for troopers. They have to for evidence like this.
Yeah, How can this is amazing to me. So unknown fingerprints from SASP weapon. How can you have unknown fingerprints if you fingerprint all of your own employees?
And for those of you who don't know, when you become a lot of government jobs require you to give your
SASP, unknown
DNA
fingerprints from SASP, unknown fingerprints from SASP.
and fingerprints.
Yeah,
Of cops
does
one.
not make sense.
The fact that they're all 45 casings, I feel like a good argument could be made that maybe there was some confusion regarding those because they're all 45s.
Matt had a combat pistol. Combat pistols use 9mm Lugers.
Confiscated weaponry. Yeah, it doesn't see what serial they come back to. If they're stolen gun. Input their info. Well, more likely it's that officer input than indemnity.
None of those casings are from their guns. They both had some combat pistols. That's 9mm Luger. That's not 45.
Oh.
The person that had a 45.
I wasn't aware of whether
Is
like,
whoever
the caliber.
took the picture, whoever noted down Matt Thermal's radio frequency. They had a combat pistol. So
there is
these casings are from them.
There is confiscated weaponry.
There is confiscated weaponry, yes. But there's no casings from those weapons.
What does a combat pistol use? You said it uses
9mm.
Oh.
I know because I have one.
Yeah, I was not aware of that. Okay, that changes things a lot then. They had 0 casings.
There is plus a positive GSR test okay. Within the state, the positive GSR test does mean that you shot, right?
Yes.
But it could be argued that it does not. Because gunshot residue gets everywhere. And it's also possible that he shot at a gun range earlier in the day.
Well, considering that a hunting rifle, I would say that's probably the better argument.
Or that, yes.
I have tried making the argument in the past about GSR, about that getting like everywhere, like you said. And that wasn't taken too kindly.
Why not?
I don't know. I believe I was making the argument that a person can be GSR positive if they are shot because
No. A person can't be GSR positive if they were shot from a distance of, let's say, 3 meters. But
Okay.
a person can be GSR positive if they were shot from, like, arm's length.
Yeah, I was making the point of like if it was point blank.
It's also like if you're in the same car and someone shoots a gun, you will probably test GSR positive. Like, gunshot residue does get on everything very far. It can even be transmitted when you shake hands with someone or you touch, let's say here's a hypothetical. You fire a gun
Do you have his license? Oh, hey,
at a
Gary,
gun range,
appreciate you.
a bunch. You go
Good to
to
see you.
the underground and you grab one of the poles.
Do you have his
on
license
the
before this race?
underground, right?
Yeah.
You leave the underground,
I believe
someone
you
else
did,
comes
yeah.
to the underground, great. They grab the same pole in the same location. There is a high probability that they will test GSR positive. Because it's residue, right?
Yeah.
It's not some magic. It's actual particulates that get everywhere. Like, I own a firearm, and I know fully well that
Wouldn't it shoot
half
forward?
my fucking house is GSR fucking positive. You know,
Yeah.
in the state, You could argue it, but I mean, it's not even necessary. He got a hunting rifle. They both did.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And it sounds like they have legal hunting licenses as well. So.
Yeah. Even if they don't, they were never charged for illegal possession of weaponry.
Yep.
So, if they're found not guilty, they cannot be charged with it.
The client did it. Hmm.
Shit, even if they're found guilty, they cannot be charged with it.
I know that just GSR gets everywhere. Really, it does get everywhere very much so. Yeah, I was gonna say Better Call Saul. I don't remember an episode like that. The cops would probably be like GSR positive like 100% of the time.
Yeah. Those 45 casings really.
Yeah, I did not realize that. But oh, okay.
Wait, are we permitted to use the gun range in the city?
Are we allowed to use it in the gun range?
Yeah.
Are
the cops still not happy about that?
I don't think I've ever heard of an issue happening there regarding that.
Let's just be safe. And
Yeah, just be safe, probably. But that's true. Not large quantities, but I don't think GSR can test for large quantities. GSR kits give a lot of false positives for reasons like that, as far as I understand it.
Okay, Finch is not answering.
Oh, whoops, let me write stuff down. To-do list. That's not my job anymore. That is my job. That one. We're not doing that one. I don't have authority for that one. Could still do that one, but
Nika is not answering either. God damn it.
oh, these are regular complaints. Huh.
And neither is Tommy. Alright, well, I'm gonna go shoot at the gun range. Hope they're not gonna have a problem with that.
Probably legal. I don't see an issue with it. I mean, it's a gun range. I don't see why they would have an issue with that necessarily.
Wow. It's the PD.
Sure, it is the PD.
If they think that they can pad their budget, they will have an issue with it. Let's go test this out.
I have listed this rule about what's it called? He's a pacifist and he can't hurt people. Which that's one of the ways I give him a couple rules. Second rule is that he has to accept any reasonable request. I was considering him having be a cop if like after him getting fired from the defenders thing. I was like, hey, I was gonna have him ask Larry about that.
I mean, it's not closed.
I'm like, I'd be breaking his rule though. I'm not sure Liz is aware he has a rule though, so he would just think that he doesn't like hurting people. There are so many casings there.
Are the cops still the only ones who can actually pick up casings?
No, you can pick up casings.
Can you?
Yeah,
I
absolutely
don't
can.
see them. Here, you try. I cannot see them.
I think it's these ones right here. It's gonna be hard. Might need to. I think they're maybe getting mixed in with all the other casings here. Might need to do it a bit further back here. All right.
Yep. All right. Let me try.
Plant evidence. It is all. There they are. Oh, these things really go everywhere. Yeah, there's a whole bunch over here.
All right. Can you pick them up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't see them. What do they read as?
I mean, it looks like a 9mm case to me.
Right. So none of them.
I can't tell too well though. So.
Yeah, hand them over.
Let me see. Why does it say plant there? Then is that?
Yeah, that is definitely a 9mm casing.
And plant fake
I
casings.
mean, okay, so
huh?
None of the casings that they have in their report are from the guns that were in Trimmer's or Matt's possession.
Doesn't show what they had in their possession, does it?
It does. Combat pistols. They both had combat pistols, which use 9mm ammo.
Huh.
Yeah. I just fired a combat pistol. So the cops essentially took evidence of their own rounds.
Put fingerprints on them? Okay. Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're supposed to do that, but that's what it looks like.
Also, can you pick up the rest of the casing so I can throw them in the sea? Because someone might fucking
There's so many.
I still don't understand why I can't see them.
This is very tiny. You just not have good eyesight. So,
might be like I see them on the floor, but I think I just have fucking fat fingers. I can't pick them up. I don't know. That's weird.
There's so many. Things really do go everywhere.
Oh, by the way, I just noticed the gun range actually does work. Surprisingly enough.
Okay. I can't pick this up. Alright. See any over here? No, they seem to all go to the right. That's kind of strange.
Well, it's not really.
Oh, I guess this is the pistol. They eject to the right?
Yep.
Wasn't aware of that.
All of them do, except the old Luger styles. I think the Lugers eject to the middle. So it can either go left or right, and the I need to buy more ammo because I spent all of it. And Desert Eagle has a left-handed and right-handed version.
Placing
yeah, what
over.
the officer had was
Okay. Let me give him the flashlight.
Alright, let's do this one as well. Come on. What they had was the heavy pistol.
I do like it. It's very cool compared to like
45
Onyx, which would just have like a big markers. You actually have to like pick them up. That's very cool. Very realistic.
Alright, that should read as a 45 casing. Oh, there's my fat fingers. Figured it out. Yep, those read as 45s.
I can't tell too well based on the case. It kind of just looks like the 9mm to me. So.
It's a 45. Been around firearms for my entire life. I can recognize them.
Okay. You would think police would as well, right? But maybe you can make that argument.
Apparently not. Apparently, maybe the officer was just, very hard of sight.
Oh yeah, Onyx MDT is just better.
That's interesting.
It's just better,
to say the least.
But the evidence system though for Purple is much better. I've heard Amsterdam has been working on fixing up making an update for the MDT for.
All right, so they have nothing.
You can go into like VR with the Onyx MDT, and you can like create scenes to set up to be able to show to people who like go into the VR thing. It's really cool, but I'm sure it takes forever though to actually do it. But for like the big murder case, I remember they did it, and I'm like, oh my, this is super cool. And apparently they were using it to the troopers were using it to do like Call of Duty warfare versus each other. And I'm like, okay, well. Who was it? There was a private investigator. Detectives or PIs? I guess
So,
detectives. Well, detectives would
motion
probably
to
be some better.
dismiss. No evidence. Unless they suddenly come up with some.
Unless they find some, right? That's.
Find some, right. Well, if they do find some, they better find it really fucking quickly. And in the appropriate location.
I wonder if they even. Do you think they even bothered fingerprinting and blood sampling the people?
So. I really don't think so. I think they completely fucked up the entire case.
Oh, that is cool, actually. Yeah, that would be a cool thing. I know cops they like to do the thing where they just talk about what just happened to all of the troopers.
I've seen.
Oh wow, did you see us like shooting at that guy? Yeah, I saw you shooting at that guy.
2 reports, right? So 3 cases essentially.
Okay.
And from all of the documentation that the cops have written, they have all been
Was there a chase?
absolutely horrendous.
They didn't say anything about chase. And it doesn't have any pictures of where the shots or where the stuff was taken, so there's that as well. It shows evidence markers, but it doesn't show the pictures of the evidence markers. The evidence markers are really cool too. You can place them down and like show like it's super realistic. They went for realism and then did it really cool.
Like here, this is the Gus report. In the header,
What do actual cops use? Do they
named
have
the
something like
wrong
this?
suspect and entered the guilty plea for that wrong suspect.
I'm assuming cops have something like an MDT.
In the Connie case,
I don't think they were ever in a car.
we stop. I'll read it to you. What absolute buffoonery Wrangler wrote. This is the entirety of the report. Randy Wrangler heard gunshots at a farm in Grapeseed. He arrived on scene and witnessed a woman fleeing on a bike. Another man was there along with a dead local. The man claims to have witnessed the woman shooting the local and then fleeing. Wrangler collected the blood on the scene and it came back to Connie Lingus. Wrangle found Connie Lingus and questioned her about the scene. She claims to not have even had a gun at the time, but Wrangler caught her in a lie, and then she did admit to having a gun. Wrangler, through evidence and questioning, found enough PC to arrest her. He tried to cuff the old poor woman, but she resisted him. There is no attached evidence. That is the entirety of the report.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't articulate what the probable cause was there. They just say evidence during questioning, but they don't. Was she Mirandized?
Doesn't say it, so I'm gonna assume no. Even though I know she was, but I'm gonna assume no. He also refused her a lawyer. 6 other EMS staff witnessed it. This witness that apparently said that Connie shot the local is not identified. He's identified as the man. Like, huh?
Was she GSR positive?
No test. He doesn't even mention the fact that
Why
he
wouldn't he just use
arrested
our
her
tester?
the next day at Pillbox.
What?
Yeah. Like, this is the laziest
I know,
fucking report I have read
one
in
of
my
the
life, and
lawyers
I've read some lazy fucking
that wasn't listed
reports,
from
man.
apparently she had been murdered, and she like put down scenes and whatnot, but nobody's been aware of that yet because apparently the people who killed her made efforts to like hide the body and whatnot.
Also, so listen to this. He arrived on scene and witnessed a woman fleeing on a bike. Do you know what the bike was? A mobility scooter.
Huh.
Motherfucker Wrangler is claiming that she managed to evade him on a mobility scooter. Despite the fact that he pulled up to the other person, apparently, and talked to her while she was evading on a mobility scooter.
Wait, you think?
There's
thought-
no casings, there's nothing.
I don't remember hearing anything about evading. I thought it was just
No. She fled. He arrived on scene and witnessed a woman fleeing on a bike. That bike was a mobility scooter. She doesn't own a motorcycle or a bicycle.
I think he means fleeing the scene, not necessarily fleeing him.
Well, regardless, I mean, from what she told me, she was about 50 meters away from him when he finished talking to the guy, turned off his lights, and left in the opposite direction.
Oh.
It's
yeah.
There is no GSR test. There is no evidence. There is no bullet casings. He's saying that she had a gun on her, right?
Yep.
Which is true. She had a hunting rifle. But guess which gun he confiscated off of her the next day and claimed that that was the gun used in the crime? A combat pistol that she bought the day she was arrested.
Does the time frame match up? When did she buy it? Was it after that?
It was bought after the time of the alleged crime.
Subpoena that, and that's you're the key, CC. They have the they track all that.
I don't even have to. There is literally nothing in the report. He's saying he collected blood on the scene, but this blood, I mean, where is it? Collected blood on the scene.
I'm
Okay,
glad,
where is the blood mark?
I'm glad I spent time as an 88 because
Where
now
is
I
the
actually have
picture
like
of the blood
an
on the
understanding of like what kind of information police can see and whatnot.
It's just lazy report writing for the sake of not having to write.
I agree on
Because
that.
I can bet you that they're doing the same shit as previously, where they are promoting officers based on the amount of fines that they bring in.
So I think the police might be in the red. Surprisingly,
what?
I learned about this. Well, I guess I can't check anymore, but can I check? I'm checking. No, I have to actually go back. But Saba has been the organization that's been the most in green compared to any other government organization.
Wait, in what?
Saba has been the organization that's been the most in green. Like we have the most amount of money compared to every other government organization.
Well, that's not surprising.
But we don't make money.
Yeah, because we don't get sued, motherfucker.
That's true,
We
but
don't-
I don't think that's not the reason. It's because everyone's taking out so much from their budget.
Yeah, and doing fucking nothing.
Yep.
But it's also because we don't get fucking sued. They all claim that I would not be surprised that they went back to the old
It was
system
500K for everybody,
of
right?
promoting officers based on the amount of fines that they bring in, right?
Yeah.
Which, from what I remember, from what Winters told me back when, is that they only counted the amount of fines that they brought in, but not the amount of money that was lost due to that officer essentially being sued. So in essence, Wrangler could go and arrest someone and charge them for 150 times terrorism, bring a shitload of money in, get sued for it, lose all of that money, and get a promotion. That's the system that's the way the system works.
Oh, well, okay. I can somewhat understand that.
Or at least did work.
I didn't consider that.
There is no incentive for actual quality of work. It's
I'm not sure how much everything costs for them.
the amount of people that you can arrest on bullshit charges, regardless of whether or not those charges actually hold up.
Yep, sounds like another Wrangler case, of course, right?
I mean, it's always fucking Wrangler cases. As soon as I mentioned in fucking Enigma had a mental breakdown.
Oh, is that what happened? That's funny. How much are cars? PD cars? I would think like they're like what?
The Gus Burgundy
20K?
case is funny as fuck.
At most?
Apparently what the officers are claiming is that Gus and a bunch of other people stole a postal truck.
I would think more like
a
10K.
Go postal truck, and went on a slow chase through the city while standing on top of it. And that apparently he admitted to having stolen the vehicle for the purpose of returning the turtle back to the ocean.
Was the
How
turtle
the fuck
safe?
do you? How the fuck do you write that with a straight face?
It's a good question.
Let's not even mention that the police officer said that the reason he admitted to having stolen the vehicle is because he used the royal "we" when he said that we found it. Which, what? The fuck is the royal "we", man? That's not a that's not a legal term. God help me.
Sounds like a lot.
I've only got 3 cases, and I already don't want more.
That reminds me, I have a case that I was supposed to be. I have 2 cases actually. I was supposed to be helping Blake with a case, but he hasn't gone back to me about that. And then I was supposed to be helping Sabami with a case, which I've been forgetting to do. It's my bad. Alright.
Oh boy.
I'm not forgetting. I've just been.
What were the cases?
With Subame, that was the one I talked to you about. The one where the lamppost. And the Blake one was that was a funny one. Apparently they had went to get out a boat. These 4 saints, and when the valet was taken out of their boat for them, I guess there was some sort of like crash or something like that, and so the boat exploded, and they all got caught up in that. And I believe it was Wrangler came down there and decided that they were guilty of. I forget what it was they guilty of. Guilty of something for having the boat exploded on them. Oh no, that's not what it was. They what's it called? He had PC to search them. Whenever they were and that was and so they found a hunting rifle which he did not have the right to have on him.
How the fuck? No.
And that went to bench, and it was found like you said, to not have PC for the arrest. And
Sorry.
so
Yellow. Yeah, what's up?
let me see. I need to copy this though. Just got in here. Why isn't?
Okay. Give me your first. Your first and last name.
When did this happen on? Has it been 14? It hasn't been 14 days. Okay. What's the name?
All right. So MCDOUGGEN. Oh, so without. Okay. All right, Ralph. I'll send you a message, and when I find out, I'll give you a call back. All right. No, probably not. But look, if you got a warrant, regardless of what it is for, my recommendation is usually to turn yourself in, even if you are undoubtedly guilty, because you'll probably get a lesser sentence for it, right? If you get caught with a warrant, then, you know, it's no hold bars. They might just decide to fuck you in the ass. What do you think you might have a warrant for?
City of.
Well, I mean, for
Los
kidnapping?
Santos. There we go.
Okay.
Alright, that looks right.
Okay, quick question. Sorry for interrupting you. Did the officers try to arrest you when you threatened to kill them? So you definitely have a warrant. If they've recognized you, you definitely have a warrant.
My task.
If it's either it's either a bolo or it's a warrant, but I would say that it's probably a warrant. Okay, so what happened afterwards? Okay, and did he recognize you? So yeah, you probably have a warrant for criminal threats and assault. Let me find a police
I'll put my
officer and
DOJ
I'll
badge
ask. If you do have a warrant,
Former
are
Sabra
you
leader.
willing to turn yourself in?
I made the badge number 001.
Well, it's probably going to be for assault and criminal threats. I don't think that it's going to be for hostage taking or kidnapping. Alright, let me find that out and I'll get back to you. Alright?
See, I can meet.
Fucking hell, why do I always get the weirdest calls?
When people just asking, do we have a warrant? I feel like the answer to that question is almost always no, but I guess in this case.
From experience, if they have to ask if they have a warrant, they probably have a warrant.
Usually it's like I got away with a mask on and they have no way to identify me, but do I have a warrant?
No. He was without a mask, without anything, in MRPD, in front of police officers, threatening to murder a guy. Then he ran away. And then he kidnapped him, beat the living shit out of him, without a mask or anything on, and dropped the guy off in front of the tow yard. So he probably has a warrant. God damn it, we don't have a non-emergency line, right?
It's not a crime to misuse 911.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Not anymore, I guess. Okay.
For sure.
If they answer.
Yep, no crime.
Which they probably will not. Alright, well this is a problem for later then. What were you saying before we got rudely interrupted?
Oh yeah, I've been forgetting to do her case, or I had about it, we had talked about it, the governor's office being the one responsible.
Wait, how the fuck did the governor's office get involved?
Because you said they were responsible for city infrastructure.
Ah, yeah. Okay, so what happened to that?
The case had been what's called temporarily dismissed for that reason. And they said it could be refiled within 30 days and 7 days to do one. Let me see.
Wait, it got dismissed because you tried to sue the governor's office?
No, because I tried to sue the state.
Okay, yeah, the state executed its immunity then. That's fine. Do we have a Department for Public Safety?
Not that I'm aware of.
In that case, yeah, the governor's office would be the one responsible.
They were saying I should subpoena the information for that. Or at least
yeah, maybe.
Theodore was.
We don't really have a FOIA anymore, so which is something we have to sort out. Honestly, we should sue the fucking state for not having a FOIA. But we need grounds for it. Probably talk to one of the news agencies.
Should the plaintiff wish to request a stay of proceedings to conduct discovery, a motion for such a stay must be filed within 7 days. The latest order outlining the specific discovery intended and the time frame required. But then they also say that plaintiff may file her complaint within 30 days from the date of this order upon proper identification and service of a named defendant.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Where is that?
It's in the civil docket at the very bottom. Tusk v. Sams. Because I don't know why, but the court clerk decided to put versus San Andreas Medical Services for no reason whatsoever. He just randomly put that.
Yeah, that's incorrect. Let me take a look.
There is no governor's office, but that's what I want to make the argument that because there's no governor's office, that's why there was light posts and whatnot decaying, or what's called not being upkept because of the fact there was no governor. And suing the governor's office.
Okay, well, I mean, Theodore is wrong. And so is Falcone on dismissing it. That's not a... The state is a valid target for lawsuits. That's non-negotiable. You can always sue the state.
Yeah,
The state
that's what I
can,
thought.
However, yeah, the state can use its immunity though essentially to say that they do not consent to being sued. So your lawsuit gets dismissed based on that, but it would not get dismissed based on that government entity not existing, because the state is the government. It does exist.
Yeah, and that's what I thought, but okay, all right. So I wasn't crazy. Okay, I was starting to like question myself.
You're definitely not crazy. Falcone is new, right? He's a freshie judge, right?
Yes.
Yes, so I'm guessing he does not understand that the state could be a party to a lawsuit, because that's for instance, that's how you get state versus XYZ or XYZ versus state, right?
Yeah. I think it's really just because of the fact that the court clerk named it Tuss v. Sims. That's the only reason why this case.
Yeah, I mean, at most, they could motion to dismiss for a misjoinder, right? Or for failure to identify a party against which relief can be sought, because it would not necessarily be the purview of the state for local infrastructure. But claiming that the state cannot be sued, nah, that's not good.
Okay, so that suit looks fine and all. Like I was like I got proper evidence for everything.
I mean, so you could always, so
I didn't see your medical fees listed on it, so I wasn't sure how much to ask for compensatory.
do a motion to state proceedings. You can always motion for an amendment to the lawsuit.
But if the motion to dismiss was granted, then isn't this case, for all intents and purposes, closed?
Yeah, I don't know why he... So here's the thing. He kind of goes against himself in his own writing, right?
Yeah.
He says that he is willing to entertain a motion to stay the proceedings for a limited period. But then what he describes in the next part is not a motion to stay the proceedings. What he actually describes is that the court is willing to toll the statute of limitations, which is a completely separate thing.
Oh, okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I mean,
It's still within the statute.
He essentially granted you the right to toll the statute of limitations for 30 days. Which means that you can refile within 30 days, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought that meant. But then the state proceedings, I was so confused about that one.
However, you could... So he gets really, really, really confused. Because in point 2, he states that
hopefully I'm not leaking too much.
will allow a request state of proceedings to conduct discovery. But he's already made a motion to dismiss without prejudice. So you responding to this with a motion for a stay is invalid. You cannot have a motion that dismisses the lawsuit and then a motion after that that stays the proceedings, right? Once a lawsuit is dismissed without prejudice or with prejudice, that's it. That's the end of the talk. So someone needs to explain to Falcone how this works.
Yeah, I thought that was the case as well, but I was very confused regarding it. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll just refile it.
Yeah, just refile it and maybe talk to Emma about explaining to Falcone how motions to dismiss work.
I didn't understand that though. You
And
were
what tolling the statute of limitations actually means. Plus, I don't think that he has the authority to actually toll the statute of limitations. Because
upon,
he's just a magistrate judge.
I believe it's upon request you can have the statute extended, but we hadn't requested as
Yes,
such.
but you have not made a request.
Yeah.
And judiciary cannot make proffers. It's not within their legal authority to do so. How long ago was this?
This was on the 4th? This was on the 3rd.
So 5 days ago, essentially.
I got all. It says motion to dismiss is granted, and then he also says if you want to file a motion.
So the correct procedure here, technically speaking, which we don't have, would be to make a petition to the Department of Justice to permit the tolling of the statute of limitations and the extent of 30 days. But we don't have petitions, right?
Yeah.
Which we really should. Because let's say you want to take out a trespassing order, or let's say you want to take out a stay away order, or like a distance
To identify defendant.
Those aren't civil or criminal
For infrastructure
cases.
information.
Those
That's
are
the part he was
petitions.
didn't like.
They're
Infrastructure
completely
information.
different from civil or criminal, unless you are being prosecuted for violating them or for trespassing on, or for trespassing. So for violating it.
I don't think he doesn't consider as well that I could have requested information about who was responsible, what department, during discovery. So I don't understand why that was.
Well, that's because he doesn't understand that you can amend a lawsuit, right?
You can add defendants.
So, not just that, you can remove them. You can completely change it. There's been lots and lots of lawsuits where one party was named in the lawsuit, and then once the correct party was identified, there was an amendment to remove a party from the lawsuit and to add a different party to the lawsuit, right? So technically, what some companies do, which is highly unrecommended, is they sue their own subsidiary in order to capture the statute of limitations, right?
Yeah.
And then they petition the DOJ to amend the lawsuit to remove their subsidiary and to add the actual defendant.
That is
technically, this is a legal loophole. It's a very gray area, right?
Yep.
It's kind of like, 50-50 whether a judge will allow it, depending on the circumstances, depending on, the area you try to do it in. It's very much against the spirit of the law, though.
Well, I mean, couldn't you make the argument that like you weren't part of discovery for however long period, if you were just like amended to it, that kind of thing, and like you?
No, there's other arguments to be made. There's the argument that you are being essentially that you are being unnecessarily told for the extend outside of your control. What that means is that the statute of limitations, via the spirit of the law, expires based on a specific party, not based on a global idea. So just because they amended you into the lawsuit does not mean that they preserved the actual breach of statute of limitations. It just means that they preserved it against that specific party.
It's funny to me, everyone started copying what I did here. I always want to start this motion stuff with
So they're technically still outside of the statute of limitations
I believe
for
it.
you, but they're not
because I started
outside
full
of the
docket.
statute of limitations against
I've loved
the other
exclusive docket.
party. It
Okay.
gets very weird.
I have probably a lot more docket experience than most other lawyers do here in the city. So,
Well, yeah.
Falcone though should as well. He's been a lawyer for longer than I have. So I don't understand.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Just because you're a lawyer in the city doesn't mean that you understand the proper procedure, right?
Yeah.
This is why even before I was always saying we need federal rules of criminal procedure,
Oh, I
civil
remember
procedure, and of evidence.
It was when he introduced surprise evidence in the
Because
case
those
Falcone.
things
I
describe
think he got really pissed and
the actual procedure. You can't really. You can be a
He actually did introduce surprise
judge
evidence.
in the state without understanding them. But then you get things like this that don't really make that much sense when you actually read them from a legal standpoint.
Okay. Yeah, I was so confused. I'm
So
like, do I
you
make a
get-
motion on
you-
the here?
Yeah, so you get a motion to dismiss that is granted, but then he makes a proffer for a motion of stay, which is impossible essentially to do because the lawsuit has already been dismissed.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, your $500 is gone in the wind.
I could have raised the legal fees, I guess, to 7,500.
I'm gonna be honest. Whenever someone asks me about a civil lawsuit, I tell them that the minimum is going to be 5,000 or 25% of recovery, whichever is higher. Because I'm not gonna pursue cases for fucking $500, man.
Yeah, I never planned on it. That's why I was planning on asking for the 7K.
Yeah, but I mean, also, have you tried including legal costs in the recovery?
Yes,
Charge
and the relief.
defendant.
I didn't submit evidence of that, but I did ask for it. Yeah. I know I should submit evidence for that, but I haven't asked her for it yet.
Whatever civil case I get first, I'm going to try and get the actual legal costs out of the defendant.
For the legal fees?
Specifically if it's the state, not random people.
Hugo's inviting us to go to the PDO. Want to go down? Hugo is inviting us to go down to the PDO office.
Yeah, sure.
Where's my mic keep rolling?
But yeah, I mean, this is like, I understand that you can't expect everyone to have legal background and stuff, but this is why I do think that every judge should be required to read through those federal rules of procedure. Like, at least read through them. You don't have to memorize all of them, but at least give it some fucking attempt, right?
I don't think the judges have a lot of docket experience either.
They really don't.
Oh wait, let me close
But
this.
I mean, the docket is. They're not gonna enjoy me. I can tell you that right now. Because a fair amount of my legal experience is pre-trial, specifically, which means slews of fucking motions. So they're probably not gonna be happy about that. We might get motions hearings.
Motions I don't see. We just needed a way to be able to make motions in the first place, which is why they were difficult to do so before.
Someone's the lawyer line. You want to answer that?
Sure. Hello.
Hey, this is Trooper Eli Fargo. Are you available for PurpleRP?
Sure. Where at?
MRPD.
All right, I'll head down now.
Alright, thanks.
Yeah, see you then.
What's up?
So we're up at MRPD.
Hmm.
You wanna come?
Yeah, sure. Just tell Hugo that we won't come.
Yep, let him know. So.
I mean, you should probably tell him that we are heading down to MRPD, though.
Oh, that's true. Well, that's true for paralegals.
Is there any paralegals around?
There is just
around?
no, there's two actually.
The Fisher guy asked to shadow me, so give him a call. Tell him to get his ass down to MRPD.
Let me. You said Fisher did?
Yeah. What the fuck is this guy doing? These fucking locals have been crazy lately. Or is it just me?
They've always been crazy.
This motherfucker just ran the fucking bike bar up my car's ass.
Looks like.
Oh, I know why they're so crazy right now.
Oh,
It's
thank you.
30 minutes till big nap.
Hey, I'm headed down to MRPD now. If you want to come with me, so up.
That sounds wonderful. Excuse me, what was that, Mr. Bajek?
I'm headed down to a syrup now at MRPD. If you want to come down.
Yes, sir. I'll be on my way right now.
All right. See you then.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
All right, come on.
What's up with this lag? Holy. Never seen so much lag. There we go. Is it because the server's about to restart? That might be the reason why.
Hello. Howdy.
All right, I still have a bunch of casings on me.
Oh, did you put your gun back?
They're doing the wire dance over there. Checking their pockets to make sure they don't have any of the stuff.
No, that's in my
we
pockets. It's
Temporarily
fine.
held.
Just
Okay.
make me check it in.
They might make you.
Or they might just take it off me
Mhm.
for now. It's fine either way. Not bothered by it.
They just dump a bunch of casings in the PD. A ranker combo? What's a ranker
You
combo?
give the officer a call.
I was waiting for the paralegal to come.
Ah, okay.
Hey, the lawyers?
Hey.
Yes,
Yeah, we're just waiting for a paralegal to come as well.
Okay.
He should be here in a minute. Can you tell us what this is about, all the way?
Yeah, it's Grand Theft Auto, evading, reckless endangerment, and resisting.
Okay.
He was boosting cars, and now he's saying that because he's a mechanic, he needs the can injector, which I'm gonna take away because I was using crime.
Okay.
So I don't actually know too much about boosting. What is boosting exactly?
Boosting is when someone is tampering with the vehicle. They use ignition or like a screwdriver to go through the ignition.
So essentially the GTA, right?
Yeah. They're stealing a car, which they are later gonna scrap pieces. Got multiple investigations about that.
Is it different than just like normal theft of a motor vehicle though, in the sense of?
Yeah, they don't intend to return it or leave it anywhere. Intend to make it into parts.
If they intend to return it, then that's just joyriding.
Yeah, which is in our penal
Also
code,
charged,
theft of a motor vehicle.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have joyriding.
For some reason.
Fair enough. But I mean, boosting is still just under GTA, right?
Yeah, the Grand Theft Auto.
Alright, unseen. It's the paralegal.
You hunter? Yeah, he
Yes,
is.
sir.
All right.
Howdy.
I got a gun on me. Do you want me to check it in, or do you want it?
Wait a sec.
Just check it in here.
All right. There you go.
You others got guns, just check it in there.
I think I do. It's down here. What's up this lag?
God dang, this place is like a dang maze.
It is. Get used to it.
I'll double check. Have a car out.
Yeah, I think it's because it's
Oh
over.
god, big nap at 14. 15 maybe.
Sorry,
oh. Hey, this is the evidence room. Let's go check if they have some coke, yeah?
What was that?
Let's go check if they have some, you know.
Alright, just had to check some.
What? I've somehow gone thinking this place. Why have I been here down there? Like,
Nose candy.
Alrighty. I'll
Hey, Mr. Barnes.
leave some space.
Alright, let's go talk to them. Hello.
Yo, what's good?
Hey.
Make sure you're whispering, yeah?
Yeah, I am.
Alright, so what's going on?
Okay, so I'll just cut the whole thing, at least from my side.
Sure,
You know,
let's go for it.
I'm doing this shit solo, right? Like, obviously, I am. They caught me in the act. I'm boosting cars, right? But I'm doing that shit solo. It was a non-violent crime. You know, they were driving all over the place, fucking taking out locals left, right, and center. They ended up crashing into me and disabling the left-hand side of my car, then chasing me down on foot, right? Then they refused to give me food until I got here. Then one officer said, just suck it up and have a cup of coffee. I didn't have a good heart. I'm like, no, I can't have that. Can I please have some water? He's like, no. And then he's like, he runs through my pockets, and granted, he takes like my firearm and stuff like that. That's understandable, right? He's afraid I might shoot him, even though I didn't use any weapons whatsoever in the crime. And then he takes my can injector and everything else, and it's like, this was all used in the crime. And I'm trying to argue the point a little bit here that, well, I mean, I'm a mechanic down at Hayes. I use that can injector for more than just what could potentially be the boost. And he wasn't there. He doesn't know that I was actually specifically using that for the crime or anything like that. He seems to just kind of know, you know? I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what you guys are trained in, but Like as a mechanic, that can injector is
Okay,
pretty
quick
important.
question. What
Yeah,
is the
good.
can injector used for exactly?
So its primary use is for like rewriting keys, like electronic keys. You know what I mean? So you rewrite key labels so you're able to like fob into electric cars. It's useful for if people let themselves out of the car, for breaking into cars, stuff like that. Like it can be used for many things. It's just
Oh, I thought it was
most
like
people
nitro.
specifically use them for one thing or another. You know?
Okay.
I was thinking
I'm
it was like
guessing
nitro
your
stuff.
guessing your biggest concern is you want the injector back, right?
I would like it if I can't get it. I get that. But it was more, you know, like these. I just needed some water and stuff. Like I didn't use it. I wasn't violent. You know, I ran around. I even stopped when I put my hands up and everything like that. Like, granted, there was a foot chase initially, but you know, non-violent crime. I didn't do anything super like over the top. And it's like I was still refused like water and shit like that. I'm like, man, all I need is a drink. I was literally like, I had started dehydrating and I was almost about to start starving. You know what I mean? Like. I was on the brink. Then I got sat here, and the other officer, the Sexton, he was nice. He brought me like a chicken and water, but I had to wait for that. You know what I mean? And there was no word. They just left me here.
Can you just give it a no?
You good
Yeah,
now?
like,
Do you need an iced tea?
I mean, I'll take another drink. Like I only got that bottle of water just a second ago, and I had nothing. You know what I mean? Like I could feel my lips
There you
parched and everything. Thank you so much.
I'm really alpha in this one because it's
I'm gonna be
annoying.
honest with you. You
Guys, it's
don't really have. I mean,
Keith.
the can injector itself. You could argue that it was not used in a performance of a crime. Give me a second.
Like as I said, but I'm about to be slapped with like this, that, and everything else. Just judging by the last time I got arrested for this.
Did you actually rewrite the? Did you actually make a new key for that car?
I did not have a new key for the car, and I was already in the car by the time they saw me. You know what I mean? Like I was already
So,
driving and in the
I'm
process of
guessing
driving
you
it by
broke
the time
into
they
the
saw
car
me.
with a screwdriver, right?
Yeah, the screwdriver to get the lockpick to get through the door, and then the screwdriver in the ignition.
I don't think that they can actually seize his can injector.
I don't know. I thought I'd talk to you guys. I don't know that law shit. I'm just like, I'm about to be slapped by a pretty hefty fine because I know this is pretty hefty. And it's like, they're going to try and, at least judging by the last officers I had a run in with who seemed really nice, they slapped every charge they could on top. And I was like, I don't understand half this shit. But, you know, if I'm going to get slapped with the book, you know, I want to try and, you know, talk to you guys, see if there's anything I can do to at least make it a little lighter. Like worst case scenario, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I don't actually see why they are charging you with GTA rather than just at the motor vehicle, because as far as I understand it, you would just drive the car or shoving a screwdriver into it, right? So what?
Yeah, like I drove over the speed limit and evaded,
Well,
but
here's the thing, Liz. I'm guessing the car. How did they actually find out that you are jacking?
I was coming down the highway road, then they put lights up because a lot of these like modern like cars, right? They've got GPS trackers in them, and they immediately lights up. And
Yeah,
then
so that's...
I put my foot down because I'm like, these guys don't usually chat. They usually, you know, fire on your tires first and ask questions later. Typically, in my experience so far with the law,
why they're charging you with GTA.
Yeah, like that's understandable.
Let me actually check.
GTA requires.
I don't know. I thought it'd be good to call the lawyers. Like I'm usually awake in much later hours, so I don't really get to chat with you guys a whole lot. And it's like the law's really just they're above me. You know what I mean? I'm the sharpest tool in the shed, but that shit just sounds complicated and it just hurts my brain.
They can't really prove that the intent. They could construct it in court with the can injector, though.
I'm gonna trust, like, you guys seem professional. You got the suit and tie. And, like, I'm gonna trust your judgment. If like whatever you want me to plead and stuff like that, you know, I'm gonna trust you. You're the lawyer. You know best.
We're just trying to figure out if you have any chance in court to maybe get this dismissed.
Permanently depriving the owner of a vehicle.
I mean,
yeah. To be fair, it's like
I'd say that'd be Probable
that
cause
he
for
was
sure.
planning on
But I
doing a
wouldn't say that it'd
GTA
be
because he
not a
had a
reasonable doubt
cannon
because
injector.
cannon injector can be used for other things.
Yeah, I'm just saying, and it's like this. This might not speak volumes for it, but what like I saw them take out a car when they initially like had chase with
You said
me,
he
then
works in
I
a mechanic
broke
shop?
line and completely broke chase off, and then I went specifically to like the underground motorway. Like if you're familiar with it, you know, like the underground is kind of like a massive car park. Like I went there because I saw that they were having trouble driving into like other cars on the road. And when I mean driving in, I mean they rode these cars off. The cars they had left on the side of the road weren't moving again. So I went there like and specifically waited for them to come down to try and take it away from like locals and like the pedestrians and stuff like that. Yeah, so I don't know. I tried to
question.
get them into more of a safe zone for them to try and do some of this wacky driving, and then they drove me into a wall down there, which disabled the front end of my car.
Did they read your charges to you?
After they had ran me down, got me in cuffs, and walked me back to the car.
I still like the argument that
They
if the
read
charge
your
was theft,
charges
you could
when you
argue
were
that he
being
did
No,
have the
they
intent
read
to
me the Miranda rights or
permanently
whatever it
deprive
is,
them
like
of
the
the
right
vehicle.
to remain.
You don't know
stuff.
what you're being charged with.
I haven't been given the list of charges yet. No.
So your charges are gonna be grand theft auto, reckless endangerment. What else did they say? I'm guessing evading, right?
They said, yeah, I believe they said invading.
Yeah.
Resisting.
Did you actually?
I mean, evading
resist?
and resisting's the same thing, isn't it? Because I put my as soon as like they were telling me to put my hands
no.
up, but I didn't fight them off. I didn't try and break cuffs. I did nothing. As soon as they got me, you know.
I mean, evading and resisting is kind of charge.
So I evaded
right?
on foot, but then the second I started starving and I was too dehydrated to run, I just put my hands up. You know what I mean? I didn't resist at all.
Fleeing in a vehicle is evading. Fleeing on foot is resisting. As soon as he does one of those two things.
Yeah,
then
so both.
Okay, so they, yeah, I get you.
I mean, so the absolute only thing that I could see that could maybe be contestable in court is the GTA. Because they would have to prove intent.
That's funny. It's working too.
Do you think it's worth the trial in court for it, all in all?
Let me ask you a question. When you're finished with this, where do you drive the car? Is it a specific location? Is it a different location every time?
What, that you have to like drop the car off, like
Yeah.
in a perfect world? It's different locations. It's
Right,
it, like there's some people that like to sit around the same locations, but typically it's it's not really the same place one after another, you know.
So they couldn't really claim that he was going to a known scrapyard that.
On top of that, like I couldn't disable
Yeah,
the
I
tracker
don't think
and
they can
drive at
prove
the
intent.
same time, even if I wanted to drop the car off, because it's like you can't actually drive and disable trackers at the
Why
same
the
time.
fuck did you do it?
Because I was having fun in a car I don't own.
I mean, Liz, you're the lead on this. I'll let you decide.
So I would say that the GTA, we could make an argument that there's not enough evidence to prove that you had intended to permanently deprive the person of the vehicle. Because, like you said, if you do work as a mechanic shop, then you could use that. What'd you say it was used for? To like make keys for people? It could be used for.
Yeah, so you can rewrite electronic keys, like key fobs. When you press your button and it locks and unlocks your car.
Is it normally used for that in a mechanic shop?
Modern day cars, you can only do it. Like modern day BMWs and shit like that, you have to use one of these to rewrite.
All right, so let's say I lost all my keys.
If you're using electronic ones, they have to be rewritten using one of these.
All right, so you don't have to replace the entirety of the actual.
It depends usually. So in some manuals, they come with like an RFID sensor, like the card that has the same code to it. You just got to rewrite the code over to it. You can do it with more than just can injectors. You can do it with like flippers and shit like that. If you've ever heard of those, you can do it with pretty much anything that can like rewrite RFID or whatever, like the chip frequency. It's not rocket science.
Give me a second. Let me check something.
Hell, I think some people have gotten phones to do it. I'm not 100% on that though.
Yeah, it would mainly just be a question regarding the one charge of GTA, because everything else is probably going to stick.
Yeah. I just thought, you know, I'd call you guys and find out, you know?
Okay. Let's see. GT is.
Do you hear that, like,
1,200
crackling outside?
Crackling?
Can you not hear that?
Not really, no.
Maybe it's just me. It sounded almost like someone was firing off fireworks.
Let's see. $1,200 fine, 10 months. So it's not that big of a fine.
Yeah, I mean, the last time I think I got arrested for this, there was no lawyers like around at the time. I think I got charged like $2,000 and got, I think it was 30 months.
It's a pretty good argument, yeah.
I don't know what they flagged me with last time, but it was pretty big.
Would you want to go up on the stand and say like what the key fob could be used for, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to if it comes down to it.
Okay. Because if we were to request a bench trial, I believe the only charge I'd feel is worth fighting is just the GTA.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I just called Mech, and he said that he has never had a can injector in his hands, and he doesn't know if there's any legitimate uses to them.
Oh well, I mean, a quick flick on Google can tell you, but like I get it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you gotta understand that, you know.
And this guy actually sounds like done his research.
Within the laws of the state, right?
I mean, I know what you're saying, Wolf, but
Oh.
Wolf's trying to say mechanics. And I'm like, nope, not that kind of mechanics. I'm talking about the panic. Well, I mean, if he's telling us that, he can do both. I agree. And that guy, I'm like, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about when he starts saying that kind of stuff. And I'm sure if other people were to hear that on the stand as well, they would agree, because he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, that's the most important thing. Yeah. Wolf is arguing mechanics, and I'm like, nope, mechanic. I don't know why Wolf has been very... It depends on how caught up he gets on from having talked to him for a little bit. I can tell he's someone who can get riled up pretty easily, I feel like. So I'm sure he's going to start mentioning about how they didn't feed him in water and whatnot. And I'm like, I don't care about that part. Well, not just that. I mean, how are the cops trying to claim that it's GTA is a hard charge to prove? It's like it's a big charge. Like, there's a good reason why it's called Grand Theft Auto. You know, the game. It's not something that's easy to do. Well, I mean, he was by himself, right? You can make the argument that if he's by himself, then if he had been removing the tracker, yeah. No, it's not that you intend to return the vehicle. They have to prove that he intended to deprive the person of the vehicle. You don't have to prove the innocence. You need to. They need to prove guilt. That's the difference. With the intent to permanently deprive. Why would the tracker fall off after 5 minutes? What's the logic behind that? Just like mechanics? One of the things I don't understand though is we're not allowed to have trackers for our own vehicles, but locals can have trackers for the vehicles. That feels a little bit strange. What is that? What the can's for? Okay. Oops, the server restarted fast this time. I didn't realize that. Okay. But can you operate that device whenever the car is, whenever you're driving the car? And what are these tracking devices? How are they telling that the car is being stolen rather than just driven? Is this when the car alarm's going off? Or is the tracking device just so that... Okay. What's the reason that you can only boost certain cars rather than others? Is there like an in-game reasoning for them? So is it like just a GTA roleplay thing? I thought people could boost in real life, right? So I'm assuming that these trackers don't exist for... I would assume that they would only exist in like the really expensive cars. That.
It's not a great one, and it's not one you guys might like all the time, but like we definitely make the
It's
rules around
definitely not a service I'd want at my home. No.
No, I'm just saying. I think as much as you guys might hate us sometimes, you also understand that we are a necessary evil sometimes.
I don't hate you guys.
You know what I
get it,
mean? I don't
you
mean
know.
like hate as in like hate. I mean like hate as in you're like, oh fuck, another knucklehead in prison. Time to do my job.
I mean,
Eh,
you're keeping me in the job, so.
Generally, don't consider you guys knuckleheads. I more so consider you unlucky.
Yeah, I mean that's the only difference between me and the motherfuckers out there. Am I right?
All right, so yeah, that's the thing that I wanted to tell you this. I understand what you're saying. My point is that it's a weight of how the judge is gonna see it, right?
Okay. But if you were to
Whether
boost
he's
like a
gonna
class
be
1, I'm
like,
assuming it wouldn't be that.
yeah, these things have actual, uses outside of crime, or whether he's gonna hardline, no, this is only used for crime.
I get it. I mean, I guess my final point on it is like, okay, when you go to a locksmith and you've lost your key and he has to lockpick the door to get in and then change your lock, it's kind of like, what? Are the lockpicks still illegal?
No,
even though he's
possession of
using it as a
lockpicks is
legitimate
not
businessman?
illegal. I understand where you're coming from.
A can injector is the exact same except electronic. That's it. Like that's my only argumentative point, and it's like I get that I specifically was using a crime, but I've also in the past had my shit taken off me when I was doing other crimes completely unrelated to
just
boosting,
trigger the alarm
because it's
for
flagged
boosted car,
as an item that
and then
I don't think should
just
be
like leave
considered illegal.
the car
when,
and like wait
I'm
for the
gonna
5
be
minutes
real,
to
I
run
don't
out,
know how
and then get
officers
back
know
in.
that it can be used for one thing or another. You know what I mean? Like, has one of them tested it? Is one of them a trained mechanic that knows this?
Well, that's one of the things that we can argue, Liz. If they try to get an officer to say that this is only used for a crime, we can just object to lay witness offering expert opinion.
Yeah, but that's
They're
just
not a
my
mechanic,
point
so.
on it. You know, like granted, like you guys are my lawyers. I'm gonna be straight with you. Like,
Probably,
I was
but they'd
using
have to
it
call a
for
tow truck for that.
purpose, but
And during
that's
that time
like,
frame, they might leave to go to a
no
different
one
call.
witnessed me
Well,
specifically
no,
using
you
it,
were,
and it can be
you
used
were
for other
going
things.
to use it for that purpose, but you never got the chance to.
Yeah, I
And
never.
so they
I
probably
never
wouldn't
got
think anything
I
of
never
it.
got the chance to complete the boost. I mean, I was one person. I'm not really.
If the car was to
I
move
gotta be
just a
really
tiny bit.
lucky to do that. You know what I mean? Especially because it's got a permanent tracker on it. You think I'm able to wipe that while not being able to drive, while having 2 police like know me?
Can I
and
just ask why, if you knew that this was not going to go your way, why even carrying it with you?
Pardon?
What's he?
If you knew that this was not going to go your way,
I never question a person's reasoning.
why would you be carrying it with you?
Very rarely do I question a
It's
person.
one of those things.
I should say.
Okay, from your side of the fence, you don't see it, but as I said, I am a mechanic. I just walked out of Hayes, went up the street, saw the car, and decided, fuck it. It was a spur of the moment decision, and I had it on me because I work at Hayes. I've got repair kits on me. I've got screwdrivers on me. I'm a mechanic.
Okay, one thing that I would advise you strongly against is saying that you have it because you work at Hayes.
Playboy, do I need to use the list outfit again?
I mean, I keep all my mechanic equipment on me because I'm a mechanic. Is that a better phrasing?
Yeah, that is better.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's it's all true to the fact.
Yeah, it's up to you, Liz. You want to recommend a bench or?
I'm
happy to just take it on the chin if you think I should just take it on the chin. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm going to leave it up to you. I believe that there is a decent chance to be able to get the GTA off during a bench show. I would probably say
not just off, completely removed, since they cannot change the charge.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. But getting the GTA.
Yeah.
But regarding everything else, I would say probably plead guilty to that. Just so that it shortens the court case if we were going to have one.
Yeah, so essentially you would be pleading guilty to everything except Grand Theft Auto.
Or no contest might be the better way. Yeah.
Well, if he pleads guilty, then they cannot use it in court against him.
Which no contest is the one thing.
No. Even if he pleads guilty, evidence of another crime does not constitute.
They can still use it as evidence though for his other actions. No contest
What?
makes it so it can't be used as evidence against him. Period. Or guilty, they can
even
still be used as
guilty
evidence.
Makes it so that they cannot use it against him, unless we are completely off the rails here.
I'm pretty confident about the guilty thing because I've seen people have their friends plead guilty and they've used that as evidence against the person.
That should have been objected to.
That's a pretty standard thing. That's why I always advise people to plead no contest rather than guilty, because it's just a better guilty plea. But we haven't been able to because of the weird way they treated no contest for a while.
Okay, that's very weird for me, but okay.
I don't think I'm wrong about that, but I could be.
No, probably in the state, probably not. It's just weird for me because liberty is very different. Yeah, in the end, it's gonna be up to you whether you wanna try and contest it or not.
Okay, do you think it's better than a coin flip on the if I go bench?
Do I think it's above 50-50? Yes,
Yeah,
I
mean,
do
if
think
you
so.
plead guilty, you're just that's it. You're guilty. If you go to a bench trial, there is a chance.
Yeah, look, fuck it, let's take it to bench.
Okay. Alright. Let's see.
Knock on the damn door, man. What the hell's going on?
Or hello?
I definitely don't think they can hear you.
Okay.
Fortunately.
Can they hold on the MDT?
They look sucked into their goddamn NBT.
To be clear, no contest. It is. I think it's always 100% of the time a better guilty plea. The only reason you would want to plead guilty over no contest is if you want to fuck over.
Yeah, just a second. I'm gonna talk to the DA. He just
Okay.
arrived.
Oh, he is requesting a bench trial.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Or what was that?
I'll let the DA know. I'm just gonna talk to him first.
All right, thank you.
There's a pile of shit in there. Oh.
I'm pretty confident. Let me see. I'm kind of surprised Ulf wouldn't know though of the no contest thing. No contest.
Yeah, we
plea.
still don't. I'm right in thinking we don't have federal rules of evidence, right? We're not using them, correct?
We're not using what?
Federal rules of evidence.
I'm not certain exactly. This is the way I've always done it, and this is the way I've seen it done. So
Yeah, because under federal rules of evidence, it would not be admissible if he entered a guilty plea for the other
well,
stuff.
the thing with that would be that this would be what had led up to the crime, and so it would be admissible under that because it was all part of the same incident.
Not technically, since they would be using it to prove character, right?
You could make that argument, yeah, but this would be more. I could make the argument that this evidence is necessary to be able to prove intent, or something along those lines, or like what they intend to do with it.
Except These charges stem from the original charge, so they're not predecessor charges. They're not. He didn't flee and then commit GTA.
Yeah. Well,
He's
what
alleged
is?
to have committed GTA and then fled.
What do you believe the no contest plea is normally for? Isn't it just about a built arcade plea, like almost 100% of the time?
No, so no contest. In my experience, is you're saying that you are not admitting wrong, but you are also not offering a defense. It's essentially a guilty plea, but I don't admit that I did it.
Yeah, I understand that.
But here's the thing. That, in effect, is the same as a guilty plea when it comes to any evidence of a crime being used in another criminal trial to define that a defendant's character, or that he would have acted the same, right?
Yeah.
That's also expanded on. It's not admissible, essentially, to prove motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, etc., unless those crimes are predecessors to the crime he is currently being charged with. So, for instance, if you did X, Y, and
Hey
then
guys.
you did Z, and
Wait,
you're
Maverick
being only
approaching.
charged with Z. Hi.
Do you need me to give you some room, or am I? We have happy to have a conversation.
Oh, you're fine. So,
You're fine to talk with us.
Great, thank you.
Join us, our tight circle.
Brilliant. Here I speak loudly. Mr. Stillman, is it?
Yeah, what's up?
So I'm this assistant district attorney Wade Maverick. I've been assigned your case here. The officer has informed me the charges are going to be grand theft auto, resisting, evading, and reckless endangerment. This comes with a 20-month time in Bolingbroke Penitentiary and a fine of $3,590. Is there anything about this so far that you're contesting? The timeline of events?
I don't know the exact.
First of all, let me say, don't say anything right now. You request a bench trial, unless there's
he wants a
anything
bench
like
trial?
that.
So you're going straight to bench instead of working with the district attorney list?
He had requested a bench trial, and I guess, are you saying that you want to work with us?
I mean, that is usually how this works. But hey, you've requested a bench trial, so we'll just go straight to bench trial. We'll just skip all due process. Good idea.
All right, then I mean
No,
we can.
You've already requested
Okay.
it. See ya.
I'm guessing that ADA really doesn't fucking like you, Liz.
No, I've never had
You
problems
pissed
with him in
that
the past.
guy off or something? What?
I think he's just pissed that I didn't consider working with him, which I didn't because I didn't realize he was there until I'd already made the decision to request the bench trial.
God damn it, why do these ADAs get butthurt so quickly? I remember the days when I came up to you and handed you like 80 fucking files to put on the docket, and you were just like, okay.
Yeah, that guy really doesn't like you. Like, I've met people that hate my guts that haven't hated me as much as that motherfucker just walked out on you on.
Oh.
You know?
I think that's just how he usually is.
Oh, that's even worse.
So he's just a
that guy's
dickhead
scary.
regularly.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't
wasn't
use
gonna
those
say it,
words necessarily, but I
someone
would.
else did.
A lot of people have had complaints regarding it
Wait,
for
is he
stuff
the
like this.
guy
Yeah.
that's gonna be overseeing this shit, like the one that
Alright,
makes
I gotta take
because I think I might be
think in the
fucked
corner.
if so. That guy just doesn't seem to let anyone, you know, on this side of the fence kinda even have an opinion. He walked in here and then fucked off just as quickly.
So I'll definitely apologize because I just didn't consider that there was an ADA until after it was mentioned that he was, or after he mentioned like, you didn't try work on me. And I'm like, well, I honestly, he told us the charges, so I thought those were the charges whenever he came down here.
Yeah, I thought he was just going straight for it. I don't know. I don't know how you lawyer guys operate. Like, what means what?
No, I should have trying to work with them, but
Yeah, he was just coming to discuss, I think, and then a trooper was
I don't know. I just got in my head that you were wanting a bench. All right.
What's
Yeah,
up? What's going on?
I don't know if that's a big thing. Like, that just seemed like he got really, really upset over something that I still don't understand. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't really understand why he got so butthurt.
I think he just really hates my guy to the right here. I don't... He seems to really hate you. Like, he mentioned you by name and then kind of tissed and walk off. I don't know. That seems.
I've never had any problems with him in the past. I've worked with him in the past.
It's possible that they fucked something up and that he's mad that you requested the benchy rather than dealing with him, for a plea.
No, it's true. I should have definitely tried and talk with him first. I just get my mind entirely because what he said.
Here's the thing. If you talk to him and you give him off something that, he could use to reduce down to, from GTA to theft, then you kind of weaken his case, right?
Yeah.
Because if they convert it and we go to a bench, it's pretty much guaranteed. But if it's GTA and we go to a bench and the judge has more of a chance of finding him not guilty of GTA.
So there is the argument I can make. I'm saving this one for a back pocket. But if they were to charge him with theft from a motor vehicle, I could actually argue that he did have the intent to permanently deprive the person of the vehicle, and the charge could be dropped for that reason.
Yeah.
Because theft from a motor vehicle specifically requires there to be no intent. If you read the charge.
Yeah, which you could just put him on the stand and ask him to say that.
But we'll save that for a back pocket because I'm kind of curious about this one myself regarding the. I probably should try to work on them. That's my fault.
Either way, your case is kind of gonna help the state determine whether or not possession of a can injector is only
because if it is just deemed legal in this one case, won't it make it's just illegal to have in your possession regardless? Because this is kind of, as I said, it's like if I really intend to steal that, I'd just call a homie up because that's a two-person job.
It's weak circumstantial evidence of having that in your possession.
There are other ways I could have gotten into the car. It had smashed windows, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't need to... If I had the can injector, I didn't necessarily need it to get in the car.
Yeah, I didn't even talk with the trooper now that I think about it.
I don't know.
As I said,
I thought I'd talk to you guys and see what you guys think about it as professionals.
Just wasn't thinking.
Well, there's multiple things we can throw at them. Well, for instance, you said that it requires 2 people, right? So
yeah, because you need someone to disable the tracker because you can't do it while driving.
You could just ask the officer whether he has observed any successful, boosts, as he called them, that only had 1 person.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were a good enough driver, could you not get in the passenger seat, disable it, and then keep going?
Well, you can't. So you're like, right. Since you're my lawyers, I'm gonna be straight with you. While you're actually disabling it, like you cannot accelerate, you can't be on cruise control. Like the car has to be stationary, but you got to think about it. While it's stationary, since you're not driving, it has a permanent GPS tracker that the police can like ping in on. I don't know how it works.
If you get away far enough from them, right? Could you not do it?
Wouldn't that
with
involve
one
you driving
person?
like north or something? Like there's more than one tracker as well. It's not like you disable it and it's done. It's like
with a skilled enough driver.
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
I was thinking more like
with the shit pay that they pay us. I might go get myself
All I'm
a new
saying though
car.
is if you're gonna do that shit, you got to think about it,
Exactly.
right? You have to jump over, you got to do whatever, you have to unscrew some shit, you got to cross some wires. That shit takes 30 seconds or so, and then you have to wait a minute and a half before you get to do the next one. You have to do 3 of
Oh,
them.
you have no idea how I drive, mate.
All I'm saying is it's like it doesn't matter. Like if they really want you, it doesn't matter how far you're spacing them. They're gonna
Definitely.
eventually.
I mean, if they really want you, they'll take a fucking helicopter out of the hangar.
Yeah, like it's definitely not something you're looking to do like by yourself. If you really want to guarantee shit, you don't do it by yourself, no matter how good of a driver you are. Because
One-
it's like I've got, you know, I've done this shit before many a times, not necessarily like by myself, but
No, you
it's one of those
allegedly
things-
have done this before.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But
now I
you
think
guys
about it, he
know
did
boys,
do that
you
to
know what
me.
I mean? Like,
Okay, so I'm
He
gonna,
did,
I'm
um,
gonna tell you to
Not
like
tell
this.
about that. He pretended to
Just
not know.
because we're
He's an I'll let it be a no.
Doesn't mean that if you admit that you are going to commit a crime, for instance, that is protected communication.
like no, I'm not. This is all past stuff. I'm not. There's no
Yeah.
intent to commit any more
I
crime.
mean, regardless if the client requests a bench trial, the
I'm
client
in a
requests a bench
jail
trial.
cell.
We don't need to work with them if the client requests a
I
bench trial.
mean, the worst crime that you could commit right now is flooding that toilet, I guess.
Exactly. Like what I'm saying, like in the past, this is how it's typically gone.
Yeah, I know Wade. He doesn't budge regarding these things.
We're talking like.
But I didn't think about that at all. I was just thinking, the client said, "You want a bench trial? I'm going to tell them that you want a bench. Wants a bench trial." I could have maybe tried to work on them
I'm
and
just
be like,
saying,
"Hey,
it's one of those things that you definitely don't do by yourself. It's not a solo task.
I do feel that talking about the
It's not
charge
an
of
easy
GTA,
solo task by any
it
stretch
could
of
be
the
worse,
imagination anyway.
a little bit bad for
So
him."
Liz, you want to get a new car?
I want to get a new car. So I was thinking, why couldn't people just, like trigger whatever alarms or trackers or whatever they might be, and then just like leave, like not in the vehicle, but just like leave, wait for the police to come there, like mark it for tow, and then once they leave there, you just get back in it.
And you said I'm not allowed to say stuff, because it breaches statute or whatever. So I'm just not going to comment on that.
I'm guessing it doesn't work unless there's a person driving it, right?
Or no, it's not an issue to tell your lawyers things. It's only if you say, "I'm going to commit a crime in the future."
Yeah,
that would be.
Just don't tell us about any future crimes.
No, I don't plan to commit future crimes. I've never spoken a single
Exactly.
time here about future. No, but you have to. So you can't. The person who initially accepts the contract can't be any more than like 5 meters away from the car, or the contract cancels. And if the contract cancels, you lose that contract forever. You can't just deliver the car another time. No, it's done.
Is this 5 meters vertical as
Contract.
I believe so. As far as I've tested, like I guesstimate meters. You can be a little bit. You can fuel your car up and go to an ATM nearby, but
That's
you
fine if
can't
they do.
you can't cross a street.
It's fine if they do.
Okay. I mean,
So you have to be attached to the car
I
if you really
see.
want to
I
deliver it.
see some, holes in this. You could just get over a pretty tall wall, wait for the cops to mark it for tow, and climb back over.
Or bush.
Well, cops, as soon as they see that shit stolen, like the police officer Saxton or whatever his last name is, officer, he literally waited there until it got picked up by tow. He sat there and watched the thing. And I'm like, as my past will show, I'm a non-violent offender. You know what I mean? Like I'm not just gonna mag dump a cop just to get a price.
I still see ways, right?
Don't get me wrong. It's like in the past, I've definitely thought of some spicy ways. I've thought of many different things, but that's a lot.
Hide in the trunk and have one of your friends pick it up for tow.
Yeah.
It could work. I had a.
That's
I
an
know.
idea. Well, that's a really good
knew,
idea.
Past tense. A couple of people that were doing something similar. They were doing it and then putting it on the back of the truck and driving it around. So when it got flagged, they're like, "Oh, we're just delivering it."
I mean, it's not exactly.
It said if it goes to bench, the client can't suddenly say that, "Oh, I no longer want a bench."
Have you seen?
And I believe that's only if they're accepted as well.
Have you seen the
but-
big trailers that haul
Yeah.
multiple cars?
Let me see. What was it?
Yeah.
Check real quick.
I've in the past had thought about using a box truck, just closing it up, but it's those are all past.
Does
thoughts,
it give the exact location?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, it's dead set exact. It doesn't work so well vertically. I had completely broken sight, and as I said, I went into that underground racing car park shit that's over south side, in the industrial, and it took them a few minutes to figure out I was down there.
I mean, you could just shove it
Should
on
any
a
individual wish to change their plea
on
or
a
any of
truck
the
with multiple,
options available
one of
prior to the
those,
judge accepting the bench trial, they may still do so, but must do so in front of the judge. Of course, time is important. Litigation should not be weaponized.
Suppose? I
Such
don't
as
know.
murder.
Almost $200,000.
Yeah, but you shove it on that, they're not gonna figure out which car it is.
I believe they get the exact number plate and the color of the car and model. I'm not 100% sure, but they've always been able to, as soon as they see the car, even if I'm following road rules, not even running the plate, they always can pick it out. I don't know how their shit works. As I said, I'm not a police officer. I
They
haven't
actually
broken in
do the
here
whole 9
or have
yards.
thought about
That's
breaking in here
crazy.
to try and like, run their system.
They do have a bolo system.
I'm sure there's going to be a trooper who messes up once in a while.
System,
Yeah, it is.
and as
Whatever,
soon as your
whatever system
plate
they got,
gets
it is
caught,
very fucking accurate.
It flashes that it's a stolen vehicle.
Yeah, as I said, I don't know how that shit works, but they know a lot, like a
Like
lot.
if you were to
apparently.
do the contract whenever there's a really big police chase or
I
something going on.
have a really bad idea, Liz. Does
that?
the car need to be functional when you deliver it?
I think it does. I know that if you pull the radio out or like the seatbelt or anything like that, you get less pay. Like the guys get really pissy at you for it.
So, Liz, you throw it off a dock into the water. You put on a scuba suit. You do it while you're underwater, and you just have someone pull it out.
My work.
Be a really fucking funny way to do it.
For legal reasons, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna try that, but
please don't.
if I hear about
That's
anybody
okay.
doing it, I can send you that info if you really want to know.
That's some Monty
Oh,
Python
okay, that
shit,
makes
man.
sense.
Shit,
They
if
actually
you-
wait to see it impounded too. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, shit.
Well,
if
I guess you
do
could just straight up
if you
impound
do
it
right,
and pretend like it wasn't you,
you could get
right?
them really confused.
and then you can just skip the pay that way, 500
The big
or
boats, the
250
cargo
hours.
boats down at the marina. If you launch it right, you could end up underneath it. They could think you're on top of it. Probably never have the idea that you're actually below it.
Probably not. Honestly, at this point, there's quite a lot you could try, but as I said, it's like it all starts
just
with
do that
the,
enough
with
times
the
until
ability to
the cops stop
pull contracts and stuff like that. And honestly, I don't need the can injector.
It would be essentially just
You don't need it to
pretending
break
to be
into
tow
cars
driver
as much as you need
and
it
pay for it.
because it's got like a little USB port on the side. You need to
You
plug
wouldn't
it
even
in.
necessarily need to pretend you're just creating the toes to get.
Other than that,
to
it's
get
not
paid.
used at all in that type of affair.
Are we still waiting for them to decide whether the judge is available or not?
I've been here what feels like over half an hour.
Maybe go talk to.
What do you mean it won't be offered impounded? Like a truck driver won't come to have it impounded?
Because there was I saw that storm coming in. I felt like there was 29 minutes of that shit. When I got arrested, and I'm still sitting here now. I'm more than happy to wait.
Honestly, you would have been out of prison if you just pled guilty.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Well, that's why I was asking if it was worth it or not.
As I said, this is gonna very much cement justice-wise if can injectors are just illegal to own at this point.
Yeah, it will clarify some things.
This will help everyone out, and I'm willing to be worst case scenario. I'm willing to be the martyr for this. You know what I mean?
You get that? Oh, and I was rereading the thing about the bench trial. It's that once you request a bench trial, if you change your plea, you have to do so before a judge. That's it.
No, that's fine.
So we could work with the DA, so I don't know why he was being like that.
Ask him how he pleads. So
I didn't even get read my crimes. I just got read my Miranda rights.
You did get read your crimes. The ADA read it to you.
Yeah, that wasn't until after we had
I
discussed
know.
stuff, that's what I mean.
They took the gun?
Oh,
Why would they take your gun?
I hear some noises. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, we didn't see we were playing either.
Nope.
So he was requesting a bench.
Maybe there's an airdrop. might be that vent or something, but I hear like people rummaging through bins.
Yeah, please don't go crawling through a vent.
I'm not. I'm just hearing it. I'm not going to. I didn't even think I could jump that high.
Nah, you could. What the fuck is taking them so long, goddammit?
Let me see. Oh, I can't check anymore because I don't have access
I'm
to it.
kind
Feels
of
bad.
curious. At this point, I'm just curious to see if they outright ban the possession of can injectors. It'll be interesting.
I don't even know I do have access.
Because that means
Hey,
just having it on
what's up?
you, as soon as you get arrested, regardless of the crime, you get that stuff taken and another fine, right? Is that how that works? If you're in possession of something illegal?
Well, I feel the need more to prove intent than just you having that. But I guess we'll see.
Pardon?
I feel they need more to prove intent than just you having that, the can injector. Because like you said, it's not an inherently legal item.
Yeah, like as I said, it's just used to rewrite keys to be able to get into something without smashing a window. Because it's like as a mechanic, like if someone brings in a modern day car that's got electric fobs only to start, like you have to get into that. You don't
What?
want to smash out a window. That's more cost.
What? That's not true.
Especially to repair it. Windows aren't cheap.
That's not how that works. It's any felony using a gun. Why would they take your gun license for stealing a car or committing fraud? That would be very dumb. That's not the case. That's be a weapon used in the commission of a crime. It used to be any violent felony,
Liz?
then that was changed to, yeah.
I gotta talk to Liz in private for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
They're trying to get Nis DeSantis as an expert witness.
What was it?
They're trying to get Nis DeSantis as an expert witness to testify that a can injector is only used for criminal purposes.
For a bench trial, huh? That's
Yeah, the owner of Hayes Auto Shop, which also employs this guy.
okay.
So I told him to ask for $20,000 since it's expert witness testimony. I
Okay.
highly doubt
We
he's
called you
gonna
this
pay
funny.
that. Huh?
I didn't realize he called you this funny.
Well, I work for Nis, technically.
Yeah.
I got him that trespass order.
Okay.
I don't think that's a conflict of interest. Well, no, it's not.
No, you have the same interest, you're just working. So it's not a conflict.
Well, he's my client. It's in my interest that he be either well compensated or tells them to fuck off. Yep.
All right, gentlemen, you're ready to go.
Yep.
All right, fantastic. We'll transport the suspect. You're free to. I can let you guys out if you've got a vehicle here.
Yeah. Did you read it?
Pull one out.
Okay.
Go to the back of the cell and put your hands up.
You coming? I don't see anything that says it's been approved, but
I'll take the lawyers up if you want. Everyone. Where are the lawyers going?
The lawyers, I assume, have their own vehicles.
Yep. Yeah, we're fine. Thank you, though.
Thank you. We're doing this in the main courtroom at City Hall.
I'm assuming there was a judge available that they called to on radio. That's how you. Let me get in this one. How do you get dropped
I'll
off?
gladly happen to get a
Did you get dropped off here, or
I brought a rental.
what happened to your rental? Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
I don't know. It's a local store out there.
Not sure where you're gonna sit.
I'm jumping in.
That might. I'll see how this
I agree.
goes.
I mean, that's Wade.
Hey, what's up?
That's why I didn't think he was well, so I just didn't think about working with him in the first place. But even if I had realized it was him, I'd be like, well, there's not really too much.
Well,
Can't really work with Wade.
since he is your employee, yes. Who? Your employee? Well, Wait, he's saying that I am conflicted. How am I conflicted? Yeah, but you didn't... Okay, but you did not accept to be an expert witness. That... No. You would have been conflicted regardless of whether or not you accepted, because he is your employee.
No, it wouldn't be conflicted. You're allowed to have people who are.
Just because I
on the-
told you to ask for $20,000 does not mean that I am conflicted. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. You're not in any trouble. You're not gonna get
Did he
into
win a lot
any
of cases
trouble.
as a defense attorney? I know that he would
Alright,
often get into
I'll-
arguments with people, and that like piss a lot of people off.
Yeah, I'll give you a
Because he would,
call when we're done. Yeah.
He would oftentimes have very circular arguments. Repeat the same thing over and over again.
The fucking ADA is claiming that I'm conflicted now.
I don't see why it would be an issue. Like, aren't you representing the mechanic shop itself, Hayes?
Yes, and plus that, he tried to get the employee of the boss of our client to be an expert witness against our client.
Well, I don't think that'd be a conflict necessarily, but it would.
No, it
certainly
would be a
interesting.
conflict. He's his employee, goddammit.
Well, yeah, but he's calling him as I'm assuming as a witness. You're allowed to call people who are friends of the defendant as witnesses.
Not as expert ones.
Is that the case? I wasn't aware of that. Interesting.
No, you cannot have a contractual relationship between two parties and then call one party against the other as an expert witness. You can call them as a witness, not an expert witness. An expert witness would need to be impartial. They would need to disclose that they pay them. He would need to disclose what relationship he has with the other party. Like,
Do they have a contract?
Yeah, but if
They
prosecution's
do,
the one doing
yes.
so, if it was
He's
defense, I
one of
could
the
see that. But
employees.
if it's prosecution,
yeah, if he tells the judge that I'm conflicted, that's gonna be funny.
well, most people have bad cases versus Wrangler, so I'm not surprised there. But
Which he will probably try to do. Please hop out of my trunk, goddammit.
the Burton Ruiz. Burton Ruiz, is that the one where he stole the person off the operating table? Oh. That one was defendable? I didn't even think that one was defendable.
Is that the defense
Oh,
attorney?
it's
But are you
defendable,
guys
but-
okay? I heard what happened.
I don't think it's over. Check.
You need a new office.
I figured.
Oh my god.
survive. I'm a survivor.
Okay, well, you know, this is a horrible situation, and you know, it's unfortunate, but these things will happen. From the kindness of my heart, I will, you know, if you guys want to use the lobby of City Hall to use as offices, go. You can't place any furniture, but you can use it. The lobby, of course.
No couch?
One couch, just one.
Accepted.
Coffee corner.
Pardon?
Couch in the coffee corner.
Couch in the coffee corner. As long as there's no oven, I think that's fine. You know what? I live by ask for forgiveness, not permission. So
That's what
I'm
happened.
saying
I'd heard
yes
about that.
until someone higher than me says no. Smile.
Thank you.
It's okay. Hold your
Your Honor.
applause. Of course. Of course.
Woo! Oh my god,
Thank
everyone's
you.
clapping!
Stop it. Stop it. Keep going.
Hey, my arm hurts for some reason.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Defense, do you need time to go over the report?
Oh, were we giving
Yes.
the report? Let me check.
The report you've been added now is investigation 685. I've added you, Liz, and who's your co-counsel on this? Ulf. Ulf Munson, thank you.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello? What's on that?
I'm sorry?
Okay. I said, who said hello?
Me. That would be me.
There's a lot
The
of people
man
in
in
the
the
room.
white shirt standing.
Oh, hello. Hi. Sorry, I'm a bit cooked right now. I'm going to bed after this, but
No
you know,
worries.
justice needs to be served.
Your Honor, you sure it wasn't Frank Walker from National Tiles saying
Call
hello?
Innocent.
Oh, it might. Give me your best Frank Walker.
Hello! It's Frank Walker from National Tiles. We got wall tiles, full tiles, any kind of tile.
Very well. Well done.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. I needed.
Yeah.
Alright, defense, tell me when you're ready. Take your time. I just need to finish this page of Little Women. So just let me know.
Okay.
Think about something real quick.
Your Honor, the state would like to make a couple pre-trial motions, if that's okay.
Oh my god. Yes, let's just wait just for the defense so they're all caught up, and then we will head into pre-trial motions. Smile.
What is this?
How is everyone? Apart from being like blown up, how is everyone? Minus that.
Spectacular, Your Honor.
I'm great, Your Honor.
Terrible.
I'm glad. Good. Very well. Yes.
Glad I'm not blown up right now.
I called 911, and they came.
Wait, 911 picked up?
Wow.
Yes, I
Oh,
have
yeah.
searched.
Oh my god. Good job,
very relieved.
troopers. Wow.
We're really raising the bar here, aren't we?
Maybe you guys are like taking up the like what do they say for new year, new me, new year, new dispatch 911 take. I don't know. Well done.
Usually completely aware they've been targeted. confirmed that no purpose outside crime, with no intent to deprive them.
All right. So, you got a second, please? I'm gonna just move you a little bit. Yeah. The pamphlet, right? Motion to suppress. It's prejudicial evidence that's not based on objective fact, but subjective interpretation by SASP. They're not qualified to determine whether an object has any other uses.
Okay. Yeah, I'd agree with that. So, let me see. What's the evidence regarding? Okay. We have gone over the report, Your Honor. We have a pre-trial motion as well.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, with that, prosecution, your pre-trial motions.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state submits the motion to disqualify defense counsel Arthur Munderson from this case as representation for the defendant Ziggy Steelman on grounds of conflict of interest pursuant to the ethical obligations imposed on himself as a legal practitioner.
Can you? Hang on. Yeah, hang on. Can you elaborate more on how he's conflicted?
Yes, Your Honor. Arthur Munderson attached himself as a defense attorney to Ziggy Steelman. During the investigation of this, I called Ziggy Steelman's boss and owner of Hayes Mechanics, Nis DeSantis, to ask him some questions about statements Ziggy Steelman made to the troopers, referring to an item that was found in his possession. I then asked Nis DeSantis to testify to the use of said item that was found in the defendant's possessions in court. Arthur Munderson then advised Nis DeSantis as his lawyer to ask for compensation to testify, immediately creating a conflict of interest between the defendant as well as a state witness. It is incredibly unethical for a lawyer to represent both the defendant and a witness in the same trial.
I do have a rebuttal. Nis DeSantis is the owner. Mr. Nis DeSantis is the owner of Hayes Auto, which I have been representing for the past 2+ weeks. As the owner of Hayes Auto, he contacted me regarding offer by the ADA to become their expert witness to advise my client, as the owner of Hayes Auto, that he should seek compensation, but that if that compensation is valid to him, he should accept the offer.
Hang on. You said to your client Niz to seek compensation so that he should testify if they want him to testify
as an expert witness. That is correct. It should also be noted that the defendant is the employee of Hayes Auto, which should have excluded the expert witness from the start for a conflict of interest.
Your Honor, I mean, Arthur Munderson has just admitted verbatim that he has conflict of interest between the defendant and the witness that we wish to call.
You should call him as an expert witness, though.
Okay, let's not. Hey, all right, stop there. All right, we're gonna put a pin in that. Let's not speak at each other. Let's speak at me. Hi. And if I want a response, I will ask for one. Okay, conflict of interest. I would say there is a conflict of interest.
Where's the conflicting interest?
So, let me, defendant, what's your name?
Ziggy.
Ziggy, do you want to speak up for me, Ziggy? I'm going to ask you a question.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're fine, don't apologize. So, you're aware that there's a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
I do believe so.
and
yeah.
Okay, and with that knowledge in mind, do you still want these two counselors to represent you?
I honestly, if I am to be 100% straight with you, I'm scared of most lawyers because they speak in words a little bit bigger than my own.
Okay.
I'm fine with these guys. They've been pretty clear to me so far.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you're aware that there is a conflict of interest, so you'd be waiving that right of the conflict of interest.
What's the conflict?
Yeah? Thoughts, opinions?
Yes.
You don't seem sure.
Your Honor, may I ask?
Sure.
Where is the conflicting interest? If he's representing Hayes Auto, wouldn't it be him representing him as an employee of Hayes Auto?
Well, the prosecution are calling him as an expert witness, right? That's his client. And the state is asking for his expert witness, right? Then he's also, or was it the other way around?
I'm requesting Ms. DeSantis, who is a mechanic.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
And he is, due to the fact that Ziggy Stillman has made claims in the cells that the item found in his possession is necessary for his work, I called up Hayes Auto's boss to ask him about said item, and based on what he informed me, I then requested him to testify at this case on what he referred to me. I believe that the defense counsel's dual representation of both the defendant and the state witness jeopardizes the integrity of these proceedings, and it places the witness in a precarious position. It potentially influences his testimony in the favor of the defendant, and it otherwise obstructs justice. The actions of Oliver Munderson here is highly unethical, and I believe the fact that he's just admitted it here in front of you, is enough to proceed with this pretrial motion.
I would like to once again point out, Your Honor, that Ms. DeSantis is the employer of the defendant.
Is Nis DeSantis here?
He's not. He is
he going to
refused be
testify?
an expert witness.
Well,
Okay.
that's my second pretrial motion, Your Honor, is to subpoena him as a witness.
I was just about to suggest that. I was like, you can do that. I see. All right.
Can he excuse me, Your Honor, for interrupting you.
Absolutely, he can.
To subpoena him as an expert witness. Are there
Yes,
no other mechanic shop or mechanics available? The fact that he is his employer might.
I mean, he's saying the whatever is in question here is important for his job, right? That could be different from any other mechanic shop. I mean, Ms. DeSantis is his boss, so it would make sense to have someone he works for.
Well, not exactly. All the mechanic shops operate under the same rules and regulations, correct?
That's an assumption.
I wouldn't know. I'm not a mechanic. That is a big assumption. I wouldn't know because, again, I am not a mechanic. Okay. So.
May I say something, Your Honor?
Sure.
I believe the prosecution has created any conflict that they believe here by requesting his boss to be a witness, so I don't see why there would be a conflict in the first place.
A rebuttal to that, Your Honor.
Okay.
The state was unaware of Ms. DeSantis' representation on other matters. The conflict of interest has been created by Oliver Munderson, who, whilst talking to the defendant in cells, received a phone call from Ms. DeSantis, directly advised him of actions that would obstruct justice in said case, whilst also representing Ziggy in the same room. The conflict of interest has been created by Counsellor Oliver Munderson, who could have avoided this by simply stating to his client, look, I can't do this right now. This would create a conflict of interest if I advised you one way or another. Here's the phone number of someone who's not conflicted.
Okay. So Ziggy, I just want to make sure that you know that there is a conflict of interest. Yes, do you see it?
Nothing where the conflict of interest is.
Yeah, I see it, and it's not the fact that he's my boss. It's the fact that the lawyer is representing both of us.
I still don't see the
That's my
problem with that.
understanding.
Yes, that is exactly right. So with that in mind, do you still want? I'm so sorry, I forgot your name, Mr. West.
Munson.
Say it again with your chest.
Why would there be? Why would calling him as an expert witness being blind if he's testifying against him?
If since all of this has been going
I'm
on.
gonna,
and-
I'm gonna stop you right there so I can continue talking to Ziggy. With all that in mind, do you still want Mr. Munson to represent you?
I have the fellow behind me representing me as well, don't I? Still?
You do, yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with this then.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to overrule that that motion, or deny it. And I mean, I see your argument, prosecution. But if it comes down to it and he tries to favor the defendant, then I mean that's a different issue in itself, you know. So
You seem you're
let's just
trying
all keep that in mind and move forward. So next
It would
pre-trial
be
motion.
it would be in the employee's best interest to
Thank
represent.
you, Your Honor. The
Right, to
state
represent the guy, though.
respectfully
I'm not.
moves that the court orders the issuing of a subpoena for the appearance of Mr. Niz DeSantis, owner of Hayes Mechanic Shop, as a witness in this trial for the reasons of the defendant, Ziggy Stillman, is charged with multiple
Well,
offenses.
if he's acting as an expert witness, that means he's a neutral witness. He doesn't have any
during the course
information
of the
regarding the crime itself.
investigation.
You would think
Sorry,
he's
did-
favoring
did
towards a
you
side,
say
but
something?
Oh no,
we're not calling
no,
it.
no,
That's the
sorry,
prosecution.
never. Sorry, continue.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
So, but he's
During
been
the
called
course
as a
of this
neutral witness technically.
investigation,
So
law enforcement
I don't see why
officers
a neutral witness would be
recovered
favoring
a
one side.
item from the defendant,
they're
which
giving expert
is
testimony.
commonly associated with vehicle theft. Upon inquiry, the defendant claimed that this was used for legitimate mechanical work at his job, Hayes Autos. The state then contacted the owner of Hayes Autos to inquire about this. I believe his testimony is relevant to this case, and I believe that it is something the court needs to hear specifically about this item in question, as it is relevant to a lot of crimes in Los Santos, and the court's ruling on this could be very important for future uses of said item.
Okay. I don't need a rebuttal. I'm gonna sustain that. So let's get Niz down here. He is subpoenaed. Thank you. Do you have any
Thank you, Your
more
Honor.
pre-trial motions, prosecution?
Please give a
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense.
Before we start with pretrial motions, Your Honor, I'd like to request a point of clarification. Ms. DeSantis is being called as a witness, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. Oh, no,
Yes.
an expert witness as a mechanic, Your Honor.
What we can do is we can call him as a witness, and then we can establish if he's an expert witness once he gets on the stand. Okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Perfect.
I will call Niz DeSantis and inform you who's been subpoenaed.
Thank you.
That's not how that works.
Perfect.
What was that?
You want to do the pretrial motion, Liz, or do you want me to?
Hello, Mr. DeSantis. It's Senior Assistant District Attorney Wade Maverick. I need to inform you that the court has ordered that you attend this bench trial at City Hall immediately.
can do
You
so.
have been subpoenaed as a witness.
Let me see.
You're gonna have to speak up, Liz.
Yep. So if you could make your way here immediately,
I can do so for that.
Please do, as failure to do so would be failure of a court order.
I don't.
Absolutely. Yep. Reasonable
expert
time
witness
is going to be allowed for this. Absolutely. All right. Thank you. All right. See you soon. All right. Niz
Amazing.
DeSantis is closing his shop up or getting someone to cover him, and then he's making his way over.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Defense.
Yes.
Retrial.
We would like to motion to suppress the evidence of the can injector SASP pamphlet, as we believe it is prejudicial and is not based in factual information, as we have currently somebody coming down who is an expert witness to possibly testify regarding this. I see no reason why this piece of paper would be needed for the court case.
What's the investigation number again? Sorry.
685.
685.
Yes.
Okay. Prosecution. Rebuttal.
Thank you, Your Honor. This pamphlet has been created through numerous investigations, I believe upwards of 7 investigations onto the item in question. I could attach all these investigations to this report, Your Honor, to justify the need for the can injector pamphlet. However, I believe that the can injector pamphlet summarizes the use and the summary of all these investigations quite succinctly. It would save the court time, as this is essentially the result of hundreds of hours of investigative work put into a pamphlet for your reading.
Permission to respond to that, Your Honor.
Sure.
The document has been created by the SASP. That is correct. However, the SASP has only had actual touch with this object in criminal matters. They're not experts on the object or its uses itself.
Both very, very good arguments. And because we have that expert witness, do you know what that means, defense? That you can put doubt in that pamphlet. So I'm gonna overrule that. I'm gonna keep it in there,
what do you mean
and
this?
then if you wanna poke holes in it, that's what Ms. DeSantis is for. Okay.
All right, thank you, Honor.
Alrighty. Do we have any other pretrial motion?
I would like to ask to be attached to all those investigations that the Wade Maverick is speaking of, as we do not have access to those investigations. I'm going to make this an issue.
I don't even need a rebuttal. No. Because,
Your Honor, I'm happy to allow him access to Investigation 135 that the pamphlet directly references as the master file for every criminal record that the state has recorded so far, as well as every person involved in use of this Ken injector that has gone into the pamphlet, if that is something they wish to have access to.
Correction, Your Honor. The pamphlet lists 137.
Sorry, did I not say 137?
No, you said 135.
My apologies, I meant 137.
okay, so if you want this, do you want to submit it into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, I'm asking the defense.
Apologies.
Defense, are you sure you want access to that and add it to evidence?
Well, we're not requesting permission to add it in evidence. We're requesting to see what the backing is regarding this pamphlet.
Oh, in that case.
So with that, then you have to add it into evidence. You can't just you can't have your cake and eat it. You know, you can't have one but not the other. So if you want this, that's fine, but it will be submitted into evidence.
How is
Do you guys
this?
need time to think about that?
How has this item been submitted if there's no evidence for it, or why it should be submitted?
Say that again.
If there's no evidence or investigation for why this item is submitted, why is it related to the case at hand?
Are you talking about the master file?
The pamphlet.
Give me a second. Let me read it then. After reading that pamphlet, say your question one more time. I'm so sorry.
What would be the relevance of this pamphlet if there is no investigation or anything backing regarding it? It just seems like a piece of paper otherwise.
You know what? You have a point. All right. Well, in that case, what we can do is we can add 137 to evidence to back up the pamphlet. So that's what we're gonna do. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's add 137 as evidence. Yeah. So everyone has access to it, including me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No worries.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. The investigation has been added as evidence.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Do we have any more pretrial motion? Amazing. Okay, with that, this is called to order. Bang bang. It's gonna be the state v. Ziggy Steelman on the, what day is it today? I'm gonna go by my time. Yeah, the 8th of January 2025. I am Judge Spring Daffodil, presiding over this case. To the right of me is Court Clerk and PCP Evelyn. Yeah, Mr. Steelman, I'm gonna read you your charges, okay, and you're gonna plead to them, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, for 1 times Grand Theft Auto.
That one's the not guilty one. For all
Not
the
guilty
rest.
on that one?
Yeah, not
Okay.
guilty. All the rest you
1
want to plead no
times
contest.
evading.
No contest.
No contest, okay. 1 times reckless endangerment.
No contest on that one either, Your Honor.
Okay. And 1 times resisting.
No contest on that one.
Okay, with that, so just to be clear, we're only contesting Grand Theft Auto, correct?
That is correct.
Alrighty. And with that, let's get the ball rolling. I want opening statements. I want to be wild. I want pizzazz. Okay, so please don't bore me. Prosecution, go for it.
Reserve the right.
Would you like to do the opening?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Shall I have the
Today,
best
the state brings forward the case of the state
would you like
versus Ziggy Stillman, centered, I suppose, purely on this
You don't feel
charge of
confident?
Grand Theft Auto, which
I don't feel
the
confident
defendant
either,
has
though.
chosen to
I'm not the greatest
contest.
at openings.
We'll present clear and convincing evidence proving that Mr. Stillman knowingly and unlawfully possessed a stolen vehicle with the sole intention of depriving the owner of that vehicle, tampering with the ignition and utilizing tools commonly associated with vehicle theft. Through officer testimony and evidence, we will show that. Apologies, let me.
Oh shit, he's fumbling, he's fumbling.
You're okay. Take a breath. You're doing great.
Law enforcement officers will show through their testimony that they followed a clear timeline of responding to a dispatch report, following a vehicle tracker, observing a tampering of said tracker, and then observing the tampering of the vehicle after apprehension. The state will also call Mr. Niz DeSantis, who is Mr. Stillman's employer at Hayes Mechanics, who claims that the Ken injector, Mr. Stillman claims that the Ken injector was used for legitimate work purposes. However, we'll demonstrate that this explanation is incorrect and does not negate the facts of the case, that the stolen vehicle that was actively being pursued with this tracker by Mr. Stillman was... I'm going nowhere with this. Apologies, Your Honor. The state's evidence will, combined with the witness testimony, will leave no reasonable doubt that Mr. Stillman knowingly engaged in the theft of this vehicle, and whilst the defense may attempt to downplay or justify the defendant's possession of these items, the circumstances surrounding the theft here and the tampering and the active invasion will speak for themselves. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And with that, what I want you to do is with your opening, give me like a quote at the end that really sells it to me. Like it's a sales pitch. Like give me something that I can hold on to for the entire court case. Just like out of the blue.
That's why I wanted to make an issue with him by asking for everything.
One time someone said, Your Honor, quite frankly, he did that shit, dog. And I haven't stopped thinking about that since. So give me, it doesn't have to be poetic.
Sure. I mean, I'm a bit of a poetic person. I'm going to go with seize the moment, because this opportunity you've been waiting for is right here, right now.
That's why I was asking if Rax stole it.
That
Because
was
I know the police wouldn't want to give up
Thank
that
you.
information.
Truly.
But,
Defense.
The defense is reserving its right to an opening statement and will give it after the state's case in chief.
What?
The defense will give its opening statement after the prosecution has finished its first part of questioning.
No, give it to me. No, no, give it to me now.
The opening statement?
Your Honor, the state has the requirement to prove intent, which is going to be very hard for them due to multiple parts of the crime that was allegedly committed. Our client was alone in the vehicle, and the state's own expert witness will prove that for boosting 2 people are required, which means that the charge of Grand Theft Auto could have not been completed in any case.
Okay. Prosecution, your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution calls Corporal Sexton to the stand as a witness.
I'm appealing the living shit out of this thing.
Hi, Sexton.
Hello.
Do you want to swear me in?
I do.
Perfect.
Swear.
It doesn't look like there's
I swear.
exactly
No,
the pamphlet.
swear.
You want me to use an actual cuss word?
Yes.
It just lists where the information's coming from.
Hunt.
But I don't have access to that.
Alright. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and all of the truth and nothing but the truth at the risk of smoting by your god?
I do.
Alright. He swore. A very good swear.
Yes, I have.
Hello, sir. Can you please state your name and rank for the court?
I'm Corporal Gary Sexton of the San Andreas State Police.
And can you explain what prompted your involvement in this case?
I was patrolling. We had a CAD dispatch report that a vehicle was being tampered with up by the court center.
And what information did you receive from that CAD report?
It tells you the location. So it said the court's drive and the description of the vehicle, which in this case was a Cognoscenti.
And is there any further information on that CAD report?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, the state has provided evidence of said CAD report. Can I have Sexton read it for us?
Sure.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Sexton. If you would like to open the investigation file here and read evidence dispatch call vehicle tampering for me.
Yes, it says reports of a stolen vehicle with a tracker installed, a Cognoscenti, if available, respond to H. Jones Drive, Pacific Bluffs.
Okay. So as you approached the location mentioned in the CAD report, what did you observe?
So as I was approaching, I saw the distinctive tracker sort of approaching me. I slowed down, and then I saw the Cognoscenti sort of blow past me, so I did a U-turn. I flipped my lights on, my sirens, and I started to pursue the vehicle.
Did the vehicle comply with your attempts to initiate a stop?
It did not.
Can you describe the pursuit that followed?
The pursuit was quite lengthy.
I would like to object to relevance. Why would this be relevant to the charge of GTA?
My rebuttal,
Yes, he
Your Honor.
played. Yeah, he played no contest to everything else. How was it relevant?
So, Your Honor, the point of this is to show that the defendant here had no intentions of yielding to law enforcement because he had no intentions to return this vehicle to the owner. Whilst the charge of evading does not need to be proved in this court case, it does go to show that the defendant here was trying to deprive the owner of the vehicle permanently, as he was trying to steal the vehicle for whatever means possible.
Yeah, I think that's pretty relevant. Overruled. Continue.
Okay.
Thank you. The question was, can you describe the pursuit that followed?
So yeah, it was quite a lengthy pursuit. It did go all across the city, and at one point there was, we did lose a visual of the vehicle for a while, where it was just stationary. We could still see the tracker. We went to location. We
Because
were
he
unable
resisted,
to
that's evidence of him being guilty.
find it, and then we went and checked out areas that were below, and there's an underground racetrack, and the suspect was sat there tampering with something underneath the dashboard when we arrived on scene.
Okay. What is your belief, your experience when it comes to vehicle tampering in relations to boosts?
Well, it is better if you have 2 people. However, I have seen people on motorcycles, just a single person, boosting a vehicle and removing the tracker while they're driving.
So you're saying that there is more than one way to boost a vehicle?
There absolutely is, yes.
What'd you say?
Objection leading.
This is true. It was leading. I'm gonna strike that. Re-ask the question. And please, witnesses, wait like, I don't know, 2.5 seconds to answer the question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No, don't apologize to me. You're fine.
What are the different methods, if any, for boosting a vehicle?
I am unsure of the actual different methods, but I am aware that you don't necessarily need 2 people, in my experience, in order to
Objection.
disable the
Nothing.
tracker.
Nothing pending. Everything after. I'm not aware of everything. Like stricken.
I believe he was answering the question, Your Honor, directly.
Oh yeah, he was. Overruled.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm gonna rewrite that down.
Corporal Sexton, do you need me to repeat the question?
If you don't mind, yes, please.
What are the different methods, if any, for boosting a vehicle?
In my experience, I'm not sure of the actual different methods. All I do know is that you don't necessarily need 2 people to disable a tracker. In my experience, I have seen motorcycles being boosted with just a single occupant.
For clarity of the
I would
court,
like to object to opinion of a layperson in that regard, as he just justified himself in not being an expert in this regard.
My rebuttal to that, Your Honor, is that Corporal Sexton here is an experienced trooper who responds to crimes on a daily basis. He is not a layman in this instance.
True. I mean, he's saying what he has seen himself. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since the defense used this phrase boosting, Corporal Sexton, could you describe
Why did
what
you
it
say
is?
boosting? That was right.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that it's when somebody decides to take a car without the owner's permission that has a tracker installed on it, and they basically just drive around removing the tracker so that they can either I believe that they were able to either keep the vehicle or sell it for
These are good objections,
parts or whatever.
And when you say keep the vehicle, do you mean, can you elaborate on that?
I believe that they get some kind of ownership over it. Obviously, I'm not an expert when it comes to committing crime.
He's saying I'm not an expert.
But you do respond to crime on a daily basis and witness crimes, correct?
Objection, leading.
Yes, Your Honor, I will rephrase. But you do.
Thank you.
You do respond to crimes on a daily basis.
Objection, leading. All right.
That's not
Yeah,
leading.
that's leading.
You can go either way with that, Your Honor.
You just need to remove one word at the end. Just get rid of correct.
Did I say correct again, Your Honor?
Yeah, I believe you did.
My apologies, Your Honor.
That's okay.
But you do respond to crimes on a daily basis, Corporal Sexton?
I do.
Throughout the process of this crime, Corporal Sexton, did you observe the vehicle tracker at all times?
I did, yes.
And the vehicle that was listed on the CAD report, were you able to identify it yourself in person?
Yes, I was.
During the pursuit, did you observe any dangerous or illegal actions by the suspect?
I did.
No objection, relevance.
Again, Your Honor, the relevance of this is to show how desperate the defendant was to evade police as he was trying to permanently deprive the owner of the vehicle.
Defense, final rebuttal.
None. Withdrawn.
I mean, I would make the rebuttal that these are a lot of assumptions in this regard, and I don't see how his refusal to turn himself in would be in relation to any of this.
I believe that they can achieve what they're trying to achieve, Your Honor, in cross-examination.
Yeah, I think it is relevant. Overruled.
Did the pursuit place any individuals, officers, or members of the public at risk?
I believe it.
Apologies. You
Objection compound.
I can ask it separately if you would like, Your Honor.
Sure.
Did the pursuit place any individuals at risk?
Just other road users.
How was the suspect ultimately identified as Ziggy Stillman?
Eventually, he crashed his vehicle out. He fled on foot. Trooper Fargo pursued him, and he eventually just surrendered to law enforcement. And
I
believe he
would like to object to narrative for that. That was a lot. That was not.
Apologize.
Your Honor, the question was very simple, and he hasn't gone anywhere outside of the scope of the question.
For rebuttal, we would like to offer that he continued describing what he did. The question was simple, how he was identified.
Okay, so he drove, he crashed, he got out, he resisted, bang, cuffed, woo. Okay, perfect. We know it's Ziggy. Hi Ziggy, how you doing?
Not too bad. And yourself?
Nice. I'm alright. Yeah. Let's sustained. Let's continue.
Is that just a motion to strike any testimony after that, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the suspect's vehicle documented?
Yes, it was.
Who documented the suspect's vehicle?
I initially stayed behind after it crashed out, and he fled on foot to take a picture of the vehicle.
What did you observe about the condition of the vehicle at the time?
It was in a pretty beat up state. The front passenger side wheel was sort of bent slightly.
Was there any evidence of vehicle tampering?
I didn't actually check for vehicle tampering. I just documented it because I needed to help Fargo as he was alone and he needed backup in pursuing a suspect.
Thankfully, this guy's
was the vehicle
honest.
Documented by anyone other than yourself?
I'm unsure of that.
In the investigation file here, there is evidence that is listed as tampered ignition, Your Honor.
I'd like to object to counsel's testifying.
I'm not testifying. I'm pointing to evidence, Your Honor. Specifically, it's titled tampered ignition.
Yeah, can I kind of like it when the counselors testify a bit. I think it's really fun, the little snarky comments. It's really fun back and forth. So, defense, if you're okay with it, if you want to testify and do the same thing, I'm okay with it. I like it. It's very law and order. It's very fun. Thoughts, opinions, prosecution, defense?
I'm okay with it, Your Honor.
I've never tried before, so I'd like to give it a try. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Specifically, Your Honor, I'm trying to understand who submitted this evidence into the document. Corporal Sexton, did you submit this evidence to the document?
I did not.
All right. Are you unaware of who submitted this evidence?
I believe it would be Trooper Fargo. But
Thank you,
I'm
Your
unsure.
The objection calls for speculation.
Rebuttal?
I don't have a rebuttal, Your Honor.
Yeah. Oh my god. Busy Rangers, leave me alone. Yeah, it was speculation because of the I'm unsure, and also do you know who? But I mean, only because he said I'm unsure. So I'm gonna strike that. Continue.
Are you confident that the individual apprehended is the same person who fled from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe any tools that indicated the vehicle may have been tampered with?
No.
Okay.
Specifically in the possession of Ziggy Stillman?
I didn't search Mr. Stillman, so no.
Thank you. Was there any further evidence tying the suspect to the vehicle theft?
No.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, your cross-examination.
Do we have anything we want to ask him?
You gotta speak up to me,
Or
Melissa.
is there anything that we think you should ask him?
Also, who's this guy next to you? The one with the notes and a
That
bag.
is the
Who's that?
paralegal, Your Honor.
Mr. Paralegal, what is your name?
Hunter Fisher, Your Honor.
You need to speak up.
Hunter Fisher, Your Honor.
Hunter, how long have you been a paralegal, Hunter?
Going on about maybe like 4 days, 5 days.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they teaching you well?
Yes, I've been able to shadow some fine attorneys.
And you're learning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Okay, defense.
Is there anything that you feel needs to be asked of him?
Sorry, sometimes the paralegals, they just kind of stand there and look pretty, and it's good to get them engaged.
Thank you,
I do
Honor.
appreciate it, Your Honor.
Officer, could you repeat your name for me? I missed it at the start.
Absolutely. It's Corporal Gary Sexton of the San Andreas State Police. My badge number is 100.
Thank you, Corporal Sexton. Corporal Sexton, could you tell me how many cases have you participated in of vehicle theft?
Could I get some clarification? Do you mean prosecuted?
Approximately.
Do you mean that it went to court or just that I've just dealt with in general?
All of them.
I couldn't even begin to guess. It's a lot.
Would it be fair to say it is more than 100?
It's probably somewhere around there, give or take.
Could you specify how many of those involved a vehicle with a tracker?
Maybe a third of those.
A third?
So about 40, 35 to 40, correct?
Oh, I would like to testify that in the pamphlet.
I believe. Oh, sorry.
In the pamphlet, it reads that there is 16 incidents. That is not anywhere near a third of which the trooper is testifying to of these. Let's quote out these items.
Sorry, what is happening here, Your Honor?
Mr. Liss is testifying.
He is testifying.
Yes, yeah, and the template has not been brought into evidence yet by anyone. It's not within the scope of.
Well, that's why I was testifying to it.
Can I continue?
Yes, please go ahead.
Out of these 30...
Sorry, Your Honor, can I have
Yeah,
Mr. Liss's testimony struck
Hang
from...
on.
You
Once
could
it
say,
gets
to be fair,
brought
Your
in,
Honor.
hang on, let me finish. Once it gets brought in, you can testify again, Lit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna strike
So-
it. No worries.
Alright.
Officer, out of these
I got
30,
accepted.
40 vehicles with a tracker, how many of them were motorcycles?
Objection, relevance.
How is it relevant?
The corporal testified that he witnessed people stealing motorcycles by themselves without assistance from other people.
Okay. And you have a point to where you're going with this?
Yes, Your Honor. The point is
Okay.
proving that a person could not steal a car.
Oh, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil. I don't want to know spoilers. Overruled.
How many of those were motorcycles with a tracker?
In the last 2 days, 3.
And how many of them were cars?
A lot.
How many of those have you witnessed where a car was stolen by a single person?
Just a handful, maybe 5 or 6.
And did these people have any assistance from the outside?
Yes, there are usually interference vehicles.
Did the defendant have any interference vehicles?
Not
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Was it relevant?
Specifically in this case, my objection is that an interference vehicle is used to essentially push pursuing officers off of the vehicle that is being pursued. That's its
that's fine.
actions. It's not there to assist in specifically the tampering of the vehicle.
Rebuttal?
Sure.
The ADA earlier stated that the fact that our client pled no contest to 2 other charges was relevant to his intent to get away. So I would argue that the fact that he did not have outside assistance could prove that he did not intend to get away at any rate.
Well, okay, you don't even. Let me ask you a question. Did the trooper here state that he evaded?
He did.
Yes, right. So that means he didn't stop, right?
That is correct. However, intent
No,
for
hang
stealing a
on,
vehicle
hang on,
is different.
hang on. So I think it would be reasonable to say that if someone doesn't stop for lights and sirens and they are actively driving away, they are trying to get away. I'm gonna sustain the objection. Move on.
I did stop with the tracker still on in a place where they could find me with no exit.
He used the wrong word. You should have used intent to deprive.
You said that the suspect vehicle was heavily damaged, correct?
Correct.
How was this damage sustained?
Objection. Relevance.
How's it relevant?
It would be relevant because they are alleging that he intended to permanently deprive the owner of the vehicle. How could he be permanently depriving it if there was very severe damage in the sense of where would he be taking it to or planning on using it for?
It's a very good point.
I believe that would.
overruled.
Sorry, Your Honor, if I can rebuttal, if that's okay.
You can.
It leads to a lot of speculation from the defense that they're speculating, they're going to be essentially asking Trooper Sexton here to speculate to the intentions and desires of the suspect, which he is incapable of doing. The entire question and line of questions will lead to speculation.
Rebuttal to the
true?
rebuttal?
No. I'm gonna overrule it anyway. If they start to speculate, then object to it, and we can move forward. Smile. Continue.
Can you please answer, officer?
Could you please restate the question?
How was this damage sustained?
During the course of the pursuit, the vehicle, which is kind of a
And why
it's
am
a
I
very unwieldy
feeling
vehicle.
really-
It struck multiple walls, a lamppost.
I'm feeling really locked in today.
Was just generally in a state of disrepair due to the manner in which it was driven.
Did you or other
Sorry.
office?
Oh my god, are you
Oh,
kidding?
sorry, I'm
Don't
so
you
sorry.
dare answer that.
No, I'm
damn
turning my phone off.
It's a long time to hang it up, though.
Sorry.
Not a good look, Sexton. Not a good look. Can everyone please say to Sexton, not a good look?
Not a
Not
good
a good
look,
look,
Sexton.
Sexton.
Not a good look.
Not a good look, Sexton.
Good luck, Gary!
Alrighty, continue.
You were one of the pursuing officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you the driver or the passenger?
Objection. Relevance.
Also compound.
It's going to be relevant to how the damage was sustained specifically.
Are you saying let me cook? Is that what you're saying, defense? 'Cause
Essentially,
you only
yes.
you only get one let me cook.
I am saying let me cook.
Okay, overruled.
I was a solo unit, so I was driving.
Did you at any point in time make intentional contact with the suspect vehicle?
Negative. Because the tracker was on, we have a no pit policy until the tracker's disabled, and the tracker was enabled the entire pursuit. So no, we did not strike the vehicle.
SOPs, okay. Oh,
You are in
Thank
fact
you for that information.
stating that at no point you came into contact with the vehicle, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
True. You did ask it, and you did he did answer it. Sustained.
Did any other officers, to your knowledge, come into contact with the vehicle?
No.
Visualizing the defendant may have lied to us. It's fine, it happens.
You said that you did not personally search the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Do you know which officer did search?
Objection.
Yes or
Speculation.
no?
So real. He already testified. I'm not sure though. Over sustained.
You want to lead with yes or no?
No further questions from me, Your Honor, but I believe Liz might have some.
Let me see. Do we have any questions?
I'm sure Liz, do you have any?
I mean, I've asked quite a bit, but let me see if I can cook some myself. May I approach the bowl, Your Honor?
Yep. Go.
Yes, you can. Thank you for asking. I always smile when someone asks that. It takes me off guard every single time.
All right, how are you doing this fine day, Trooper Saxon?
Doing fantastic. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. So, been a pretty eventful day.
Objection, relevance. I'm happy to him to ask a question to lighten the mood, but he's going off on a tangent now already.
Yes, the same.
All right. Trooper Saxon, would you say that you have a general idea of what a criminal element might look like?
Objection vague?
I didn't even hear the question. What was the
I
last word?
criminal element might look like.
That is very vague. Can you reword?
Okay. What would be the difference between a person driving their own vehicle and someone stealing that vehicle?
I mean, I'm not sure that I can answer that question.
Okay.
Everybody drives in their own way. You know, some people, some law-abiding
Objection,
citizens.
non-responsive. He's not answering the question that was answered.
Just need to deal with it.
I believe the question was, what's the difference between driving your own vehicle and driving a vehicle that doesn't belong to you?
Mr. Sec, is there a difference that you know of?
No.
Okay. I'm just gonna strike that question and try again.
Okay. Let's see. How do you determine whenever there is, let's say, a car alarm going off? Would this trigger the said tracker for what has been referred to as a boost?
No.
What would trigger this?
I'm no expert in this regard.
Okay. So.
But I
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Defense, do you have any other question?
Just give me a sec. Oh, defense. Sorry, no.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nice try. Mr. Paralegal, if you could ask one question, what would it be? If you don't have one, that's fine.
It's your time.
Yeah, I probably don't have one, Your Honor. I'm all right.
Try.
Are you sure?
We're putting you on the
This is
spot.
Shoot one.
This
Come on.
doesn't happen often. It's your time to shine.
Bro, shoot it, bro.
This is your
shoot
big
it.
chance to fuck up.
This is your shot, homie. Go.
You miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah, no, I'm put on the spot, Your Honor.
He approached the well, Your Honor.
Yeah, he can approach the well, sure.
All right, please do. All right.
Oh, hang on. Yes, Chase, what is my car at a meter?
Yep.
I didn't put it there. That's so weird. A white benefactor.
Yep, he's definitely there.
Okay, I didn't put it there.
Do you wish to call for recess?
I
Your
love
Honor?
making.
So you don't get a ticket?
Oh, I didn't put it there, so I didn't. No, it's
Chicken
okay.
is fighting court, man.
Yeah, I'll call Wiz if I want to find it. It's a joke, maybe. I don't know. It depends. Come on, Mr. Paralegal, you can do it.
I love making them feel uncomfortable, Your Honor.
I'd ask something like, Mr.
All right.
Trooper Sexton, do you believe that the defendant there has possessed something illegal on him?
I do believe the can injector is used for criminality. So yes.
Can we
Thank you.
object to our own question, Your Honor?
That's all I
Thank you, paralegal.
That's all I know. I'm sorry.
Thank you, paralegal.
Objection calls for speculation.
Was I on the wrong side? Oh, my apologies. Damn it.
Nah, you know what? You shot your shot, motherfucker. That's what it's all about.
Mr. Maverick, you should talk to that guy. See if he wants to talk with you guys.
we might offer him a job after this, Your Honor.
He is currently applied to be the Rangers, Your Honor. So
Really?
yes. So
Miss Ranger boy. Okay. Interesting.
Academy's coming up, but yeah, till then I'm trying to serve the game.
I see. Okay. Prosecution, reader.
Yes. You stated in your testimony that the defendant fled the vehicle after it crashed. Was the vehicle disabled?
No, it was still running. The engine was still running.
Was why was the vehicle abandoned?
The area that they sort of crashed into was kind of a little bit of a boxed in, and I don't know why that they fled, but
I would like to object to speculation.
That's fine, Your Honor. We can just strike everything after the he starts saying, "I don't know why."
Yeah, sure. True.
So you boxed the vehicle in, Corporal Sexton?
We didn't so much box it in as they sort of semi-boxed themselves.
You believe it would have been incredibly difficult to remove the vehicle from that area?
Objection leading.
So.
I'm gonna be real. Everything went silent for like half a second. So what was the question? I didn't even hear it.
The question was, you believe it would have been incredibly difficult to remove the vehicle from the area?
The objection calls for speculation.
And I'm re-asking the question.
Okay, I was gonna say, you know what? Do whatever makes you happy, Mr. Maverick.
Sorry, this is. I was just rephrasing the question for you, Your Honor, and so.
Yeah, no, please do. Yeah. Do you think it's leading prosecution? The question.
I mean, there's open end to it. It doesn't force him to answer specifically.
True, I would agree.
I have a rebuttal for me, Your Honor.
Sure.
A leading question is when the answer is in the question. I believe that was the case with that question.
Do you want to just rephrase it for me, prosecution?
Yes, I can rephrase it.
Man, I'm feeling really good today. What's up with this? All right. I'm an element.
How difficult would it have been to remove the vehicle from that area?
It would have taken a substantial amount of time, I believe.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense, are you marking this witness for recall?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sexton, you may step down, but you are not free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
The state will now call Trooper Fargo to the stand.
Yeah, I feel like I'm killing this
Trooper
thing.
Fargo.
What's up with this? All right.
Hello.
Hello. You walk with a little pep in your step. I love that.
Yeah, I'm fat.
Oh. I thought you were just
Go over
happy to be
pH.
here.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Evelyn, do you want to swear a bit?
Swear.
Shit dick. You hear me,
What
shit
on?
dick?
Nice. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, at the risk of smoting by your god?
I swear.
Alright, he swore. Very well.
Very well.
I'm a fan of ass crab myself.
Oh, good one.
Permission to enter the well, Your Honor.
Yeah, you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. I
No
love your
worries.
little. I can hear your smile, Your Honor. That's lovely. Trooper, can you please state your name and rank for the court?
Yeah, I'm
Why do that
Trooper
when asking
Eli
questions?
Fargo.
I like that.
And can you explain what prompted your involvement in this case?
My involvement started when I came back on service and I heard over the radio that there's a vehicle tampering, and I attached myself to the call with Sexton and tried to find the vehicle.
Were you able to locate the vehicle?
We had some difficulty at first. We arrived where the tracker was, but there was nothing there. And then I heard over the radio it might be underground in a parking garage. We found it after.
Did you enter the underground parking garage?
Yeah, we entered with Sexton.
And what did you observe when you entered the underground parking garage?
We found a purple in color cognoscenti behind a pillar in the parking garage.
Is this the same vehicle that was listed on the CAD report?
Affirm.
Did you observe anybody inside of the cognoscenti?
Yes, that man over there, Ziggy Steelman.
And what was he doing inside of the vehicle?
He was crouched and tampering with something under the wheel.
Oh my.
Inside the vehicle, I mean.
Inside
Can
the
we all
vehicle.
gasp? Sorry, one sec. Can everyone like do like an audible gasp, please? That would be great. Thank 3, 2, 1, go. That's so good. All right, continue.
Did Mr. Stillman continue tampering with the vehicle after you located him?
Objection. Counsel was testifying. He didn't say anything about him testifying. It looked like he was temporary. Or lack of foundation would be the better word saying this.
I don't believe I need to rebuttal this, Your Honor. It's a baseless objection.
Yeah.
Apologize, Liz, for stepping.
Liz, don't do that. Let me have my order moment, please. Sorry, continue. I didn't mean to lash out on you.
Did yeah, please answer the question, Fargo.
Yes, we arrived there. He kept doing it. I told to get out of the vehicle and put his hands up.
Did he do that?
He did not.
What did he do?
He decided to start driving away from us.
You pursued the vehicle after this, correct? Sorry, rephrasing. Did you pursue the vehicle?
I did.
What caused? Did the vehicle pursuit end at any point?
Making him work
It
for
did when he drove into a dead end.
It wasn't a dead end. I was next to a building. That's it.
I'd
Like,
say
it
you
was
wouldn't go that way.
How did Ziggy Steelman end up in police custody?
Once he drove to the dead end and I was right behind him, he had no way out with his vehicle, jumped out, started running over the little power station next to Little Bighorn. He ran all the way to the canals where I told him to stop, this is the police, he did not. And he just started walking. I think he said he was very, very thirsty, and at that point we surrendered.
Was Ziggy Steelman searched?
Yes, I did search him.
You searched him?
Yes, sir.
And what items did you find in his possession?
I found a can injector, screwdrivers, lockpicks, his personal weapon, his knife, phone and radio, and food and drinks.
What is a can injector?
Didn't have any food and drink.
My belief is it is a multi-tool used to spoof signal, and it acts as a key fob.
The state has entered into evidence a pamphlet on a Ken injector.
Objection, Your Honor, to the
Let him
previous...
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go on, and then object, please.
The state has entered into evidence a pamphlet on a Ken injector. Trooper Fargo, are you familiar with this document?
Now you can object.
Objection, Your Honor, to the previous question. Fact not in evidence. There is no documentation of the defendant's possessions, from what I can see.
Well, Your Honor, we do have documentation to the confiscated items as well as confiscated items in the evidence locker. If you would like to strike the items that he didn't refer to, I have no issue with that.
In that case, motion to impeach the witness. There is no food listed in the confiscated items.
Your Honor, he was giving testimony to the items that was in the possession of the witness. He has not lied on stand here. He's just not entered into evidence the itemization of the possessions of the witness. This is defendant, sorry. I don't believe in impeachment is appropriate here.
Rebuttal, there is no photo evidence of what the defendant was in possession of.
I understand that, Counselor. However, to impeach him would mean that he was lying. You don't have any evidence to state he was lying. You are just stating that the evidence of his possessions has not been entered, which is a fair statement and a motion to the objection you've done already is sufficient for that.
Rebuttal.
Okay, let's stop. I will ask you for a rebuttal if I want one. Okay, so going forward, just to make sure that we're all aware, if I want a rebuttal, I'll ask one. Correct? Everyone agree?
Understood.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is, because I understand why they didn't take a photo, I'm not going to get into it. As we can see in the report, it says can injector, 2 screwdrivers, screwdrivers spelt wrong, sorry, had to point that out, and 1 lockpick. I can see in the evidence locker here that it's in there. As for the knife and the food, I mean, do we know if he had it on him? No, there's nothing to prove that, but there is those confiscated items. Trooper, are you lying to me?
Me?
Yes.
No, I mean, I have his belongings on me right now. But I took from him. I took the items that we don't let them hold in the cell.
Okay.
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Permission denied. I'm gonna overrule that motion. Yeah. If you want to bring it up in your closing, bring it up in your closing. But going forward, we're overruling that and continuing on prosecution. Yeah. Continue.
For legal reasons, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna get that bitch.
Probably looks better if I do it like this.
I believe the objection happened after I asked the question, Your Honor. Is Trooper Fargo familiar with the pamphlet that has been entered into evidence?
Was that the question? I completely forgot, to be honest.
Yeah, he objected to the question prior, after the question had been answered, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's also a problem in itself, but we're not going to get into it. So, do you want to just re-ask the question again? Thank you so much.
Yes, in evidence is a pamphlet, Trooper Fargo, titled Can Injector Analysis Report. Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
This document refers to an item that is called a Ken injector. It summarizes a 2-week period investigation involving 16 confirmed encounters that shows that in every instance, this device was accompanied with other tools such as screwdrivers and lockpicks, which you have testified was also found on the defendant. Can you, in other instances of vehicle tampering calls with an alarm, what items have you found on the people that you have arrested?
Sure, you didn't have food on you.
that are relevant to this
I'm
case.
100% sure. I begged the officer for some. Saxton came and
I
gave me
have
some after the
found
fact.
can injectors, screwdrivers, and
Apologized because they didn't have anything else.
I apologize. What was the last one?
Lockpicks is what he said.
yeah, lockpicks.
So in every instance of a CAD report for a vehicle tampering with an active alarm, those 3 items have been in the possession of the
Objection
perpetrator.
calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it's not speculation. It's his
I'm sure
direct
wallet, fucking keys, and a gun were used in all of them as well.
objective experience.
I don't think that's
true.
Rebuttal
Yes, Liz?
permission?
I apologize. I was gonna say I don't think objective is supposed to be subjective experience, right?
No, it's his objective
Yes,
experience.
plus he is referring to every
Okay,
single...
wait. Stop. Rank, safe word. Mr. Fargo, are you a cop?
Yeah.
Do you respond to crime?
Yeah.
Or is
Do
it
you respond
symptoms?
to tampering calls?
All the time, every day.
Okay. And you've experienced these 3 items in like multiple times to do with boosting?
Yeah.
Do we still think it's speculation? I'll hear the rebuttal still. Defense.
The question was worded insofar that it would say that every single person who ever tampered with a vehicle had those things in his possession.
No, that was not the question, Your Honor. He's Counselor is mistestifying the question.
If I'm incorrect, you're free to correct me with the correct question that was asked.
Said every
that was a
instance.
recorrect and correct.
Your Honor, I said every instance of a CAD report for a vehicle alarm, these items have been found in the possession
In that case,
of the
withdrawn
perpetrators.
apologies.
That's okay. You don't need to apologize. That's a big thing. Admitting when we're wrong, and I really appreciate that. Well done.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah, you may.
They're attesting to other crimes which the guilt or innocence of have not been verified. So to claim that all these are instances of boosting or otherwise, I feel it's a very strong assumption.
Your Honor, I'm just speaking to the relevance of this case in which the officers responded to a CAD report of a vehicle alarm that was being tampered with. They followed a vehicle whose active tracker was there, and I'm asking Trooper Fargo to speak to his experience of doing this in other cases. I'm not
Specifically
asking
to do with the like the tracker calls, like specifically.
with the tracker call specifically, Your Honor.
Alright, let's overrule that from the defense. Yeah. Do you know what's really cool for testifying? You'd be like, let it be known to the court that we are specifically referencing the tracker tampering calls. That is how you testify to the court. Thank you so much. Continue. Law and order. Bang. Dun dun.
You can answer the question, Trooper Fargo.
Did you repeat the question?
Yes. In your experience of responding to vehicle tampering alerts for vehicles with active trackers, when you have apprehended people, has the perpetrators involved been in possession of a can injector, a screwdriver, and a lockpick?
Yes.
Every time have the perpetrators involved in this crime been in possession of these?
Not every time. Some of the items.
This is a big point. This is bullshit.
Not
I
every
got my
time.
can injector taken off me in the past.
Do you apprehend every individual involved in these crimes?
Yes, we try. Sometimes they get away.
Sorry, you have not answered the question I've asked.
That was so conflicting.
Do you answer? Do you arrest every perpetrator involved in these crimes?
I don't understand what you.
So in instances that you have pursued people who
I
are
think you talked to
tampering
him. I
with
feel like that's fine.
trackers on vehicles, have you arrested every perpetrator that you have pursued?
No.
Thank you. who documented the suspect's vehicle?
I did.
Super comp.
What
I kinda like
did
the
you
trooper,
observe
though.
about the condition of the interior of the vehicle at the time?
He seems to know about like him.
Interior of the vehicle,
He
I
wishes us no.
jumped in and I saw the
Objection
ignition.
ambiguous.
Say that again.
Ambiguous. He is asking him about everything about the interior. This could include whether the suspect puked on the carpet.
Now that's not an objection we hear often. Prosecution, do you have a rebuttal?
I can be. No, I don't believe this
It's
question is
true,
ambiguous, Your Honor. I believe its relevance to the state of the vehicle and what potentially happened inside of the vehicle that's relevant to this incident. If
Alright,
the
that's what it
trooper
is.
decides to go on a tangent, I believe the defense can object to non-pending or cause for narrative or such relevancy.
Mhm. I mean, if he did throw up in the car, I'd love to know. Go on, defense. Sorry.
I could furthermore object to lacks of specificity and leading.
There was no
Okay,
leading
so
in
when it
this
comes
question.
when it comes to
Correct.
objections, for me,
Lacks of specificity.
for me, you don't throw objections at me. Just give me one and hope for the best. So which one are we picking?
Ambiguous, still.
Okay. I mean, did you see any vomit in the car, trooper?
I did not.
Okay. I'm gonna overrule it. I think we all understand the point of the question. So continue.
Please answer the question, Trooper Fargo.
Could you repeat the question again? There's so much here.
That's
I'm
okay,
very,
Trooper Fargo.
scatterbrained.
I'll ask the question. What did you observe about the condition of the interior of the vehicle at the time?
I stepped in, vehicle. It was a very fancy vehicle, leather seating. Only one that I noticed was out of place was a screwdriver in the ignition. Was tampered with.
So the ignition had been tampered with?
Objection leading.
It was a.
Yeah, that is leading.
It is leading. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was a super leading question.
Had anything in the vehicle been altered?
The ignition.
What about the ignition had been altered?
I would like to object to speculation. How was there? How could he know whether or not the screwdriver was there to begin with?
My rebuttal here is, Your Honor, is I'm not asking to when it had happened. I'm asking to what had been altered about the vehicle's condition.
Rebuttal from the defense.
Well, if that implies that he had seen the vehicle in an unaltered state, and I don't believe that was the case.
What was the objection?
Speculation.
Speculation.
Yes.
Huh. Prosecution, give me one final rebuttal.
I believe that if the defense wants to cast doubt into when the vehicle was altered, they should do so in cross-examination, Your Honor, rather than calls for speculation. The vehicle, I believe that we're all capable of knowing if a vehicle is in a state of regularity or not, and this objection is not the proper way of contesting this question.
Yes, very well. Overruled. Nope, overruled. Continue.
I would make the argument that we have check engine lights
Alright,
because people can't.
Like I said, when I stepped in, I noticed that the car had been started with the screwdriver. It was hijacked. Ignition had been tampered. I didn't notice anything else out of place in the car.
Yep. During your proceedings in cells, were did you inform the defendant of any items that had been confiscated?
Objection, relevance.
Rebuttal.
My rebuttal is, let me cook, Your Honor. This is leading somewhere.
Oh, there we go. I'm letting him cook. Overruled.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I told him that the can injector, lockpicks, and screwdrivers, that I'm taking those, and I'm holding his weapons as well.
Did the defendant make any remarks when you informed him of this?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said he uses that for his mechanic work and that he works at Hayes Autos. Specifically about the can injector.
Did he make any specific remarks of how he used the can injector at his job?
No, he just said he uses that for his mechanic work.
So he made claims that it was only used in legal fashion.
Objection, leading.
I can strike the question and end all questions. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. I would say you cooked. Cross-examination, defense.
Yes, I have a few questions.
Okay. Hey, can I request something? And you can totally say no.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you can get your paralegal to ask one of your questions so he doesn't throw your case, that would be cool. If you don't want to do that, that's also fine.
I mean, I respect his ability to fuck up, Your Honor. That's...
Okay.
Alright, may I approach the well?
You may approach the well, of course. What?
Your Honor, can we request the permission to object to our own paralegal's question if it's detrimental to our case?
I mean, the point is, right, so you just tell him the question to ask, so, like, it gives him the ability to, get a little bit of action so he's just not standing there,
Yes, but I'd like him to ask his own question.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's all good. You can object.
I suggest maybe spend the time now talking to him about that question so you can mentor him.
Yeah. Okay, Liz, go for it.
Okay. Alright, you said that you'd witnessed the defendant. It looked like he had been doing something below the vehicle, like tampering something.
Objection asked and answered.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm waiting for an answer. I don't know what to do here.
Oh, rebuttal.
Oh, I was asking for a point of clarification.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Your Honor, asked and answered excludes clarification. It's still asked and answered if he is clarifying.
Yeah, true. Just move on.
Move on. I didn't have anywhere to start with. But
I mean, just like move on, like from that question. Like,
okay.
You've clarified. Well done.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off. Like, ask your next question.
That threw me off entirely because I was putting foundation.
I'm so sorry.
That's the point of the objection.
Your Honor, can I sit down? I'm fat and my knees hurt.
You can sit down on that chair. I know, it's your way. As long as you stay in that little bubble there, I don't really care what you do.
Oh, so much better.
You had described the defendant as having fiddled with something in the vehicle. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered. If I may continue, Your Honor.
First, I've heard fiddled spoken all day.
Yeah, me too. Oh my god. Yeah, go on.
It's the same question, just with one word added to it.
I would ask for the let me cook here. So
You want to let me cook?
I'd like him to let me
Alright, he
cook,
wants to
right?
let me cook. Let him cook. Overrule.
Alright, good luck.
Go on.
I'll repeat. You had described the defendant as having looked like he was fiddling with something in the vehicle. Was that correct?
Did that guy that was just
For the third time, yes.
Thank you.
Please.
All right. When you observed the interior of the vehicle, did you happen to notice any kind of white substance in the vehicle?
Objection relevance.
Let him cook.
Also foundation, Your Honor, and scope.
Yeah, I kind of want to see where this is going. No, don't throw objections at me, prosecution. I'm gonna.
Apologies.
No, you're okay.
I do like the let me
I'm
cook
letting you
here.
cook, Liz.
Thank you.
Get to the point.
All right.
A white
the question?
substance? Oh, we need HR so badly.
What was the answer?
Did you repeat the question?
Yes. Well, in the interior of the vehicle, did you happen to have noticed any kind of a white substance possibly in the vehicle?
No.
And did you happen to notice any kind of smell emanating from the vehicle? So.
Objection scope, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean it's. Okay, go on.
It had been talked about what the condition of the interior of the vehicle was like. So I would.
Oh,
argue
you're
it was-
so right. No,
So-
he's right. Yeah, no, continue. Everyone.
No, I stepped in for a few seconds and stepped out.
Okay. So
I didn't really smell around the car. I'm not a feet sniffer.
Alright.
I'm keeping that on court record that he's not a feet sniffer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No worries.
Can you describe to me what a Pete sniffer is?
Sorry.
I mean,
Move on, Liz.
Thank you. All right.
I could.
But you're not going to. Continue. Move on.
Hmm. Is there anything else or is there anything the defendant that you believe was tampering with other than possibly a screwdriver in the vehicle?
Not that I did see any.
Speak up, Liz.
Okay. So
You want to ask it again?
yes, I said, was there you had referred to as having seen exactly what he'd been doing in the vehicle. Was there any kind of like jerking motion whenever he was
What the fuck?
Liz, absolutely not.
Okay,
Enough.
all right. I apologize, Your Honor. All right. But I had no further questions. All right.
Oh God.
I have to defend.
That was horrible. That was like probably the worst let me cook thing ever. Can everyone please shout out shame, Liz, in 3, 2, 1.
Shame, Liz.
Shame.
I'm sorry.
I needed a skill attack. Fuck, right.
Mr. Paralegal, you gotta save this. You have.
Mr.
This is safe.
Paralegal, please ask a question.
I'm fucked. It's over.
Excuse me.
Speak up.
What's your name, Trooper?
I have to introduce Reese
Eli
Maddow.
Fargo.
Fiddle in the
Mr. Fargo.
Yeah.
Have you ever stolen a motor vehicle?
Absolutely not. I'm an officer. How dare you?
All right.
Was it, what? Paralegal, was it?
Officer Fargo, who did you take the picture of the stolen
I
vehicle?
can't hear you from all the way there. You
Permission to enter the well, Your Honor.
You certainly can. Please do.
I like to look at people in the
I don't
eyes.
know where you're going with it, but honestly, I could see you
Officer
had a
Fargo,
plan.
did
it
you
just didn't
take a
execute
picture
how I
of the
think you
stolen
wanted it
vehicle?
to.
I don't think he did either. I was trying to introduce
Could you
reason without
please
there, so I'm like, alright.
describe the condition of the back end of the stolen
I
vehicle.
think people took it the other way though.
Objection, Your Honor,
Wrong way.
scope.
It is
Rebuttal.
evidence.
I'm fucked.
It is a
Your Honor.
picture of the
It was fun.
vehicle in the evidence. We are trying to assert that the police did, in fact, come into contact with the vehicle multiple times.
Okay, let me stop you there. Give me a rebuttal that's within the scope, not the evidence, but the scope of the line of questioning that the prosecution did.
Establishing fact and establishing foundation.
Rebuttal? Prosecution?
Your Honor, the evidence that he's referring to has not been brought into question yet by the state. It is currently outside of the scope of all questions. He would need to bring it up himself in a recall.
True. Do you have any other rebuttal?
I thought it would be a funny question.
No rebuttal with wrong question.
All right, thank you. Move on.
Officer, did you take the picture of the tampered ignition?
I did.
Can you tell me, have you before experienced ignitions like this being tampered with?
Objection, calls for narrative.
Yeah, it does. Reword the question.
Have you seen tampered ignitions before?
I have.
Is it possible that the ignition was tampered with by someone other than the defendant?
Objection, calls for speculation.
That is that is literally textbook definition of close to speculation. Sustained.
You can just testify to it, Wolf. That's.
I'm trying not to.
You're trying not to testify.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I mean, you can.
She wants you to.
But if you don't want to, that's also fine.
Officer, you stated that
Oh my.
the defendant had in his possessions food, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been struck from testimony.
Is it?
What was the question?
Whether the defendant had food in his possession or not.
Oh yeah, that did get stricken from everything. Yeah, true. Nope. Sustained.
Officer, did you Mirandize the defendant?
Objection, relevance.
Rebuttal.
I mean, he
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
testified to the statements of the defendant.
Alright.
I believe that Miranda is relevant in this case.
Final rebuttal. Prosecution.
I was trying to help him out there.
My final rebuttal is that, well, I don't have a final rebuttal to what he's stating here, Your Honor, specifically.
We got the
If I
picture.
was to rebuttal, I would say it's outside of scope, but it's too late for that.
Who is that?
Fucking hell, Niz.
What the hell?
That-
True. I
is
mean,
it so?
you know what? I'm gonna, for the sake of time, I'm gonna overrule it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please
Uh-huh.
answer the question.
Repeat the question.
Did you Mirandize the defendant?
I did.
Did the defendant request a lawyer?
Objection, relevance, scope. Sorry, scope, Your Honor.
Yeah, this was not in the scope.
I have a rebuttal for me, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Go on.
Rights violations are always within scope.
I'm gonna be honest, he's correct.
Yeah, okay. Overrule.
Did the defendant request a lawyer?
In the cells, yes.
Was this before or after he made the statements to you?
After. Or which statements do you specify, please?
The statements regarding the can injector.
He requested lawyer after.
You stated that you were familiar with the can injector pamphlet, correct?
Yes.
Pretty sure as soon as he
Sorry,
read
what?
the
Objection?
That's okay. I
So
was
what was
going to
that?
object, but it's let's just move it
I'm
along.
pretty sure when he first made me rights, I said I want a lawyer, and then started talking. I'm gonna be honest.
Could be asked.
I don't know if
We
that
might have to
matters
call
at
you
all,
to testify
but-
that,
It
but
was, yes.
Because he asked if I wanted a lawyer, and I said yes immediately.
he did say it in a very strange way. So
How familiar are you with the pamphlet?
Objection, relevance.
How is it relevant, Counselor?
I'm trying to establish that he's not familiar with it.
My rebuttal to that is that he stated he is familiar with it. So
Yeah. Sustained.
Officer, were you the primary or secondary vehicle in the chase?
objection, scope.
Withdrawn.
Okay.
No further questions. What I was going to ask would be out of scope again.
Okay. Do you want to mark him for recall then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Cool. Prosecution redirect.
Trooper, could you please read me my Miranda rights?
objection, relevance.
Your Honor, the relevance is that the defense specifically asked him about the Miranda rights. I'm now just asking him to read them.
You can testify to the murder rights.
Rebuttal,
What'd you
Your
say, Liz?
Honor.
You can testify to the murder rights.
What do you mean?
Well, if he's asking for the murder rights, you can testify to what those are. Can I
Which is what he's
request
about
that?
to do, no?
I would like to motion that Wade Maverick say the murder rights.
What?
Your Honor, I can do this, but it weakens the entire case unnecessarily, and I believe the defense is just wasting time at this point.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule that. Go on, read the prosecution his right.
Do I read them? Sorry.
Yeah, read them to me or to anyone or to everyone.
All right. Class, gather around. I'm going to read you the rights. You have the right to remain silent.
I was trying to make the
Anything you
point
say
that,
or do can and will be used against you in the
what
court
is the
of law.
relevance of him
You have
reading
a
us
right
the
for
murder
an
rights?
attorney. If you cannot afford one will
that
be
if
appointed to
we'd
you by
want
the
to know what the
state
murder
if
rights
one
were,
is available. You
then
understand
you
these
should already know
rights
that.
as I read them.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Trooper Fargo.
Alright.
Trooper Fargo, when did you offer the defendant a lawyer?
In the cells when he asked about
Objection
it.
asked and answered.
The question was the defendant offered an attorney, not when?
The following question was he offered an attorney before or after the statement about the can injector?
This is true, but you know, a lot of other stuff could have happened in between the time of after when Mr. Ziggy said what he said to the point where he was offered a lawyer. What could happen? You know, someone could have died in that time. Someone probably did die in that time. So overall,
That is all.
re-ask the question.
We're working a wolf right now.
Your Honor, I'm just going to
the big
withdraw
bad.
the question and ask a different question. Trooper Fargo, what, if anything, did you say to the defendant regarding their right to an attorney?
I don't understand. Could you rephrase it?
I I mean, it's relevant to the question we just asked you, Fargo. What, if anything, did you say to the defendant regarding their question to regarding their right to an attorney?
When they asked for a lawyer, I said, sure, I'll get you a lawyer, and called the lawyer line.
And before that, Trooper Fargo?
He didn't ask for a lawyer, so I didn't offer a lawyer. I read him his rights, though.
When you read the defendant their rights, what did you say to the defendant regarding their rights to an attorney?
If one is available.
So, Trooper Fargo, you... all right, I mean, Trooper Fargo, the Miranda rights specifically offer a defendant their right to an attorney. No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, you got your point across. I saw what you're trying to do. Okay,
That's
Mr.
fine.
Fargo, you
Right.
may step down. You are marked for recall, so you are not free to go. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. No
This
worries.
has been a long court case, though. I expect it to be this long. I guess it did react a lot.
Your Honor, the prosecution now calls Hayes Auto's owner, Ms. DeSantis, to the stand as a witness.
Yo, what's
Hello,
up?
Hello, Mr. DeSantis.
Hello there.
Hey.
I'm here to swear you in.
Okay.
First, you must swear.
Fanculo.
Oh, wait, we know this.
Oh, what's that mean?
Fuck off.
Oh, say it again.
Fanculo.
Fanculo?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Alright, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, at the risk of smiting by your god?
On Shelly, I do.
On Shelley. Alright.
Your Honor, question.
Answer.
How short are your nerves?
Oh, if you have to ask that.
Pardon?
Right.
Why do you want to know?
I'm just asking because of objections I'm about to make.
Oh, well, you know, if you have a point to your objections and you're not just objecting for the sake of it, I don't really care, as long as, you know, there's a reason as to why, but if you're just objecting for the sake of it, I may lose my shit a bit.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that perspective. Some judges,
No worries.
Is that officer allowed to be sleeping during court? I'd love to take a seat.
Are you done with your questions for me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, cool. Prosecution, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to request a 2-minute recess so that the prosecution can use the bathroom.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Agrees.
I gotta check if I got ticketed. Evelyn, did I
little
get
bars room.
ticketed for my car that I
Right.
did not park in a meter?
You sure
I
did.
did.
Called him
and
as a
there
witness,
happened
not
to
as
be
a witness.
another
Hey,
car
can
that
one of you
bumped
guys,
into your
like, just
car,
for
so they
me, just
towed
so,
that
you know,
car, and in the
I at
time they
least feel
towed
a
that
little bit better. Can
car,
one of you go give the sleeping officer a
someone
wet
paid
willy?
your meter.
Please.
I think that'd be assault, so I don't think.
Who the fuck drove my
And
car?
that would be battery.
I don't know.
Would it?
Yes, it would.
Oh, I'm gonna win this in open court.
It is unwelcome
Oh,
contact.
Ooh,
What was that?
that guy
Yes,
fucked
I'm not
up.
gonna commit any
Were
crimes.
either of you
Called him
troopers
as a
parked over
witness, not
here
an
by any
expert
chance?
witness.
Yeah, I know. She had originally stated that he'd be called as a witness, and then based on what he said,
No.
There was a trooper car parked
Did
over
she?
here, and then
yes,
attacked
and based on
me
what he
and
said,
I
he'd be
fell.
determined whether he's an expert witness or not.
Oh my god.
But I see what you mean. That if he says, "Oh, I didn't witness
In
anything,"
that case, I'm gonna object to opposing party's failure to compensate the expert witness.
It's a
Hey,
ranger.
is it too much to ask to have my other hand handcuffed? Like, my wrist is getting sore.
but I did think it was very
It's hard
strange
to
as well,
sit
like
down. Can I
calling
get
him as a witness
handcuffs?
for
Your Honor,
something.
Your
You know?
Honor, can we request that he not be handcuffed? He's not a violent criminal.
Mr. Ziggy,
Yeah.
are you
what's up?
going to run away?
No, I swear, on hood Jesus, I won't run.
I will tackle
going-
him if he starts
hang
running
on.
away.
I'm
He
not.
said,
I'm
"Lord
not.
Jesus, that's
I'm not
serious."
talking to you.
Yeah, that's
Counselor.
100.
Are you going to attack me?
No,
Mr.
I
Ziggy.
shall not. I shall not.
Are you going to attack anyone else?
Against my own judgment, I will not.
Okay. I'm just letting you know. I am happy to have the troopers uncuff you, but if you run or attack anyone, you will be found guilty on all charges. Okay.
That's fine.
Right. You want to uncuff him completely, please,
Turn face away from me a sec, boss.
trooper. I can't believe my car got ticketed. I
Thank you.
genuinely didn't park it there. So
I
someone.
think it did get ticketed. I think
No,
I
I
came
just
in just to
tried
let
to
you
do
know.
it.
Oh, I did.
Sorry, I'm having a moment. I'm okay. I got over it. All right. Are we good? Are we back
Yeah,
in
good.
session?
Thank you, Your Honor,
Bang,
for that relief.
Bang, bang. Of course. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and role at Hayes Autos?
Nils DeSantis, CEO and owner of Hayes Autos.
How long have you been working in the automotive repair industry?
I dabbled in it last year before the big flood.
Did you own any mechanic shops last year?
Yep.
Which mechanic shop did you own?
I was the owner for a whole full 4 days of the tuner shop.
Would you consider yourself an expert in vehicle mechanic?
No.
What would you consider yourself?
I would consider myself advanced.
Nice.
Are you familiar with the tool known as a can injector?
Nope.
So, would you be able to explain to the court what a can injector is and what it's typically used for?
Nope.
In your experience as a professional mechanic, have you ever used a can injector for repair work?
I personally have never used a can injector for repair. I don't even know what it is.
Do you possess a can injector?
No.
Is a can injector a tool that is commonly used or necessary for repairs conducted at Hayes Autos?
Injection leading.
I don't think it's leading. I mean, it could go both ways.
I would just like to object. This has been asked like 3 times in 3 different ways. All right.
Every question so far, Your Honor, has been different.
He's making a point, and they are different. So I'm going to overrule the objection. If we go in a circle here, yeah, he's just covering all bases of like everything. So overruled.
The question is, Mr. DeSantis, is a can injector a tool that is commonly used or necessary for repairs conducted at Hayes Autos?
Not that I teach anybody.
Is the can injector a tool that is supplied to your employees at Hayes Autos?
No.
Based on your expertise, could you agree that a can injector...
He did not state he was an expert.
No, but they're talking about Hayes, which he owns.
Fair
Right,
enough,
Niz, you
move
own
on.
Hayes?
On God, I do.
On God. There you go. Overruled.
Based on your expertise, would you agree that a can injector is primarily associated with bypassing a vehicle's security system?
No idea.
Is Ziggy Stillman an employee at Hayes Autos?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has Mr. Stillman ever been instructed or trained to use a can injector as part of his work at Hayes Autos?
Not by me.
Are employees at Hayes Autos permitted to possess tools like can injectors outside of work-related purposes?
I don't know. I don't care.
In your professional opinion, is there any legitimate reason for a mechanic at Hayes Autos to possess a can injector whilst driving a client or personal vehicle?
I don't know what it does, so...
To your knowledge, is the can injector necessary for any work Mr. Stillman would have been performing for Hayes Autos?
Objection relevance?
Oh, it's so relevant. It's relevant,
I
really.
would like to-
Prosecution.
It's incredibly relevant, Your Honor.
Object to speculation as to has this stated that he's not aware of anything that is used for.
So, as the CEO and owner of Hayes Autos, he would be the person who instructs his mechanics to do specific duties. The question specifically is, is the can injector necessary for any work Mr. Stillman would have been performing for Hayes orders?
Yeah, I mean, it's to do with Hayes orders specifically. Yeah.
Permission for
Overruled.
rebuttal.
No. Overruled. Continue.
He's trying
Can you
to.
repeat
He's
the
making the
question,
statement
Mr.
that
DeSantis?
because he doesn't
Could you
know
repeat
that
the
it's not
question one time,
used.
please?
To your knowledge,
Is
is the
lack
can
of
injector
knowledge.
necessary for
But
any
I
work
don't
Mr.
think
Stillman would have
you're
been
not supposed to have an
performing for
expert
Hayes
witness
orders?
with a lack of knowledge. But
I don't know what it is, so I don't think so.
Based on your experience and the practices of Hayes Autos, do you believe the possession of a can injector by Mr.
The purpose of an
Stillman
expert
outside
witness
of the
is to be
shop
able to give an expert
aligns with
opinion.
legitimate automotive repair work?
Objection calls for speculation.
it is interesting though.
At
It's a
this
very
point,
interesting
Your Honor, I
tactic.
believe I've established
respect him for it.
Stillsman as a expert in this matter. I'm specifically asking for his opinion on this as an expert witness.
Rebuttal.
He's asking him specifically whether anyone would use the can injector for anything outside of Hayes Auto, where the expert witness has stated that he has no idea what the can injector is.
True. Mr. DeSantis, do you know what this can injector is used for?
Look, could I see one? Like, is there one here that I can see so I know what it is?
I can pass him a photo of it from the evidence locker if you would like, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yeah, I know there's a bunch of questions like that that can be asked. Does the owner work on the cars? Yeah. Because I don't think the defendant was lying to us. I think he was 100% honest. I just don't think that. I guess he said he's not an expert. He's advanced. But we might have an expert here. It is very interesting, though. I've never thought to call an expert witness to testify to the lack of
Feel free
knowledge
to pass
of
this
something.
to the
That's
judge
very interesting.
afterwards so she can confirm.
I don't think it would work normally. But the judge is allowing it this time.
Question, where was this photo obtained from?
The evidence locker, as I just previously stated.
Brady objection. This photo is not available to the defense.
We can provide the photo to the defense as well. I'll do that right now.
Do you want to
Supposed
show?
to be provided before the trial started during discovery, Your Honor.
Right, it's in evidence, correct? Is it the photo that's
is,
in
Your Honor.
evidence? Okay.
Yes.
You want to
The
look at
photo
this?
of the can injector that is in the evidence locker, as I stated, Your Honor, before you approve this.
Your Honor, the defense does not have access to the evidence locker. Unless I'm completely mistaken and missing something.
I can provide a photo of the entire evidence locker if you would like, Your Honor, to...
Should have been provided
Again,
in the
this was supposed to
Yeah.
be provided to the defense before the trial started.
I mean,
it is. Hang on, stop. Prosecution, stop. It is. It's in the report. It's a photo of the can injector, which is stated in the report. So it's not really a Brady violation because it's in there. You just don't get to see it. It's like the same thing, you know. Again, it goes back to why the possessions are like a photo of his possessions aren't there. You know, it's kind of like the same thing, which is why it's provided, right? So I'm gonna.
Yes.
It's not a. Can I finish? Don't talk over me ever. Don't do that. So
Apologies.
we're gonna move on. You're gonna get the photo. It's not a Brady violation because the evidence is there. You have it. So yeah.
Can I please respond, Your Honor?
No. There you go.
I would like to object to best evidence then, as we were not provided with this evidence.
Hey, there's a court case going on.
Your Honor, if the defense really needs to see a photo of the evidence locker, then we can provide that right now for their reassurance. These items are listed in the report specifically. It's not like this is a Brady violation as they're stating.
Yeah, they are in the report. Like the evidence is in there. Like the physical evidence is in there along with the description of it. So, God, I really
If
wish
I
you guys
may, Your
could see
Honor.
the evidence.
Sorry.
locker.
I can provide them a photo of the evidence locker if you'd
Your
like, Your
Honor,
Honor.
Everyone is talking. Stop talking over each other, please, for the fucking love of God. It's so annoying. Prosecution, say what you were gonna say.
I have a photo that I can give to the defense, which is a photo of the evidence locker.
Yes, please do. Defense, what were you gonna say?
I would like to preserve a record of error for this, if it's possible, in your files.
What did he say?
I will put in a suggestion for you guys to have access to the evidence locker. Yes, I will do that.
That's not going to cause any issues for certain.
Yeah, I believe
Hopefully, it's going to piss off all the cops stuff. It's going to piss off all the troopers.
It's got nothing to do with me or you.
Right, exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Here is a photo.
This evidence is a rare objection.
Here's a photo of the evidence locker so that you can see
I
the item
understand
and
that,
evidence.
Your Honor. I don't blame you or the prosecution. It's. I would just like.
I was following up with Wolf, but yeah, I don't think this is going to go right.
I can suggest it, dude, but I promise you it is way above my pay grade. I will bring it up to people. I can't guarantee anything. It is above all of our pay grades, which is why it is not a Brady violation. So let's continue. Do you have the photo? Who?
Yes.
Who? Whose phone was ringing?
Your Honor, that was Tony Farelli.
Tony?
No, it was not. Yeah, it was. It was definitely. So look at him. You trust a man in goggles, Your
Why
Honor?
am I sound turn off?
Look, I'm gonna
Push
bring
it.
Axel right now. I'm gonna bring Axel.
Oh my
Who's-
goodness.
Who's calling me?
Gasp.
Audible gasp. Objection. Did I do it
Actually, stop.
What? Wait, why are there all these
Close.
lights here?
Alright, what we're gonna do?
Oh no, it's just like this everywhere. Okay.
Yeah, trial by combat.
No, stop.
Why are they like this,
Axel,
though? It's
Tony,
weird.
Yes, ma'am.
stop for a sec. Everyone is
Alright.
going to say shame,
listening.
Axel, in 3, 2, 1.
Shame, Axel.
Shame.
And everyone's gonna say shame, Tony. 3, 2, 1.
Shame, Tony.
Tony.
If you guys want to have a trial by combat, do it outside.
Why am I being shamed?
Hell yeah.
Because you punched him. That's not okay.
Yeah. He deserved it.
Do it outside.
So,
Okay,
the-
because he deserves it. Doesn't mean
best
you should do it.
evidence- The best
Arrest
evidence
this
objection
man.
is
He's
that
a criminal.
if there
outside.
is,
Both
let's
of
say,
you.
No one answers
uh,
911. That's a joke.
let's say there is
Yeah, that's
a
the
video
point.
evidence of an interrogation, and what's provided as
Okay,
evidence
so-
is a transcript.
Alright, so
You can object
let's,
to the transcript under the best
we all
evidence
please
rule,
agree
as the video evidence was not provided.
that the evidence locker has nothing to do with the prosecution, nothing to do with me. You guys have a photo of it. Yes? Are we all happy? Everything's okay? Yes? No?
We tried, Your Honor. So-
You tried. Okay. Where were we?
I believe I was asking Mr. DeSanta, based on your experience and the practices at Hayes Autos, do you believe the possession of a can injector by Mr. Stillman outside the shop aligns with legitimate automotive repair work?
I don't know. I've never seen this before. It just
Do you-
looks like a
the question-
component to me.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Oh, sorry.
He said he didn't know.
I appreciate
so-
that, but it's the question is, does he believe? It's a very
Ask the question again. Mr. Santos, just answer it to the best of your ability.
Based on your experience and the practices of Hayes Auto, do you believe the possession of a can injector by Mr. Stillman outside the shop aligns with legitimate automotive repair work?
Based on my experience, no.
What explanation, if any, did the defendant provide for possessing the can injector?
I guess so.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
What explanation, if any, did the defendant provide for possessing the can injector?
Objection calls for speculation, yeah.
Rebuttal.
Withdrawn, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Defense, your cross-examination.
Question, Your Honor, have we established that he is an expert witness?
Yes.
I would motion to strike as he was established as an expert witness regarding Hayes Autos. not an expert
Yes,
witness
Hayes
regarding.
orders. Yes, that's what. Yes, that is what I meant. Sorry, my apologies. As as the owner of Hayes, he is an expert witness to do with Hayes, not mechanic work overall.
Thank you.
Alright.
Again, question, Your Honor. How short are you on your nerves?
I mean, I've already told you. If people are like talking over each other or talking over me, I might lose my shit even more and then give you contempt. So I mean, it's up to you. Go ahead.
I'd like to object to the expert witness not being properly compensated by the state.
Your Honor, he was subpoenaed by yourself to appear in court.
Yeah,
if we
he
just
was
put the fifth?
subpoenaed.
That'd be funny,
If
actually.
he wants to, I mean, that
That'd be
was
funny.
never. He was subpoenaed. He doesn't. No, absolutely not. Move on.
Okay. Give us 1 minute, Your Honor.
Mr. Paralegal, I expect one question from you.
I mean,
I've already figured it wouldn't work because she lied in the first place.
I cannot hear you again.
It's going in the back there. Alright.
Say it again.
What was it?
Say it again.
I said I already figured because that was she lied it in the first place.
Yeah.
What question do I ask?
Was I heart marking for a second? I think I might have been.
Mr. DeSantis,
Tony, Axel, did you figure out your shit?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your
Good.
Honor. We want to
Very
hear
well.
if it's legal to have can injectors in your possession, so that's why we're here.
I understand that. That makes sense.
The only thing I can think.
It's our
Okay.
diabetes
Mr.
testing machine.
Okay, thank you so much. You can be
I was
quiet
gonna say the only thing I can think is that
Mr.
regarding.
DeSantis, are you an expert in automotive mechanics?
I would say I'm advanced.
Objection, Your Honor. Olf is currently standing with the prosecution and making me feel uncomfortable.
What a great
He does not like my
objection.
musk.
Objection, personal space, sustain.
Do you
That
think
was
I would
good.
make the objection?
In your
regarding-
experience, Mr. DeSantis, how do you treat criminals in your business?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope and relevance.
Oh, thank you so much. Sustained. Good try.
Was it Brown Disco whenever he mentioned?
Mr. DeSantis, how long have you been the owner?
I don't know. Why did he say
of
something,
Hayes
please?
Auto?
If he hadn't said something, please, that was kind of.
Oh, that must
Never
have
say
been
anything,
like,
please. Because if he just
about
hadn't
the
said anything,
25th
please,
of
we
December
could
or
have
something.
not had to worry about this. But it's gonna be more difficult.
Mr. DeSantis, in this time,
That could have been me, but I'm not sure. He is of a different shift than myself usually.
Mr. DeSantis, do you have any kind of a guideline within your company on training employees?
Yeah.
Can you
let me just do it myself.
explain
What is a
those
can injector?
guidelines?
What, you want to let me go through the whole thing? Oh yeah, all right.
Withdrawn.
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, cause for narrative.
Mr. DeSantis, do these guidelines train employees in criminal matters?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, relevance, Your Honor.
The state has previously asked regarding the criminality of the can injector. Mr. DeSantis has just stated that he does not train his employees in criminal matters.
Your Honor, I did not ever ask of the criminality of the can injector. That's a misstatement of my questions to Mr. DeSantis.
No, he definitely asked if I use it for legal or unlegal, like business, like outside of
This is true. Some very, very good points.
What is a can injector?
Okay, so you, Mr. DeSantis, you don't train criminals, correct?
I do actually.
To do criminal things? No, to
Oh,
do.
no,
Sorry.
no.
No, he doesn't do that. Good to know. All right. Sustained. Move on.
Mr. DeSantis, what happened to the last employee who performed illegal actions on your property?
Objection, Your Honor. Is it unfair
got
and
it.
prejudicial?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Thank you.
God damn.
Thank you. That's such a good. That's probably my favorite. No, it's not, but it's close to it. Good one. Sustained.
What's your favorite, Your Honor?
My favorite, cumulative evidence or cumulative testimony. I used to use that all the time.
Mr. DeSantis,
I've never
how
heard that before.
often
Interesting.
do you see broken in vehicles in your shop?
Objection. Scope.
Rebuttal.
Give me a second to think.
Yeah, you're fine.
Let him cook.
The rebuttal would be, I believe that the prosecution has asked about the standard ongoings within the
What is a cane
company
injector?
premises, but I may be incorrect.
You are.
In that case, withdrawn.
Okay.
Mr. DeSantis, have you ever replaced the ignition on a stolen vehicle?
Objection is scope again.
Bye, Your Honor. We love you.
I love you too. Rebuttal.
Again, withdrawn. I'll pass it on to my co-counsel.
Okay. I have high hopes for you too, Mr. Paralegal.
You know, I said some stuff that.
Don't worry, paralegal. I know you're gonna sell me down the river, but I believe in you.
I honestly have a question for the prosecution. Does can stand for something?
I'm not going to answer this, Your Honor.
That's fair.
Okay. All right. Now let's see. Honestly, mind blank, head empty. I have no questions. That's all. Alright. Alright.
Miss,
Chance.
what was your name? What was your name again, sir?
Niz.
Niz. Can I call you Niz?
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Niz. Prior to receiving that photo earlier, had you ever in your life
I was really focused on what it was.
Can injector
Gun locked.
before?
It looks just like a piece of component, but
Right.
not
Oh,
really.
I had it.
Yeah. Okay, so it would be safe to say that you had no knowledge of this thing's existence prior to receiving that photo today here in the court.
It's made very clear.
No. No, I did not know about this.
All right, thank you.
You should hire that guy. Honestly.
I'm going to get his phone number after this, Your Honor.
You know what? You sold me in the first half, but you kind of bringing it back.
I just want to make it known that it's
there
not on the
anything-
record if you don't want it to be defense. All the questions he's asked. It's just for his experience. It's up to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's leave that to the defendant. He can decide.
Okay. Mr. Ziggy, do you want that on the?
Is there anything?
Do you want that on the record?
You know what? This paralegal, he's been up and down, but you know what? He's trying his best. I feel like striking it would hurt him more than it hurt me at this point.
Okay, sure.
His chance of employment.
You're doing a great job, Mr. Paralegal.
Yeah, exactly. Man's trying his best.
Calling me again. Here, I'm gonna publicly shame this guy. Chase, I'm in court. What do you want? Hurry up.
We
Yeah,
could
I'm
ask him
gonna
regarding
bench
his mechanic work. But he's
There's
already
a
stated that he's.
DA
Can,
there. Hi, Mr. Maverick. Yes.
the thing I wanted to point out is I think this guy may have been bullshitting us because I'm looking it up and there's nothing about a can injector.
Okay, no worries. I will do that. Call him. Chase Parker says to call him. I don't know why he needed to call me during that, but that's okay.
I do wholeheartedly agree.
Anyway,
I'm getting so
continue.
fucking tired
Where were
seeing
we?
you
Oh,
sitting
defend.
here, I guess.
Wait,
Yeah.
he needs. Wait, he wants me to call him right now?
No, after the trial.
All right,
What's
thank you.
No worries.
Any ideas?
Do you rest defense on that on cross examination?
Your Honor, right now I have a trooper on our radio asking for judges. Should I inform him that he's on the wrong radio?
Tell him that the only judge is in a bench trial right now.
Hey, are you there, Trooper Smiley? All right.
So much
2 points. 1 point is that this is the incorrect radio.
Everything I say
for
regarding this
contacting
is,
a
it's
judge. The
about
judge is on radio
increasing the still claims.
67. The second point is that the only judge on duty is currently occupied in a bench trial.
Okay, defense. Do you have any more questions for Mr. DeSantis?
Sorry, Your Honor. He's asking
you're
a clarifying question.
Any questions, Les?
If there's no judges available and no district attorneys available, then he'll have to appeal at a later date. You can put a justice request in, though, on emails. You probably should for a PC hearing.
Yes,
was that a no?
I actually have,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, sorry. I thought they were finished, Your Honor.
No, you're fine. Why do you keep squaring up?
In regards to, do you operate on vehicles on a daily basis?
Yes.
Okay. For the vehicles you operate on, do they always have a key?
No.
Objection, scope.
He's crowbarred it open a little, so overruled.
Sure, thank you.
I don't want to answer that. Okay. Alright. No. Can you further clarify?
Sometimes people come in with vehicles that need a new ignition. They had to open it up because they might have Well, do I need to clarify that?
No, not exactly. I was wondering if in regards to any kind of keyless vehicles that you'd worked on.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Okay. And are those vehicles electric in nature?
Most of them are diesel, but they have electric components, yes.
Okay. And how are these keyless vehicles operated?
Well, they shove like a screwdriver in there and one of those car lock picks.
I think you were misunderstanding. I'm referring to the push button ones.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat that?
I'm referring to keys or cars without an ignition. Do you operate on any of those?
No. Every vehicle that I've operated on at least should have a key, as in the one that you turn in the ignition.
Your Honor, can I object to Counselor is living in some form of sci-fi universe where we have... I've never heard of this before.
What an objection. True, and I will state that even if a car does have a button, it's still you need some sort of sensor key type thing, So
That's my
move on.
That's my point.
Oh, that's your point.
That's my point.
Oh, let's all do an O together.
Oh, I see cars driving around with no people in the driver's seat.
All right, I'm going to object to weird.
Concerning.
It's so weird. Ranger, no one asked you. Oh my god. Who are you? Please. All right. Interesting. Move on this.
Okay. I have no further questions. All right.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
You mentioned that you may have trained the defendant, Siggy Stillman. Can you clarify what specific training, if any, you provided him regarding tools used at Hayes Auto?
The objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it does not.
Yeah, he's asking what he's directly trained him on. It's not really a speculation if he did it,
But the witness previously answered that he may or may not have.
Yeah, so let's figure that out. Overruled.
All right. I provide all my mechanics with materials to make their own tools.
What tools do they make at Hayes Autos?
usually either basic or normal repair kits.
Is it possible to make a cannon injector
So I'm trying
at
to-
Hayes Autos?
No.
I would like to object to speculation, as he stated he doesn't know what it is, so I doubt he knows how to make it.
Your Honor, I think that the fact that he states that he doesn't know what it is provides authority to the question.
I think I
It's a good point, both sides. I'll overrule it, but I'll weigh it accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't worry.
To your knowledge, did any of the training you provided
states
Ziggy
catalog
Stillman
items
involve the use or operation of a cannon injector?
Not to my knowledge.
What was that?
The evidence in the report states.
Is it common
catalog
practice at
items
Hayes Autos
found
to
on
train
person,
employees to use tools
but
that
we
are
know
not
for a
approved for
fact that
legitimate
some of those items are not
automotive repairs?
No, I mean, no.
And based on your standard training procedures, would it be possible for Mr. Stillman to receive training on a tool like a cannon injector without your explicit authorization or knowledge?
I have not provided these tools, so no.
Are you able to confirm with certainty whether Mr. Stillman's use or possession of a cannon injector was related to any training or work at Hayes Autos?
Not from me.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. I think you've made your point
Yeah, no
very,
further
very,
questions, Your
very
Honor. Thank you.
clear. No worries.
He really did.
Are you marking this witness for recall defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, he likes my
Okay.
for recall.
God damn it.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You may step down for now, Mr. DeSantis.
Additionally,
Hang in there, Niz.
10 minutes, they said.
Additionally,
10 minutes.
Your Honor,
That's what I'm saying.
Additionally, Your Honor, permission for sidebar.
Okay.
Sure. Counselors over here.
I'm begging.
Hi everyone, how you doing? It me.
Hi.
The honor.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hey.
If you would do me the favor of looking at the report. The evidence lists cataloged items found in person. However, not all of the items that were found in the person have been cataloged.
We've been over
and
this, Your Honor.
listed.
We have been over this. What are you trying to do?
Yes, Your Honor, but the previous assertion was that they were not required to catalog those items, but they stated they did.
Your Honor, I asked Trooper Fargo to state the items that were found in possession. The counsellor at the time objected to the items that were not listed in the report as in possession. We struck those items. I don't understand where we're going with this.
Yes, Your
True.
Honor.
The whole
However,
point. The whole point was that he took a knife and some other items that he can't have on him while in the cells. He's
So
he's going to
I
get
think
those
it's-
items back. I don't know what point you're
The
trying to
point's
make.
very clear.
That is correct, Your Honor, but
Wade has made his point
when
very
they
clearly.
are arraigned, defendants are
He
supposed
really,
to be
really liked to
all of their
rather than all bases being covered. He liked
are supposed to be cataloged. Is that correct?
he made sure all
Or am I wrong?
past,
I
future,
mean, are you
and
asking for standard operating procedures from the SASP?
I'm
and fourth
asking a
dimensional
basic
bases were covered.
question.
No, you're not. You're asking for standard operating procedures from the SASP.
I'm trying to get where are you trying to get here? What point
I'm
are you trying to
thinking
make? Just
nothing.
spit it out.
Your Honor, the prosecution has asserted that there was food in the defendant's possession, correct? It was stricken.
Why is he-
yes,
he's really
You asked
focusing on
for it
this.
to be stricken.
Yes. However, they did not provide all of the evidence. This is quite literally textbook Brady.
We're
So
not getting
just
to
to
Brady.
get clear,
I want every single thing that he
let me
had in his
finish. No,
possession.
don't speak over me. I swear to God, stop doing that. You want everything in his possessions to go into evidence, including the food. Like you want the food in evidence, and you want the defendant who claimed that he was thirsty and that's why he couldn't run, to have that taken. That doesn't. Why would you strip literally everything from him? It's
Can I say
Let
something?
me ask the
Your
same things in cells, Your Honor.
I'm not asking it to be stripped, Your Honor. I'm asking it to be entered
Oh, sorry.
into evidence when he was arraigned. However, some of the things were not entered into evidence. When things are not entered into evidence, it deprives the defense of the ability to use those items.
Prosecution.
I mean, if he's going to use food as evidence of the use of a Ken injector, I'm incredibly entertained by the prospect of it. I think that Ulf is being pedantic. I think he has shown that multiple times through this case. He's unprofessional. His conflict of interest. I mean, he's basically requested that his client's food and water be taken and placed into an evidence locker at one point and corrected that afterwards. I would say that he has his defendant's intentions are not at heart. The only thing that's at heart is his want to win, and by doing everything he's done so far has shown that he's going to do that in unethical ways, Your Honor.
I have a
The whole point of the whole point of a Brady violation, right? Do you know like what happened? Why the Brady violation became a thing?
I do, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. So the point of it is they withheld evidence that sorry, I'm so cooked. It's so late. They withheld evidence that would help the defense win. I fail to see how any food or beverages would help you win a case to do with Grand Theft Auto.
Is someone shooting at this place? Can I like get under the desk?
Brady material or evidence, right, requires the prosecutor to disclose any information favorable to the accused, correct?
Yes.
This is trooper type shit.
Which may reduce the potential sentence. Go against the credibility of witnesses, etc. Officers have stated that he had food in his possession.
Yes, so we are aware for the 5th time.
Yes, however, that food was never entered into evidence. However, they continued to essentially say that he did, which could prove that he had the intent to run for an extended period.
Okay, well, if we're going to go that route, the state witnesses so far have actually stated that he was too thirsty to run, so it's completely irrelevant to his hunger levels, Your Honor. And at this point, I think we should just
Okay.
move back to the case.
I'm gonna stop everyone. We're gonna put a pin in this because quite
Well, I think
frankly, this is stupid.
I agree,
To be blunt
but-
with you, you are fishing. That's what you're doing right now. You are trying to reach for anything and everything. I believe that it is not a Brady violation. If you believe it is, then you can take it up to the higher courts. But so far, right now, we are going to continue the trial because we have been here for going on 2.5 hours, and I would like to call a wraps to this. So we're gonna go back to where we're meant to be, because it's food and a beverage. If so, do we all understand? There are no rebuttals. We are going to move on from this. Let it go. If you bring it up again, you will be found contempt of court. Okay? Perfect. Great. Let's
Thank
go.
you, Your Honor.
Understood.
All right.
Oh, I know it's a beautiful face.
Wolf really likes push. He really does.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Seaman.
Wade's not a good person for him to go against, though. Surprisingly. Wolf is more better in
Your Honor, before we close our prosecution, I would like to make reference to evidence, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to
Not even
highlight
in the long run,
evidence
in the
that
short run.
shows the dispatch call for a vehicle with a tracker installed, a cognoscenti.
He understood who was
I'd like
pushing.
then,
I'm like, if you have to
point
ask,
the evidence of the
you know
stolen
who's pushing.
vehicle, which is a cognoscenti, as evidenced. I would like to point to the evidence of the vehicle information.
I
in
did
the
want to make the
NVT,
argument, though,
as well as
that the fact that he was
the
deprived of
vehicle,
food and water
which is
could be a
clearly
rights
not
violation,
the
and so for that
defendant,
reason, it should have
as
been
well
entered
as,
into evidence.
the evidence of the tampered ignition to show that the
but I don't think that's
defendant
going.
here
Who the fuck's
has
calling me?
taken a vehicle that he does not own, that is in possession of said vehicle. The vehicle was clearly tampered with, which points that he did take this vehicle for the sake of possessing the vehicle, and through the trooper's testimony was tampering with the active tracker at various points throughout this pursuit. He is in possession of a item which the expert witness called as state is not part of their mechanic shop whatsoever, has no use inside of his mechanic shop, has been a mechanic for years, and owned multiple mechanic shops, has never trained anyone to use said Ken injector. It has no legitimate use in the mechanic industry. And the pamphlet provided by the SAS will show the cumulative effort of the CIT team at the San Andreas State Police of their
Where's DQ?
analysis of what the dongle does, how it affects victims, and is used in vehicles. With that, Your Honor, the prosecution rests.
May I object to that, Your Honor?
No. Defense. Your first witness. What are those shots going on outside?
That's what I was talking about before. That's why I wanted to stand in front of Niz. I can't have my boss get shot. That's how you lose a job.
Probably just fireworks, Your Honor.
I'll go and check it out, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, shots fired, hit the deck.
What were you going to object to, defense?
That was essentially a closing statement. Additionally, he testified that the evidence proved the possession of the cat injector proves that he had the intent to possess the vehicle.
It's first turn.
Which is speculation.
Did I point it to the intention? It's the whole point of referencing evidence.
It is. And to be honest, I just paid attention to what the evidence he referenced. So everything is okay, and I'm sure Mr. Maverick will have a wicked closing argument.
Understood.
So, sure, sustained. Defense, your first witness.
Your Honor, I'm not sure what's going on with my co-counsel. You good?
What?
Our witness.
Who are we calling this witness first?
We will be calling Officer Sexton.
All right, Sexton, you're aware that you're still under oath, right? You know this. You're
Yes, Your
still
Honor.
under it. Perfect. Let's go. Let's get this show on the road, shall we?
Well, I'll keep this quick and simple. Officer Sexton, are you aware of the picture and evidence named stolen vehicle cognoscenti?
May I please refer to the report to refresh my memory?
Yes, please.
Yes, I am. I'm aware of this picture. Yes.
Can you please describe to me the state of the back end of the vehicle in the picture?
The vehicle appears to be missing tail lights as well as the boots or the trunk, as Americans say. It seems to be slightly
Middle of
ajar.
a bench. Yeah,
How would this damage have been sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. What's the
a
speculation?
little. It's been 2.5 hours now. I was really into it very well, but I'm starting to unlock.
Officer, would this damage have been sustained in a collision?
Really kind of.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading question.
He pushes him.
Sustained.
I pushed a little bit too with the bad joke, but I didn't think mine was.
Officer, you previously stated that you did not come into contact with the vehicle, with your vehicle.
I was flowing for a bit though. I was having love in the beginning.
Oh, rebuttal.
Establishing fact.
No, I'm
And Your
not.
Honor,
This is
I'll
a
just-
full lawyer. I've been a
I
lawyer
can
for like
withdraw
8
if
I mean,
months
you
now.
can just
It's been a while.
testify that he said that, and then if it's
I prefer not to.
I'm working with Wolf.
okay,
I'm
alright.
withdrawn.
And Wolf has been kind of.
Okay.
He's been wolfing it up a bit.
Sextant. Give me a second, Your Honor.
I'm gonna start saying that. Don't wolf it up.
Officer Sexton, did the vehicle strike anything with its back end?
The vehicle did flee from us while reversing for a while, but I
um,
didn't see if it hit anything.
Liz would probably be happy to teach you. The startup attorney.
Officer Sexton, is the damage on the vehicle consistent with a collision?
That'd be
He
impossible.
does get very well on it.
Relevance, Your Honor.
But he focuses
it
way too much on
relevant,
procedure.
Relevant to the previous testimony of the officer testifying that they did not strike the vehicle at any time.
Okay, yeah, sustain.
Whenever they had the expert witness come up,
I
I'm
see
like,
the
oh
point
fuck.
you're trying to make, so
I
I'm
think we
gonna.
lost.
I mean,
Expert witness
overruled,
quotations.
sorry.
I actually like that though. In the first place was kind of weird. But oh well.
Finch is
to the point.
taking
Can you
over
please
for
answer,
me.
officer?
The only argument I can make is that
Is the damage on the back of the vehicle consistent
maybe he was doing something else in the
with
car.
a collision?
It does appear that the vehicle
It can
has
be.
struck something.
It can be very bad. And we've been talking about. They're not the.
Was
it
the
really depends on
vehicle
who's doing it.
disabled?
But yeah, well, I
Objection,
what was
Your
it?
Honor. Asked and answered.
Withdrawn.
This one was. This one
Is
there
there
was
anything that isn't
I think six
cumulative
troopers on the case, and
Yes,
only
Your
2 of them
Honor,
have
trying
given
to
statements.
crowbar my
There
way
was
into it.
4. There was 4 people who were at the scene. 2 of them were arrested. Another 2 were just not mentioned whatsoever after that. They failed to include
Officer Sexton, was
the
vehicle towed
TSR
away
tests and evidence.
at the end
They failed to
of the
include
chase?
pictures of where the evidence they
it
found
was.
at the casings. All of the casings they found were of the
Would it have been possible
of casings of their own pistols.
for the defendant to
They
continue
didn't do a
running
lot, but this is the chief of police
with
doing
the
this.
vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague.
Oh, and thank you for vote, by the way. Appreciate you.
Sexton, do you understand the question?
I believe I do.
I can rephrase if required.
Thank you so much. Do that.
You come from Onyx?
Officer Sexton, would it have been possible for the suspect to continue fleeing in this vehicle?
I believe it would have been, yes.
Officer Sexton, did the defendant request...
That's asking for legal
No,
confusion.
withdrawn. Officer Sexton, did you at any point lose sight of the vehicle?
Yes.
Objectionable.
How many times did this occur?
I believe twice.
Did the tracker on the vehicle at any point go out?
No, it did not.
I'm just gonna object from the bench. All of this has been testified to. At no point, so they did lose the vehicle. They didn't pit the
Yeah,
car
I'd
because the
originally
tracker was on the entire time. It was
learned to list on
testified that they
Onyx,
don't pit the car if the tracker is
which
still
was-
on. Please
that was-
make a point that,
that
hasn't
had a
been made
lot.
already.
I'm establishing something else, Your Honor.
Because I learned it so strictly.
Officer Sexton, did the vehicle at
became a
any
lot easier
point
to-
stop during the chase?
Yes.
Was this for a prolonged period of time?
Yes.
How long of a time was
to
it?
work in a place like Purple where there's much less that's
I don't know the exact time, but I would
I guess
probably
expecting.
say a couple
This is a little bit demeaning,
like
but
maybe 5 minutes.
they just don't have as high expectations, which I think is a good thing.
Did you engage in tailing the vehicle without lights
Because
and
the
sirens?
level of expectations I
Objection, Your Honor.
dealt with was
On
very
irrelevance.
incredibly strict.
I am trying
Where
to establish
I had
that
had
the
a
defendant, in fact,
court
did
case
not
thrown
intend
out
to
because
keep
the
vehicle,
the V in the
which would be consistent with him stopping
the
multiple
person V
times,
state
but
was not capitalized.
disabling the tracker
Not even joking.
or
Not even joking.
attempting to actively invade the officers.
Prosecution, do you have a final rebuttal?
That's actually the
There, Your
full.
Honor.
There's not even context to that. That was
overruled.
that's the full. That's what happened.
Could you please re-ask the question?
I'm going to be completely honest. I forgot what I asked.
Okay.
It is.
I just want to remind everyone that this is one singular charge.
He's opening up, Your Honor.
You're aware, Your Honor.
Okay.
Alright.
Officer Sexton, who wrote the report?
Trooper Fargo.
Officer Sexton, can you read to me the requirements?
And we've changed court clerks. It's been so long.
Charge.
No, absolutely not. I can read. No, do not get him to read a charge. That is my job. No.
Withdrawn. Officer Sexton, was the behavior withdrawn? I'm not gonna ask
Well,
that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No further
I
questions
kinda,
from Your Honor.
No, I kind of. I get how you feel.
Okay.
Liz was chief of the
Prosecution,
public defense office
cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
until just recently, actually, within the past week.
Trooper Sexton,
I had spent
in regards to boosting,
months of work
is it more effective to do it with two people?
on that, but
Why is this?
Because one can focus on driving and the other one can.
I said I was
focus
going on
disabling
strike.
the tracker.
In a text.
You
Moving. And as it was in the middle of typing the text,
stopped for prolonged
I'm not actually going on strike. I was just overreacting.
Tracker was active during this time,
the
which allowed you
Chief
to
Justice
relocate
fires
the
list.
vehicle in an underground
We're going on
garage.
strike. Like,
When
okay,
you
well,
relocated this vehicle in an underground garage, you testified that the defendant was tampering with the vehicle at that time. Do you believe that the defendant was attempting to disable the tracker?
No objection.
So that's why I'm disoriented at the moment. I'm not sure where to go
Your
from
Honor,
here.
I'm asking him as a
So I'm just trying to do what I
his
usually do.
professional,
Focusing.
capacity as an LEO.
I was focusing on administrative stuff for a long time, but
his
now, of
professional
course, that I
opinion
can.
on
It's kind of
this
nice.
this action.
Fair. Overruled.
Yes, I do believe so.
But I'm also very
Do you
involved right now.
believe
This
that
court
if
case has gone
Ziggy
on for
Stillman
a good while.
had a accomplice to remove the tracker for him, that he would not have had to have stopped and he could have continued evading police the entire time?
Yes.
I'd like to
Do you
object to
believe that the
speculation on
reason
that.
that he stopped was because...
Hang on. There's an objection there.
Sorry,
what was
the objection was after the
Speculation.
Speculation. Rebuttal.
Again, it's in his professional opinion as an LEO. I'm asking his opinion of this.
Yeah, overruled. He said he testified it's easier or more whatever with two people. So overruled.
I wasn't being honestly.
answer-
I just
question's
it
already
sounded
been
like a
answered, Your Honor.
speculation.
Hang on, my boss is calling me. I'm so sorry.
I've done fairly.
It's Yakul. Yakul,
Oh, even
come to the
better.
courtroom. I'm in a bench trial right now, but you can come stand up here with me. People are saying they love you, right, everyone? We love Yakul. Everyone say it with me.
Yakul, it's
We
true.
love Yakul.
Yeah, I love that guy.
Love Yakul.
Yeah, see?
Tell him we love Naruto.
All right, cool. All right, he's on his way.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm very unlocked right now.
So the question was already answered.
Yeah.
And I was asking another question, but I forget what it is. Let me just think again. My previous question was, if I remember correctly, do you
Shut up,
believe
cases.
if he had a
Oh, yeah,
accomplice,
that did
he would
happen.
be able to continue driving? Trooper
It wasn't
Sexton,
super common though, because I always
Due to the fact, do you believe that?
Who is that guy?
Who is that man?
Oh yeah, the DA's office
That's
was in
Yakul.
shambles
Is
for a
this
while.
Yakul? Is he in disguise? Oh, wait, yo, he's that guy from that anime that he loves.
I'm Luffy. I'm Luffy
He's Luffy,
from
the
One
Pirate
Piece.
King. Look
Yeah.
at him. That's a great cosplay, Your Honor.
It's not a call. I'm Luffy.
Can you see that thing
Oh,
Luffy says?
He's a
King of
method
the
actor.
pirates.
He said it.
Everybody.
All right.
I'm not really Luffy. I'm just trying to stay in character.
Wow, that's Luffy up there.
It's really creepy. Prosecution, I think you've made your point. I see where you're
Thank you.
going. Yeah, you can. You're all good.
And I will just no further questions then, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have a redirect defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer
yeah.
Sexton, how far away were you from the vehicle in the underground garage?
It was sort of parked
Isn't
behind a
he's
pillar.
AU as
I
well,
sort
so
of
he does
rolled
it all
up
the
to this side of the pillar so I could see it. I wasn't. I would probably say maybe a couple of feet.
And Officer Sexton, you stated that
Was
you
that what happened with
saw
Greco?
the defendant
I seen Grego was doing some kind of crazy
something
stuff.
with the vehicle. Correct? With Ron. That's the answer. Officer Sexton, there was a pillar between you and the vehicle.
Objection leading.
I mean, he didn't ask a question. He was just
Yeah, it's not even a
testifying.
question. Sorry, my apologies. Believe he
You're
was
fine.
asking a question, Your Honor.
He was getting there. Go on.
Officer Sexton, was there
Did
a
that
pillar
happen?
between you and the vehicle?
Yes.
I sued a lot of
How
people.
is it possible for you to have seen?
I sued a lot of people,
defendant?
all non-exclusively. But I felt that it was pretty
I'm
rare
gonna
for
overrule it. I don't think it's that argumentative.
for the
Continue.
troopers not to show up.
Officer Sexton, how is it
Actually,
possible for you to have
Can't really
seen the
think of a
defendant
case. Maybe like one or two.
messing with the vehicle,
Justice Joy is great.
despite there being a pillar between you?
Well, first of all, it was a relatively small
Yeah, he was
pillar,
my
and I
judge.
wasn't like exactly behind it. It was
Like, he was like
their vehicle was sort of parked at an angle.
he was like just the right
touching
amount of
pillar.
serious, while
I
at the
sort
same
of
time
came out,
being
and if you look at
very
the
like
clock face, it was
knowledgeable,
more sort of like quarter to three. It
and,
was sort
like,
of more
funny
like
and, like,
that sort of
making
angle.
jokes at things.
But
It
the
was
pillar
great.
was technically between us, but it was off to my my right.
Officer
I always
Sexton,
made sure to schedule cases within Wrangler's time.
have you ever experienced a single person taking a vehicle for a joyride?
It was just rare for Wrangler to show up.
Objection, Your
Actually,
Honor.
no, I do remember
Sorry,
that.
my
Wrangler actually
apologies.
didn't show up quite a few times. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Objection.
yes,
I figured
have.
that was just because like him as a streamer was doing stuff. So
I'm sorry, there was an objection. I just didn't hear what for.
It was withdrawn.
Okay. Yes, you have.
yeah, Wrangler was
No
somebody who
further
didn't show up very often.
questions
That's
for
true.
you. Liz?
Let's see. Not that I can think of at the time. So
No further questions in that case, Your Honor.
Okay. Sexton, you can go home if you want.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
No worries. All right, defense, your next witness. Dun, dun.
Oh, the defense calls
That's cringe.
Eli
I didn't like that.
Fargo to the
Very cringe.
stand.
Your Honor, if I may motion, we just sat here and listened to the counselor do almost nothing as far as adding any new information to this case with Trooper Sexton. The only motion I have here is that if the counselor is going to call Trooper Fargo, that it does add new relevancy to the case quickly so that we can move on.
And what is that called? Prosecution.
I don't know, Your
It's
Honor.
my-
Would you be able to educate me?
Cumulative evidence or testimony. My favorite motion
Liz, do
and
you have any
objection.
questions for him?
So my question to the defense: is there going to be anything new or relevant, or is it all cumulative? Just asked in a different way.
I don't think I had anything for him.
We're going to skip both of the further witnesses.
Okay, there we go. See why it's my favorite prosecution, because it makes everyone think, do I have anything new to add? And then 9 times out of 10, they're like, actually, you're right. It's all going to be the same. Smile.
Excuse me, Judge. Defendant
Hey, what's
here.
up?
Can we see if the paralegal has any questions?
That's true. Let's make him do something.
Yeah, Mr. Paralegal, do you have any questions for anyone?
I'm gonna be honest, Your Honor. It seems like they've asked all the questions possible.
You're so real for that. That's okay.
I'm sure
Wow,
he can.
you have Luffy in the fucking courtroom and you don't even ask him a question. All right, fuck you.
Well, no.
You don't want to ask Luffy a question.
Noted. Noted. Nope. Too late. Noted.
No,
I gave him his chance. I gave him his chance.
Not a good look.
I thought it was about someone like the guy.
It's too late. It's
no.
Move on. Carry on.
We would like to call Luffy to the stand as an expert witness.
About what?
No God.
As he's the king of pirates, I think he would be an expert regarding theft.
Can we ask the judge?
I feel like there's a point being made there.
Injector.
Your Honor, I will have to object to this just purely based on the fact that this witness
Time.
was not entered into it, and we've been going for so long.
It has been a time.
Yeah.
It's fine, Your Honor. Right.
Yeah, honestly, if this case wasn't going on 3 hours, I would totally say, yeah, let's do it.
3
That'd be fun.
hours?
That's not
Yeah, I don't
that
want to talk about it.
No, guys, it's
it's-
not really been 3 hours, has
But
it?
guys, here's the thing. You can ask him one question, all three of you on the defense, and if the prosecution wants to too, you can all ask him one question. He's not under oath, you can just ask him. So you get a redo, Mr. Paralegal. So go on. Any question, relevant or not.
Where is the One Piece?
He doesn't know. That's not fair. He doesn't know that.
The answer to the One Piece, I mean, that would defeat the whole purpose. You think the Straw Hat Pirates would ever tell people where the One Piece is? That would be insane. What if Gold D. Roger told people exactly where the One Piece was? That would totally kill the fact that there's an entire journey to get there, and everyone becomes very strong, and they have to be tested on their wits and their battle skills and their, perseverance every single day pursuing it. If they just had the answer, it would all be done. I mean, you have people like Rayleigh and everyone in One Piece who could tell you exactly where the One Piece is. But
Yeah,
what the
you're
hell's the fun in
yapping.
that?
You've answered
Piece
it.
is a conspiracy theory, Your Honor. It doesn't exist.
Hi, Sandra.
Oh, he's
Has
busy
this
now.
witness been
so-
sworn in?
No. Okay, let's move on to closings, please. And do we need time?
I do
Yes,
not
Your Honor.
require any.
Okay, I will give you 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Go.
You want to close less or me?
What do you think, Jordan?
I'm kind of unlocked if you'd like to do it.
Is it possible for an officer to take me to the homies room? I really need to go bathroom.
Yeah. Can someone escort him, please?
I think the officer is sleeping.
Chase.
Yeah, if he's sleeping, I might be able to
Chase
hold
in
it to
here?
the bus.
Chase, can you take the defendant to the bathroom, please?
All right. Is he cuffed?
Thank you.
He is not.
He is not yet.
You don't need-
Chase.
Yeah. You don't need to come. You're not gonna
About
run,
2
right?
hours ago.
No, I'm not going to.
Oh my God, am I still here?
If he runs, it would kind of
That'd be
defeat
kinda
the
funny.
entire point of a 3-hour
Oh God,
trial.
I'll fire that man.
God, I had
This is
a
never happening
dream.
again.
This was over.
3-hour trial, Your Honor?
It's never happening again for a bench trial. No. It's been fun. Can we all agree it's been fun, but it's too long.
I think this has been a
Absolutely.
good bench trial, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm glad.
I think we should have injected more paralegals for experience.
I'm a paralegal.
Your
Honestly,
Honor,
if
can
any
I s-
point... Hey, what's up, mate?
Can I sleep on the floor?
Yeah, sure. You can sleep on the floor.
Only if you do Looney Tunes sleeping sounds.
I mean, I'm down to do a paralegal case. It just has to. It just has to. Can someone? Okay, you can sleep. You can't snore. Absolutely not. Wake him up. If a defendant at any point is okay with a paralegal representing them and taking lead on it, then that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. It just has to be up to the defendant. Or we could do mock trials.
If
They're always fun.
paralegal, you wanna represent him? We'll blame you if he goes to jail.
At this point, that's on you, brother.
Your Honor, in the past, I have unprompted said that my paralegals would lead the trial without even mentioning anything to them, and I thought that was a very good experience.
Very
Builds
well.
your character.
It does build character. Sometimes you need to throw them into the deep end and see if they sink or swim.
Yep, I fully agree.
So I would hope that for Mr. Paralegal, his next case, he gets thrown into the deep end, and we'll see if he sinks or swims.
To
Maybe
be
he'll be on the
he's
prosecution side.
To be clear, he's asked to shadow me, so that's gonna be
Hey, at the end of the day, it's not about winning or losing, okay? It's about the friends we made along the way. And maybe the friends we made along the way was Mr. Paralegal getting an interview for the DA's office.
Oh
Thank
god,
you so
I'm
much.
losing.
Are you ready, prosecution?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, bring us home, please. Excite
Thank you, Your
me.
Honor. Today, the state has presented a clear and compelling case
Who's the
that
lawyer,
demonstrates
though?
the criminality and the intent behind the possession of the Ken injector by the defendant, Ziggy Stillman, as well as the intention to deprive the legal owner, Mr. Nathan Williamson, of their cognoscenti. Through the testimony, the evidence, the analysis, we have shown that this device is a tool of theft, and it's specifically designed to bypass the vehicle's tracking systems and enable the systematic stealing of vehicles. The San Andreas State Police's detailed report leaves no ambiguity regarding the purpose and the use of this Ken injector. As established, this tool is integral to the black market's vehicle theft operations. Mr. Niz DeSantis' testimony as the defendant's employer, he's testified
And it's
that
gone
through
on way
his
too long.
years as a professional mechanic, he's never used or trained anyone to use a Ken injector
Actual trader.
for legitimate automotive repairs.
But he also
His testimony reinforces the point that this tool does not belong in the hands of
fucked
lawful
himself a little
mechanics,
bit.
further
In the
discrediting
sense
the
that
defense's claim of its
I don't know why he
legitimacy.
said anything. If he had said anything, then
The
it wouldn't
defense has
have.
offered no evidence, no expert, or anything otherwise, Your Honor, to contradict the SAS findings or to establish any lawful or legitimate use of a Ken injector. The absence of counter evidence speaks volumes, Your Honor. It underscores the conclusion that a Ken injector is inherently
I was considering
illegal
calling for the
and
reason.
it's tied
But it's almost always
exclusively
a bad
to
idea to
criminal
call the
intent.
witness. Or the defendant. Almost always. Only times when it's
The
not is when you have
defendant
to make affirmative
was
defense.
apprehended whilst in the possession of a Ken injector and other tools associated with vehicle theft, such as the lockpicks and the screwdrivers, Your Honor. His actions, tampering with the stolen vehicle and fleeing law enforcement, clearly further demonstrates his intent to commit grand theft order. Your Honor, the state requests that, Your Honor, the evidence is overwhelming and supports two critical conclusions. One is that the Ken injector is a tool of crime with no lawful purpose in Los Santos or the broader automotive industry. It should be recognized, Your Honor, by this court as an illegal item. And the defendant, Ziggy Stillman, who possessed this device, had clear intent to commit vehicle theft. His actions, combined with the lack of any plausible alternative explanation, leaves no doubt of his guilt. The state respectfully asks the court to find the defendant guilty of grand theft auto beyond reasonable doubt, and also to affirm the legality of the Ken injector, recognizing it as a device inherently tied to criminal activity and theft. Your Honor, justice, it demands accountability for those who exploit tools, such as the Ken injector, which undermines the public safety of all of our vehicles, our property, Your Honor. We trust that the court will deliver a verdict that upholds the rule of law and sends a clear message, Your Honor, which is that tools of crime have no place in our community. Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
You're so confident, and I love it. That's great. Thank you.
He's got aura.
Can you give me like an end quote? I believe in you. You've got it.
I think I'm just going to stick with what I said, Your Honor, because I believe it's so important. Justice demands accountability.
Justice demands
Bravo.
retribution.
Defense.
From Hearthstone.
Give me a closing, something fun, and I want you to end with a quote. I don't really care which one. Just pick one.
I'm
Smile.
going to keep it short and simple, Your Honor. This case has been
Perfect.
long enough.
Okay.
The prosecution during this entire trial has focused more on whether the cat injector is an illegal item and whether it should be declared an illegal item, rather than focusing on whether the defendant had the intent of permanently depriving the
Good.
owner of the
And he brought it up.
Let's be honest here. The cat injector is not currently an illegal item. The prosecution is asking this court to find the defendant ex post facto guilty of possessing a possibly in the future illegal item. The screwdriver is not an illegal item. None of these, Your Honor, are illegal items. They have multiple times proven that the defendant could have continued running if he so desired, proving that he had absolutely no intention of permanently depriving the owner of the vehicle. It is extremely clear that what they should have charged him was a theft of a motor vehicle rather than grand theft auto, as they have failed to prove beyond reasonable doubt, beyond any possibility of doubt, for God's sakes, that the crime he is accused of matched the description and the witness testimony in this case. As for a quote, Your Honor, I frankly don't have one.
I have a
I'm
quote in this place.
tired. I wish to go to sleep, and my co-counsel can deliver the quote if he so wishes.
Go for it, Liz. Bring me home.
This is a quote that I try to live by. Change before you have to.
I love that. That's like being proactive rather than reactive. That's good. That's well
I give
done.
it a
All right.
7 out of 10.
I give it a 9. All right, with that, I'm gonna bang my gavel. We're in recess. I'm gonna go deliberate and probably talk to Luffy about some things, interesting arguments and whatnot. So give me some time. Behave, please. There's so many people in here now. Well,
Thank you, Your Honor, for your patience.
Gatlin.
And before a 30-minute deliberation.
Get the jack, motherfucker. Get the jack.
Thank you.
I'm feeling that. Yawn.
I'm gonna be honest, man. You should have.
Yeah, I
just
mean that's
played
the whole
guilty.
point.
Hey, I asked you at the start, motherfucker, what I should do.
With this.
Hey.
I think that
You know, remember Liz?
they've also kind of gone down a
clarity of
Liz
the
got
best.
Liz rated Mr. Maverick.
I mean, I don't know why the defense decided at the very last second to switch their entire defense to
I
an
think I
affirmative
said from the
defense,
start
stating
that
that
I'm
it
more
was a
using this
joyride
as
rather than
to see if they
stealing
want to
the
write it
vehicle, 'cause
into,
at that point they
being
have
a
to
legal
prove
item because
that
that'll
he
help
was
everyone.
joyriding.
You know what I'm
He's
saying?
pissed.
Kind of a weird
I don't
He's
mind
real
being
pissed.
the
Alright.
case that does that.
He's so pissed. But he made a very good point. I was about to make the point too.
Mr. ADA, you're shouting.
I do think that oh, I wanted you to hear that off.
Oh, that's fine. We
Asshole.
didn't go for affirmative
Very
defense.
much so is.
What an absolute
You can just
asshole.
stay quiet. Off. Your lack of ethics has been.
Nah,
proven
I said
by
it wasn't just like this to me.
unreasonable
That's fine.
Alright.
Burn.
Hey,
It's been
Liz.
very interesting.
Yeah, what's up?
I mean,
What was the
achieve the goal? Will be interesting.
the what do you call it?
The charge?
Oh no, you asked the guy up there a few times a question about what goot. I just want to know why.
Yeah.
I was ashamed for that. I was like, maybe he was doing something else in the car and he was just surprised or
Sorry,
something.
did
That's
you boo in the car?
I'm gonna plead the fifth.
it was okay. I thought
it
it
would have been
was a
very,
bad joke.
very problematic if
Alright.
the officer did not notice it.
I'm just saying, the officer didn't check the radio, they didn't check the airbags or seatbelts, they didn't check shit.
Oh no, who knows? Who knows?
That's what it always
I
is.
think this is gonna be a good
I think they were trying to show
whether
that
or
the
not
officers pitted the car.
He's real pissed though about what
No,
Wolf
he-
said
he
to
was
them.
definitely
He's real
gonna
pissed
become
about that.
illegal.
To prove that Ziggy hopped out of the car because he was scared.
The prosecution always gets
I'm not sure,
really
but,
pissed whenever the prosecution, whenever the defense gives a really good closing that they can't respond to.
I mean, I'm not like trying to incite violence, but honestly,
felt
this
like
motherfucker
it's
quiet
set up that way
down,
for a
my
reason, though.
ears are already sore from listening to
No,
this
he wants
radio.
to shout so that I can hear him.
I'm speaking at a regular volume.
Are you?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Just as you are, Mr. Off.
Okay. I
This
must
is my
be
indoor
mistaken.
voice. Would you like to hear
Really?
me shout?
Damn, you're loud.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
motherfucker is like, can he stand up against a wall or something so I can stand at the other and not hear him? Fuck, man.
Or do you guys have any questions about the case, by the way?
I think I came in about halfway through, so I didn't catch all of it, but
What do you mean? We got like the best up and comer in the
Halfway
world.
through, so you came here
Paralegal
an
over
hour
here.
and a half ago and decided to sit through this entire shit show.
yeah.
I'm just saying,
My
you're gonna have a
condolences.
paralegal like this, though. That motherfucker, bro, sells me out first half, wins me second half. I'm just saying, man, selling it.
I could have been making goddamn money.
Yeah,
but you better
legit.
win this.
You could have.
Did He went second half. I thought
Should've.
that he'd further ask questions that better the prosecution.
No, he won
was not
himself
get paid.
second half. You know what I mean? Like, he's shining in the eyes of anyone but
Oh,
us.
okay, that's true. That's true.
Motherfucker's got a great career as a
Leo.
yeah. Hell, if that pays bank, you're winning.
My man's gonna be sweet talking every goddamn criminal into waiving their Miranda rights.
You know, I respect that. Do I get a copy of like the paperwork at the end of this? Cause I like
No.
I would. Fuck, man. How am I meant to thank the officers personally?
For?
I'm pretty sure that's.
Sexton gave me.
Right.
Sexton gave me like water and shit like that. Like the other motherfucker, I begged for water and he left me in the cell. The other motherfucker at least gave me water and a chicken, you know.
Which tree?
Oh, you should have said that. The evidence of
Alright, I'll go
them
talk to the
or him
boss,
not
they're
receiving food
deliberating.
would be that it could be evidence of a rights violation. You'd forgotten to say that.
We'll talk about it outside.
Yep.
There's plenty of stuff.
Yeah,
I already
motherfucker's
have
an
the
asshole. And he got the
appellate
color of the
brief written
car
up.
wrong. Motherfucker's like a purple car. It was silver with a pink pearl. Motherfucker colorblind.
I was gonna ask that, but then I wasn't gonna ask that. It was irrelevant.
I don't know. That motherfucker. I don't know. That motherfucker needs to rejog his memory a bit.
I'm gonna be honest. In the picture, it does look pink,
Yeah, it is
Oh,
pink. It was
oh.
pink. He said
pinkish purple, and it's kind of on the border there, like fuchsia.
Nah, that shit was more like almost like a salmon pink, to be honest. Like it was really pink in the light.
Yeah, I've been getting calls from. Did he call me again?
Picture doesn't do it justice then.
Oh no, I just didn't answer it. Thank-
I don't know.
He called me
saw
so many
driving
times.
Around the fucking driving around Southside.
I'll be with it. I was
They
going to
would've
show.
seen it, like the live stream wrote that bitch.
No, Jekyll is definitely not gonna be happy.
And first, he purposely went off the D
As soon as he tells
to
she
listen to
tells
this
him
show.
about my shenanigans, he's gonna have a mental fucking break.
Yeah, as I said, I've definitely lost this shit, but we had fun.
Not necessarily. We'll see.
I don't know. I think it's like a 2080. You know what I mean?
The thing is, they
Maybe
need to
40,
prove, they
60.
have to prove intent.
You know, I like this guy. This guy's got that enthusiasm you just don't get in people who have been around the block a few times.
5150, you know, that's all you need.
Yeah, you
Don't
just
remind
keep-
me of the
keep that
5149.
positivity.
People used
What
to
the
get
fuck?
convicted for 51%, essentially, thinking it was more probable than not that they committed a crime.
Yeah, but that's the fucking bullshit, right? It's probable. It's possible. It's this. It's that. Never have actual
It's
hard
very
concrete
easy
evidence.
to make it probable. All you need is 3 officers on the stand, and that's sufficient in most cases. Especially
That's-
cases with small felonies or
bullshit.
misdemeanors.
I'm just saying, like, I'm gonna, like, hypothetically, if I were to continue committing crimes, I'm definitely keeping it non-violent, but holy shit, sometimes people just do need to get kneecapped.
I'm not gonna comment on that.
I don't know. To be fair, kneecapping's kind of hard work, right? If you don't break the knee the first time round, that just becomes sloppy.
No, that becomes repeated assault
Yeah.
with a deadly weapon.
Best kneecap strategy.
Bang, bang,
Huh?
bang, 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 bang.
I mean,
bang,
what you want to do
bang,
is you want to get a good front on angle and kick
bang.
the knee out.
Bang. We are trying to get gavels and robes, and those
You know,
we
put your whole
expect.
weight into it. Use
Wait,
your...
we have gavels. You just banged it multiple times. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
but like better,
Yeah,
better.
I heard it, Your Honor. I
Yeah.
heard it.
Better ones. We're trying to get better ones. Anyway, yeah. I had a point with that. Oh yeah, at some point, just letting everyone know before I make my ruling, I am totally going to do court in a church. I think that would be really, really fun if we had the robes and everything. So get prepared for that. It's going to be a really good time. Anyway, on to the relevant matters. So, Mr. Ziggy pleaded a no contest to reckless endangerment, resisting, evading. It was testified by the police today that he did do that. He did evade, yada, 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 but we're not here for that. So, it comes down to Grand Theft Auto. Did Mr. Stillman try to permanently
court case.
deprive the owner? And when it comes to these boosts, from past rulings, and also with this pamphlet,
Arguing lack of evidence though
it
was
takes
never a good
a
argument.
bit of evidence to prove
It's
that, right?
it's
And what that came up
it's not an
today
argument judges
was
like.
this can injector. Is it illegal? No, it is not. It is not illegal to possess. So, like, for example, if for whatever reason you arrest someone for something completely unrelated, you can't seize it off them, right? Because it's not illegal to have. But as we can see from officer testimony, they responded to a call, which was a car being tampered with and stolen with a tracker. In it, they tried to pull over the vehicle, to which it did not stop. The vehicle, however, a few times did stop, and it was testified that it is easier to boost cars with two people because one person can focus on driving while the other person can focus on disabling the tracker.
Yeah.
However, there was one person in the car today, which I feel like the prosecution has proven why he stopped. Oh, sorry, I've been told I need to air out the howevers longer. However,
Thank you, Your Honor.
the chase ended because Mr. Steelman went into a dead end. So, with that, did Mr. Steelman really try to permanently deprive the owner because he got out of the car and ran away? Yes, he did. He had the can injector on him. He had lockpicks, and he had a screwdriver, which we know from previous court cases and this pamphlet that is used in boosting. So, with that, along with the defense claimed that that Mr. Ziggerman, the prosecution said that not Mr. Ziggerman. I'm so sorry, I'm so cooked. Mr. Steelman said he used it for his job. But Mr. DeSantis, the owner of Hayes, is like, nah, dog, we don't use that. I've never seen that I've never seen that.
I don't know
ever.
why I said that.
So, with that testimony,
to
along with
don't
the
speak
evidence
without
that the
your
prosecution provided today, I'm going to be finding Mr. Steelman guilty of grand theft auto. That is the ruling of this court. Thank you so much for your time. I will be available for questions. I think Yaka wanted to say, Luffy wanted to say something along with this can injector, but that is the ruling. As for time,
yep.
Luffy's going to talk while I look into that.
Yeah, so pretty much, we recognize, I think it's awesome that the state police is putting this together, pamphlets like this, doing investigations. We won't be doing the precedent on it in this specific court case. However,
that's good.
I am bringing it up with all the other justices. I'm going to talk to them about it. If we fail to see any other really reason why people would be having this kind of can injector, it will likely be classified as an illegal item. Not for certain. But with that being said, even legal items like screwdrivers and lockpicks, and right now the can injector, when they're all in, utilization together and they're all found together, I mean, that's pretty damning on somebody. It's not like they're all being found separately. It's all of them together and in unison, especially on like Grand Theft Autos or thefts and stuff like that. That's definitely still being taken into account. So even if it isn't classified as an illegal item, it can still be seized if it's used in commission of a crime and things like that. But I will talk to other justices, and Dan, and we'll figure out if we want to classify that as illegal or not. I think it's cool pants that you guys put together, and I want to, you know, give you guys the recognition for the hard work you're clearly putting in on trying to get this identified as an illegal item.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
And we encourage you, this goes for troopers and the rangers, I believe. Oh no, they're still here. If you see something that you're like, this is odd, this shouldn't be happening, bring it to us. For example, the sick fish, rangers, do something about it, bring it to us. We can, you know, if you bring something to us, then
We're trying to bring you stuff right now, Your Honors.
Good, well done. Okay, as for sentencing, State, what do you recommend? It's 10 months.
Total would be 25 months, I believe, Your Honor. Obviously, we've been here for very long. I believe the minimal sentence of 5 months is appropriate, Your Honor.
5 months? All right, set number 5. Thank you so much. Mr. Steelman, I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. You're great.
No problem. It was wonderful, all things considered, I guess.
Thank you. Mr. Paralegal, I hope to see more from you and see what you come up with, and I hope you get Mr. Maverick's number because holy shit, would you be great on the prosecution side.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, no, you should stay on the defense side.
No, the questions he was asking, Yaku, you had to be there.
Okay.
Yeah, check me your number, Mr. Was it Walker? Mr. Walker?
Yeah, poaching
Well,
from
actually-
Seba.
We'll get in contact. Mr. Fisher, apologies.
Thank you, everyone.
Was it really that bad?
Fine.
All right, would you put your hands up?
It was really that bad. No,
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honors. I appreciate your patience with this case.
What a
Miss Maverick,
goddamn
can I
waste
talk
of
for a
time.
second?
Good.
You want to talk to
I
me, Your Honor?
showed so much patience with this case. You guys are so welcome.
Then do we go to RPD?
It's probably best to go to RPD, right?
All right, Lois.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, everybody.
Hey, Liz, are you going to bed?
I'm not sure right now. I'm kind of pretty much still spacing out. So,
All right. I need someone to follow around like a dog.
I'm sure there's some women that are interested in that. That's.
I meant like as a paralegal, you know.
Oh,
like,
okay, sorry.
Why does that have to be a woman thing?
Well, it's because I'm not interested in personally. That's. Right. As for what I'm doing, what am I doing?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm giving the clerk a document. That's right, I gotta do that. Right. Yeah, can you file this for me?
You're doing great. Love your work.
Thank you so much for your patience and staying up late for this.
Of course, no worries. And you too.
All right, I believe I've got a trooper who needs me to help them with something else. so
Yes, 100%.
have a lovely evening,
Take it.
morning, whatever it
too.
is.
What's up, Liz?
Oh, sorry, I was actually having him file
I guess go
a
fuck
civil case for me.
yourselves.
But I guess I would like to ask you as well. What could I have done better
Yeah.
for the trial?
Especially when
Just lawyer.
Yeah.
Nice to-
Sorry, don't worry, Rand.
Nice
We'll
to
give
see
you
you,
1
Justice.
second.
Nice to see you,
All right,
Judge.
can we sit over here?
Nice to see you.
Actually, I have a question for the honor that I need to ask before we leave.
I think honestly, like,
I sent you a text, by the way.
there was a lot of going around in circles, you know. I think that was a big thing, and yeah, which is something to work on just in general. But as for the case, sometimes you just kind of you're not gonna win, you know, I guess. And do you think you made your client happy with like how you went? Like,
Oh yeah, I guess they're winning as long as my client's happy.
exactly, and that's the point, right? I think you're great, Liz. I think
Hey, how you doing?
honestly, one other thing is just being more confident in what you're saying, and like having a very clear line of where you're going. I'm really cooked right now. But yeah, just
You're
like
fine.
say it with your chest, you know. Even if you don't know what you're saying, like fake it till you make it, you know.
Okay. So sound more confident is what you're telling me.
Yeah,
sound like I know what I'm talking
confident. Yeah.
I did think it was cooking a bit in objections in the first half.
You were cooking, honestly. I think the case went on for a long time, but I think everyone was still engaged for most of it. Which is what we want, right? So, the objections were good, and your rebuttals were good. So yeah.
Well, thank you. I was trying to tone it down a bit for the second half, as I was also starting to unlock myself. All right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Some of it, I was like, "What is going on?" So yeah, but you did great. You're great.
Thank you. I appreciate you. All right.
No worries.
You did very well.
Sorry, if I may approach
as well.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
yeah. Just
No, hold on. Rangers have been waiting. Unless it's
Hang on. Is it a quick thing? It's quick. Hang on.
It's not super quick. It's not super quick. Go.
Okay,
go.
then-
I was just fucking around.
What's up, Maverick?
I believe that the district attorney's office would like to place a bar complaint against Oliver Munderson for his ethical actions during this court case, which I believe
Okay.
that you are aware of everything that's happened.
If you want to talk to Alexander, and then you can he'll file it for you if you want.
I respectfully don't take bar complaints.
Oh,
why not?
okay. Why not?
I was told that if I don't want to do something that makes me uncomfortable, that I don't need to, and that is just one thing that I don't touch with a 10-foot pole.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want to write it down on a piece of paper, like everything, and just either
Okay, you can hand it to one of us.
Yeah, I'll hand
Yeah,
it to us.
I'll hand it to you, Justice Yako, and you can afterwards, when Justice Spring is able to talk about the events of this trial and why the bar complaint is relevant.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
Can
thank
I,
you. Have a
can I
great
ask that you
day.
hand it to First Temple as well, as he's the chief of the PDL? Or I guess not.
Okay.
Okay. Rangers, what's up? Hey.
Your Honors, may I?
I'm
approach
mad
the
at you
bench?
guys. Yeah, you may. I have beef with you guys right now, but what's up?
All right. Well,
The
first
bar
of all,
complaint? You got real pissed at Ulf.
we are looking
I mean, Ulf
into
did some
the sick
little bit.
fishies.
Ulf pushed. He pushed.
One of our crazy rangers with their crazy conspiracy.
Do I think it was enough to
theories
warrant a
has
bar
opened up
complaint?
An investigation on that. If I could just.
I think it's enough to warrant a
remember when I
complaint.
saved your life the other day?
I mean, not a bar complaint though. Bar complaint. With bar complaint, you're asking.
There's
You're saying that somebody should be removed from the bar.
Some food
I
and
don't
a
think
beverage. I'm so
what he did
fucking
was that.
hungry.
We just.
Of course. No, I got cookies and no.
I just think he needs to learn to push,
Throw food
like
at
when
me.
not to
Throw
push.
food at me. I don't give a
and
fuck.
coffee.
Thank you.
He understands
It's
it because he had to ask. You know, is it how
Thank you so much. Okay.
like how patient are you?
Continue,
But,
Ranger Man.
All right, so we have a wonderful ranger here, Tori Monroe. She's written up something very. Go ahead, Tori.
Hi.
Hi, Tori.
Hello, Your Honors. I wrote up a proposal for an addition to the penal code that I feel would be applicable in many more situations to avoid stacking charges.
Oh, she did bring that up. Yeah, she told me that. No, she told me it actually. in,
Investigation
the
687.
687.
Yes, Your Honor.
in the chat even.
Okay.
Very sure earlier. She
Yako,
really wants
you
us to
with
ban the
us?
vehicle charge.
He's not locked in. Ben.
Yeah, no, I was actually already looking at that.
Yeah. I
Yeah, the
100% believe it.
687,
Yeah.
Wait, so what's the charge? Abandoned vehicle charge.
It's just food for thought, you know. You guys, lock in, figure something out.
And if that's not possible, if minimum, we would ask for a abandoned maritime vehicle charge, specifically for boats as well, because there are currently 11 of them abandoned on our beautiful shores.
Which could be affecting the fish with the gas.
Are they
and oil.
abandoned or just parked? Like, are they
They're
on or are
abandoned.
they?
Abandoned.
Are they on? How do you know they're abandoned troop? I'm so sorry,
Uh,
Ranger.
Well,
Yeah,
first
I'll
of all,
talk to him
why
about
the
things.
fuck can
That's
you
right.
just
He wanted me
park a
talking about
boat
stuff.
anywhere you want. All right, just anywhere. All right. First of all, okay. Second of all, they leave those shits on most of the time. Okay,
Oh, that's not
leaving
good.
gas.
You're right. I'll talk to him about stuff.
Exactly. Fish is getting sick from that. All right.
Yeah, it can also like kill them from the. Truly, you ever see
Yep.
Finding Nemo?
Of course I have.
I haven't.
I touched. No, he touched the butt.
I like the turtle in Finding Nemo.
I've never seen it.
I like Dory.
Is he gonna? You go to bed?
Dory's an
Yeah, go
idiot.
bed.
She doesn't remember anything.
It's very late.
Unpopular opinion.
You need a.
Hang on.
It's 10.
Unpopular opinion. Dory's kind of annoying.
I'm outside list if you want to
Oh,
come.
Well, you know
yeah.
who voices her, right? You know who
I haven't
voices
seen her.
Dory?
Objection,
Yeah,
you're just
she's
wrong.
a B.
I kind of want to stay for a thing though.
Interesting.
Yeah, Liz, do you mind if I give you how I would have won that?
Sure, let's hear it.
Let me just send it to you on text. I wrote it down.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bring this up to the rest of everyone else at our meeting on Sunday. That's definitely going to happen, right? Like, yeah.
Thank you as well for your critique. Actually, I very much so appreciate
I
that.
don't see why not.
Yeah, for real. We'll bring it up.
No problems. Did you get that
Also,
first
there's,
one?
there's,
The
yeah,
phone's
there's
trying
another
to fuck up
investigation with
sometimes.
pictures and stuff of the abandoned boats. It would just be it'd be nice for us to somehow get rid of these fucking things, you know, fucking up the fish, you know, causing accidents with other boats.
Just checking that none of these on my boat. Okay, good, cool. Sorry, I was just checking if this affected me.
Ranger with the glasses.
I can't see the second part.
I agree.
So the second part that I was going to say was intent to permanently deprive is proven by
what
damage done to
exactly
the
would I be
vehicle, running it
bribing
off the end
her
of the pier,
to
admitting
do?
to stealing the vehicle to scrap or boost, removing VIN plates, etc.
Oh, that's
Whereas
just good.
removing
They're
a
just
tracker
doing good
doesn't
relations,
equal
giving us
brownie
food.
points.
Grand Theft
They're
Auto.
just feeding us.
Yeah,
I think the clerk
you
should
kind
be
of made the
doing more
argument
of
that yeah, they've
that.
been proven intent, but I always know you never ever make the argument there's not enough evidence because that judges don't like that. So I think
Yeah, I got one for you.
there probably should have been we probably should have given a reason.
Not bribery, all right? You want
I don't harp on
I
evidence.
appreciate you,
I
and
harp
please
on
continue to
proving
bring
intent.
stuff with
So they can
to
have
us.
the
It's
evidence
really
of the
important to
screwdriver.
keep
They can
our-
have the evidence
a
of the
great
lockpick
state
and the
of
can
San
injector.
Andreas safe.
A lot of people
Yeah, Alexander,
will
you
be
should
stealing vehicles
apologize
of
for
these
that
because of the
accusation.
enhanced
How
security.
dare you?
It's required. But it still doesn't
Can you get him
show
to
the intent,
bow?
and that's really like in the closing that has
Your
to be the part
Honors.
where someone harps on. I reckon
Yeah, sure, Bow. What
it's a
the
tough
hell?
charge to beat with the can injector.
Contempt.
Yeah, I didn't think the can injector would necessarily be enough because it was always testified to as that like spoof signals and stuff.
Oh, really?
And so I'm like,
really?
This
Go and
this
look.
judge-
Go and look
sorry,
at that
the judge you
investigation.
got
That we figured
is
out it was
very
a Mojave,
very hard to convince
desert
to
snake,
overturn
all right?
something that PD bring here. So you
of,
really have to.
Mount Puerto
I mean,
Rico.
we pushed so
appeal to
hard for it to
something
not
that-
be. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. To be not admitted as evidence in the first place, we pushed so hard for that. But
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
I'm walking back to the PDO.
Oh yeah, we.
and then they had the expert witness quotations.
Does anyone
We
else
pushed really
have
hard for
anything
that to not
bring
be for him not to be an expert witness either.
Us.
I feel like if he hadn't been there, then it would have been a win. But
Who's that guy sitting down on the
Potentially,
on
yeah.
the right side? Who's that? Sitting so like straight up. Mr. Suit Man, who are
an
you?
expert
I'm gonna
witness
head to sleep.
for
I should have been sleeping an hour and a half ago.
My name is Michael
yeah.
Malvino.
So probably I should have as well.
Michael
But they
Malvino.
called
What
an
do you
expert
do,
witness for
Michael?
something that was
I'm a criminal defense attorney.
not
I don't
relevant
think
to the
I've
case
ever
at
met
hand
you.
for
Hi,
his
I'm
ability to perform
Spring,
A's
Spring
autos.
Daffodil.
I
Yeah.
don't know why he talked at all whenever
I'm so sorry if we've met.
before we
I don't
got
think
there,
we
but he did say to the trooper,
That hurt you.
"Yeah, I work at Hayes Autos and I use this
Hey.
for whatever."
Okay.
You shouldn't have said
I
that at
just
all
wanted
because
to
then it wouldn't have been brought into
Who
the
else
scope.
is here?
Because he did, they were able to call the expert witness,
Yes,
and the case is entirely different, probably because of it.
Sandra.
Yeah.
Sandra.
Hi.
That is what it
How'd your
is.
bench
Hey.
go?
That is what it is.
It went well.
Honestly, I wasn't.
Nice.
I he
Did
asked
you
me, "Is
win?
the case better? Is the
I
case better than the
always
coin
win.
flip?" And I said yes.
Magistrate judge.
No,
Yeah.
I know she's.
And
the
I'm like, yeah,
judge,
that's about
judge.
it.
I'm just asking her if she won.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know?
Most of them
Oh
are like
yeah.
that.
I
It
don't
depends
know.
on the judge, and then we get the judge. You know, it goes up or down.
I enjoyed the case.
Judge.
It was starting to get a little bit after a good 2 hours. I was starting to like very
so
much
we
get
need
out of
to
it.
get
But
down to business. I just
I very
got
much so enjoyed
ticketed
it.
for parking at an
So it wasn't,
expired
you
meter.
know, wasn't bad.
My car.
I enjoyed
I
cooking
didn't
Maverick
park
with
it at an
objections,
expired meter.
forcing him
Someone
to
parked it
to
there.
do things in a proper manner.
Oh.
He is good though.
He's very
a
good.
DA.
I think he gets.
Oh, 100% I am. And I'm
maybe
gonna
a little
win
bit too
too.
emotionally invested regarding things. But
I dealt with the
other than
same
that,
thing
yeah, I
about
think
an
it's a
hour
very
ago,
good
and they told me that it didn't
idea.
matter.
Oh.
I mean, I'm
have
fine
no
with someone having
evidence there.
passion.
Alexander, can you go find? Apparently, it's parked in
Also, it
here on
allows me
Seagull.
to
Can you
tilt
go,
him.
move it to like that spot where I park it.
At the back.
You
I
know?
spent-
Okay, I'm gonna pack up
Yeah,
my
yeah,
vehicle
yeah.
before it gets stolen.
Like a,
If
you know,
I
like near
do it.
Sean's
I'll see you
thing.
tomorrow.
Yeah, see you then. I spent more. It feels
Good
like
night,
you
Your Honors.
take stuff personally. Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, you'll see a bunch of other cars there too. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying, Liz. You'll be quiet then.
I just felt more like he takes stuff personally.
Yeah, some people do. I mean, I would say I take stuff personally. I don't forget very easily. But, I think most people are like that.
I mean, I guess it depends a lot on whether or not there's it's something that's personally targeted, right? So.
And if they show good faith going forward, like, you know, if you're a dick to me in court, and then next time I see you, you're actually quite nice to me, like, boom, I'm over it, right? Like, do I remember? Yeah, but am I going to hold it against you? No, I'm not.
Yeah.
But if you're a dick to me in court, and then you're a dick to me the next time I see you, yeah, I'm going to think you're a dick.
What freaks me out is the people who are, wait, that's what Wolf's called me. But what freaks me out is the people who are, they're nice to your face, but they're bad at your back. And those are the kind of people who freak me out.
I feel like that's at least 50% of people in the city.
Well, I didn't realize apparently there had been some lawyers making complaints about me the day before I was fired. So I think that may have had something to do with it.
I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know.
I didn't know either, but apparently I would have witnessed some of it. But I don't know. I thought I had a good reputation with just about every lawyer in the city, so I don't understand how I could have wronged somebody.
Yeah,
I'm right here.
Any of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I just saw you.
Yeah.
I'll leave you to it. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Good to see you. Yeah, have a good night.
You too.
What do you want to
Oh.
Oh.
What? Okay.
He
Well,
just had a major headache. Oh man, oh man. They said 10 minutes to me. They said,
Oh.
yeah, we'll be real quick, like just 10 minutes.
he lied to you. He knew it was going to be longer than that.
3 hours. And he was gonna compensate me. And then eventually I said no. And then now I don't even have compensation. Is that legal? To be an expert witness without compensation?
So, you're not allowed to call somebody as an expert witness against their will, because there's no reason they have to be at the court case because they're not a witness to anything. They're just giving their expert opinion. You can't just like force a doctor to go to court case and give their expert opinion. That's not something you can do.
Right. Well,
taking
they
it-
certainly forced me.
Yeah, that wasn't super okay, but the judge was okay with it, so it's whatever.
Well, I'm not okay with it. What about me?
I mean, that's the point. Like, it was against your will, so I don't see why. The only time when someone can be called to give witness testimony, like against their will, is whenever they actually have witness testimony to give, and
Right.
you didn't really have that. You weren't witness
So
to
is
any
this
events.
something I gotta sue for, or what do I have to do?
Absolutely, can sue over it if you like.
Well, I might have to.
Oh,
It's taken
head
3 hours of my time.
Yeah, it is. What do you want to do with it? You want
For
to change
today?
lawyers? Do you want to kick him in the ass to get it up a gear?
So there's now 2 things that I need to sue for.
Oh, okay.
One being
what,
that
the judge
police
was
raid
prepared
on my
to defend it?
property without a
Um,
warrant.
I didn't feel necessary.
And I'd like to do
Let me
that.
try and fix it.
But we need another. I have a witness on that you probably would have to talk to.
We can file the lawsuit without the witness and talk to him. We just need to disclose that the witness will be called.
Right. And then second of all, what the fuck this all was about? 3 hours of my time where I could be doing repairs and advertising my business. Making upgrades for people.
Do you have an official record of, let's say, your earnings hourly in the past 2 weeks?
Other than what
True.
what we
I mean, you
get
definitely
paid
do
here,
this shit in
which
this
is
case.
about
I just want
500 an
it
hour,
to say,
an hour or
like,
so.
I wanted to say that them just having a tracker on a vehicle being
Yeah,
removed
other than
isn't
that.
boosting. Like, that's because I don't see how they can. What the argument is around
Other
that's,
than
that's
that,
always boosting.
I
How is that
mean,
different than just theft? Like first I
Not
said,
really, no.
Like transactions into the business account.
Transactions in a mechanic shop were all done via cash.
Yeah, but you deposit that cash into the business account, right?
Most of it I keep on hand so I can
I
use it
had
for paying
It
people
only been a minor
materials.
part, but I'd
Okay, so
asked
what
him
would you say
like
was
what the
a
difference
reasonable
between
rate per hour?
somebody stealing a vehicle versus somebody like just being in the vehicle is.
That I earn or the business?
First, thank you for the rate. I appreciate you.
Earned, because this would be a personal lawsuit.
Yeah, have a good night.
I mean,
do I want to
it's
see
pretty
myself
hard to say.
around?
Would people
I've
come
been
in
waiting for
for
how long
an
was for?
upgrade
About
on
8
a
hours now.
transmission? That'd be a lot of money.
Maybe.
Would it be
I'll
just for a
drop you
couple
in a
of
little bit.
repairs?
Well, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you.
$60.
So you can ask for more.
I'm sorry to have left you with like all the work.
Be realistic.
I feel bad about that.
I think a realistic sum would be maybe
But
$5,000.
I don't know. I'm just like doing all the administrative stuff. Like as much as I want to help the DOJ and all and stuff and all that, I feel like they
Unless
don't.
you want to handle that
They
so
don't
that
want my help
don't
though.
claim I'm in conflict of interest again.
What was that? One more time?
Lawsuit against the DOJ and the district attorney's office for forcing him to be an expert witness.
Do I want to be
Without
part of that?
pay. No. Do you want to pursue that so that they don't accuse me of being in conflict of interest again?
Well, I do know he mentioned that he's making a bar complaint against you, so be aware of that.
Oh, I don't care. What's his bar complaint
Kinda
gonna
based.
say? Ulfa Munson advised his client that if they want him as an expert witness, he should ask for remuneration.
I kind of like drama, just being a part of it though. That's.
Like, what is he expecting?
I would probably just say, let's see. Like I said, I wish there was petitions so like that way you could at least petition the court for the amount of time he lost during this case.
I mean, if I look at my phone, he called me at 5:42.
3 hours. You lost 3 hours and 20 minutes essentially.
I had to arrange for some people to get ready to work for me so that
That's
the
a lot of
shop
work.
stays open. And then I had to go over here and I sat there just looking at whatever they were talking about. I didn't really care.
I'm still a little bit disoriented,
And
trying
then
to
I
figure
had
things
to tell
out,
them
like
that
where
I
I'm going
don't know
next.
anything
I
about
had a lot of fun with this
and
case
get
though.
there, and that it's not something
I'm
that
like,
I
oh
use
yeah,
in
that's
my
right.
shop.
I'm actually good at core stuff. I forgot.
In essence, they
It's been a
could
while.
have gotten any other shop mechanic or any other shop owner.
The only reason that they would have needed me specifically is because he works for me.
Yeah, that's not really that was not relevant to the case at any point. I mean,
let's just ask someone from the DA's office whether or not you can get paid for that case. It's probably easiest.
they're gonna say no.
That's fine. I mean,
Well,
this,
you can
then
try.
that gives us reason to at least be tempted to, right?
Sure, I'm down for that.
You go just without me.
Yeah, yeah,
Alright.
yeah.
Let's actually try and talk it out with people before just suing them. I found that talking things out. I tried to talk with Dan too. I feel 3 times I tried to talk with Dan about things, and he refuses to
I
speak with
don't
me
know
each
where
time.
to go.
We have Parker character actually. He's on the phone.
Let me get my salary as well.
Well, sometimes, people have the lights on and everything, but like, they're gone and they're like, no, we're
Michael Malvino. I think that's that guy.
A decent amount of money.
Great killings.
Yeah,
Wait, I need them in. What?
Man, this guy's been a trooper for a very long time and he still hasn't this profile. Weird.
Man, I spent so many. I don't know. I spent so much time spend so much time helping, only to be told, you know what, your help is not wanted here. I'm like, okay, well. That's right. I still need to write a poem regarding that.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, like writing a poem or like poetry regarding stuff, it like creates some sort of like finality for me, and like in dealing with things. Because I didn't write a poem this time, and I'm still happening like a week later.
So who am I talking to?
We're waiting for the one guy, but let me see where'd he go?
Yeah, you can just give me whatever and I'll pay you.
Where did he go? He left.
Is there not a line that we can call or something?
He's on the phone right now, so I won't be able to call him.
Right.
Let me call him in a little bit. Because I don't think there's any DAs around during this time.
You want to talk to me or?
Oh, what was that? Oh, sorry. We were looking to talk with the one court clerk, but he just ran out, and I don't know where he went.
Yeah.
Because didn't Wade go to bed? Wait, well, probably Wade's not a good person to talk to. Oh, what was her name? Spring Daffodil, right? I can call.
Inez DeSantis.
His owner is wondering if he can be compensated for the 3 hours of time he spent.
So what do you think about this bar complaint list?
I think during the court case, he definitely pushed a bit too much. And I think you understood that yourself because you had to ask, how patient are you right now? I mean, if you're having to ask that.
Oh, you mean I pushed the judge?
You pushed the judge.
Oh yeah, that's fine, but the judge isn't filing the complaint against me.
It's Wade just filed
right?
a complaint against you regarding your conduct, but I just be a little bit more careful with pushing because you'll make some.
Who's I'm sorry, I'm not really sure who is filing the complaint.
Wade, the prosecutor.
Okay, so he's filing it because I was apparently in conflict of interest and acting unethically, right?
He said the unethical conduct during the case.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that you pushed maybe a little. You definitely pushed a little bit too much.
Who, the judge?
Just with like especially with like the food stuff. It's
okay. So the Brady, right?
It was reaching a little bit for that one. I mean, I understand like what you're trying to go for, and I can understand the reasonings and all that, but it's not gonna. The judge is never gonna give like a Brady for that. You should probably.
I understand that this judge would never give a Brady for that, but here's the issue from my perspective, right?
Yeah.
The issue from my perspective is that they failed to essentially provide all of the evidence that they had access to.
I agree.
They omitted evidence.
So let me be a little bit. So I know you really like procedure and having everything documented and all the evidence and whatnot.
Yeah.
You value that highly. Most people, I would say, most lawyers here do not value that to the same degree, like by any level. I would say you probably value that like in maybe an 8 out of 10. I would say most lawyers here probably value that at about like a 3, maybe a 4 out of 10.
Yes, but I understand that, but the issue with that is, if you don't have procedure, it's essentially a fucking kangaroo court where anyone can do anything.
So,
based on what they did, we could have just started introducing evidence in the middle of the trial. From
so
our side.
it's a little bit intended for anyone to be able to do it. Do you see what I mean?
So what you're saying is that in the middle of the trial, I can start introducing random evidence that was never presented to the prosecution.
Honestly, you can until you can't. But no, I understand. I think that if you had very good reason to do so, I think you could introduce some surprise evidence, and she would have been okay with it. Yeah.
I don't like that.
I know you don't like it, but
that is fucking
that's
disgusting. That's
she's
it's not just improper.
She's a fun
it's
judge, though.
Fucking perversion of law. I understand she's a fun judge. I don't have anything against fun judges, but at some point it becomes a perversion of law when you start introducing surprise evidence in the middle of a trial that you had previously and you just decided not to disclose. That's like me saying, haha, but X, Y, and Z, and that has to be taken as evidence. It's, I don't...
Well, if you're intentionally
maybe
concealing
it's
it,
me.
you're intentionally concealing it, I could see it. But like, if you have actually,
It was in effect intentional concealment. They never provided us with it, despite knowing that they would use it in the trial.
I felt they probably just didn't think it was relevant.
I'm not talking about the food.
Oh,
I'm talking about the pictures of the locker.
Oh, yeah, that was
we
being
don't have
them lazy
access to
again.
that. I don't blame the judge for it. I blame the DA for not telling the officers,
That doesn't
no,
have to
you
be
gotta
shared for
fucking
prosecution.
fix that. Because if he had
you have a
time
point, actually.
to harass him to be an expert witness, he had time to tell the officers to fix their fucking report.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if it's evidence to impeach a witness, then it can be surprise evidence.
Yes, but they didn't use it to impeach a witness. They used it to establish a witness's credibility.
No, I meant more like in case you wanted to do surprise evidence yourself. But yeah, I see what you mean, that they didn't provide us with the pictures regarding that. And so, what I would say to you is that would be maybe having an unreasonably high expectation of what the police are capable of.
Is it really?
I mean, the police are not even like
pictures.
The police are not bar certified. You know, they're going to be able to do things,
Yeah,
but
that's
like
why they have DAs.
I understand that. But especially for a bench trial, if this was a full trial, yes, I think you can make some arguments. But bench trials, are, they're the quick and dirty version of court. If we expect everything to be perfect for a bench trial, then I don't think anybody's going to want to do a bench trial.
I'm not expecting everything to be perfect. I'm expecting at least, the basic fucking the basic expectations of some standards. Because having evidence and then randomly introducing it in the middle of the trial without providing it to anyone is not proper. It's the same with them listing cataloged items found on person, but then not listing all of the items.
So I think you have some very good points, and I think you can make those points about once to the judge, but not twice. If you want to make it twice, then you do it after the court case is over, and you do it like as a petition.
To be fair, I never made the same point multiple times except for the food. I don't know why I got so hung up on the fucking food.
You're really pushing on that, but
yeah. I mean,
I think it felt very much so like you were trying to do like a gotcha. Very much so, it felt like you were trying to gotcha them, and it came across as a little bit as like unprofessional, like you're trying to just like get a win from like behind.
Well, it's not a win from behind when I'm the one who's quite literally relying on procedure.
Yeah, I understand that.
I understand what you're saying. I understand where you're coming from. I think I just have too high of an expectation for all of this, I guess.
So having a high expectation can... I get that, like, that's how things are. You've gone about it, and, like, that's how things have always been done. Like, I'd been gone about it, and I'd always been used to having things done on the docket, being able to make motions, being able to ask for cases to be dismissed that way, or for, you know, all the different kind of stuff. And not having that for a very long time was very, like, almost jarring. And I'm like, well, I feel like I can't even have cases without that. You can adapt, and there is one other thing you could do, and that is that you can start those things yourself. So maybe people are not doing those things currently, but if you provide very good reason for why that should be done, and you provide an example of how it's done, then you can hopefully get something like that implemented.
You see, that's where we run into the issue. They're not gonna implement the federal rules of evidence procedure, etc. They're just not gonna do it. It's way too much for random people to be interested in, right?
Yeah.
And implementing just certain sections of it is still, you risk the potential of weighing it favorably towards the defense or weighing it favorably towards prosecution.
Yeah.
Like the...
You're kind of rolling on items. Yeah, Dean
FDs
also got access to
are
evidence stuff.
specifically
That's true.
designed to put everyone on equal footing. Which, to be clear, I do not think we are right now. I think we are more equal than when we had the fucking more probable than not convictions. But I don't think that we are still on equal footing, because you gotta understand, reasonable doubt is very easy to achieve, but not a lot of people apply it in the way it's meant to be achieved, in the way it's meant to be applied, right?
Yeah.
It's the entirety of the background on reasonable doubt is the Blackstone ratio. Better 10 guilty men go free than one innocent man suffer, right?
Yep.
But even now we're applying it as, well, he might be, you know, it's probably more probable that he's guilty because he has all of this shit.
Oh,
so,
okay, thank you for following. I appreciate you. Okay.
Additionally, what they did in there at the end, I don't know if you noticed it, but that was an ex post facto ruling. They relied essentially on the evidence of all those items together suddenly being criminal. But if you only had one of those items, it's not criminal.
Oh, yeah. I think so, yeah.
That's not how it works. Having a baseball bat in the trunk of your car and then using it to beat someone to death because they tried to assault you is criminal, right? But having a baseball bat and a ball, like a fucking throwing ball, would mean that you're not planning to use that as a weapon. But that item
I've
by
heard that
itself
argument.
is
You put
still
a
not criminal. That's the thing. There's intent. I do not honestly think that they proved intent. They proved that he had the cat injector.
I think you mentioned it there as well. If they have a ball, right? I do know that if you keep a baseball bat in the back of your trunk, you know, that can be argued very easily to be that you would plan to do something with it.
Yes, it could be argued, but that's not, you know, strong evidence. That's extremely circumstantial.
Yep. As
And what they did in there, I don't know. Maybe I have too high of a standard for fucking reasonable doubt. Possible.
So I know for beyond a reasonable doubt. So the thing with that, I don't think they made an argument for how this cat injector or can injector was used to, or what's called, how that would be used to permanently deprive someone of their vehicle?
They did.
Awesome.
They quite literally stated that the fact that he was in possession of the cat injector, lockpit, and a screwdriver at the same time immediately meant he was trying to deprive someone of the vehicle permanently.
Yeah, my point was they had testified to it like spoofing signals and whatnot. I don't see how that means that the vehicle is being permanently deprived from the person. Now,
no, the fact. So, the reasonable doubt should have come in immediately as soon as the officer said that he could have continued running if he chose to do so, but he did not.
Okay.
The fact that he stopped when he could have kept running means that he did not intend to deprive the owner. It's the same thing with, we could have just asked them, well, did you see him actually use the dongle? The answer would have been no, but the judge would have ruled the same, because they relied on the fact that he had those 3 items in his possession while he was stealing a car to say that, yes, he intended to deprive him permanently.
So I know this is, I know it's not every judge, like the judges that, judges don't like arguments of there's not evidence for something. They really don't like those arguments. They like arguments of he's innocent for this reason. Now I know that's not how court's supposed to go. I know that.
Fucking affirmative defenses are not... Do you know how often affirmative defenses work in court?
Not very often.
0.008% or something, I think. Like 1 in every 8.
Sorry about that damn case, Mr.
80
DeSantis.
million
That was
cases.
a long ass time.
Essentially.
I didn't realize he was still here.
It
Alright.
doesn't make sense that
Yeah,
you
got
have to
any
argue
food there on you? I'm
that your
parched,
client is
starving,
innocent.
and hungry. I'm about to make my way to
That's
Ubu, but I
not
need
the
something to get
basis
me
of
moving.
beyond reasonable doubt.
I
don't We're not know. arguing that he's-
reasonable doubt is the prosecution
Alright.
does not have enough evidence to
Walking
convict.
to Ubu.
We're not
I
arguing
might
that he's
get
innocent.
myself
What we'd be arguing was he could have had a good reason for doing this thing.
Yeah, but
It's basically the same. I know what you mean, but it's we just need to give them a
it's
reason.
the exact same thing. It's still an affirmative defense.
I understand what you're saying. To give you an idea of when I ended this, they had tried charging a guy with attempted evading for having ran to his vehicle whenever a trooper was trying to arrest him. And they had argued, why would he have gotten into his vehicle if not else just to evade?
I mean, if you want an affirmative defense, he left the stove at home turned on, and he was afraid that his house is gonna burn down. But that's a very stupid affirmative defense to make. I understand that the judge would probably like it.
No, the argument I made was actually that, oh, he was actually going to his car to get a gun out of his glove box to shoot the trooper.
I mean,
The judge actually liked that argument.
yeah, but if you made that argument right now that, let's say, he climbed the building because he was intending to
There you go,
blast the cops, they would use that as further evidence that he was intentionally, that he was trying to deprive the owner of the vehicle permanently.
Let's see. Right now,
See, in some specific circumstances, there is no position in which you can argue affirmative defense.
I would say Let me think of a good reason. At the time, I wasn't thinking of a reason. I was just trying to understand what people had seen and whatnot, but I probably should have been thinking of a good reason for why this should be.
The thing you just explained is essentially impossible to argue against unless there is a higher charge of the same nature and scope that you can claim he was trying to do.
So no, my point wasn't that it to be a higher charge. My point was for it to be a plausible reason for why someone else could be, or for why someone could be running to their vehicle whenever a trooper's chasing them.
Well, joyriding was a plausible reason.
I agree. I agree. It was a plausible reason.
The fact that he stopped and waited for them multiple times was plausible reason. The fact that he drove backwards, as one of the officers said, is plausible reason that he was just
I'd felt that we probably should have got him up on the stand, even though I know that's like almost always a bad idea. Just because I don't think we were in a winning position, so we probably should have Hail Maried it.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't think that there was any possible way we could have gotten a not guilty verdict based just on the fact that this felt like a concentrated push to criminalize the possession of that item.
So I don't think Niz here, being caught as a witness, I don't think if he hadn't been caught as a witness, I feel like that
improper horribly.
I mean, the only thing they wanted me for is to, from now on, be able to deny that those things are used in a mechanic shop.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That only applies to Hayes.
That's true.
So they will use this against you, just so you're aware.
How?
If one of your employees gets caught in Hayes with that thing, they could use this against you to claim that you are aware that this is not used in Hayes and that you are running a criminal business.
What the fuck do you mean?
they're going to try and steal your business because of it.
Yet, this is why I told you not to testify and why I was so argumentative to try and get you struck from the stand. Because this is a horribly bad precedent. The DOJ should not be allowed to force someone to be an expert witness.
We probably should have mentioned that you can plead the fifth, because if you'd done so, then it could have had you removed.
Then I would actually be in conflict of interest. When I told him to tell them that he wants to get paid for it, that's not conflict of interest, because I didn't tell him, no, do not do that, plead the fifth, run away from the state, etc. I just told him, tell them you want to get paid, but that you are willing to actually do this. Right?
Yeah.
If I had told him, plead the fifth, or run away from the state, or, you know what, take a vacation to Liberty to avoid this, then I would have been essentially depriving the prosecution of a potential expert witness.
So they, for just to give me like a full clear picture on this, right? I was an expert witness.
Yeah, you were forced to be an expert witness against your wishes, which is not permitted.
Okay, what do I do against this?
There is no legislation within the state to make it not permitted. But outside of the state, any expert witness has to be acting voluntarily. They cannot be forced to be an expert witness. In addition...
Alright, let me turn this question around then. Is there anything in the legislation here that allowed them to force me to come?
Well, I guess I'm sorry.
No, but there is also nothing that allows expert witnesses. So, we don't have rules of procedure on what is allowed and what isn't allowed.
So was he allowed to order me?
In effect...
If the court rules so, then he can do
no.
it, but the court shouldn't have ruled
the
so.
court is allowed to force you to be a witness, and since there are no rules against it, they're allowed to essentially tell you that you must be an expert witness against your own mother, if you so wish. We don't have written procedure in the state, so they're allowed to do whatever the hell they want.
That's dumb as hell.
It is. If you were in a different state, this would not be allowed. Even if you wanted to be an expert witness, it would not be allowed, because the information that was traded could have been trade secrets, they could have been business proprietary knowledge. You had a duty of loyalty towards your employee. Since you were in a business relationship with him, there's multiple reasons why essentially this would not have been allowed. Not to mention that I was the one of the defendant's attorneys, which might have implied that I had a duty of loyalty towards you, not to impeach you on the stand.
Right.
So you see the issues, right?
Yeah, I see him.
Is that the court clerk you want to talk to?
Yes. Is there anybody from DA's office available?
They're gonna be busy as soon as they come here, but after the fact, I don't believe he'll be busy. Why? What's up?
Okay. And did you file the thing I gave you?
Hmm?
Did you file the paper I gave you?
What paper was it?
It was Subame Tusk v. State.
When did you give it to me?
Okay,
Like 10-15 minutes ago?
get back to the point. On this, what do you want?
Oh,
to
that's
do?
why I have this. What the fuck?
Sorry, let's move a little bit further.
Did you hand it to me? Why?
Yeah, I was
while
right
we
next to you.
were-
I said, hey,
while we
can you
were
file
in
this?
there?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not hear you say that. I saw this and I'm like, what the fuck? Alright. Yeah, I can file this. Give me a momento.
Well, I can
Okay.
tell you who you spoke to. You spoke to
And you randomly put that we were suing the San Andreas Medical Services for the last one.
I did.
The case was torn out for that reason.
Do you just want me to put state?
Let's put Subame Tusk v. State. That's what yeah.
State / SA or SAMS?
No, we're not suing the hospital.
Okay, just to say.
That's
Alright.
why I told you as soon as it was finished what the terms are, etc., for the trespassing order. Yeah, that's fine. It happens.
But this gentleman over here was also hoping to be compensated because he had been against his will called the court to give testimony about something he wasn't witness to, but he was called as an expert witness to give an expert opinion.
Okay. It takes.
And about having rulings regarding items legality, like that's it's the phone dongle thing all over again.
Actually comply with this.
There you go. Wait, we filed it for you.
Thank you. See ya.
No problem. Is that it?
Well, I was going to ask if there was any DAs available so that we could try and get some compensation for this guy.
No, you were subpoenaed.
There's only one DA around, but he's gonna be busy as soon as he gets here.
Which DA?
Pardon?
Which DA?
Wade.
Oh, okay.
He's the
All
only
right.
one.
I'll probably have to do another day then. All right.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see.
Everything out in a case and file that case in order to not miss the statute of limitations. Right? He can still do a lot of stuff between when the case is filed, when the judge is assigned, by the time the DA gets assigned, etc. He's gonna have more than enough time to collect evidence, prepare for trial, get subpoenas, etc. But he needs to stop that statute of limitations from expiring.
Right. And that would be.
Wait, where are my other? Where are my other minors? I had a whole bunch more.
So apparently this happened on the 3rd. So 7, that would be. That'd be on the 17th. Yeah, so he has to do it by
Give
the
me a button in the
17th.
car or something.
The lawsuit has to be filed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just on that one. I'm just angry that they did it. Like, the raid was illegal.
Yeah, I can understand that. Aside from that, I mean, If you want to go, if you want any compensation, then you're gonna have to sort it out with Liz. I don't want to have them shit
That's-
on me again that I'm somehow in conflict of interest.
So, see, do I have your number? Look at it.
No, let's make sure that you do. There you go.
Next time you're around, text me, and I will see if we can get in talk with a DA about that. I messaged the judge about it. Not sure what she'll say back regarding it.
I mean, I'm gonna be
No,
up for like
she'll say no.
a long time still.
Well, I think she may have been saying no because Wade was there. She was very much so,
Right.
trying to appease both sides. I felt like, well, I mean, that's what the judge is supposed to do. So I don't think it's possible that if now that she knows the situation, she may be willing to give him compensation.
The DA's office offered to pay him $1,000 for 3 hours.
Well, he said 10 minutes.
Yeah, except it wasn't 10 minutes.
So that's 10 times 18.
That should have been 10 times 6 times 3, so
Yeah, that's
yeah,
18.
18.
I mean, you can sue him for breach of contract in that case.
He should pay. Well,
I
the
mean, the
contract
only
was never
contract-
done.
Where's the
It
verbal
was
contract?
forced.
Oh, because it was cursed. Yeah, I think I'm right about that. Yeah.
He wasn't a voluntary expert witness. He was forced to do it.
So, because I mean, we're now just going
Very
about
strange.
verbal things, right? Like he told me verbally that it would take 10 minutes and that he would be willing to pay $1,000. Now, it didn't take 10 minutes, so that's a lie. And he didn't pay me $1,000. So wouldn't it be more than 18,000 then? I'm just spitballing, like you guys are the experts.
If there was a contract, yes. But because you refused to be an expert witness, and then he essentially had the state force you to be an expert witness, there was no contract in effect.
Okay.
So technically, you should not be talking to the DA's office. You should be talking to the DOJ, because the DOJ forced him to be an expert witness. So they are the ones who should be paying him.
Right. So, is it somebody like inside that we can talk to, or is it like what do I have to do? What would you advise me to do? Let's say that.
I would say probably
Right
speak
now-
with one of the judges, like Dan or something like that. But Dan's hard to speak to, and I don't think he wants to meet with me ever. So I don't think I'm the
No, he
person.
definitely does not.
I've tried setting up multiple meetings with him, and he's just completely said
Ignoring
no.
you.
Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. You're gonna have to talk to a judge. Your best bet would probably be the same judge that forced you to be an expert witness.
yeah, I did text her, so we can see what she says. I mean,
Oh
I think
yeah,
she,
but she's like Australian minded, right?
I don't think she's Australian, is she?
Just in her mind, maybe.
No,
Oh,
see,
that's
it
what you mean
feels
by that,
like-
okay.
It feels like someone. It feels like she's someone that will call you a cunt, right?
Was she? No,
Yeah,
no, not really.
Well, she was near breaking my back by the time we got to the end. I think I've really annoyed the living shit out of her.
Yeah, I think she maintained decorum quite a bit, though. It was only really the food thing that was like really pushing her. I think it feels like you often try and do like reaching arguments.
Yeah, but did you notice that whenever I make an objection and I realize that it's fucked, I withdraw it?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, at the same time, yes, my arguments might seem like they're reaching, but they're established in procedure, which is why I make them. And I understand that might not be the best bet for the state.
So, maybe here's a better way of saying this. You attempted, let's say, you're attempting to throw rock versus paper. And you're like, oh, it didn't work once, so what if okay, next time I'm going to throw a rock against paper.
No, I'm trying to impeach a witness.
My point was you had a bunch of different ways, or a bunch of different like ways to all basically do the same thing, which was that you tried to.
That's not wrong.
It's not wrong, but you're trying to get stuff thrown out is what ultimately what it is.
Well, yes. But again, that's not wrong.
For some judges that works, but once you test once, if it's like, okay, there's probably no chance. All right, test twice. You test twice, okay. And I probably can't do that in the future.
I tested it 3 times, so.
Only 3 times.
I got to make sure. Yeah,
3 times near out, right?
Don't look, man. I have been up for
a long time,
close to 28 hours now.
My point was you have to craft your arguments for the judge. It's very important to remember.
That's the part that I'm possibly never going to get, because I craft my arguments for procedure.
I mean, that works, like maybe from like the DA's office side of things. I feel like they get your procedure all the time, but for
obviously not, unless there's some very specific judges that would probably be up for it, like Yackle maybe.
Falcone would.
Falcone, yeah, Nigma, but outside of them, I don't really think that the judges really like my procedural arguments.
Well, then you don't make those arguments for those judges. Like it's just it's going to happen.
That's a very hard habit to make when you've been doing it for 15 years.
I fully understand it. It's there are some judges you're just not going to vibe with, and you're going to be like, oh fuck, it's this judge. I'm gonna have to like do things weird. No, I'm not sure I'll be able to make the arguments I like to make.
Liz, if you could, you message the judge.
Yes, I can let you know if I get a message back regarding that.
Yeah, if you could let me know, and I don't think I'm needed then for anything else.
Yeah, sorry for keeping you. Appreciate you.
So yeah, I'm really sorry you got dragged into all of this.
It happens. It happens.
By the way, the trespass, if you want to extend it beyond 7 days, then we gotta go through civil court.
Yeah, I don't. I've just witnessed enough court for a bit.
Yeah, if 7 days is enough for you, then that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, and if he comes back, I can just say, hey, you know what?
If they do come back and they're aggressive or anything, please note it down, and then it's gonna be converted into a restraining order, and you're not gonna be required to go.
Oh, I know who was singing.
There we go. Hell yeah. I mean, he's never been aggressive to me, so.
Well, him or the other person, they both have a restraining order.
Right, yeah. I mean, I don't even know the other person, so.
Yeah, I know. But
they just fucked around.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you. I'm going back to my shop.
Yeah, have a good night.
To work.
Yeah.
Take care, guys. Have a good rest.
Yeah,
do rest. Please do rest.
Yeah.
I probably should.
28 hours is way too long.
We'll see about
that. So maybe here's a better way of singing. Maybe abstract arguments. So for you, even like the way I speak with you, I try and.
Let's go drive.
Okay.
I can't stand here. Last time I was standing here, I got shot.
Oh, that's fair. Do you change the way you speak of others?
Huh?
Do you change the way you speak of others based on who you're talking to?
Rarely. It depends. I do it for very specific judges that I know really well on how they respond to certain things.
Okay.
But you gotta understand, I'm used to fucking Mastery and Hawthorne, who, in essence,
Hawthorne
I would
was...
hand them a list of this is all that the DA's office fucked up, this is all that the police fucked up, and they would actually check my ass if I fucked up. Right? I'm not used to judges that go, well, yes, they did fuck up, but I'm gonna look through their fingers because they're little babies and they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
So, me put it this way. if you are speaking with a client, right, you probably change the way you speak. You don't use as
I
much
simplify,
legalese.
yes.
Yes, you simplify, right? You change the way you construct arguments. You change the way you talk to them.
Yes, but I also do that for the judges here.
Okay. All right, then think of it this way. If you are not able to communicate what you're wanting to communicate with a judge, and you're continually trying to, you're going against the flow. Your goal with court is to go with the flow. Going against the flow is, there's very
I
rarely
understand
times.
that, but when the flow is legally fucking my client,
Sometimes
That's
even that
not
you
a
have to
good
go with the
flow.
flow. You have to keep in mind, very important to remember, your client's best interest is whatever they tell you it is.
well, his interest was, I don't even fucking know what his interest was. Getting the final decision on the fucking dongle shit, which we did get. But at the same time, whenever you're presenting a client, his best interest is to be found not guilty.
That's not true.
I'd argue it is in the vast majority of cases, regardless of whether or not they state that to you directly.
So I would say that a lot of times clients just want to have like a, they want to try, one, I have clients sometimes that just want to like speak their piece. You know, they want to go up in the stand and say whatever, despite me saying that's probably a bad idea.
Oh no, I have clients like that. I just tell them, look, I'm not gonna tell you you're an idiot, but I'm not going to represent you, and I want to find you someone who can represent you in doing that.
Well, how come you can be that person?
I'm not comfortable with it.
Well, why can't you be comfortable with it?
Which, I'm gonna be honest, maybe I should have excused myself from the case once that became clear.
So, if your goal is just like to win the court case, I feel like you're probably going to have a lot of trouble working.
Absolutely not. It's never been to win a court case. Look, the way that I explained it to my previous little kiddies that I was teaching.
Hawthorne, there's so many issues with Hawthorne's ruling. I don't think that man had
some
a
horrendous people as a lawyer, right?
I don't think he understood law too well.
And you're gonna feel horrendous about it, and you're not gonna want to represent them. Your job is not to win the case. Your job is to make sure that the defendant has all of his legal rights upheld. And one of those rights is a lawyer that essentially is going to argue to the ends of the earth that his client is innocent, up until the point where the court ends.
So
like, you got to be able to separate yourself from it.
So I would say that there's two kinds of lawyers that I have to be. There's the normal lawyer, like what you just stated, where I'm doing my best to make sure my client is found to be not guilty and that they're, making sure nothing's wrong is happening, all the rights are upheld, all of that. And then there's the second kind of lawyer, the emotional support lawyer.
Yeah, I'm definitely not that.
I think that there are times when even then, I think a little bit in the cells there, I think you definitely were able to kind of vibe with the client and be like, hey, show interest in like what he was doing, that kind of stuff. That's
So
being the
the
emotional
reason-
support lawyer.
Yes and no. The reason why I was like that with a client is because I have enough cell experience to know that sometimes you have to make a client believe that you're their friend in order for them to tell you the actual truth and the facts of the case. Because sometimes if you're just acting like an emotional prick, they will lie to you and they won't tell you everything. And you have to know everything in order to be able to defend them.
Okay.
So I understand it's very fucking manipulative, but sometimes it's required.
So, I mean, manipulation isn't inherently a bad thing if it's not used for a bad thing, right? Like, if you were to manipulate someone to start exercising because you thought it was healthy for them, is that a bad thing? It can be.
Shit, I wish someone manipulated me into
Yeah.
exercising. Fucking hell.
I mean, I can tell you reduces your risk of death in all forms. All forms by 50%.
I'm a smoker. That's not really gonna convince me, man.
I don't mean you can smoke for longer.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, I acted the way I did. I see that I made some mistakes in that, and I gotta work on that. But at the end of the day, the thing is, do we want to appeal this or not?
Okay, I feel like appealing this case, that's going. I'm going to have a hard no there. That's you're pushing too much in that case.
That's why I'm asking you, because if it was up to me, and this is again coming from the perspective of me being fucking stuck in procedure, right? I would appeal this case on the basis of everything that went down wrong, because we don't really have any other avenue to get those changes implemented. I'm not gonna put in a fucking complaint against the judge.
What's wrong with problem?
I could.
Yeah, that don't think case either.
It would get the same results as the one that I put in against Yakel years ago did, right?
So, did the client say he was happy with the result?
I don't believe he said anything about
Yeah,
the
he said
result.
he was happy with the result.
I think he said that he was happy about finally finding out what the fuck the dongle was going to be
Mm-hmm.
classified as.
Well, maybe not like the result of the court. He
But
was
that's
happy
not
though. He was
result.
he was accepting of the court case, of what transpired because of it and all that.
We're leaving this place because they're gonna blame us for smashing that car up.
My point for that is that monkey. I didn't know there was a monkey there.
Have you been doing that one?
No, I was just like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think I still have a map at home of all of the locations.
Let's see, we're dealing warriors. Actually, I didn't go off them.
Yeah, there is a call on the lawyer line, but I'm not gonna answer because we just went through a 3-hour court case.
Let me go off duty then.
Yeah, I just went off as well. Like, I can understand that. That's why I asked you whether we should appeal this. But here's the issue with that. All of the things that have been brought up and being forced to become an expert witness, what was in effect, let's be honest, a Brady violation. Maybe not intentional. Like, I don't think that the district attorney intentionally hid that evidence. I really don't. I rarely think that.
I really think there's malice involved. That's very rare.
Yeah, but at the same time, the longer you let these things keep happening, the more they become accepted norm. And we don't really have a way to address them. We can't petition the 13th Circuit to change this. We can't petition the DOJ. Not without a backing of a appeal or a court case where all of this was noted down as happening.
So, one of the things you can do, one of the things I've been wanting to do actually was this Saturday, I've been wanting to hold a meeting with all of DOJ and Saba so that we can just communicate. Maybe not decide on anything, but just communicate, what kind of issues we have, what kind of issues we've been facing, just maybe how we could possibly go about things better. Stuff like that. And I think something like that would be good to bring up at the meeting like that. Maybe not bring up a meeting like that, but
yes, but at the same time, you're in the head of the DOJ's eyes, you're a persona non grata.
What's that term mean?
Unwelcomed.
Yeah, Yeah, that's why I said it was my plan before I had been removed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, why the fuck does that prosecutor hate you? What the fuck was up with that?
Are you sure he hated me? I mean, he seemed to make a bargain against you, but
He was extremely mean towards you in the cells.
oh, that he just didn't like that I requested Ben show without talking to him.
Is he that fucking petty?
Honestly, I mean I don't like bad talking people, but I have seen him be that petty, yes. Not towards
Well,
me, at least. Not usually.
That explains the
That's just
complaint.
that is
I'm
just
guessing
Maverick.
I'm gonna get a call at some point.
I think this is like his personality, I would say. It's not like he really likes getting wins. It's
Oh really?
he's a lawyer that very much so is I need to win.
Oh god. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck is even the process for the bar complaint?
For bar complaints, we have instituted bar hearings now, so if they feel it's egregious enough, they will call you to a bar hearing. This is something I really don't like what they've been doing, but I have seen it happen once to me already. They might keep it in their back pocket and put a case against you for if like once you get enough bar complaints and then throw it at you all at once.
Shouldn't those have a statute of limitations?
You would really think.
Wait, so they are intentionally building cases of bar complaints?
I'm not sure if. So to be clear, I'd had one bar complaint made against me, and I hadn't heard anything about it. And then I had a client that had made a complaint against me, and then I get told I'm getting a bar hearing.
For both of them?
Yeah, for both of them.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And my past, I had been told I had to go to a bar hearing and been told that I had had 13 bar complaints made against me.
Wait, was this like
This is before I moved to the city. Yeah. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm in the city now. Probably the biggest one. But yeah, I hadn't been told any of this. Nobody mentioned this at all to me whatsoever. They just been slowly building up and not saying anything to me whatsoever.
The DOJ is the one in charge of the bar complaints, right?
Yes. I pushed for the PDO to be, but they rejected that.
I don't think that the PDO should be, if I'm being completely honest. Like I said before, it should be one person from each department. But so if you essentially piss off enough judges, you get drummed out, regardless of the validity of the fucking bar complaints.
Well, yes, honestly. I mean, consider that I'd been removed from the chief of the PDO's office, and I find out apparently that a lawyer and a paralegal have been complaining about me the previous day. So, and none of this was mentioned to me whatsoever.
Well, have they made bar complaints?
I have no idea. I just know that apparently they were complaining about me.
Oh, God.
James was just straight up told me he was complaining about me. None of this was ever spoken to me about.
What do you want to do with the case?
With that?
Because I mean, if I represent you suing Dan Faley, I can guarantee that within 6 months we're both gonna get drummed out as lawyers.
You think so?
Considering he doesn't want to even interact with you, how do you think he's gonna respond when you sue him?
Well, we're suing the DOJ, not necessarily him, right?
Well, yes, but he's a jointer because he's the one who allegedly, did the thing.
Regardless, I would like some closure regarding. He's refusing to speak with me. How else? I don't like just. I've tried speaking to him, and he's just refused.
Has it been 5 days?
It was on the 3rd. Today is the 8th.
Yeah, it's been 5 days.
It has been 5 days.
Technically, we can file since he has not made a public
I
statement.
don't know. Would he? that said that he had seen the lawyer and paralegal complaining about me.
I mean, if
I could ask
it's
him
your
about it.
choice, I'm game for whatever, but
All right, this is a good question. Do I push right now?
I'd suggest you think about it very hard.
I'm thinking about that right now as well because I'm like,
Yeah.
So, I honestly don't really care about the money. I care more about having some like closure to it.
that, but you need to sue for something.
Yeah, I understand that.
Otherwise, they're just gonna say that there is no relief that they could provide, and throw the lawsuit out.
Well, what I mean is regarding my motivations for this. It's more I want some level of closure, some level of understanding, some level of
I'm gonna be honest. I was thinking about you getting the list of paychecks for the last 2 weeks and then prorating for them for the next 6 months, since that is how long you should have been employed. I think that would piss them off massively. So.
Oh, at least I don't think I have any issue with really any judges as far as I'm aware.
Would piss him off.
With Dan, I've never had a negative interaction with him ever. I can pretty 100% clearly state that, at least from my perspective, I've never had a negative interaction with him. So I don't understand why he was so quick then to make the decision. But regardless, he probably did hear quite a bit about me from other people. Now I would think a judge would know about speaking with the person themselves rather than just or both parties there, or something like that. But
I don't really get what he could have heard about you that was bad. You're not some kind of a fucking shithead, meth head that crawls around the fucking ground and constantly fucking perjures himself.
What was it he said exactly? Let me check. What was it he said? I written down. The numerous reports from the other PDO leads, he's been extremely resistant to change suggestions / hiring in the PDO.
Huh? I mean, is that actually true?
So I had issues with James. We'd had like a 5-hour long argument. And no, it wasn't anything to do with hiring. It was whether or not associate lawyers can bring paralegals down to the cells. That's what the argument was about. James is making the argument that associate lawyers should not be bringing paralegals down because they will be teaching the paralegals wrong.
If you're making them a lawyer, then you have to trust them enough to at least be able to teach someone's cell reps. Otherwise, what you're saying is this guy is not competent enough to be a lawyer, but we're gonna give him a bar license and hope for the best. Which does not make sense,
I would say that with associate lawyers, I trust them enough to be able to have the legal knowledge required to be able to act on stuff. I don't really trust them to be able to necessarily lead a case on their own though, which is why I wanted them to act as associates with other lawyers, to work together. Because I have seen a lot of lawyers just perjure themselves in the stands when alone or be charged with corruption regarding just something. Just a bunch of dumb stuff they do.
You mean when they ruled that I perjured myself because my lawyer counterstated me?
No, I've actually seen
when I gave my testimony.
I've actually seen 2 other lawyers be charged with perjury. No, I wasn't speaking about you specifically.
Yeah, do you even know how I got drummed out originally?
I get it's a story, but before I switch tracks regarding things, my point was for that I don't trust them to be able to do well alone, but with others I can trust them at least, and not for them to call each other out, which was what the
yeah, they'll
idea
correct
behind
each
it.
other.
Yeah.
To a certain extent.
And they'll be less likely to state something as like 100% truth if they have someone else watching over them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this person can't call me out.
I'd argue no. In my experience, having, as I call them, pimply-faced youth, work with each other more often without supervision in a trial, not a cell rep. Like, the cell rep is completely different. In a trial, usually ends in more mistakes than correctness, because they build off of each other's
I know it's James.
mistakes, right?
Oh, but
It's
someone
really
else?
dependent on the
Me.
personality of the pimply-faced youth that you send out, right?
Yeah.
So,
but it was a lawyer and
I would
paralegal.
honestly say that for cell reps, it would be fine if, you know, they did it in pairs of 2, or even alone if absolutely nobody is available.
Yep, that's what we had.
But for bench trials and for full trials, I don't think that they should be representing without supervision.
That's very fair.
Because open
Did it?
court,
I didn't see you today.
Open court is very different from bench trials, which are very different from regular trials, right?
Yeah.
And it's altogether much more complicated than cell reps. Because cell reps, I mean, the worst fuck up you can make is telling your client to take a bench trial realistically.
Very true. Very true. At least like take it to appeal sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. The worst thing you can make in regular court is get them convicted for something that that there was not enough evidence to convict them of, which is extremely hard to appeal. To be clear, appealing a verdict is
okay. Well, I thought you meant that you were around
only
yesterday.
extremely limiting circumstances. Like, appealing a verdict is reserved for death convictions. They have an automatic right for appeal, and for enhanced scrutiny of the entire legal process. It is valid if the judge made a verdict mistake that was of procedural nature, and it is acceptable if the jury made a mistake that the judge could have corrected by finding the defendant not guilty, but
I wonder
failed
who
to
else was
do so.
complaining though. I mean, you
Like,
should have.
those are the only
Should have
three
told me about you complaining,
conditions, and 2 of
which is fine.
those, you need to have some extreme evidence, which would
Regardless,
be
it's a-
extra evidence or
I'll make it a good thing. Then this is a-
preserved records
I'm
of
glad
error
I
and
honestly
things like that.
don't have to worry about too much administrative stuff anymore.
Pointed
I was getting very
and matter of
overwhelmed
fact
with that.
things. That's why I am absolutely against, you know, pimply-faced youth representing people at trial without some very good supervision. They don't know the proper objections. It takes time for people to actually learn how to make proper objections and process the evidence and the testimony at the same time that is going on live in front of them.
Yep, this requires experience. It's not something you can teach from looking at a book.
Yeah, you can know all of the fucking objections under the sun. It's not gonna help you if you can't process the evidence and the witness statements at the same time and relate them.
Were you happy with my objections there in the case?
Yeah, I mean, your objections are good. To be honest, I was kind of faltering by the end. I was tired as fuck. I almost started making fucking motions in Lamine at one point.
I stopped making as many near the ending point, but for leading this very easy. Like there's just like, something pops up in my brain, like okay, that's leading.
I saw where it was going, by the end, which is why I dismissed the last two witnesses, because there was no point, regardless of what I asked them and regardless of how I tried to jack open the door of, you know,
No, the complaints you had
at that
said
point,
to
the only thing
Dan.
that would have at that point saved us was impeaching the witnesses, because they did technically lie about some stuff, maybe not intentionally. Like, they said that he did have food, but he did not actually have
oh,
food.
actually, you guys never posted
Things
in the
like that,
Discord
right?
today. Yeah.
So the only way we could have gotten him a not guilty conviction would have been to impeach the witnesses or to impeach the evidence. And whatever way I tried to shove that crowbar into the door and open it with a sextant was immediately shut down by the DA and the judge. They were, as soon as I made the first motion to impeach, I think that they knew what game I was playing.
Yeah, I very much so understand that. The thing was they saw what your game is, and if they wanted to play ball, they would have given you a little bit to go off of, but they didn't. It was hard shut down.
Look, the DA is always going to be harsh when you try to impeach a police officer. That's I mean...
Well, yeah, I can understand that, but the judge was not having it, like, even a little bit. So...
Yeah, which is bad, in my opinion, honestly. It is absolutely horrendous, because if you have sufficient grounds to impeach a witness on,
okay,
it is something that should be taken extremely seriously, because an impeached
reputation
witness
destroying
is not just something that happens in a vacuum. An impeached witness can lead to a mass overturn of cases, and I understand that there's a reason why a judge would, you know, tell either the lawyers to sidebar or send the jury out and then tell the lawyers to sidebar, etc. But at the same time, it's not something that should be shut down on the stand immediately.
So, I understand what you are saying, and if you had people who would value things at, like, to the same level as you did, and who were more knowledgeable regarding procedure, I would say that would be a very good argument to make. But you have to craft your arguments for your audience. It's like you gotta. It's like almost like, wasn't making jokes. You gotta know the audience. And so I feel like
that's a mistake on my part, but I also think that it's a mistake on the state's part.
Well, you can
for not taking it seriously enough, and I understand at the same time that this was just a GTA trial, and if it was, I don't know, 25 fucking murders, trafficking of weapons, trafficking of drugs, and 8 defendants on a hut, they would probably take it more seriously.
It's true. It was a bench trial. So I think that's something to do with it as well. It was a bench trial. There's not expected to be as like high level of processes taken for that. But what's a good way of saying this?
Yeah, I don't know.
You can see it as a mistake, but it's not a mistake if they chose to do it, right? If they don't see it as a mistake themselves, this isn't a mistake.
Yes.
It can be. You can say objectively it's a mistake.
That's objectively it is. That's the thing, and objective is the best kind of, you know, fact, but it's multiple parts of me having just too high expectations and expecting things to work the way that I'm used to them working, like in the fucking Fort New York circuit and shit like that, and the reality that is this, right? There's pretty big difference.
Listen, because
Even
you say things in a more convincing
the
voice.
state that I
But
previously came
he's
from.
sadly he's not really
Because there
someone you
we
can.
did have federal rules, right?
Maybe you can, but
evidence rules, the procedure rules, the
he's
criminal rules
justifying
were
it
all
because he wasn't insecure
adopted.
about it.
Not because they wanted to make it hard to be a lawyer. It was more to the fact that they understood that
So we're trying to
if things are not handled correctly, it
communicate
can lead
things
to a lot
to him
of
in a way that he can
toxicity
accept and understand without
and
having to
hell
justify.
weeks.
I understand you have your reasons for why you do what you do. I 100% understand that. It's very hard to change. I understand that. I was being very honest when I said I try to live by the motto of change before you have to. It's hard.
Oh no, I mean I changed. Instead of serving people trespass notices personally, I had the court do it. So this time I didn't get a felony on the record and disbarred.
That's true. I
don't know. It's just gonna take time, man. I'm used to a different standard of criminal procedure.
The only thing you can change is yourself.
Well, no. I could become the Supreme Judge Overlord and change everything.
You could?
No,
Yeah, you could.
that's absolutely not gonna happen.
Maybe you put enough time and effort.
If we get a governor, right?
Yep.
Does the governor appoint the actual leads of the DOJ?
No. The Chief Justice had been apparently none of the other judges had been informed that he was being promoted to Chief Justice.
What the fuck?
Yep. That just he was just made the Chief Justice by
the federal
government, I guess. Yeah. That's
that is weird. Okay. How the fuck did the judges get their jobs? Because I'm gonna be honest, some of them just do not seem like judge material to me.
I would say the magistrates are in a more testing type phase, so I mean, I wouldn't say have the highest expectations regarding them.
Was that the one that was presiding just now? Was that a magistrate?
Magistrate,
judge or
yes.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. She has the potential to become a great fucking judge.
I agree.
Because she does not take bullshit over people arguing in court.
Mm-hmm.
But that potential is going to be wasted if she completely ignores procedure and legislative language, right? Legal language. When I made the motion to preserve error, she was unsure what I was talking about.
I haven't heard that motion before either.
So, when you make a motion to preserve record of error, right? What you are telling the judge and whoever is essentially taking the record down is that you believe that there was an error made in this decision, that you will at a later time, that you reserve the right to at a later time appeal. If you don't preserve the motion, if you don't motion to preserve the record of error, then there is essentially that error cannot be appealed.
Okay, so you're saying like typing a / report basically.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Maybe okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So it's essentially just telling the judge, hey, I want a bookmark put in here that I think this is a mistake, and
it really is just typing / report. That's funny.
And I just want it to be valid for further discussion at a higher court. That's the only thing that it serves. It's a procedural practice which stems from essentially before this was a thing, lawyers would bury the judiciary in appeals of literally everything, right? So they would go through the transcript, they would find any single error that they missed, they wouldn't be thinking in the moment, and then they would make an appeal with 850 errors. They would nitpick, right?
Okay.
So it was decided that there would be motions to preserve this record in order to force lawyers to think in the moment and to be an active participant of the actual record taking. That way you could have a lawyer tell a lawyer, you missed this, you cannot appeal based on this error, because some lawyers liked to essentially,
give me 1 second.
if a judge misspelled something.
Hello.
Hey, hola, this is Carlos Del Cruz speaking again. We have been in touch earlier, a couple of days ago, and regarding a bar exam, I was again referred to you, but I couldn't remember if you were able to do them as well.
I'm not able to. I apologize.
Is it only the person called Temple? First Temple?
No, there is Hugo as well who can do that, as well as Elwood. And
Okay,
James.
do you have some information on them that I can contact them maybe? Because I've been trying for a couple of days, but
During this time, they're probably never going to be around. Honestly, I shouldn't be around during this time. I would say in the next
yeah, go ahead.
6 hours. If you're around the next 6 hours.
No, since I have other stuff to do by that time, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So, is there anyone who is able to do them at these kind of times?
Not that I'm aware of, honestly.
Ah, okay. That
I
seems to be
apologize.
a little bit of a problem. No worries, not up to you. But I've been trying for a couple of days to reach any of these persons, but I can't do them at certain times. So.
I would say keep trying. Maybe if you go like be 4 hours earlier from now, they one of them should be around, I believe.
Okay, well I will try that then. No worries.
All right.
All right. Thank you for your time, amigo. Appreciate that.
Yeah. See you then.
All right. Bye bye.
Somebody asking for a bar exam. All right.
For a what?
For a bar exam. And people keep referring them to me. Be like, hey, First is the one who's supposed to be doing this, and First is like, no, let's just actually list. I'm like, no, it's not my problem anymore.
No, I keep referring everyone to First.
Hugo, lawyer mentors are able to do it as well. I asked to be just a normal lawyer though, because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah,
I'm calling for fucking job, asshole.
I do think she has great potential.
It kind of is.
But my biggest fear is that.
But it's.
If she doesn't start focusing on making sure that what is being done is actually, footed in justice rather than fairness to both parties, it's gonna end badly. Because the judge isn't really supposed to be fair to both parties. They're there to preside on whether what both parties are doing is proper, correct, and legal. And if they are actually deciding on the verdict in the case, then sure, they decide on the final verdict.
I mean, I feel like if you are very committed to wanting the judiciary to go down more of this line of way,
they're not gonna do that.
Well, I would say by themselves they're not going to do that. But if there was to be,
even if I push for it, they're not gonna do that.
if there was to be a judge that was trying to implement said things or lead the way.
Yeah, but I'm not a judge, and I frankly don't think that they would accept me as a judge, and I probably wouldn't want to be one. If I'm being completely honest. I think so. Here's the thing: the reason why I have usually refused to be a judge in various states is because there is generally more of a lack of competent and good lawyers than there is a lack of competent and, you know, good oriented judges.
Oh, so it pisses you off to see lawyers doing fucked up stuff when you're a judge. All right.
I have once, a long time ago, I was a judge in a state. I was a judge for 3 months. We had 34 lawyers. 18 of them got disbarred for incompetence.
Holy.
And several more
Won't
got
be the first time I've been.
massive fucking sanctions because they just kept arguing dumb fucking shit.
Okay.
So if I actually saw that the lawyers in the state were, you know, competent, they knew what they were doing, they weren't making dumbass fucking motions, dumbass objections, they had the idea for the case from the onset, they did their legwork, which I do not see any fucking lawyer doing except me and you, to be honest. Like, how many lawyers do you know in the state that would have gone to the gun range and shot both firearms to figure out which casings would have actually come out of those guns in Matt and T's case?
I would say probably James and Hugo. I could definitely trust to do that. But yeah, not too many.
And how many of them do you think would have noticed that the casings
He's this young.
listed in
He is saying
evidence
that.
do not match the guns that the defendants had?
For that one, honestly, I didn't notice that myself, but I'd pointed out, I'm like, oh, it's kind of strange that they're all .45. And then you'd be like, wait, that wasn't .45 though. And you're like, oh. But I mean, I feel like a lot of stuff like that happens whenever you're working together with somebody. It's not something you notice that on your own.
Yeah, it is, which is very good. But at the same time, like you said, not very often does it happen.
Yep.
Because doing all of that, people are like to argue in court. They don't like to do the actual legwork required to competently argue in court. Just noticed something very interesting that I'm very curious about. If I see that changes, that their lawyers were actually, you know, doing the legwork, going to visit their clients at Bolingbrook to talk to them, which I regularly do when someone gets arraigned.
He
If
just
I
has
tell them
very
to
high
plead,
expectations.
you know, not guilty.
He's a real
and
life
we'll take
lawyer.
it to an appeal trial. I will visit that person in Bolingbrook if I have any further questions, because I'm not gonna wait for them to just get out. That it takes too much time. It's a waste of their time. It's a waste of my time. Hop out. I want to see what's up there.
Okay.
It's more of a matter of having certain standards and being willing to not even go that extra mile. Do your due diligence.
So
who the fuck is this guy?
Jack
Oh,
Sabotage. What?
he doesn't want to talk to me.
I guess so.
We're not filthy criminals enough, I'm guessing.
Interesting.
Right, so there's simply that. If I saw that change and lawyers start behaving in a way that is actually taking interest in the cases, I'd probably be open to, you know, taking a judge position. But if that's not met, then the best position that I can serve actual defendants in is as a defense attorney.
Okay. So, I see what you mean, and I from what I remember, you had had a whole bunch of paralegals before, and so you've been teaching a whole lot.
No, I had lawyers. I had junior lawyers.
Oh, okay.
I had 2 paralegals that were dedicated paralegals. They didn't want to become lawyers. They just wanted to be paralegals.
I 100% agree.
I had.
It's hard though to convince people of that, right? Someone who's very stuck in their own ways. So I'm trying to like. How do I communicate that in a way that he can understand?
There's no way that you'll find everything out yourself. It's important to know the circumstances of, everything else. Cases aren't examined in a vacuum. If there's let's say that there is let's say you get a case, right? 5 people in the cells, and you go down there and the cops say that they found them lying on the floor in some part of the fucking gang town in Los Santos.
Okay.
They found bullets, they found evidence that they were shooting, and that's pretty much it. They didn't find anyone else, wounded, etc. The cops will try to push various shit. They'll try pushing fucking illegal discharging of a firearm, possession of a firearm, etc., 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 right?
Yep.
It's important to know whether that was a gang shootout. Because if it was, you automatically have more information than the police. Information that you can leverage in order to make sure that your defendants are potentially not even charged in the first place. And most lawyers have no fucking clue what's going on around the city. Which is a problem.
I would say they're not taking like a whole lot in the way of risks, or like going out of the way to make themselves known. Absolutely.
They think that, well, not think. They have this false sense of believing that evidence that could be exculpatory or information that they could use to leverage in order to, properly defend their client is gonna fall into their lap or is gonna be revealed in court during trial.
Okay, that's what you meant.
Doesn't happen. Those things are fabrications of, I don't know, disease.
If you want to try talking Ulf is really.
You gotta do the legwork yourself. Expecting someone else to do it for you unless you're paying them is just not gonna happen. People have their own private lives. They have their own shit to do. Nobody's gonna go out there and do stuff for you. They also don't seem to value the actual connections that they make with other people, even if those people are known fucking criminals. I mean, let's be honest.
Connections are very valuable. Yeah, connections are very valuable. I've had many good things result from knowing the right people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a reason why I had, how much was it, 26 or 30 cases back when. And it wasn't because I was being emotional support to clients. It's because at the time it seemed like I was one of the rare lawyers who actually gave a shit. I wasn't just there for the yelling in court part.
I would say a lot of lawyers are actually scared of court. From what I've seen, they like doing cell reps.
Honestly, court is the least scary part, in my opinion.
At the beginning, it's really scary. I remember my first couple of cases, I was just like stuttering so much, I was a nervous wreck. I could barely speak. But after that, it just went away entirely.
You know when my heart rate spikes during a court case?
What's that?
Is when the prosecution does a procedural violation. That's when my heart rate spikes. That's the only fucking time. Everything else is kind of more or less just going through the motions.
I'd seen you were flustered whenever the food thing was, whatever that.
I was tired, dude. Like, I was trying to get to a point, and I honestly have what the fuck. I honestly have no fucking idea why I hung on to that food part as much as I did. I should have dropped it.
It was so funny too.
I think at one point I even wrongly said food instead of something else, but I'm not 100%
So
sure.
I don't like that. Or this is the way it is.
It's
sort of that's not good
it's
reasoning.
kind of weird when it comes to that, right? In
Yeah.
my opinion, the most dangerous part of a court case is actually pretrial motions. Because all of your objections, etc., in court, if you had fucked up in pretrial motions, you can essentially allow 99% of the conviction affirmative evidence to go through. During trial, the worst thing in most cases that you can do if you're going against an experienced lawyer is essentially accidentally allow them to let the witness narrate. Everything else is kind of obvious by itself if they're speculating, etc.
I'd say so. I'd say objections, they're really experience based. Like, that's not something you can just pick up.
They are, but once you do 20, 30 trials, they kind of you already know what to look for. Your brain is kind of trained for it.
Yeah.
So when you make that objection, it's less of a active part of your mind that's doing it, and more of a this is Y and Z. They said X, Y, and Z. He's asking X, Y, and Z. This is not allowed. This is the objection that should be raised.
Yeah, like I objected to like counsel says fine. I just did it automatically. I was like, oh wait, we're allowing that. Whoops. All right.
Yeah, I mean that's also the reason. You could exactly see when I started getting actually tired during the case. When I started making objections to questions asked previously, that's when I was like, I don't want to fucking deal with this anymore.
I get your time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, go on.
I get that you have very high expectations regarding things, and I get that you'd like things to be done better procedurally and whatnot. I feel like you're very much so like a letter of the law kind of person, very much so.
Oh no, I'm very much a spirit of law person.
Really? Okay.
Most of the lawyers like me that you meet are going to be extremely spirit of law, letter of procedure. Because letter of law and letter of procedure are very different things. Procedure law is there, like letter of law is someone who's hardlined for everything to be examined in vacuum, right? A letter of law person would say that states legalizing weed should not be allowed because it's not legal on a federal level. But a spirit of law person would say, well, the state does have certain rights, and this is, you cannot examine it in a vacuum. And in the current society, this is acceptable. It is not morally objectionable in the current society to a certain degree. Procedure is different. Procedure is the basis on which the law is built. You cannot have the laws if you do not have the procedures through which those laws stem from. it's also kind of.
I thought you were all about a
versa.
procedure, James.
You cannot have procedure without amendments that give that procedure power. Most of the, I don't know if you've ever read through federal rules of evidence, criminal procedure, and civil procedure.
I have learned everything I've known from just practicing in the various cities I've been.
I'm guessing no.
Yeah,
but these procedures are generally adopted by the majority of the United States states. They are the basis of procedure on the federal level, and all of them stem either directly from case law or they stem from amendments. They're not something that gets implemented by judges voluntarily. You cannot legislate procedure. Procedure is just a byproduct of Department of Justice action and legal actions. So in an essence, if you look at the amendments as the purest form of law, procedure is kind of its little brother. And then legislation and everything else comes after it. Because you can have procedure.
Do I need to get abstract to this guy?
Makes it impossible.
Maybe I need to get abstract to this guy.
Implement certain
Try to organize my work better. Have you heard the term simulacra?
Yeah.
If we were to think of our court system, if we were to think of it as like people having watched court and being like, okay, I'm gonna like do a version of that. They don't necessarily have the ideas of how everything is supposed to be done. They have vague ideas and they've seen what other people do. They copy that to a degree. But it's, in essence, something that is pseudo.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not saying we should implement all of the case law in the world, because in that case it would probably cost about $6,500 a month for every lawyer to be able to operate in the state, because they'd have to pay licenses to actually get access to the casebook laws, which is not gonna happen. What I'm saying is that there needs to be a basis. There needs to be a baseline for what is acceptable, because right now there is no baseline. You can have, in effect, the baseline is 0, right? The only acceptable values are above it. Right now, you can have -15 today and 25 tomorrow. That's not an acceptable range, because not. How do I explain this in the simplest term?
You want things to be more standardized?
In effect, yes, but not in the way you think about. Not in the way you're thinking. It's not about the standardization itself. It's about making sure that every single defendant has the same potential for the outcome.
That's a high burden. You're wanting the lawyers all to be of the same quality, or like at least enough quality people to represent competently. But
I don't want them to do that. That's not the point. I want there to be a baseline to which everyone is held. That baseline doesn't need to be complete competence. That baseline just needs to be, this is the procedure. You have to perform at the level of that procedure. This is what is implemented in order for everyone to have the minimum possibility of an equal outcome as a defendant. Because right now, in this case, right? Brady motion. I did one, it was not accepted, but a different judge might have accepted it. And the reason is they don't have the same standard for procedure.
But
So
that's
it's
that's always
kind
going
of
to be
a
true regarding judges. They always rule things differently. That's what you know what.
yes, but there needs to be a baseline to the ruling. The
So
ruling cannot be X is acceptable to one judge, X is not acceptable to another judge, and that being a deciding factor in the case.
you want case law basically?
Case law is. We do have case law.
We have like
but
3 case law.
is. Yeah, but case law isn't everything. If you remove all of the case law, it's very easy to operate without it, right? Especially in the state. I mean, if you remove all of the case law, in effect, nothing would change except possibly the police powers and some minor things. I don't want massive amounts of case law. That's not practical, and it's just gonna result in all of the lawyers being disinterested in it. But let's
True.
Let me give it to you like this. Give me a second.
Ironically, we're starting to get in the way. But there's just more and more case law.
So let's say you have a defendant, right? And the district attorney's office wants to prove that they have a bad character. So one judge might accept everything that the district attorney throws at it. Another judge might accept absolutely nothing. Do you see the issue? Let's say it's 2 separate defendants charged with the same crime under the same circumstances.
Okay.
So Judge A accepts everything that the district attorney's office throws at it. Judge B accepts nothing, and Judge C accepts only parts of it. Do you see the problem in the potential outcome for each of these defendants that are charged with the same crime under the same circumstances, with the same evidence, with the same character, essentially evidence being provided against them?
I would say, not that I see the problem, but I would say that, yeah, judges would always rule. But I mean, judges are going to like rule differently depending on, which judge is ruling for the case.
Yes.
We can.
However, consider this. Under federal rules of evidence, there is a Rule 405, methods of proving character. This defines that there is specific procedure that has to be followed in order to prove character. What is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So reputation or opinion, specific instances of conduct, etc. So there needs to be guidelines essentially on what is acceptable in order to make sure that everyone has the same starting point regardless of the judge.
Okay.
If you don't have that, you essentially have a system of inequality where not everyone is equal, not because a judge might be biased against someone or because the DA's office might work harder against someone, but because that defendant doesn't know whether certain things that are accepted by another judge or rejected by a third judge are going to be accepted or rejected against them. There is no basis, there's no baseline on which they can essentially be equal to other defendants.
They don't have anything to base it off of. Like, okay, I see what you're saying. I don't think that's ever an issue that's going to be fixed, though, is the thing. I see what you're saying. I don't think it's ever going to be an issue that's going to be fixed. what you're telling me right now is that you want defendants to be aware of basically what they can sue for, what the expected outcome of something like suing this should be. You want them to have like more certainty regarding things. I would say that that's just, there are some things you can be fairly certain about, but
No. I'm not expecting defendants to be certain of anything. I want the judiciary to apply the same rules to everyone. Everyone plays by the same rules in the legal system. That's the basis of the United States legal system. That's why the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause is there, which we do have in the state. But right now, not everyone is playing by the same rules, and it solely depends on which judge you get. And it's not about how they interpret those rules, because we don't have the rules written down.
Okay.
It's fine when judges interpret rules. It's fine when they interpret procedure. This is perfectly fine. This is reasonable. This is expected. But when you don't have the rules that the judges can interpret, what they're essentially doing is interpreting evidence to apply it as a rule, which can vary wildly.
you kind of want like judges to have SOPs, is what you're telling me.
In effect, yes, that's what the federal rules of evidence would be. But they're not just, SOPs. They're procedure that is implemented and that both the DOJ judges and the attorneys from both sides have to stand up to. Right? You cannot have just the judges have the SOPs and those SOPs existing in a vacuum that is, unknown to anyone outside.
Okay.
Because that's how you get, essentially, you provide certain evidence and the judge says no, and you ask why, and he says, I can't tell you that, it's DOJ SOP secret. You're essentially just wasting time that way, because you're just going to keep providing stuff because you don't know what is going to be accepted and what is not. And it's not going to be even about the judge interpreting that procedure as, okay, this is accepted, this is not. You might just be running into a hard wall of, this is absolutely unacceptable by this SOP, but you don't know that.
Okay, so you just want to be public knowledge, that's what you're kind of saying?
Yeah, they do need to be public knowledge, the same way that the federal rules are public knowledge. Because the procedure
he's asking for a lot.
to make sure that
He's
both
asking for
sides
a
have a
system
level playing field
to
from
be
the
created.
onset. And it's observed in a vacuum. If both sides across all of the defendants have the same basic procedure that they have to follow, before any evidence is introduced, before any witnesses are introduced, then you know that they have the potential for a more equal outcome under the protection of the law. Right now, they don't. Right now, they don't, because a judge can essentially say that X is fine one day, and then 3 days later change his mind and rule in the completely different way, even if all of the circumstances are the same.
I think that's true for people, though. But
and then you get, let's say he does that 150 times. You get 150 different rulings that are all going to be different in some regard, not because the judge is incompetent, but because he doesn't have a baseline against which he can compare the ruling to. If the baseline says X, Y, and Z type of evidence is not admissible, then he can say, no, under this, it is not admissible, the evidence is rejected. If it says this, and this is absolutely admissible, then he can say the opposite. But then everyone is on the same playing field, right?
So I can understand what you're saying, and the only thing I can say to you is that that kind of stuff is going to take time, and it will be ironed out with time. But it's we have fairly new. It's fairly new having the Supreme Justice, and things. We have a lot of magistrate judges right now who are still learning. But the kind of stuff, the hierarchy and whatnot will sort itself out with time.
Yes, but I'm gonna also be honest, it's not.
I agree it's not going to do it. It's at the same time, but it'll be more towards what you're looking to talking about with time, is my point.
Yes, however, if you don't implement, like, I've seen this before, if you don't implement these things right at the beginning and hold the actual judges accountable to it, and you start slowly implementing it step by step based on, you know, little by little method later, in most cases the judges just don't want to adapt to it. They're already used to the way that things are, and they're going to push extremely hard against it.
There's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution.
Well, yes, except when you have what, maybe 20 people holding the entire DOJ, just as the DOJ judge department together.
Yeah.
If those 20 people decide to say no, fuck this, we're not implementing this, what are they really gonna do? What, fire all of them? Be without judges for multiple months?
So to be clear, I have had cases, like back when I was in ADA and I was arguing that muskets should still be considered firearms. If they're
They are.
Yeah, they should still be considered. Legally, they're not actually. Legally, they're not firearms unless they're used as firearm in the commission of a crime.
No. That doesn't make.
That's how it is. That's how it is legally here. I made that argument as an EDA, and I thought I made a very good argument. Actually, I was very like, oh, I did a very good job. The defense also did a very good job. And the judges went back to deliberate, and after they came back out and said the verdict and all that, I had been talking with them afterwards, and Yakko had mentioned, it was actually our bosses that was the one who made the decision. It wasn't us.
That's fine. You can have case law that is, you know, outside of the procedure, that modifies the procedure. That's how procedure mainly gets modified, right? Via case law or amendment changes if you're back in the 1850s.
It's going to be hard whenever server owners are making.
Up until that point, so here's how it would be handled where I came from, right? It is a firearm legally because of the fact that has already been established in previous laws that it is a firearm. It is, you know, you cannot argue against it. However, so they would have to find guilty essentially if that was the main contention point, whether it was a firearm or not. But after that, they could implement a case law that specifically excludes the firearm, that musket, from being considered a firearm on an ex post facto ruling. What that means is that they essentially decided on the spot to change the whole interpretation of something and then find you guilty of it, despite the fact that the law essentially changed after the crime has been committed. That's not applicable. So if you commit a crime in 1990 and you get tried in 2001, and in the year 2000, the law changed to essentially make it a worse crime. you cannot be tried.
You're saying they're found guilty retroactively?
Yeah, you cannot be found guilty of the higher charge because when you originally committed the crime, the lower charge applied.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that I've been trying to avoid. Like today, it wasn't like I overstepped it. It wasn't a true ex post facto ruling. They based their ruling in the fact that, you know, the prosecution apparently proved beyond reasonable doubt that he had intention to steal the car permanently. But a section of that would be considered ex post facto because they referred to the dongle fucking device, whatever the fuck it's called, multiple times as illegal, which it is not. The device by itself, when locked in the vacuum, is not illegal.
I agree.
So that part leaned heavily into ex post facto. They pulled it back massively by saying that, you know, they're finding him guilty because they proved beyond reasonable doubt that he intended to steal the car permanently. But the basis for that decision was still partially based in that device being referred to as illegal, and possessing that device and other devices alongside it being illegal, which it is not. If I had that, a lockpick and a screwdriver in my car, would that mean that I am stealing a vehicle? With the
By the
intention
logic they
to,
just made, I guess it would.
with the intention of possessing it. Even if it was my vehicle, or even if it was a vehicle that you borrowed to me, or even if it was I got out and decided to do essentially this vehicle, right? They essentially decided that if you have those three items in your possession and you're in a vehicle that you quite literally have no intention of stealing, you just took it for a joyride. Illegally, yes. But the fact that you had those three items in your possession now escalates it to a grand theft auto. Because that three items suddenly make it so that your intention changes from joyriding to permanently stealing a vehicle.
I
That's
fully
not-
understand. Yeah, I fully understand that point you're trying to make.
That's not how intention works. That's not.
I agree it's not how
evidence of a
intention
guilty
works.
Mind.
But I can tell you right now, that's not what the judge was looking for. What could a plausible reason could they had to have had the illegal item quotations?
I know, which is why I'm arguing for procedure. If we had procedure, that would not have happened. Because if they tried to, here, I can even quote the goddamn Federal Rules of Evidence section for it. Give me a second to find it.
That is winning a lot.
So, first part would be Rule 105, limiting evidence that is not admissible against other parties or for other purposes. So, the evidence that he was in possession of the dongle and the other two items is admissible insofar as to say that he was in possession of it and he used one or multiple of the items to enter the vehicle illegally. But since none of those three items are illegal by themselves in a vacuum, it is not admissible to prove that he had the guilty mind of seeking to essentially steal the vehicle permanently. It would be, so you're essentially saying that what they are using the three items for is partially those three items are admissible for proving specific points, but not for proving a guilty mind. The other part would be
I would. Does it even leave credence to it? Think about
Rule 403, which is excluding relevant evidence
Hey,
for
Artivio.
prejudice, confusion, waste of time, or other reasons. This would be specific to prejudice.
Well, I think it could be a bit better.
The
But,
SASP
we're trying to make do.
were not experts, as they themselves have admitted, in this specific dongle, have claimed and entered into evidence
I'm a bit disoriented.
that this object
I'm a bit disoriented.
is used solely for stealing vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Now, they admitted they're not experts, which means that this should not be entered into evidence. This is not a fact. This is not a factual piece of paper. If it was, I could write a piece of paper that says, "Oh well, the dongle is used for X, Y, and Z," and enter it into evidence and be treated
Yeah,
the
Liz
same.
got fired
But it
from the
wouldn't, because the judge would be
chief
like,
of the public
"No, you're
defenders.
not SASP. Fuck off."
And so
Right?
I'm like, all right, what the fuck do I do now? Yeah, okay.
So that piece of paper charges the object itself into being
not even what I do now,
extremely
it's just like-
prejudicial to
Is there worth to doing stuff now?
execution of justice.
What did I do everything for?
It's
That kinda stuff.
specific insofar as to say that there are certain circumstances that call for the exclusion of evidence, which is unquestionably relevant, but might be extremely prejudicial, could be entered on an emotional basis, could be harmful, could be wasting time. It's essentially a check
Wasn't-
on the judge
was a job.
to examine whether the evidence that they're trying to enter and what they're trying to use it for, whether there is enough probative value
Holy
versus prejudicial value, whether there is a higher chance that this will prejudice the jury or the judge against the defendant versus how much actual content there is to the evidence itself. If there is another way to prove that this is what it said, that this is what they are alleging it is, then this evidence would be excluded, which they did. They had an expert witness, right?
Yep.
So
Okay,
why
I'm
was the paper
seeing-
necessary?
You are more experienced with judges being the ones just kind of to direct things and having juries be the ones to make decisions, right?
Oh
And
no,
that's-
I'm used to judges having
Okay.
decisions. It's you'd be surprised in how many cases the judge actually converts the conviction into a not guilty.
Interesting. So
It's very common because one of the things that you run into in the United States judiciary system is the jury kind of has this CSI mindset where they expect extreme forensic evidence and they frequently make up their mind within, I would say, about 5 hours of the start of the criminal trial, if it's an
my.
extremely long one,
5
or
hours.
within the opening statements themselves. It is absolutely fucking horrendous. Like, I have overheard a juror telling a random person after the trial that they convicted the defendant because the district attorney's office essentially misused statistics. So there's this when you do a DNA test, right? You have
Should have
a test
imagined it.
that does it essentially for 28 pairs. What that means is that there is 1 in 100,000 chance that if the test matches to the defendant, that it is essentially proof that he did it. Right? That seems like very good odds. Right?
Okay.
But consider this. That also means that there is 834 other people just in the New York metropolitan area that would also match to that test.
Okay.
But they won't actually tell that to the jury. The district attorney's office will specifically ask the expert witness to state it in a way that makes it sound like, oh, there's no chance that it was anyone else. 1 in 100,000. When in reality, there could be 834 other people walking around who would essentially be an exact match to the test as the defendant. So is 1 in 834 beyond reasonable doubt?
I guess it's up to. I mean, I think
you
the
see
reasonable
the
doubt, even
problem,
at the strictest is 99%, right? So I think 100 or 1 out of 100 or
Right.
884, would that still be? Wouldn't that be less than 1%?
Technically, yes, but human minds don't really comprehend large numbers that well. 834 could reasonably mean, like, it is more probable than not that a person that matches that same exact test is within 4 blocks of the courthouse. So you could literally walk 4 blocks away, test all of the people in those 4 blocks, and it is more probable
Thank
than
you,
not that
Artivia,
you
for
will
checking me
find
as
the
well,
person
Archie.
that matches that same test in the same amount as the defendant.
Okay.
So any of those 834 people, if that is essentially the evidence that the district attorney is relying their case on, DNA evidence, which juries always go mad for, because DNA apparently is this magic button that you press and get an exact result, which it is not. There could possibly be 834 other suspects in the city. There could be a suspect 4 blocks away against whom the exact same evidence would be used in the exact same manner and result in the exact same result if everything else was taken in a vacuum.
Okay.
So what you get with this is juries hear that and they believe that this is beyond reasonable doubt. Another thing that you get is juries really don't understand what beyond reasonable doubt is. Beyond reasonable doubt is there is no doubt in your mind that this person did it. It does not mean 99%. If you actually wanted to break it down, it would mean 99.99999. Like, there is no possibility that a reasonable person could think that he did not do it. Most juries apply, there's enough evidence that I think he did it. And that's without even getting into fucking racial issues and where they are and
This is a
fucking
topic
choosing
that-
your jury essentially and stuff like that.
Okay. So there's a lot more to this than I know.
There is a reason why I no longer live in the United States of America.
Huh.
And why I quit being a lawyer and decided to retire into IT, essentially. It's... I don't know. I don't want people to hate the fact that they have to do more work. I just want everyone to, at least all of the defendants, to have the same starting position on the starting line when it comes to their cases. Which, when it goes to trial, it's really not. Some judges will.
I would say it's not even that way in practice regarding this law in other
It's not,
states.
but there is controls and rules, etc., that try to make it as fair as reasonably possible. One of the reasons why the United States justice system is so slow is because there is a massive amount of procedure that they have to go through. And I really do not want that massive amount of procedure in the state. But there is federal rules of evidence kind of provide 90% of that fairness while only requiring maybe 1% of the actual legwork. Because in essence, if we did implement them, the only thing that would change at court would be in dockets, essentially. When the state admits evidence into the docket, when they do discovery, most of the stuff would be resolved there. And it wouldn't be that the judge has to specifically know this. You would have to say, I am making this motion based on this rule for this reason. You have to explain it, and the judge can go and look at the rule, read it, and say, no, absolutely not. That I'm not interpreting that rule the same way as you are. Or he can say, yes, this seems okay. The evidence is dismissed. It's going to be looked at with less probability, with less value to the weight of my decision, etc. The only time this would actually pop up in court would be honestly very specific circumstances, like testimony. I think that would be pretty much it. Specifically testimony.
I just realized I've been leaving Liz's car
What kind of
down a
testimony
lot for a while
is
now.
essentially allowed?
What's called?
Honestly, it's not that hard to train. It takes maybe 25, 30 minutes to explain to someone.
Hopefully it's not done.
Yes, you can ask these types of questions. No, you can't ask these types of questions. And no, you absolutely cannot ask an officer to tell you to tell the court that this person has 85 other convictions, which were all for the same crime. Right?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm starting to get very tired. I'm not sure how much longer I can go.
Yeah, let me drop you off at the city hall. I'm gonna go fucking hit the sack as well.
Actually, can you drop me off right here? See?
You gonna go sleep on the beach?
Oh no, I left my not here. Wait, I'm marking it. I think it was.
You see, if we had those 3 items in the car, because that car is beeping, they could charge us with stealing it. We're in the vicinity of it after all.
I agree. I agree that it's definitely very. They can do a lot of stuff. They can do a lot of stuff.
Ruling, I'm gonna be honest.
I also do think there is the fact that the guy, he kind of looked like a criminal, and if it had been a lawyer, I feel like there would have been more leeway given. Like you did there's you can't humanize.
I require during full court trials, I require all of the defendants to actually wear a fucking suit.
You didn't like the purple dyed hair and the
suit, or I don't mind the purple dyed hair. That's fine. That's your own style choice. But something that looks at least semi-decent and something that will give off the air that you are showing respect to the court that it deserves, right? You're not at the fucking 7-Eleven, for fuck's sakes. Like, this is very surprising because you know how you said I'm a letter of the law guy?
Yeah.
The letter of the law doesn't actually prescribe how a defendant during arraignment has to be dressed. The spirit of the law does. The spirit of the law kind of, in most states, states that they have to be dressed to the standards of the court, essentially, which in most cases means at least jeans and a long sleeve t-shirt and closed toe shoes, right?
Yep.
During
wear clothes if
arraignment,
possible. In the SOPs, I have wear clothes if possible.
Yeah, during arraignment, I'm extremely against defendants being brought into court in prison clothing, because I think that that is extremely prejudicial towards the defendants.
I can see that.
Essentially showing them in
My car. Where's my car? Was it towed?
It got stolen.
Oh, hey,
or
Basil.
towed.
Oh, hey.
All right.
Hi.
Here's fine. Actually, I was.
Oh, gosh.
All right.
Was a cool entrance.
Thank.
But yeah, I don't really like driving cars either. If I'm out by myself, I'm
Yeah,
on my moped. If I'm riding
I
with
think your
other
car
people,
got either stolen or
Right, yeah.
Towed probably. That's fine.
Kind of the same. I got a truck and.
I'm sorry. Do you
kind of a van
live?
for storage.
Oh no, I'm fine actually. I need to talk with what's called with somebody who was actually called me earlier here.
Oh yeah.
So,
No.
Yeah. Think about whether you wanna pursue that case.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll let you know. That's right.
I feel that. I'm around
Yeah,
on a bike.
and
most of the
outside
time,
of that,
so
I
if
still
I'm
haven't
going
heard
around
anything
town,
about
just back
the
and
Matt
forth
Thermal
doing
and
shit,
shit.
and
So
probably bike unless I'm running
still
around.
no
Okay.
update on the subpoena. I'll let you know when there is something. Yep.
Yeah, sounds good.
Holy crap.
And you let me know if you hear
the
anything
one
about my
thing
bar
is, like-
complaint. Yeah.
Okay, I'll let you know.
I took it
If they allow me a lawyer, I'll choose you.
up there.
Right?
Not
I'll represent you.
So I took it up and down.
I'll see you.
And I was
Yeah, have a
like,
good
well,
night.
I'm not gonna repair it
All right.
until I'm like done, right? So I went up a couple days and down, and it kind of got a little beat up. I was
We're
coming
here
down to
for-
go to Auto Exotic to get it fixed, and somebody
Who-
whips
who
around the
want me?
corner and
Sorry,
smashed
go on.
it, installed it, and then I needed a restore.
Ooh,
So it was
yeah.
like went from like $200 to like 2,000, and I was like, oh man.
I can't like it would be
Hey,
hard for me to justify that if something
you call me
really
earlier?
happened to my Bajek.
Yeah, man, I got this problem, man. This fucking cop, man, suspending my license because of me having too many tickets on rentals. How much it is that they get it completely covered?
To what? To get what completely covered? You like your license back or what?
Yeah. They say I gotta
Uh,
pay tickets or some shit there and get my license back. I gotta talk to a lawyer. I don't know.
for that, usually they give you the chance to pay off your tickets before they just take it. But if they don't,
No. This guy did it, man.
see.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Wait, why don't they have it listed?
Huh?
They should have it listed, but it should be 2K, I think.
Okay.
Yep. And
Jesus Christ, man.
yeah, I believe it's that you have to wait. Is it a week? Might be. Why isn't the list down here? It used to be listed down. Yeah, you have to wait a week after it's been seized.
I gotta wait a fucking week?
Yes.
What the fuck?
I'm sure if you just pay back your tickets, then you can ask a judge, hey, can it just be reinstated and not paid back? And that'll probably be okay.
No, yeah, that's what the guy said. The guy said they're gonna pay my ticket and talk to a lawyer and see.
Yep, that's what I would say. I would say you'll have to have a trooper print off the tickets for you, and then you can go and pay those off. And then just speak with any court clerk, and they can see about doing that for you.
Okay.
Yep.
Timing. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. Okay. Hey, Basil.
What's up?
Not much. Just have been I've been the guy with he's very law oriented, and so he's been I've been trying to tell me, you know, maybe we don't need to have the entire federal court of procedures on how to go about going for a court case, but he's very insistent, and so I'm trying to hopefully change his mind somehow, but he's very stubborn.
Yeah, some people are like that. It doesn't. It's not easy to kind of have them see other perspectives sometimes. How's everything going with the,
with that? So I was considering suing him over things. Just because he's not even willing to talk with me, despite me making multiple attempts to. So I'm like, I feel like I need some form of like closure and finality, and I feel like that might be like a way to get it. But at the same time, I also know that it'd probably be alienating a lot of people towards me, and so I'm wondering if I want to deal with that.
Yeah, that sounds hard. Like, you guys still haven't had a conversation about it at all?
No. I asked, and he's just. I did find out some new information though. Apparently, the day before he fired me, there had been a lawyer and a paralegal making complaints about me.
Like about what?
I have no idea. Just that I had my lawyer friend tell me, yeah, he saw a lawyer and a paralegal making complaints about me. Is that it? I guess I could ask him.
I guess that went into like his judgment on that as well.
I guess so, but he just didn't talk to me about anything. He never mentioned anything about this.
Yeah, I don't like that. I feel like it should be a conversation first.
I would absolutely 100% agree, but
I guess in his mind, he felt like that text conversation was enough, but I'm all for just like talking in person. I don't.
He was
like I said,
looking
just
for.
like things over text can get misinterpreted so much, and
He was looking for a reason. It would have happened eventually.
So what are you doing? Just taking on cases now still? And
Yeah, I've just been taking on cases. I had a pretty good court case day. It went on way too long, but the first half of it though was very good. I was like, oh wait, I like court. I forgot. I'd forgotten. It's been a while since I've actually like enjoyed.
just don't take on too many again.
I'm
Take it
not.
easy.
I have like one, maybe two currently.
Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Just don't want you to get overwhelmed, you know.
Thank you. I think I was getting mainly overwhelmed with was just people coming to me for everything, and I'm like, I don't want to have to give out 5 bar exams every day. That's not.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a positive to things that happen, right? Like, at least you don't have to do that anymore, and you can kind of just focus on your own work.
This is a good thing. I'll make it a good thing.
Yeah.
It's hard, and I'm feeling very disoriented, and I'm feeling like a little bit helpless, but
No, I don't feel that way. Like, you get back to the thing that drew you to being a lawyer in the first place, right?
yeah, it's
Sometimes having like the power and all of that kind of gets overwhelming, at least in my mind. It's good to kind of step back to your roots and regroup and realize like what actually drew you to that in the first place. And
well, I've always
so you have a lot of opportunity as well, just to kind of go out and do your own thing too.
It's true. I've always been trying to help people. It's always what I've been trying to do.
Yeah, but there's also different ways to do that, right? And it's not necessarily taking on your whole day giving out bar exams or training people, you know.
Yep.
Sometimes it can just be about you and what you enjoy to do as well. I know it's a hard thing to kind of wrap your head around when you're so used to being the one that's always there helping other people, but
so honestly, I have a very, very toxic mentality that my value comes from others. And you know, why would people want to be around me if I'm not useful to them. So it's very hard to break.
That's rough. Don't think like that. I would just hang out with you just like this. Like I enjoy your company. You're a good friend. You don't have to provide me any sort of anything to make me want to hang out with you, you know?
Well, thank you.
And I know it's easier said than done, and I also find myself in the same boat sometimes. But at the same time, you have to realize, like, you are worth something, not just giving things to people. Just your company is worth something.
That would be great if I could believe that.
It takes a lot. I mean, it took a lot of self-reflection on my end to kind of realize that, you know, hey, I'm good company. You know, I'm a good friend. I'm there if people need to talk, but I'm also there if people just want to sit in silence and, you know, just kind of have someone there with them. It's not always about what you can monetarily or gifts or anything like that give to people.
I feel like what you just stated though was ways that you could be useful to somebody.
It is, but it's not in like
A selfish way, or like a more
I wouldn't even call it selfish, just more like I was saying, like monetary or services. I mean, I guess friendship is kind of a service in general, but
it's an exchange.
I guess I'm talking more just about like being able to enjoy somebody's company and not really expecting something in return, you know?
Yeah, I would say I don't expect that from others. Maybe that's a bad thing.
I think you should expect, or like, respect at least, you know? Or at least knowing that they enjoy what you're providing. I don't think that's a bad thing.
I have certain expectations. Like if someone's my friend, they're probably not going to try to hurt me intentionally.
Yeah, you would hope so. Otherwise, what kind of friend are they in general, right?
I feel like if anybody's trying to hurt me intentionally, it's not somebody I'm not sure I want to be friends with.
That's the way I feel as well. I tend to try to associate with people that are on like a mutual ground with me, you know, as far as we benefit each other. It's not one-sided. One-sided benefits are usually very short-lived for me, or kind of just more of acquaintances, not necessarily friends.
I've never really thought about it too much, but I don't know, I've just always tried giving, and so I've always hoped, you know, maybe somebody would try and reciprocate that one day.
Yeah, I get that.
Sometimes I do have friends I don't. Sometimes I got friends like you.
How long have you been awake, Liz?
What
I can hear it in your voice.
do you mean you can hear my voice? Alright.
You sound like you're on the verge of your head hitting a pillow.
What time did I wake up today? Let me think.
If you have to think of that hard about it.
Maybe, I think it was
Would you
like
like some coffee?
Sure, I'll take some coffee. I think it was, man, what time did I? I think it was about 5 yesterday p.m.
Here, there's some coffee on this storage tote tray here. Let me
Okay.
help this gentleman really quick.
Yeah, hello.
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm new here, so I haven't been here before.
Oh, well, welcome to Freckle Bitches.
Thank you. I'm gonna order the fist. I guess that's what it's called.
Yeah, of
I'll get
course.
that.
Do you like apple or orange juice for your drinks?
Apple.
All right, it's just gonna be 300 for you. There's a little storage tote tray there you can put the money on, and I'll grab that for you.
All right.
So how you doing, sir?
Pretty good. I'm doing good. How about you?
I could be better, but I'm doing. So.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Just work hasn't been the greatest recently, and so I'm trying to. I've been demoted, and so I'm trying to.
Oh, really? Where? Where do you work?
I work as a lawyer. So.
What's that? Sorry?
A lawyer.
Oh, you're a lawyer. Oh, okay.
I put your food there whenever you're ready. Thank you so much.
Of course, no problem. Let me see here. Oh wow, thank you so much. Hey, I'm sorry, I had like a couple questions for you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Your first question is, are you hiding here or no?
Not currently, just because I don't really have a way to pay people what they deserve at this point. Like we don't have any sort of clock-in system, so it would really just be like a small commission and any tips that you make. So I don't really want to ask that of anybody yet. When I do get the renovations done and get the inside going and running smoothly, I will definitely be looking at that point. But
okay.
I don't want to require anybody to work here for basically pennies on the dollar. You know, I'd feel really bad.
No, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like I would still work here even for free. You know, I don't really care.
I mean, well, if that's the case, I just have to talk to my business partner and ask him. We make our decisions together. I'll give you my number though.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I'll give you mine too.
Yeah, and I will get in contact with you once I talk to my business partner, C-Cup. Because, yeah, I will just be completely honest with you. It's probably not going to be great money. There are some people that come in and do leave some really good tips, and obviously any tips would be yours to keep if you help them. But,
Sure. Also, yeah. Well, my second question comes into the first quest, kind of. So I'm like a new cook, chef. You know, I want to learn to cook. So that's the thing. That's why it's not really. I'm not looking really for the money. I don't care about the money. It's more about the experience. And I was gonna ask you, how do you start about my cooking venture? You know, I kind of had I got the cooking book. I bought it. So I want to go where to start from here.
What I would recommend, what I did before I got this place, was to cook some food in the community kitchen at the mall.
Okay.
They have a lot of recipe books there that you can kind of look at. I kind of started off just making like some peanut butter and jellies and hot dogs and stuff like that.
It's not. What?
Like, stove, chopping tables, mixer, food processor, all of that stuff. So I recommend just kind of a...
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you for a long time. Like you just started talking. What did you say before that? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I would just recommend just going to the community kitchen and kind of looking at the recipes there. Get started making like some peanut butter and jellies or some hot dogs. And then as you kind of learn more recipes, you can expand your cooking.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, so I heard that. I was just asking the question of where is it exactly at the mall? I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, it's on the floor with the food court. So if you're on the floor and you see like the clucking bell and the burger shot, you're in the right spot. It is to the right of Digital Den inside of the mall. There's a little door that you walk inside of, and there's a whole kitchen there. So in between Digital Den and the little like noodle shop.
Oh, I see. Yo, thank you so much. That's helpful because I want to like start something new. Get a new job, and I guess I wanted to start with cooking, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, you can get all the ingredients that you need really at the 24/7 there in the mall as well. If you need any produce or anything, you'll have to stop by some of the farmer market stalls that are around the city. The closest one to the mall is on Marlowe Drive up in like the Vinewood Hills. That's where I'd go to get like my produce when I was cooking at the mall. Like if you need any like lettuce, tomatoes, onions, anything like that, you would have to go to the farmer's market stall. But any flour or meat or cheese or peanut butter jelly, stuff like that, you can get at the 24/7.
Oh, wow, perfect. Thank you so much. You gave me a lot of information. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and sometimes there's a few fridges in the community kitchen that people leave some extra ingredients behind as well. So if you're kind of struggling with cash, you can always use some of those ingredients they leave for people to use,
Good
and just
idea,
kind of
man.
see what you can make.
All right. Well, keep it in mind. I mean, if you still need someone, you can talk to your business partner. Like I said,
Yeah.
I don't care about the money. You know, I'm here for the fun and the experience. That's about it.
Okay, no, that's perfect. I just wanted to be completely upfront with that, and obviously, I just gotta check with my business partner whenever he wakes up. He's usually around
Perfect.
at this time, but I know he wasn't feeling too well yesterday, so he's probably resting a bit. But I would
Okay.
definitely be in contact with you.
Perfect. Did I give you my number by any
You
chance
did,
or
yeah,
no? Oh, you
Pog-
did? Okay,
Pogdan?
perfect. Yes, that's right. You can call me
All right.
Poggy Woggy. That's my nickname.
Poggy Woggy. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
I will definitely be in contact with you for sure.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll see you later.
course.
All
You
right,
have a good one.
sir. So you guys too. Bye.
See ya. Yeah.
I don't remember what we were talking about.
I was complaining about something, I think.
Well, yeah, that's normal, but
no.
like,
Thank you, Basil. It's
hold on, let me come around to the other side. You've got your sleepy voice on, so I'm like trying to turn all 4 of my ears to hear you.
Is it bad? It's what's a not sleepy
It's
voice?
fine. I can understand you. It's just you're quiet, quieter than normal.
I'm speaking loud. All right.
No, it's just it's not. How do I say this? It's not the like loudness of your voice. You just got the kind of, like kind of like talking.
Oh,
like
monotone.
this sort of
I
thing.
forgot I said monotone.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. I forgot to
Yeah,
add
yeah.
inflection. Yeah, that's right.
It's not anything bad. I just was struggling to hear you over there. Not really hear you, but I guess more understand. Because I'm used to your normal really fast voice, you know. I'm not so much to hearing you tired.
You had to like wait. He's not talking fast. How is that? Huh?
I don't. Who are you? What happened to Liz?
There was a very long 3-hour court case. For the first hour and a half, I enjoyed a lot of it, but it kept going on.
Yeah, I give you props for that. I would need a whole 40-ounce cup of coffee to get me through something like that.
It's funny. We had the owner of Hayes. He was called as a witness against his will there, and he had to sit there for 3 hours. It was
Oh. Are you like? Can you be summoned? I guess like, if you witness something, can you be forced to testify?
If you witness something, you can be forced to testify. But in this case, he was called as an expert witness to give his expert, that's not something you can't force people to be expert witnesses. That'd be like saying, "Hey, this random doctor, we need your medical opinion regarding this."
But he willingly came and just had to sit there the whole time.
It was not willingly. No.
Oh, that's not good then.
Yeah, you'd be ordered, subpoenaed. So.
Huh. That's unfortunate.
Yep, and it was against one of his employees too. So.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Yep.
I would have just been like, no.
He did say no.
Sorry, I gotta go take my dog for a walk. I don't own a dog, but I'm gonna go find a dog and take it for a walk.
Was the thing, and so now I'm trying to get him compensation and all that, and yeah. But it was an interesting enough court case. I think it's good to show people that I don't know, that I'm still like I'm still here and stuff. I'm not down and out, I guess, even though it feels like it.
It's gonna be a rough trying to pick yourself up from your bootstraps type moment, but you'll get through it. You've been through worse.
Thank you, Basil.
Yeah. You know, I'm always here if you need a chat or need someone to slap you around and tell you to snap out of it. 'Cause you're a good lawyer. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise, because you are.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Well, Then what do you do whenever you're like something that you've always known, or not, oh, I guess not always known, but I guess have just gotten so used to? Is this kind of taken out from under you?
I mean, I had that happen twice already. Like with the clucking bell thing, we were so excited. We're like, we're gonna get this into tip-top shape. You know, we're such hard workers. We're gonna get this going. And then, you know, a whole group of people came with a bunch of money and bought it. So then we moved to Up and Atom, and then the people that we thought were going to be great business partners with us, you know, they didn't really want to work with us. So we're like, okay, cool. And then we moved here. You just keep pushing forward and don't feel like you have to change what you're doing because other people don't agree with it or don't want to work with you on it. You just find a way to keep going and doing what you enjoy. Like, for instance, I enjoy cooking. I'm not tied to any specific location. So like in your shoes, you know, you're not tied to working under that group. You can always go out and start your own firm. Obviously, he's still gonna be in somewhat like your boss, right? Because that's not really gonna change. It's not like you can open up your own courtroom.
Well, seems to tell him.
I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe you can. Maybe you can just have a whole different courthouse. But take steps, you know, to...
It would be interesting.
To kind of find your own groove. And don't let people push you down. And then that's kind of what I think. I'm like, it might feel like I'm giving up, or it might seem like I'm giving up on something, but I'm not. I'm just shifting my focus into something else and my attention into something else within the same scope, you know?
I think you're someone who doesn't have trouble with direction. I feel like that. And for me, I'm someone who always has trouble with direction. Directionally challenged.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I just kind of shift my attention somewhere else, you know? That's something I've kind of always done. I don't really let... Yeah, okay, I'll be upset about it for a day, but then I move on type thing, you know? I don't let it bring me down or deter my focus away from what I really enjoy doing. And it's something hard to get into the swing of doing something like that, I guess. It's not easy for a lot of people, and it's definitely easier said than done. But the way I see it is, you know, you enjoy being a lawyer, you enjoy helping people. You don't necessarily have to have a title or a position to do that. And while some people might not appreciate what you do, there's a lot more people that do. And you just kind of have to focus on that and let that motivate you to keep going.
It's not the title or position, it's more about what it means for it to be taken away. It kind of feels like that everything I've done was I'm told it was worthless, basically, and it
But again, like, it wasn't, though. Are there still lawyers that you've given the bar to that are still working as a lawyer? Then yeah, like, that hasn't been taken away. And who's to say that, like, I know you're glad that you don't have to give 5 bars a day, but who's to say that you can't help somebody study to take their bar? Like, if that's something that you enjoy doing, you can still quiz them on it before they go get their bar taken. Like, there's still opportunities and pathways for you to continue doing what you were doing. And that's just the way that you got to look at it. I wouldn't necessarily look at it like, oh, all of this was for nothing, because it wasn't. There's still proof in the pudding that everything that you did is still there.
It's
just
not
because a couple people or a few people didn't agree with what you were doing, I guess. I don't know why, but, you know, that doesn't take away from what you did.
It's not that it's for nothing, it's that I very much so thrive and go off of, like, you know, like affirmation, like people showing appreciation and thanking me and all that. And so to have the opposite of that really, really, really burns. Yeah. And I'm like, how do I...
Yeah, I can understand that completely. But then on the flip side, there's people that have been really appreciative of you appreciative of what you've done, right? And so you gotta try to focus on that.
I have a problem where it has to be verbal. If I don't have it verbal, then I can't. It's difficult for me to accept it.
Okay.
And I know other people, they will absolutely be appreciative and whatnot, but it doesn't, for some reason, doesn't register to me if they don't actually say it.
I understand that. I enjoy it as well. I don't need it though, personally. But it is nice to hear. So I do understand that. I think sometimes you just kind of have to take a step back and realize that not everybody is capable of doing that, or even thinks it's necessary sometimes.
Yeah, I can understand that. I've
And it doesn't mean that they don't appreciate what you do. It's just that they're not
Having-
very good at
having-
expressing it.
I feel like I haven't gotten much of that at all recently, and so it's very.
Well, Liz, you're a great lawyer. You help a lot of people out. You've helped me out, kind of see different perspectives inside of things. You're an amazing person.
Thank you, Basil. I appreciate you a lot.
If you need words of affirmation, I'm here for you. and I think that's what it is you just seek out the people that kind of give you that comfort that you need, instead of focusing on the people that don't. And like I said, easier said than done, 100%. Because sometimes it can feel like what am I even doing this for? Like, do they appreciate it? Like, did they enjoy that I was doing that? Was it even necessary? And I get that, trust me. The moments of self-doubt and things like that are not something that you can entirely push away 100%. They'll always be there. It's kind of just how you react to that and move forward, and kind of give yourself those words of affirmation, you know? Just be like, oh, I did that. I helped that person get the bar, even though they didn't be like, thank you for it, and they weren't like, didn't seem like they were really appreciative of it. I did that, and look where they're at, and look how they're thriving. And
Isn't that kind of
that was
egotistical?
awesome. If you want to see it that way, I don't see it that way. I give myself credit for things that I do all the time.
Mhm.
I'm not going to go around and be like, oh, I'm the best. Like, I'm number one. Because, no, I mean, there's always somebody that's going to be better, right? Like, that's just the way of life.
It's making a
But I
comparison.
will strive to continue to be better in everything that I do always. And I take feedback to the heart. And I try to push myself to get there. But at the same time, you have to give yourself credit. You have to have that self-confidence and that self-motivation. And it's the way I see it is I don't rely on getting it from other people, but when I do get it from other people, it feels really nice, you know?
Okay. I want to claim that I don't necessarily need it from other people, but from what I have observed of myself, I think I'm hyped.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that, because everybody needs that every now and then, like myself included. And that's why I surround myself with the people that I do, because C-Cup motivates me all the time and, you know, tells me I'm doing a good job, and same with Darby and stuff like that. Like, I tend to surround myself with the people that do give me that every now and then. But at the same time, I know that I have to do that for myself as well. Especially if I make any mistakes, you know, it's like, that's human, that's normal, you know, just learn from it and move on and move forward. And I think that's very important, but also hard. It's a whole process, I think.
Easier if I feel like I made a mistake in the situation. But
Yeah. And that's okay to feel like you didn't make a mistake, because from everything that I know, and obviously I only know bits and pieces of it, but I don't feel like you made a mistake. From everything that you told me, like, you were just doing your job, and you were questioning what was going on, which is fine. You're allowed to do that.
I don't want to be too circular about it, because I've been finding myself ruminating about it. But yeah, there's tons of reasons that I can try and justify, but I don't feel like it needs to be justified.
don't feel like it does either. It happens. The only thing that you can really do is move on, and it's hard to move on, especially when you don't have closure, because you're just constantly going to be thinking about it. But the only thing I could say is try to put that focus of thinking about why that happened into thinking about how you can move forward from it. And it, again, easier said than done, but it's something that you have to like fight yourself with mentally all the time to try to push your mindset into what can I do now? How can I still help people?
The thing is, I've never actually like I've somehow always just kind of been like accidentally come into things. Like I kind of accidentally became a lawyer. It wasn't really super my intention. I'd had some people say, "Oh, maybe you should try it."
And everything, yeah.
I'm like, okay, sure, I'll give it a try. And it ended up working out for me decently well. And then I had one of my friends who was the chief of the PDO. He's like, hey, why don't you consider applying to be chief? I'm actually going to be moving to the DA's office so I can be chief. And I'm like, okay, sure, I guess so. And I applied and I ended up becoming chief. And I was like, oh, okay, that's wasn't something I was really expecting.
Sometimes things like that kind of happen. You fall into paths like that because people see something in you and you're like, okay, well, yeah, maybe I can do that. And I think that's good. It definitely provides for some growth and some learning and stuff like that. But at the same time, you just got to remember, like, you just enjoy court. You enjoy helping people, trying to fight unjust charges or even charges that are just. You still try to help them out and getting out of it. You know, that's just kind of part of the job.
So I don't know how to break myself of this, that I need to be like useful for other people.
I wish I could give you words that will help you with that. It's something that takes again a lot of like self-reflection and kind of seeing why you feel like you need to have that.
I know why.
Why is that?
It's cool. It's kind of, well, I'm scared that people will abandon me if I'm not useful to them. And so I feel like I have to be useful to them or else they're just gonna, why would they be around me?
Okay. Like, again, there's not really much that I can say to you except for I don't feel like that with you. I mean, obviously your friendship is useful to me, but I don't think that's gonna change. Like I don't require any extra things to make me feel that way. Just conversation.
Well, then how can I know that what's called me being useful to you in that way is not what is keeping our friendship up? Because I wouldn't make the argument it is.
I mean, not really. Like, I mean, how long did we go without talking? And you know,
True.
It was like a day didn't go by. I didn't think of you as not my friend because we didn't talk for a while.
True. I didn't think of you as not my friend either. It's hard because I feel like this isn't something that I can beat with logic. It's why I'm not sure.
No, it's not. It's just something that like is in your mind, and I get that. It's the same for me. Like meeting new people, I'm always inherently shy and cautious at first, just because of things from my past. But then once I get to know them, once I open up a little bit more, it kind of changes. That's something that I have to deal with personally. And I don't really know how to go about changing that myself. It's just kind of a day-by-day, baby step type thing.
I've always extended trust to people until they give me a reason not to.
I'm kind of the opposite, just because of things that I've done. Like, trust has to be earned for me. It doesn't mean that I won't help people out. Like, for instance, the guy that came here, I'm not going to be like, well, fucking figure it out yourself, you know? Like, no.
Is that something you considered?
No, not
Okay.
at all. Like that's what I'm saying.
I
Like
was
it's
really
not going to be
specific
like
because-
that. But if someone's like, "Oh, can you do this thing for me?" or "Hey, can you pick me up from here?" and blah, blah, like I'd probably be like, "Oh, I don't really know you. Like, I don't know if I can trust you enough to do that. Like, I don't know what you're asking of me." So it's like certain things like that where I'm a little wary. It doesn't mean that I won't do it, because probably 99% of the time I will. Like if someone asks me for a ride somewhere, I'm going to give them a ride. But it's still going to be in the back of my head that I'm like, oh, what if this person robs me? What if this person hurts me? What if, I still have those doubts. But I just try to ignore them. Try my best to.
I'm not sure that ignoring them is the way to go about handling that.
I think it is, honestly, because if I don't ignore it, then I'm gonna cut myself out from experiences of maybe meeting somebody nice or enjoying that experience.
Well, I would think that, what if those things do happen? Is that going to stop you from doing those things?
Probably not, honestly.
Well, then there you go.
But it doesn't. That's why I try to push them away, because if I hyper focus on them, then it probably would stop me. If I let those kind of intrusive thoughts of like always inherently thinking something bad's gonna happen, then that's just gonna be in my head at all times.
The hypervigilance.
So that's why I kind of say that I ignore them, because most of the time I'm my own intrusive thoughts are wrong.
I would say that you can kind of prove. Well, do you believe these thoughts are based in logic?
I mean, they're based on previous experience most of the time.
Okay, so they're based on your own experience.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're necessarily logical, because like I said, I would say maybe like 70% of the time that I go against those thoughts, like everything's fine.
70% of the time. That's a interesting. That's a fairly low number. Like I've had very few negative interactions, like ever, I would say.
I mean, here I've been fine. Where we were before, maybe not so much.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. But
But I haven't had like really any the only issues that I've had since moving out here have been with the Up and Atom people. And that's it.
I mean, if you were to...
So honestly, if they came and asked me for a favor, I probably wouldn't do it.
That's fair.
Just because of experiences that I've had with them.
That's fair.
Like, even if the blind guy was like, hey, can you give me a ride somewhere? Or, hey, can you help me find something? I'd be like, well, feel around, buddy, because you lost all my trust.
It's very I don't know. It's very you of you. So
Yeah, I mean, it's I am helpful to an extent. If you give me a reason to not be helpful or trustworthy, then I won't be, and then you kind of just burn that bridge until you try to mend it in some way. And even then, it's gonna take a lot.
I kind of believe in even helping your enemies.
Yeah, I mean, I've given so many people rides, like to the hospital if they need to go somewhere. I've picked someone at the hunting store and drove them back to the mall. Like I have no problem doing things like that. Again, it's still in the back of my mind sometimes where I'm like, oh, something could happen, but I push that away and I be who I am, which is I try to be helpful when I can, as long as I can be. It's just I said it takes a lot of effort to kind of push those thoughts away. And it's not something that'll happen overnight. It comes from a lot of experience. So, like, for your need of feeling like you have to provide something to somebody, That's not something that you can just snap your fingers and make go away. I think that's going to come with a lot of interacting with people and realizing that they like you just for you, not because of anything that you provide, minus your company, your time, your conversation.
It's scary.
Like that's worth more than
Right.
oh, I helped you on this court case, or oh, I gave you some money when you needed some. Like that shouldn't be like, you know, what's in your head. You should be like, oh, they called me because they knew that they could trust me and that they can rely on me, and that should make you feel good. It shouldn't feel like it's a necessity.
I have a lot of people who do that, and I'm thinking, oh fuck, why was I so like, why is this so competent? Now they're relying on me for something. I'm like, all right, fine, I'll go and open out the thing. But then I do that, and
but you enjoy it.
25 cases ends up happening, and then I'm like, oh.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, that's where you have to set a personal limit for yourself and know what you can handle and know how much attention that is required for each of those things. And then also knowing that other people that you can kind of refer them to as well comes in handy. Other people that you trust to be competent enough to take on something like that, you know?
Mm-hmm. I have the...
Like, delegating isn't a bad thing.
I have trouble trusting others. And so I'm like, well, I could just do it myself, right? But, yeah, I have trouble trusting others this period.
Oh, I understand. I feel like it is a hard thing to do, but also it's also hard to kind of take on all those cases by yourself, right? So kind of gotta learn to like go against your better judgment or what you think is your better judgment sometimes, and learn to rely on other people as well as they rely on you.
Horrifying.
Yeah, it is.
Can you imagine asking for help? Ugh.
Sometimes it's necessary.
I could never. It's a...
Well, maybe you should try it out. Just step out of your comfort zone.
Well, I mean, I kind of asked for help here, so thank you, Basil. I appreciate you.
Yeah, like I said, I'm here for you anytime that you need an ear to bounce off of, a shoulder to cry on. I'm here. I might not have the right things to say all the time. I can only speak from my own personal experience and what I've found has benefited me, and sometimes I give advice I don't even take myself. I mean, you know how that is too. So
I understand.
It's always a personal battle with wanting to help somebody out, and then also realizing, oh damn, well I don't even do that. Like, and then you kind of like you do that whole self-reflection thing, and you're like, okay, well maybe I can actually be better about this as well.
I find it's a lot easier to help other people than just help yourself.
Oh, 100%. And that's not going to change.
I guess so. My hope was always, I'm like, maybe if I can find someone that I can help, maybe they might want to like help me too, and then that way we could help each other, and then we could just like fix each other. But maybe that's a bad way of thinking of it. But
I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, but it goes back to what I said before of like relying on other people to kind of help you sort through things, which that's not a bad thing. Having friends and having people that can like get you through some of your bad times is more than valuable. It's priceless, you know. It's great to have people like that in your life, but at the same time, you should try to be that person in your life as well. And that's something that's taken me fucking probably 30 years of my life, and I'm only 31 to figure out that I am that person for me. I don't need to rely on anybody else to be my comfort. I can be my comfort, you know.
what does that look like for you?
For me, like, I mean, owning this business here, like, I enjoy cooking. I enjoy feeding people. I enjoy helping the community. This is something that I really love, and I'm following my passion and my dream doing that. So for me, it's this or it's going out and talking to the community. Like we went out and passed out flyers and gave out free food the other day. You know, I enjoyed that. That made me very happy, and I felt good doing it, and I felt good about myself doing it. And like honestly, at the end of the day, I kind of just like reflect on everything that happened, and I'm like, would I be proud of myself for things that I did today? And I try to always end the night with saying, yeah, like I feel good about what I did, and I try to give myself those props.
Okay.
I think it's like something that really helped me, and I don't really do much anymore because I won't say that I won't need it because it is good to reflect, but like journaling was something that I really used to do, and I would write down like a few things a day that I was proud of myself for accomplishing, no matter how small they are. Just so I can look back and be like, damn it, I did that shit.
I surprisingly, I started writing poetry type stuff, and I don't know why, but it really helps me, like, I don't know, like understand or something. Like I'll write down, and then when I read it, I'm like, what the fuck is? So that's what I was feeling. I understand now. Okay, makes sense.
I mean, that could be something that you can add to what you're proud of yourself for doing, though. It's like you're trying something new, right? You're trying out poetry and seeing if it's something that helps you. So you should look at that and be like, damn, like I'm trying something new. Yeah, it might be ass in the beginning, but if you keep pushing and growing on that, like, could be something that you actually really enjoy and something that helps you out.
I write poetry for myself, not for others. But
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you can still criticize yourself and your work, and I've done that before. But it should still feel like an accomplishment that you even tried, you know?
I tried to do flow state, and so I actually don't critique it. I just it'll feel very raw, and I'll feel very exposed and vulnerable.
No, that's good.
It's bad. It feels awful.
Why does it feel awful?
That's like being vulnerable, horrifying.
You want to hear something funny?
Sure.
You can't spell basil without Liz.
It's very funny. Alright.
Yeah.
What was that related to it? Alright.
Huh? What? Sorry?
How was that related to it?
Oh, I don't know. We were just talking about like poetry and
So it's just
kinda
something you're thinking of. Alright.
Yeah.
I always write really depressing poetry. So
That's good. Honestly.
that's good. Is that good?
Yeah, you get your emotions out. That's like what I was saying with journaling. Like, it started with me not writing down things that I was proud of, but me writing down things that like were very negative, and it feels really good to put that on paper sometimes because you can just release all of those emotions that you have. It's like why some people do like martial arts or like some sort of physical activity, because it releases those endorphins, right? And you get that dopamine hit, and it can be the same way for writing it down. You're letting it go. Like I used to write things on paper and then burn it, and then just be like, all right, that's it, that's done. I'm not thinking about that anymore, you know?
That's a Buddhist practice where they make something
Yeah.
of like rice or something like that, and it's supposed to be temporary. Like that's like the whole point of it, is to make something that's temporary. So
I think it's very healthy to do things like that, and any form of expression that you enjoy. Like for me, yoga and stuff like that, and it's what there's a guy Chad that I finally ran into after about a year. We used to work at Clucking Bell together, and we're gonna start up a like weekly yoga on the beach session, get a bunch of yoga mats and have people come out there and just kind of relax and meditate and work out
Wait,
a
I'm
little
looking.
bit, just to get
Artemio was here when the last thing.
that
Okay,
release,
interesting.
reset. Everybody has something that that relaxes them, and that's why I always wear like these ear pods in my ears too, because like music is that for me as well sometimes too. It kind of pushes out all of the negative thoughts that I want to like find myself going back into.
Okay. Well, I'll try something. I guess I've
You
been.
gotta find your outlet, you know. And it's different for everybody. And don't get me wrong, there are definitely times where I just need time to myself to kind of process everything that's happening, and that's perfectly healthy too. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just time for self-reflection. But then you pick up your boots and
Pull yourself
brush
up
the
by your
dust
straps.
off, and get
Yeah.
back on that horse, you know.
I feel like there's
It's a whole mixture of sayings.
I feel like that's toxic to yourself for that kind of stuff as well. You just
What
kind of
is?
deal with it. It's like I don't know about that.
No, it's not. I think that's the healthiest thing that you can do for yourself. That's
What
a
is,
toxic way to think about it, Liz.
is this dealing with it? That feels like putting up with it. I mean, I feel like you.
No, I'm not saying put up with it. I'm saying learn to move past it in the way that you know best or the way that works for you. Sometimes for me, that's just kind of taking time for myself, and really reflecting on everything that happened and trying to understand it from both sides, not just the way that I'm feeling, but also the other party or other situation involved, you know?
I always try and do that. So
That's what I'm talking about. It's not really like deal with it, which honestly, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with it. Like that's just kind of the way it is inherently anyway. There's some things you can't fix, and that's okay.
I like to say, not deal with it, grow from it.
Exactly. Yeah. Everything that happens in your life, whether it be good or bad, is a learning experience.
All things are good things. Although sometimes I hate my philosophies. All right.
Yeah. Well, apply it to yourself sometimes, Liz.
I try to. So I try to.
I know you do, and trust me, I've seen a complete 180 from the list that I've met.
Thank you.
And I think you're doing really good. And you need to give yourself some credit sometimes.
I think you've definitely grown quite a bit too.
It's okay. That's kind of what I strive for, you know?
What's that? What's that tone you got?
I've changed for the better in most ways. There's definitely some ways that I'm like, oh, I probably shouldn't have changed in those ways.
Like what?
Like, for instance, my New Year's resolution this year was to drink more.
Okay, was there any reason for that?
Yeah, because I enjoy it, and I kind of put myself away from that because of just personal reasons. And I'm like, you know what? I enjoy drinking. I enjoy myself when I'm drinking. I feel like I'm a lot of fun to be around. So that was my New Year's resolution for this year.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like heroin's probably very nice for a lot of people.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a little extreme.
Is it that different?
That's a little.
Is it really that different?
I would. Okay, well, now you got me thinking. I mean, maybe not. There's definitely a double-edged sword there, because you can definitely drink too much and harm yourself the same way that you can use too much heroin and harm yourself.
Well, not even just that. You can get like physically addicted to alcohol to the extent where you will actually die if you don't have it.
Yeah, withdrawal's a wild thing. I definitely had those days, and I'm not talking about going back to those days. I'm just talking about, you know, a couple drinks a day. Like my sleep's been suffering because I used to have a couple drinks before sleep. And everything in moderation.
I mean, I think drinking more is at moderation for you.
I mean, as of late, like, I have a couple drinks a week.
Okay.
I like to go back to more of like 1 or 2 a night, you know?
Well, what does drinking do for you?
Relax and break out of my shyness.
Okay. And so you feel you can't do that with alcohol?
Not really. I've definitely tried. I've definitely put myself in uncomfortable situations to see if I could. And I definitely find myself reclusing back. And I've tried countless times. I'm just inherently a very reserved person.
Well, I would say that, you know, alcohol lowers inhibition, right? Holding back.
I agree with that.
So then why are you holding back?
It's not that I want to, and like I said, I've definitely tried to do that while being sober. I don't really have an answer to why I do. I think it's just mostly how I was brought up and my upbringing. I mean, I didn't really interact with people that much until I moved to the city, you know, growing up on the island, just being surrounded by my family, like that's who I knew. So I didn't really know how to fit in with people, or I didn't really understand a lot of the things they were saying. It took me a while to kind of feel like I belonged here.
Okay.
And I still don't necessarily feel comfortable and that I fit in because of my upbringing.
Why do you need to fit in?
But I don't need to. It feels more comfortable and not as I don't know. I feel like out of my comfort zone when I try to do things, and I feel like if I do have a couple drinks, I don't really focus on that. I don't feel like I need to, because I've definitely found people and friends that accept me for who I am, and I'm comfortable with who I am. But sometimes I just want to like bust out of my shell, you know?
I'm saying, why is the shell there in the first place?
I wish I could tell you that. I've definitely done took a lot of time reflecting on that and trying to understand it, and it all comes back to like how I was raised, where I grew up.
Well, I would say what a shell is for is to protect you.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I don't necessarily feel the need to have to protect myself. It's just I don't know how to I don't know how to feel comfortable in my own skin. I don't care what people think of me. That's something that I've never cared about because I am who I am. But I care about what I think about myself. And so
Then why would you hold
I'm
back?
trying to like find a good way to explain that.
Sorry to
It's
interrupt you.
not, like I said, no, it's fine. I was just like, I'm really trying to think about how to explain it. I care because I want to have certain interactions with people myself that I feel like I get uncomfortable with, and I don't know why. Like going to like loud crowded places and stuff. I know a lot of it kind of comes back to like my synesthesia and dealing with that, but that's not the only reason. I feel awkward in crowded places with a lot of people.
Doesn't
And it's not because of what I think they'll think of me. It's just I don't know how to react in those situations.
Why is that a bad thing?
Because I want to feel like I can contribute in a way, personally. So I think it's bad just to kind of sit there and be quiet for myself. Because I want to interact, but sometimes I can't.
You feel like you can. It's never that you can't.
No, sometimes like I just freeze. Like it's not even a feeling. Like I can't. Like I'll have all the things that I want to say in my head, but for some reason it feels like my mouth is sewed shut and I can't physically say it.
What's that feel like when that happens? Just awkward?
Yeah, it feels very awkward, and it's also frustrating at the same time because it's like, why can't you just say this? And so I'll have like an internal battle with myself, and then like, you know, time will fly, and it's like, well, I missed my chance to do that because I'm having this internal battle with myself.
I would say maybe not a lot of people are patient enough to be able to give you time to think things through, but there are people who...
It's not even like about them not having patience, I would say. It's just kind of like natural flow of time, right?
You feel like you've missed a chance.
Yeah. Because like there's some people, like when I go places that I don't know, like yeah, I might see them around town every now and then, but I kind of missed out on that opportunity at that moment to kind of talk to them, you know?
FOMO?
I'm not...
Fear of missing out?
I guess in a way, fear of missing out for myself. No, it's a hard thing to explain, I think. But I've definitely got better with it. Like, I mean, I was having a conversation with the guy Wyatt there, that was on the bike when you pulled up for a while. And it was a really good conversation, but I definitely was having that internal struggle of like trying to keep a conversation going because I was like, well, what do I say? What do we talk about?
I've
So I was
noticed
having that conflict in my head, but he was a great conversationalist, so he kind of just kept the conversation flowing, and that helped me out as well.
I've noticed that generally whenever I first start to have a conversation with you don't like silences. But as time passes a bit, you get more comfortable with silences.
Yeah, silence kind of makes me feel awkward because I feel like I have to fill that silence. I know I don't have to, but I'm just like, is this okay?
Is this
Do they think
okay?
I'm
Yeah.
weird? Like, oh my god, like, what's going on? What do I say?
There can be comfortable silences.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's kind of what I strive for in my friendships as well. Is like, conversation doesn't always have to be there. You can be okay just like enjoying somebody's company and presence, and that's who I surround myself with. Because sometimes I'm just like, I'm just zoning out, enjoying life, like looking at the stars, you know? Like I appreciate nature and things that surround me, and I'll find myself getting like hyper focused on things like that. And I surround myself with people that are like, yeah, that's okay, that's fine.
You do you. I feel like you're trying to go very fast sometimes.
I feel like I'm trying to go fast sometimes.
You know how
Okay.
when I might get excited over things, I start speaking real fast.
Sorry, give me one
So,
second. How you
alright.
doing, sir?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
Are you in line?
Can I get something going for you?
Oh, yeah. Can I get it? Can I get the twins?
Of course, yeah. Would you like orange juice or apple juice with that?
I'll do apple juice.
Well, I just realized, was she in
It's gonna
the...
be $90 for you, and there's a little storage tote tray. You can set that
Was
on,
she
and
in
I'll
the-
get that ready for you.
I can't tell if she was in the costume or not. Then I don't think so, right?
Here's a little extra.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be
It
on
is
the tray
interesting
there
too.
for you.
Ooh, thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you for stopping by.
Mm-hmm.
So what makes you think like that I'm trying to move fast? That's kind of like surprising to me because I like to take things slow.
When you get flustered, you feel, at least I feel like you tend to think you've missed out on something, or that you need to, like you said, fill space, fill time, fill silence.
Okay, I can understand that. I think my brain moves fast.
Thanks for stopping by, Murder Pause.
But
I
I feel
appreciate you.
like
I appreciate you.
My actions don't necessarily
I will sleep soon.
seem fast to me, at least in my personal opinion. But my brain's always going. I'm always thinking of like 20 things at once. Like that's just how my brain works.
You don't think you
But
are going too
Go ahead.
fast sometimes?
I don't feel that way. So I feel like maybe I just have like a different interpretation of what you mean by that.
True, my fast is probably much different than other people's fast. But
Yeah.
how do I define fast then? The amount of energy that you're using.
Okay. I feel like that's something that I feel like I definitely use a lot of energy because I do tend to overthink things. So I guess in that definition of fast is very accurate. I think that's just due to like my own anxiety that I feel in certain situations. So yeah, I can agree with that. But I feel like most of the time my actions don't necessarily reflect what's going on in my head.
I feel like you're a very decisive person.
In what way?
In that you... I'm not sure. Why do I feel that way? You have... Once you make a decision, you generally tend to be very firm on it, and you tend to be very open about it as well.
I agree with that. It definitely doesn't mean that I will not change my mind if a good argument's presented.
Yeah.
I'm always open to that. But I do agree with that. If I think something should be a certain way, I'm gonna act upon that until somebody can convince me that maybe I'm not seeing it the full picture 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Can listen to reason. It's rare.
I do, yeah.
It's very rare.
I think a lot of people are very decisive, and your definition of it. Everybody has their own way of thinking. It's just not a lot of people are open to change, and I feel like I am. I like taking outside perspectives and actually reflecting on it and thinking like, well, it actually is that way better? Like, let me run through this really quick and pick their brain on why they feel that way.
Mm-hmm. I guess you've heard of that as openness, yeah. I would say, yeah. I'm a very open person, and yes, now I think about it, you're a very open person as well.
Yeah, I feel like that's natural to have a certain way of thinking about stuff and being open about it. It's just the inverse of it, of accepting change and opinions and actually taking it to heart is something that is definitely rare to come by.
Change before you have to. It's a quote I try to live by. It's a hard one.
It depends on the circumstance. Because not everything requires change.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm sure there's some things you're like, well, I probably should be doing this. I'm probably going to have to do this in the future, but it's not right now, so.
Beto!
Huh? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Yes?
I'm hungry. I need food. I got money.
Why are you so fucking loud? Why are you
I am?
yelling at me?
I am?
You're kind of loud.
You sound like shit. What'd you do?
I really do?
Yes.
I sound like horrible shit.
Yeah, you sound like you're
Sound very
speaking into
Hispanic. It's okay.
someone's
Fuck.
I'll get you food though.
Fuck. Yeah. Let me get food, please. How you doing, Liz?
Hey. See, I think I've been awake for 21 hours now. I probably should have been.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Now we come up with the time.
Alright. I don't know. I was getting like my fourth wind when talking to you, though, so. Alright.
I
You
really
should
sound
get
like
some
shit.
restless. Yeah, you sound like ass today.
I should get restless is what you're saying?
No, you should get rest.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
What?
Stubborn ass. Go to bed. I appreciated the conversation.
I
We will
appreciate you.
continue this at a later date. Go get some sleepies.
Alright. Stay safe,
Alright.
Izzo.
Alright, bye.
Hold on. Let me go over here.
Your food's there. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Wait, where am I going actually? I don't have my car here.
Okay, leave it with me. I'll text you later.
Actually, I just realized I don't have a car here. I did my car, but I'm not sure where it is anymore.
Oh, was it the blue car?
It was a blue one, yeah.
I have bad news for you.
It's towed.
No.
What?
The blocks took it. Yeah, there was a note when I woke up one day and it said, "Don't come to Covenant Street, yo," where your car was parked, and C-Cup called them and they're like, "Oh, we just stole that car that was there." So,
I have some block connections.
yeah. I don't know what they did with it. I'm sure they probably gutted it. You probably need to get a catalytic converter and a radio and all of that.
What do they even have in that? Oh fuck! I have so many materials inside that tonight.
Ew.
Alright. I had so
I
many
wasn't sure if
materials.
that was actually your car or if it was a rental, so.
Fuck! I had a good 10 hours. Or more than that. I had a good 14 hours worth. That's fine.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm sure that's probably not there anymore.
Yeah. Yep.
There's a car rental place though, literally right down the street there.
Why didn't I store that? That was very dumb of me. Alright. I didn't think
Or you can sleep in
forget
the
my car
office
here.
if you're really that tired. There's a bed in there.
I feel dumb. Alright. Well, yeah, sure. I'll sleep in there. Alright.
Okay. Good night, Liz.
Yeah, have a good night. Oh, what's that? My materials, no. There was so much garbage in there. All my materials. Trying to think. My materials. I had so much in there. I should have used that card. Oh well. Alright. I think I was never going to use those materials for anything anyways. For my money. I have block friends at least, so it should be easy enough to get something like that back, maybe. I have no idea. It'll be New York, I guess, or something. All right, let me find someone to rate. What word did you see? Because I don't feel like doing this. All right. Hmm. All right. Mm-hmm. I see. All right. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate you. I really do. And remember, life is sacred.